Chapter 1: The Strongest Dual Energy Guard System Ever Activated. 2011, October 20th, Toyota Center Arena, Houston. Chan. Warm up. Get on the court and say goodbye to the NBA stage in a few minutes. Mikhail, then head coach of the Houston Rockets, suddenly got up and came to the end of the bench, addressing a young man. Chen Xiao lifted his head to reveal a bitter smile, nodded towards Mikhail, and got up to walk towards the players' channel to start warming up. If nothing else, this will be his last game in the NBA. 3 months ago, Chen Xiao was reborn into the scene of the 2011 draft, and was unexpectedly drafted by the Houston Rockets in the second round, 40th overall. After Big Yao retired and A-League rejoined the country, there were no more Dragons on the NBA stage. Chen Xiao was able to be drafted by the Rockets, which is a continuation of hope for Dragon fans. They had high hopes for Chen Xiao, but the reality is that Chen Xiao, after entering the NBA, even the opportunity to play, can only sit at the end of the bench, reduced to a water cooler keeper. However, Chen Xiao did not give up on himself and continued to train every day. He came to the practice court before dawn to practice shooting, and then stuck to the gym to jack iron after team practice, day in and day out. This is the kind of life he kept up all summer long, to be able to show the coaches how hard he's working so they can give him a chance to play. Now, the opportunity has finally come, but sadly, he's also about to say goodbye to the NBA. Competition in the NBA is brutal, and it's not just about hard work. What player who can enter the NBA does not work hard? Even the superstar Kobe insists on getting up at 4 a.m. every day to practice. It takes more than just hard work to stay in the NBA. It takes talent, and what Chen Xiao lacked was talent. The talentless man has received notice from team management that he will be cut after today's game. If no other team is willing to give him a contract, the odds are he'll be out for the upcoming season. Soon after, there was a dead ball opportunity on the field and Chen Xiao was substituted. The moment Chen Xiao walked onto the pitch, there were no imaginary cheers. There were only questions and mockery. Dragon Nation, go back to your country. The NBA is no place for you. Damn you, Dragon Nation. My 80-year-old grandmother can fight better than you. Rubbish. You're a disgrace to Dragon basketball. Listening to the overwhelming boos and abuse, Chen Xiao smiled to himself. Even though Big Yao has proved that the Dragon Nation can gain a foothold in the NBA, there are still many people who believe that it's only because Big Yao is so talented. Others, especially LWs at other positions, simply can't play in the NBA. Just then, along with the roaring boos, an electronic sound suddenly rang in his ears. Ding! Detecting the host's unwilling heart, the strongest dual-powered guard system in history has been activated. At the same time, an electronic panel suddenly appeared before Chen Xiao's eyes. The sudden change caused Chen Xiao to freeze in place for a moment. System? It's the system. It's finally here. Although Chen Xiao was still unaware of the system's functions, it did not prevent him from having a burst of ecstasy. The best two-way guard ever sounds awesome. Only now there is no such thing as a two-way guard. But Chen Xiao knows that a guard who can both score and organize is the future trend of the NBA. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Drip. Red team 1. Serve violation. At this moment, because Chen Xiao's attention was all on the system, he forgot to serve for a moment and was blown for a serve violation. Thank you, friend of the Dragon Kingdom. James Harden of the Thunder went up to take the basketball from Chen Xiao's hand and opened his mouth to thank him. For a moment, the scene was once again filled with boos. Damn scalawag, can you play or not? You can violate the rules by serving a ball, and I don't know what you're doing up here? Shet, this guy is here for a laugh. Get off. Get off. However, Chen Xiao turned a deaf ear to this and continued to study the system. Chen Xiao stared at the panel in front of him, which had a column full of his personal attributes. In addition to the basic attributes of age, height and weight, it also includes mid-range shooting, three-point shooting, layups, dunks, free throws, rebounding, organization, back-breaking ability, agility, strength, stamina, and potential. As per the system, these data are scored out of 100. Just get to 60 and you're at the level of an average NBA player. Getting to 80 is the level of an NBA starter. 90, on the other hand, is a baller level. 95 and above, that's superstar level. Chen Xiao took a look at his current stats. Other than his potential and stamina reaching the level of a 60 average player, the others were all below 60. Rebounding, strength and backside ability are even more pathetic at 20. No wonder he doesn't get a chance to play anymore. At this level it would be weird to play. Ding! Congratulations to the host for activating the system. Please receive the newbie gift pack. Pick up. Without any hesitation, Chen Xiao immediately received the newbie gift pack. Ding! The host has successfully received the newbie gift pack, gaining 30 temporary attribute points. Crap! What kind of bull asterisk newbie package is this? Seeing the system's prompt, Chen Xiao had the heart to curse. Originally, He thought he could open what Curry or Harden template. The result is 30 attribute points. The key is still temporary. This is not a pitiful. Without waiting for Chen Xiao to continue thinking, the Thunder had already launched their offense. After glancing at his attribute panel, Chen Xiao then unhesitatingly tapped all 30 attribute points into defense. This was not something that Chen Xiao had casually ordered, but rather the best choice he had made based on his current situation. First of all, his offense is already low. Whether it's mid-range or three-pointers or layups, it's only a pathetic 30. Even if you add 30 points, it's only 60 points. Plus, with his position on the team, these teammates on the field won't even pass him the ball. How can you attack without the ball? His defense is okay compared to his offensive ability. With 55 base attributes, if he added these 30 temporary attribute points, his defensive ability was able to instantly soar to 85 points. Keep in mind that 85 points of defense is already considered defensively tough in the NBA. Besides, the best way for a water cooler like him to gain recognition from his coaches and teammates is to start with defense. In the NBA, there is no shortage of scorers on any team, but there must be a shortage of top defensive players. Chen Xiao believes that as long as he is able to show top-notch defensive ability in this limited time, even if the Rockets still choose to cut him in the end, there will surely be other teams throwing olive branches to him. At this moment, Chen Xiao was incomparably confident. Not only is he going to stay in the NBA, he's going to be the best two-way guard ever. Chapter 2 System Tasks. Ding. Host completes temporary attribute point allocation. Newbie mission released. Task for this game. Before the end of the game, the host will complete at least 3 steals or 3 blocks, while limiting the opposing player's scoring to single digits. And at the end of the game will be issued with free attribute points ranging from 1 to 5 points, depending on the host's performance. Stage Quest. The host successfully obtains an official contract with any NBA team and receives 15 free attribute points for completing the quest. In the last second, Chen Xiao was still wondering how to obtain attribute points. I didn't expect the system to release the mission in the next second. Chen Xiao looked up and glanced at the game time. There were still 4 minutes and 21 seconds left until the end of the full match. Trying to pull off 3 steals or 3 blocks with just over 4 minutes left isn't easy. But since the system had released this mission, it meant that it was not impossible to accomplish. Between thoughts, Harden had begun to break with the ball. James Harden was one of Chen Xiao's favorite NBA stars, so he still knew each other well. The future Harden is being touted as the best two-way guard in NBA history, bar none. But early on, Harden was just the 6th man for the Thunder. Nowhere near as impressive as he was in the latter days. And Harden is a left-handed player, good at breaking from the left. As long as the defense of his left hand, his offensive threat will be greatly reduced. The only thing to watch out for is to avoid getting fouled by him. Keep in mind that Harden is the best foul maker in the NBA league. Seeing Harden break through, Chen Xiao subconsciously moved a step to the right side, blocking Harden's left side and completely emptying the right side. Off the field, Mikhail shook his head helplessly as he saw Chen Xiao completely empty his right side. A player can be without offensive ability, but not without defensive ability. Especially in the NBA, defense is that much more important for a role player. Players like Chen Xiao, who have little offensive talent, will have a hard time surviving in the NBA once they even play defense. On the field, Harden was slightly stunned when he saw Chen Xiao appear in his attack route. Could it be that this kid has seen through my breakthrough route? Hayden smiled, thinking it must be a coincidence. A body change followed, handing the ball off from his left hand to his right hand and breaking right instead. His dominant hand is left-handed, yes, but that doesn't mean he can't be right-handed. Seeing this, Chen Xiao hurriedly stuck to Harden, always staying in front of his left side, because Chen Xiao knew that no matter which way Harden broke through, he would end up finishing with his left hand. But Harden just shook Chen Xiao with a simple European step. After swaying past Chen Xiao, Harden came to the 3-second area and made a 3-step layup in the process. With just a flick of his left hand, the basketball flew toward the Rockets' basket. But before the basketball flew to the highest point, a pair of big hands suddenly appeared in the air, and with a forceful and ruthless slap, instantly sent the orange basketball flying. How is this possible? How did he show up here? After landing, Harden was filled with disbelief. He had clearly swayed past Chen Xiao, so how could he still be capped by him? It wasn't just Harden who was confused. Everyone in the room found it a bit unbelievable. A guy who can even violate a serve can cover James Harden? This is more or less mind-boggling. In fact, if there was another person, Chen Xiao might not have been able to cover this ball, but the ball was thrown by Harden. So that's a different story, because Chen Xiao knew that Harden would inevitably use his left hand to finish the finish with that last one. So instead of running after Harden after he was passed by him, he ran straight toward Harden's last shot. When he arrived, Harden took a shot just in time. Capping would be par for the course. After Chen Xiao finished the block, the basketball was gotten by the Rockets, who then started to rebound. Chen Xiao wanted to go on a fast break, but after glancing at Harden, who was still frozen in place, He hesitated and stayed in place as well. He's limited offensively, and even if he gets off a fast break, teammates pass him the ball, he doesn't necessarily put it in. Might as well stay put and defend Harden. Chen, what are you waiting for? Play fast break. On the sidelines, Mikhail shouted loudly towards Chen Xiao. The block just now made Mikhail more or less change his mind about Chen Xiao. But it didn't last long before he was again filled with disappointment at Chen Xiao's performance on the field. What a great opportunity to fight more against less and counterattack with a fast attack. Chen Xiao unexpectedly froze in place. At this moment, Mikhail really has a kind of hateful thought. Mikhail yelled a few words. See, Chen Xiao still froze in place, did not want to lay down a fast break, meaning simply do not care. Forget it, the kid's going to be cut after this game anyway, so what's the point of worrying about it? Mikhail reassured himself. Back on the field. Needless to say, the Rockets have a crap lineup on the floor at this point. Chen Xiao had a hard time creating a fast break opportunity, but the ball ended up being broken back by the Thunder just as it crossed the half-court. What started out as a comeback where the Rockets were outnumbering the Thunder has now backfired into the Thunder outnumbering the Thunder. Thunder guard Reggie Jackson looked up at the frontcourt after a successful break near midcourt and made a long dump-off pass directly to Harden, who was still in front of the net. This ball, Reggie Jackson's pass quality is not high. With Chen Xiao's current defensive ability is completely have the opportunity to break down, but Chen Xiao didn't have the idea to break the ball. The system issued a task to complete 3 blocks or 3 steals, not 3 blocks or steals combined. That said, even if he finished with 2 blocks and 2 steals, he couldn't get the job done. Basketball from the top of Chen Xiao's head flew over. Harden jumped up high and smoothly received the basketball, and then turned around and took a big 3-step jump to prepare for a dunk. In Harden's opinion, that shot just now was nothing more than a coincidence, and it was just Chen Xiao's luck. But to prevent another block, Harden cautiously opted for a dunk. However, what he didn't expect was that this surefire dunk was once again blocked by Chen Xiao, and a humiliating nail-biter at that, only to see Chen Xiao darting toward his own basket. Following Harden's jump, a pair of big hands followed, firmly pressing the ball above the rim. In a flash, the entire Toyota Center was awfully silent. No one expected that within a short minute Chen Xiao had completed 2 covers on Harden's head. Unbelievable. After a brief moment of silence, the Toyota Center suddenly erupted in loud cheers. This Dragon Nation is a bit fierce. 2 caps in a row. Is this the Dragon Nation? Crap. Chen Xiao is rising. NBA fans are like that. Boo you when you play poorly, and cheer you on and for you when you play lights out. Chen Xiao deserves the fans' cheers for these 2 consecutive big hits. Chen Xiao stood under the basket and grabbed the ball with one hand, enjoying the cheers of the fans on the spot, his eyes slightly moist, feeling that all this is too unreal. A few minutes ago, the fans in the crowd were booing him. After a few minutes, it turned into cheers. One more cover and mission accomplished. The corners of Chen Xiao's mouth lifted slightly as he read silently in his mind. Chapter 3 Consecutive Caps of Harden. After completing the cover again, Chen Xiao made a long dump to pass the ball to his teammate who was still in the front court. This time, his teammates didn't let Chen Xiao down again, scoring 2 points on a fast break counterattack. At that point, the score on the field became 89-99. The Rockets are still 10 points behind the Thunder, but there's only 3:38 left on the game clock. With over 3 minutes to go, chasing 10 points isn't impossible. It's just difficult. The first thing to make sure is that you don't let the Thunder continue to add to their lead, while at the same time making sure that your side is able to put the ball in play. The current Thunder lineup on the court is Reggie Jackson, Harden, Naz Muhammad, Ryan Reed, and Eric Maynor. With this lineup, it's just Harden for scoring. As long as Harden is defended, the Thunder have no ability to score. On the contrary, on the Rockets side, there were Marcus Camby, Jordan Hill, Patrick Patterson, and Johnny Flynn on the court in addition to Chen Xiao. Totally a lineup with no offense. Looks like Mikhail is determined to give up on this game. However, for Chen Xiao, winning or losing this match was not important. What mattered was whether or not he could complete the task issued by the system. Of course, maybe the system rating will be a little higher if we can win the game in the end. Possession change, Thunder offense. After Reggie Jackson brings the ball across half court, he hands it off to Harden. Harden held the ball outside and Chen Xiao rushed to meet him. Rookie, it was just your luck just now. Now I'm going to start getting serious. Capped by Chen Xiao 2 balls in a row. Harden is more or less unable to hang on to his face, thinking of putting some harsh words, but Chen Xiao didn't eat this at all. Oh yeah? I'll see what happens, Chen Xiao said in a cold tone with a smile on his face. As much as he likes Harden, Chen Xiao believes that the greatest respect for his opponent is to come out with his full strength. Humph. After Harden grunted coldly, the expression on his face instantly became serious, and then he began to cross-step and dribble. Chen Xiao spread his hands wide, his eyes staring dead center at Harden, not missing a single subtle movement. At the moment, Harden was holding his fire and thought about getting back, only to see Harden with the ball directly into Chen Xiao. obviously to make a foul. Chen Xiao has been defending Harden's foul. See him straight over. In the moment of their body contact directly should fall to the ground. Meanwhile, the referee's whistle blows. Blue 13. With the ball and crash. Seeing the referee blowing his own foul, Harden was so anxious that he jumped after the referee and complained, "I didn't hit anyone with the ball." He faked it and should have blown the foul. At that moment, the replay of the ball just now happened to appear on the big screen at the scene. On the screen, Harden did have a slight elbow lift on his right hand when he crashed into Chen Xiao with the ball. This action is reasonably blowable, but Chen Xiao fell to the ground a little exaggerated, so the referee still decisively gave Harden a foul. In this round, Chen Xiao failed to block Harden, but caused Harden's offensive foul, defending Harden for 3 consecutive rounds. If the previous cover has a component of luck, then this ball is completely the embodiment of Chen Xiao's individual defensive ability. At this time, the Rockets players on the court saw Chen Xiao still lying on the ground and rushed forward to pull him up from the ground. Marcus Camby even pounded Chen Xiao's chest and said excitedly, "Kid, great job." Afterwards, the rest of the people also high-fived Chen Xiao to celebrate. This was placed in the past. Chen Xiao simply did not have this kind of treatment. But now, he has conquered his teammates with his actions, and all of this was given to him by the system. At this moment, Mikhail on the sidelines was also impressed with Chen Xiao. Although Chen Xiao has not yet shown other aspects of talent, but on this defensive ability as long as Chen Xiao can always maintain, perhaps stay in the NBA is not impossible. With 3 minutes left until the end of the game, Mikhail intended to keep scouting Chen Xiao some more. If Chen Xiao could still surprise him, then he could consider asking the management to drop the idea of cutting Chen Xiao. After all, Chen Xiao was from the Dragon Kingdom and had the powerful Dragon Kingdom market behind him. With the relationship between the Rockets and Dragon Nation, I believe the Rockets management will give Chen Xiao an official contract, but only if Chen Xiao can prove himself on the field. The Rockets have the ball. Camby serves the ball out of the backcourt to Johnny Flynn at the 1. In this lineup, Chen Xiao plays the no. 2 position, which is the point guard position. However, when entering the draft, Chen Xiao declared for the no. 1 spot, which is the organizational guard position. However, because Chen Xiao's height is a full 15 centimeters taller than Johnny Flynn's, reaching 1.98 m, he can only let the shorter Johnny Flynn play the no. 1 position, while he goes to play the no. 2 position. Johnny Flynn carried the ball across half-court before passing it directly to Camby, who was going to be in position in the lane. If anyone is the most consistent scorer on this Rockets lineup, it's Marcus Camby inside. While Camby is known for his defense, the top pick of the 96 Golden Generation is the best scorer on this Rockets roster. Defending Camby was Nazar Mohammed of the Thunder. He was the 29th pick in the first round of the 98 draft and has played for 6 different teams before joining the Thunder, who are the 7th team he's played for. Being in the league for 15 years and playing for 7 teams, averaging a team change every 2 years, speaks volumes about his very average power. Camby simply turned around and scored the ball easily with a small hook. 91:99. The Rockets pushed the lead back to single digits. "Give me the ball." After the ball went in, Harden saw that the Rockets did not retreat in time, and hastily shouted toward Nazar. Nazar sniffed and immediately passed the ball to Harden. Harden picked up the ball and went straight for a backdoor drive. Chen Xiao's attention was always on Harden, so he was also the first Rockets player to realize that Harden was hitting a counterattack. Unfortunately, Harden's speed was so fast that Chen Xiao was completely unable to catch up with Harden. All he could do was yell toward his teammates, "Stop him, stop him." Meanwhile, Chen Xiao desperately darted towards Harden in an attempt to stop him. Hearing Chen Xiao shout, the Rockets players immediately reacted and hurriedly contracted the interior. Harden wasn't about to pound the lane, though, and instead made a sharp stop at the three-point line. The basketball traced a parabola through the air. Bang! The basketball slammed into the basket and bounced out, then ghosted back into Harden's hands once again. At the moment Harden is empty in front of him, wide open for a chance. He took a deep breath and adjusted his step to take another three-point shot. This shot, right off the bat, he felt it was there. And then, an all too familiar pair of hands suddenly appeared in Hayden's line of sight. At the same time, pop! A crisp voice rang out across the room. After seeing Chen Xiao chase down and cap Harden once again, the Toyota Center once again erupted into a tsunami version of cheers. Rockets bench. Everyone stood up and waved a towel for Chen Xiao. Mikhail even rare waved his fist. Chen Xiao's performance had completely exceeded his expectations. At this time Mikhail remembered Chen Xiao's usual performance. Although his talent is a little worse, but the effort is really hard. Every day is either practicing shooting on the basketball court or jacking iron at the gym. Perhaps I should give him a chance to stay, Mikhail thought in his mind. Chapter 4 Trash talk is part of the game. Damn, where the hell did this asshole come from? At this moment, Harden roared in despair. Although the Thunder were still ahead on the scoreboard, the momentum had come to the Rockets' side. With Chen Zhao's 3 consecutive big hats, it completely ignited the Rockets crowd. Camby grabbed the rebound and threw a long, straight quarterback-style pass to a quick Jordan Hill. Jordan Hill received a long pass from Camby, took a step off the dribble, met 2 Thunder defenders, and drove straight to the basket to finish the isolation. 93-99. The Rockets are down by just 6. Roar! After landing, Jordan Hill raised his arms in the air and ignited the fans once again, bringing the atmosphere to a head. Seeing that the Rockets had gassed up, Thunder head coach Scott Brooks hesitated to call a timeout. Winning or losing a preseason game doesn't matter, but being up a whole game and getting turned around in the final minute is something no one can accept. To add insult to injury, it was the Rockets' third string that made the comeback. Thunder bench. Coach Scott said to Harden, "James, 2 minutes to go. Try to burn as much time as you can to ensure the success of the offense and play more blocked shots." Hayden nodded to show he understood, and for the moment he calmed down. There was still about 2 minutes to go before the end of the match. There was no need to fight with Chen Zhao, the water cooler keeper. Winning the match was the key. On the other side, the Rockets bench, Mikhail is also actively setting up plays. He had given up on the game, but didn't expect the Rockets' third string to come back hard. He hesitated, considering whether or not to revert to the starter, but he thought about it for a while. The game was played back by the third lineup, and they were playing very well on the field, so if he switched to the starters at this point, would it backfire? After thinking for a few moments, Mikhail eventually decided to keep the third stringers on the field. Timeout. Before going on the court, Mikhail called Chen Zhao and said, "Chen, you're doing great. Keep it up, and if you can take this match, I'll personally go to the management and ask them to keep you." Upon hearing this, Chen Zhao said with a confident expression, "Don't worry, coach, I won't let you down." With the system boost, Chen Zhao at this moment was more confident than ever. Back to the game. Thunder possession. Nazr Mohammed serves the ball out of the backcourt to Harden. As soon as Harden crossed the half-court with the ball, Chen Zhao directly posted up. The fact that he had completed the task of sealing 3 times issued by the system did not mean that he could slack off. The rewards released by the system were related to his performance on the field, and only the better he performed, the more attribute points would be given. And the so-called performance is not just about the numbers. Good or bad stats don't fully define a player's performance on the field. Some stars can get 40 or 50 points a game, can get a triple-double, and still can't lead their team to a win. And some players, even if they don't score a lot of points, always help their team in key moments and lead them to take the game. A player is judged by whether he is fully committed when he is on the pitch, whether he is always passionate and fights for every ball. Chen Zhao is all about making every ball count now. At this time, Harden took a look at another Chen Zhao blocked in front of him, and decisively called Nazr Mohammed to come over for a high block. Seeing this, Chen Zhao immediately mocked disdainfully, "James, are you afraid?" Hayden frowned. "What do you mean?" Chen Zhao smiled slightly. "If you weren't afraid, why would you let your teammates block for you? How about it? Is it not a bad taste for the Hall of Fame scouting rookie to be capped by a water cooler keeper for 3 consecutive goals? If you're scared, you can just admit in a big way that you're a loser. It's nothing." Trash talk has always been part of the game in the NBA. Chen Zhao knew this, so after seeing Harden trying to hit the block, he immediately turned on trash talk mode, because he knows that the Rockets will have a hard time limiting Harden once he plays block with the 5. "Fark, would I be afraid of you?" Hayden retorted, then waved a hand for the half-running Nazr to back off. Nazr said very depressed, "A moment to block their own, a moment and then do not want to block their own. What do you want to do?" Nazr was upset, but he didn't dare express that resentment. Though a fellow bench player, Harden is a much bigger player for the Thunder. Seeing Harden drive Nazr back, the corner of Chen Zhao's mouth lifted slightly as he continued to speak. "James, are you really willing to spend the rest of your life on the bench for the Thunder? Why are you willing to be the third man on the team when you clearly have what it takes to be the leader of the team?" "Oh no, it's the fourth man. Sejal Ibaka is even higher on the Thunder than you are." "Shut up," Harden roared. "I don't need you to mind my business. The fact that you're angry means I got to your heart, right?" Chen Zhao saw that Harden was angry and continued, "If I were you, I would definitely leave the Thunder to go to a team that can compete for a championship, or a team in rebuilding to be the boss, instead of staying here to play backup for someone else." Don't look at Chen Zhao and Harden are now opponents on the field, but Chen Zhao has liked Harden for more than 10 years and has always been his fan. James Harden is a sad hero to say the least. 15 years into the league, all the individual honors taken, but not even a championship trophy. In the peak of the time met the Universe Brave, and then by Big Brother Durant's recruitment to go to the Brooklyn Nets, the result of running into the Ocean Cien, wasted 2 years. Then for the championship, Harden came to Philadelphia. Here he ran into another god-awful teammate in Embiid and wasted another 2 years. In the 23-24 season, Harden came to the Clippers and formed a galactic battleship with his second brother Willow. Kawaii Peppers. This group of old boys from California finally came together for the championship. Until Chen Zhao's rebirth, they finished fourth in the West with a 51-30 record in the 23-24 season. As for whether Harden can eventually harvest a championship ring with the Clippers, Chen Zhao doesn't know. All he knew was that Harden was looking at him with a blank expression in front of him. James, do you think the Thunder really value you? Trust me, you can't get what you want from the Thunder. Leaving here is the best choice for you. Chen Zhao persuaded bitterly. Enough, shut the up. You're just a water fountain attendant. Mind your own business first, Hayden said with a frown. Chen Zhao shrugged and stopped talking. There are some things that can only be known if the person in question has experienced them firsthand. Chen Zhao saying any more at this moment is just futile. Chapter 5 Lose the game. Win the applause. Seeing Harden rushing up, Chen Zhao stopped talking nonsense and directly grabbed it. Chen Zhao struck very quickly, so quickly that Harden did not react for a moment. The main thing is that Harden did not expect Chen Zhao to suddenly grab the ball, and under panic, Chen Zhao broke the ball successfully. After completing the break, Chen Zhao instantly dribbled all the way to the Thunder basket. Even though his offense is less than 60 at the moment, airborne baskets are still easy for him. A simple 3-step layup for 2 points helped the Rockets make it 95-99, and the Rockets were only down by 4. There was still a minute and a half to go, and it was as if Chen Zhao had already seen the light of victory. However, that's when Thunder head coach Scott called another timeout. Thunder bench. Scott was very upset with Harden's performance and the loud reprimand could be heard from a distance. After coming back from a timeout, Scott even held Harden on the bench. Replacing Harden on the court was the Thunder's second best player, Willie Russell Westbrook. Willis came in and scored 4 straight points to help the Thunder stabilize the game. Though the Rockets rallied, they still couldn't get the lead back in the end. In the end, the Rockets ended the 11-12 preseason with a 98-103 defeat against the Thunder. Ugh, that's a shame. Thought the Rockets would bounce back? Who says it isn't? Catching up to just 4 points away from being so close. If you ask me, a preseason loss is a loss. Not a big problem, but it's that Dragon Nation guy's performance today that's impressive. Indeed, 3 consecutive blocked shots, all of which made James Harden look silly, and surprisingly ended up being held down on the bench by the coach. Dang the scouting talent, the best 6th man, but was covered by a water cooler administrator 3 goals in a row in exchange for me I also autistic. Ha ha ha, the game was lost, but Rockets fans still had a laugh. First of all, it was just an inconsequential preseason game after all, and secondly the resilience the Rockets showed at the end was very comforting. As long as the Rockets can maintain that resilience in the new season, a return to the playoffs isn't out of the question. In this campaign, Chen Zhao played less than 5 minutes and delivered 2 points, 2 assists, 3 blocks and 1 steal, successfully completing the task issued by the system. He didn't look as if he was happy though. It wasn't that he was unhappy about losing the game, but he was afraid that points would be deducted when the system settled the rewards because of the loss. After all, when he used to play NBA 2K games, the rewards given for winning and losing were worlds apart, and I wonder if the system will do the same. On his way back to the locker room, Mikhail saw Chen Zhao looking sullen and thought he was worried that he wouldn't be able to stay because of the loss. Mikhail intentionally slowed down his pace and came to Chen Zhao's side, patting his shoulder encouragingly. Chen, you did a great job, and even though the team didn't win in the end, my promise still stands, and I'll go talk to the management. At this moment, Chen Zhao was waiting for the system's reward settlement, when he suddenly heard these words from Mikhail, and then a smile appeared on his face as he said, "Thank you, coach." Back in the locker room, Mikhail gave some post-game recap and sent everyone back to rest. There is a 3-day break after the preseason. In 3 days, the new season will officially kick off. In the meantime, Dragon Kingdom, inside Penguin Lev, the commentators for this match, Wang Mang and Yang Yi, were also doing a post-match review. Mr. Yang Yi, what is your assessment of Chen Zhao's performance today? Wang Mang asked. Yang Yi pondered for a moment and then said, to describe it in 4 words, a bright spot in front of your eyes. When Chen Zhao was first drafted by the Rockets, domestic fans and many ball commentators had high hopes for him. It is believed that Chen Zhao, as long as he is able to establish a firm foothold in the NBA, will surely become the leader of the next generation of basketball in the Dragon Kingdom in the future. But as the saying goes, the higher the expectations, the greater the disappointment. According to media reports, Chen Zhao performed extremely poorly during team drills and could not get playing time at all. Even the summer league, at this level, can't get on the field. Now, the domestic fans exploded and started dissing Chen Zhao, thinking that Chen Zhao has lost his face to foreign countries. It's obvious that you don't play at the NBA level and have to go through the motions. As Chen Zhao's performance got worse and worse, his domestic heat grew instead. Of course, this heat is all negative. Clearly, all of them were disparaging and abusive to Chen Zhao. Some people even had fun with it for a while. But today, Chen Xiao ruthlessly slapped this group of people in the face with practical actions. Why do I say eye-opening? Because I see the possibility of Chen Xiao staying in the NBA. Yang Yi paused for a moment and continued. Don't look at Chen Xiao's data today is not outstanding, only got 2 points, 2 assists, 3 blocks and 1 steal data, but you have to know that this is Chen Xiao in less than 5 minutes on the court to get the data. In the final moments, it was also because of Chen Xiao's outstanding play that the Rockets later had the hope of turning the game around. I think that as long as Chen Xiao can keep up this level of performance today, staying in the NBA is not impossible. After listening to Yang Yi's analysis, Wang Meng continued, Indeed, Mr. Yang Yi summed it up very well. Chen Xiao's performance today is summarized in 4 words, a bright spot, especially giving up 3 consecutive blocks to Harden. It made my whole body hot to watch. I believe that as long as Chen Xiao keeps up the form he had today and fights aggressively on the field, there will be teams that will see him shine. It's natural for some people to praise and others to step on them. Those fans who didn't watch the match, after seeing Chen Xiao's stats, turned into keyboard warriors and denigrated Chen Xiao online. But what they didn't expect was that this time there were countless fans helping Chen Xiao to scold them. What's the situation? When did Chen Xiao have so many fans? Is there a mistake somewhere? The keyboard warriors thought they had gotten it wrong and went back to take a good hard look at the post-game stats. After determining that Chen Xiao only got a garbage statistic of 2 points, 2 assists, 3 blocks, and 1 steal, he once again came back to steel himself against the fans who supported Chen Xiao. What's all the shouting about? What's there to brag about in terms of Chen Xiao's garbage stats? I'll go on me. You're so proud of yourselves with 2 points. If you had 20 points you'd be in heaven. That's right, a bunch of unseasoned guys. Getting 2 points gets you all worked up like that. Fans Kobe Forever God said, you know a hammer. C did not see the game did not see the game, do not blindly force. Chen Xiao today's performance I give him full marks. Fan Little Emperor James said, although I'm not a fan of Chen Xiao, I also think Chen Xiao deserves to be honored for his performance today. Fans I want to play 10 said, do not blow not black. Chen Xiao today that continuous 3 cover is simply God. Like Uncle Mu possessed General, the Harden cover ground are almost crying. As more and more fans spoke for Chen Xiao, this group of keyboard warriors finally realized the seriousness of the problem. With that, the replay of today's game was immediately flipped out and watched. Crap, is this still Chen Xiao? Chasing Big Hat, nail board Big Hat. This is which is Uncle Mu possessed This is simply the Little Emperor James possessed For a time, countless keyboard warriors silently deleted their previous comments that had denigrated Chen Xiao, and instead joined the ranks of Chen Xiao's boastful army. This day, the words Chen Xiao is bullish appeared in every major basketball forum, posting bar, and every major sports network. Chapter 6 mission accomplished with an A+ rating. I'm not going to agree to let this Dragon Nation man stay on the team. General Manager's Office, Toyota Center, home of the Rockets. After coming out of the locker room, Mikhail went straight to the team's general manager, Daryl Morey, trying to persuade him to keep Chen Xiao. But what Mikhail never expected is that Murray's attitude is very tough, determined to cut Chen Xiao. Why? Mikhail expressed great puzzlement and tried to persuade Daryl. Don't forget that Chen is a native of the Dragon Kingdom, with a huge dragon market behind him. Signing him will be beneficial to both you and the team. Benefits? What do you think a water fountain attendant can be good for? Murray asked rhetorically. But Chan was so good today that I think he deserves a contract. Mikhail said firmly. Coach Kevin Mikhail, please wake up. You have to realize that there is only one Big Yao in the Dragon Nation. No one else can play in the NBA. Murray growled at Mikhail. Without waiting for Mikhail to speak, Murray continued. You don't have to say another word. I'm not going to give him a contract, not even if he's a dragon. I recognize that Chun has a huge dragon market behind him, but where's the how? Big Yao has opened up the dragon market for us, and the Rockets are the home team in the hearts of the vast majority of fans in Dragonland, and even if we don't sign Chen, they will still support us. In this, Murray has absolute confidence. Since the 09-10 season, the Rockets announced the rebuilding. Even if they have failed to break into the playoffs for 2 consecutive seasons, there is still a large number of fans in the distant Dragon Country to support them. These fans gave Mori the backbone to feel that even if he didn't sign Chen Xiao, it wouldn't affect the Rockets' status in the hearts of Dragon fans. You will regret your decision today. See, Mori's mind has been decided. Mikhail knows that he said more useless, left this sentence and slammed the door. Inside the locker room, Chen Xiao had already started packing up his things. There wasn't really much to pack, just a pair of sneakers and some toiletries. Chen, just wait a little longer. Maybe there's a turnaround? Marcus Camby stepped forward and advised. As a fellow defensive stalwart, Camby felt that Chen Xiao's performance today was so outstanding that he would definitely be able to stay. Pack up your stuff now. You might have to put it back in later. Chen Xiao smiled kindly at Camby without saying anything. If he could stay, the higher-ups would have informed him long ago. But almost an hour had passed since the end of the game, and there was no movement at all. so I guess there wasn't much of a chance. Just then, Mikhail returned. "Coach, how's it going?" Seeing Mikhail come back, Camby rushed forward and asked. The look was even more anxious than Chen Xiao, the person in question. Instead of answering Camby, Mikhail came to Chen Xiao and said with a helpless sigh, "Chen, I'm really sorry, I've tried my best." Upon hearing this, Chen Xiao's mood was very calm, an outcome that he had long anticipated. "Anyway, thank you coach," Chen Xiao said with a smile on his face, but this smile seemed so helpless to Mikhail, who reached out and patted Chen Xiao's shoulder wanting to say something, but not knowing what to say. "Coach, you don't have to comfort me, I'm fine," Chen Xiao said indifferently, although it is true that there are some regrets for not getting an official contract from the Rockets. At this moment Chen Xiao does not feel that this is the end of the world. Maybe he would have been sad before, but it's different now. He's got the system. Would he still not be able to play in the NBA with the system he has? This is not a place to stay, but a place to be. What's more, he was a born-again person with more than 10 years of memories from his latter life. For the next decade or so, the Rockets, for all their glory, never made it to the finals, let alone the O'Brien Cup, the symbol of the championship. "Chen, I believe you can stay in the NBA, and I can introduce you to other teams if you need help." Mikhail always felt that it was his fault for not keeping Chen Xiao, so he wanted to do something for him as a way to make it up to Chen Xiao. "No coach, I want to stay in the NBA on my own." After saying that, Chen Xiao picked up his things, made a farewell to the crowd, and walked out of the locker room. Looking at Chen Xiao's departing back, Mikhail silently sighed. For some reason, he always had a feeling that it would be a great loss for the Rockets to lose Chen Xiao. After walking out of the Toyota Center, Chen Xiao looked back at this both familiar and unfamiliar ballroom. It's where his NBA dreams began, but it will never be where they end. Ding! Mission accomplished. Host's overall rating for the match is A+, rewarded with 5 attribute points. At this time, a mechanical-like voice appeared in Chen Xiao's mind once again. The system reward arrived. According to the tasks previously released by the system, the attribute points rewarded by the system were rated based on Chen Xiao's performance on the field, with values ranging from 1 to 5. Now the system had directly rewarded 5 attribute points, which proved that Chen Xiao had performed very well in this match. Seeing this reward, Chen Xiao's heart once again lit up with fighting spirit. Although the temporary 30 attribute points rewarded by the rookie pack are gone, as long as you get an official contract, you'll get another 15 attribute points. In this way, his defense will not be weakened much. Without any hesitation, Chen Xiao placed all 5 attribute points he had just gained on defense, and as a result, his defense managed to go up to 60 points, the level of an average NBA player. It was also his third attribute to reach 60 points, after physical ability and potential. Same time, just as Chen Xiao was about to leave the Toyota Center, a deal with him in it was in the final stages of negotiation. Go back 10 minutes. Mikhail had just left Murray's office when Murray received a call from New York Knicks general manager Glenn Ward. "Hey Daryl, I'm Glenn Ward. I'll be blunt. I'm very interested in that Dragon Nation guy on your team. Why don't you give him to me?" When the call was answered, Glenn Ward got straight to the point. Instead of answering first, the savvy Murray quickly checked out the Knicks' current roster. He is trying to cut Chen Xiao, but if the Knicks are interested in Chen Xiao, he might be able to knock one off the Knicks. The Knicks deep in New York have the largest basketball market in the country, but they do have a perennial bottom of the league record. It's not that the Knicks brass won't spend money, it's that paper-thin New York corrupts the players who come here. Previously, the Knicks had been at the bottom of the East, and even the bottom of the league, for years, never able to break into the playoffs. Last season, the Knicks went on a major rebuild, bringing in all-star stars Melon Anthony and Little Bust Stoudemire, as well as championship point guard Chauncey Billups. Although they made it to the playoffs again after many years, they were unfortunately swept out in the first round by the Green Celtics 4 o'clock. So, for the new season they decided to make a comeback and build on their original lineup. Coincidentally, at this time, they discovered the treasure that was Chen Xiao. That's what led to this call from Glenn Ward. "Chen Xiao can give it to you guys, but what bargaining chip are you taking to trade with me?" Mo asked with a smile. Chapter 7 Trades, Traveling to the Knicks. "Tell you what, how about I offer a second-round pick from last year? Last year's second-round pick for one of this year's second-round picks alone. You're not losing out," Glenn Ward said with a laugh over the phone. Hearing that Glenn Ward wanted to use only one of last year's second-rounders to single for Chen Xiao, Maury immediately sneered and said, "Glenn Ward, do you think I'm a fool? Don't forget that Chen Xiao is a native of the Dragon Kingdom and behind him is the huge Dragon Kingdom market. If it were anyone else, the deal really wouldn't have been a bad one for either side. But it turned out that Chen Xiao was from the Dragon Kingdom, and the Dragon Kingdom market behind him was worth more than him as a person. So, the shrewd Murray wouldn't just sell Chen Xiao cheap." Without waiting for Glenn Ward to continue his offer, Murray spoke again. "I don't want players. I don't want cash. I just want draft picks. The Rockets are currently in the midst of a rebuild, and nothing strikes a chord in Maury's heart like draft picks. But draft picks are very important for any team because the only way to have a future is to have draft picks in hand. Conversely, teams without draft picks are overdrafting the future, and they can only bet big on the present. The Knicks introduced 3 all-star level stars last season. Can be said to have initially completed the rebuilding. This season is precisely to produce results in a season. For them, the present is more important than the future. Glenn Ward hesitated for just a moment before agreeing to Murray's proposal. Okay, I'll trade one of next year's second-round picks for Chen. No, not 1 second-round signing, but 2. And of course that 1 signing isn't out of the question if you're willing to offer a first-round signing, Murray said with a smile. Daryl Morey, you're taking advantage of the situation. Glenn Ward growled over the phone. Calm down, Glenn Ward. Don't forget that behind Chen Xiao is the entire dragon market. He's worth the price, Murray said kindly. Just like what Murray said, behind Chen Xiao was the entire dragon market. Faced with the entire dragon market, there is no doubt that Glenn Ward's heart was moved. Okay, a first-round pick. I'll set up the trade, Glenn Ward said through gritted teeth on the phone. While a first-round pick is valuable, it is clearly the latter that is more commercially viable compared to the entire dragon market. Besides, with the Knicks' current roster, their record won't be anywhere near as bad in future seasons, and the value of a first-round pick will only decrease, not increase. Soon, the Knicks and Rockets both reached a consensus on Chen Xiao's trade proposal and signed a trade contract as quickly as possible. Over here, Chen Xiao had not yet left the Toyota Center when he received a call from Murray. Chen Xiao picked up his cell phone and saw that it was Mo Dog calling. To be honest, Chen Xiao did not have a good impression of Mo Dog. The remarks made by Mo Dog back then were still fresh in Chen Xiao's mind. Making money from the Dragons, but still cursing the Dragons. Therefore, since Chen Xiao came to the Rockets, every time he saw Maury, he did not give the other party a good face. For this, Murray has always held a grudge, which is why he must cut Chen Xiao. Otherwise, a fool would give up on a huge dragon market. Chen Xiao hesitated for a moment, but still picked up Mo Lay's phone. Without too many greetings, as soon as the call was answered, Murray said directly, Chen, you've been traded to the New York Knicks. After saying that, he just hung up the phone. Listening to the busy tone coming from his cell phone, Chen Xiao froze stupidly in place. I'm getting traded here? But he only signed a short-term contract with the Rockets. Can that be traded? In his previous life, although Chen Xiao liked to watch football, he did not understand this aspect. At best, he occasionally paid attention to the news which player was traded, which player and the team renewed his contract. Things about trading and contractual details are a dime a dozen. Just then, his cell phone rang again. This time it was an unfamiliar number that called. Hello, I'm Chen Xiao. May I ask who is it? Chen Xiao asked in fluent English. Hello dear Chen. I'm Glenn Ward, the general manager of the New York Knicks. I'm sure you already know that you've been traded to the Knicks, Glenn Ward said. Yes, I've been informed. Great. I wonder when you can report to the team. As you know, the regular season is about to start and we need you badly, Glenn Ward said again. Chen Xiao looked at the time and said, I can fly to New York tonight. Okay, remember to call me when you get to New York. Rice time, October 21st, Madison Square Garden, New York. After showing Chen Xiao around the dugout, Glenn Ward led him to the training hall. At the moment, the Knicks players are playing group scrimmages under head coach Mike D'Antoni. Chen Xiao arrived in New York last night after 9 p.m. And after dealing with a night at the airport, he arrived at Madison Square Garden early this morning. Don't ask him why he didn't get a hotel. To ask is to be broke. The only money he had on him had been used to buy a plane ticket, and now his whole body added up to less than 100-meter blade. Coach Mike, this is Chun from the Dragon Kingdom. I'll leave him to you. Glenn Ward introduced Chen Xiao to D'Antoni before leaving the training center. Hello coach, I'm Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao introduced himself. D'Antoni nodded after looking Chen Xiao up and down. You wait aside for a moment now. You'll be replaced on the court later. For D'Antoni's arrangement, Chen Xiao did not have any opinion, nor did he dare to have an opinion. He's only a fringe player on any team he goes to now, a role player at best, a water cooler attendant at worst. His top priority right now is to earn a full contract. Why does Knicks want him? Chen Xiao's heart is clearer than anyone else's. It's just that he is interested in his identity as a Dragon countryman and the huge Dragon country market behind him. But basketball is ultimately about strength. Without strength, you never get a chance to play even if you have a lot of commercial value. Chen Xiao found a corner seat and watched the Knicks intra-squad game. As far as the current Knicks roster is concerned, it can be quite luxurious. Mellon Anthony, Stoudemire, J.R. Smith, Tyson Chandler, Mike Bibby, Byron Davis, and Jeremy Lin, also dark-haired and yellow. But for Chen Xiao, the competition was just as fierce. The Knicks are stocked with guards on their roster who will be his most direct competition if he wants to get consistent playing time. In other words, he's going to have to beat every guard on the Knicks roster if he wants a chance to play, no matter who the opponent is. Let your horse come, Chen Xiao thought in his mind. Chapter 8, Team Confrontation. Chen Xiao surprised by low-level mistakes. Pass the ball. Pass the ball. Stop him. Don't let him rush through. At the moment, the Knicks are playing an intra-squad scrimmage. The first team is a starting lineup led by Melon Anthony and Stoudemire. The other team was led by J.R. Smith and Byron Davis on the bench. Also on the sideline stood several non-rotation players just like Chen Xiao. Hey, you're from Rukoku? Just as Chen Xiao was watching the match intently, his shoulder was suddenly tapped. Chen Xiao twisted his head to see that it was Jeremy Lin, who was affectionately called Lin Crazy by the fans of the Dragon Nation. Lin Crazy. Seeing Lin Shohei take the initiative to find himself, Chen Xiao was so excited inside that even his voice trembled a little. No, no, no. Lin shook his head and said, my name is Jeremy Lin, not Lin Crazy. At those words, Chen Xiao was first slightly stunned and then reacted. Now Lin is no better than him, also a water cooler. But Chen Xiao knows that in the near future, Lin will become famous in one battle, sealing God in 3 battles, becoming a hero of the Knicks and even the entire New York City. The story of Jeremy Lin's rise to power is a cool novel. Not favored by anyone, he was entrusted with the task of leading the Knicks into the light. At the same time, he has inspired many young people. Let them learn what it means not to give up and not to give in. If you stick with it, you will succeed. It's also the reason why Lin has gained a huge fan base and has become a spiritual support for fans in the Dragon Nation after Big Yao retired and A-League left for the NBA. It's not like the NBA doesn't have any Dragon players because Jeremy Lin is still around. But it's different now, because there was still Chen Xiao, whose rebirth would completely change history. Of course I know your name is Lin Shohei. Lin Crazy is my nickname for you, Chen Xiao casually babbled. Lin Crazy? Hey, man, I like that nickname. Lin chimed in, expressing his great fondness. Perhaps it was because both were dark-haired and yellow-skinned that they chatted so much. Just as the two were chatting, head coach D'Antoni suddenly called out toward the two. Lin, Chen, it's your turn to play. Dude, it's our turn on the field. Lin stretched out his right hand. Chen Xiao saw this and hurriedly shook it. Then their shoulders collided together. It's a unique way of greeting people in Rice. The two then came on for Byron Davis and J.R. Smith from the bench. Chen Xiao and Lin were on the same team, with Lin playing the no. 1 spot and Chen Xiao playing the no. 2 spot. Instead, they're up against veteran Mike Bibby and rookie Iman Shumpert, whom the Knicks drafted 17th overall in the first round this year. Chen Xiao knows this person. The other side is a typical 3D player. In his previous life was selected in the best rookie lineup for a while, in the 15-16 season after the transfer to the Cavaliers to become LeBron James with the sword guard, followed the Cavaliers to win the championship that season. Therefore, its strength should not be underestimated. This intra-squad practice game will also see Chen Xiao going directly against Shumpert. After a few substitutions, the lineup on the field became: starting team, point guard, Mike Bibby, point guard, Iman Shumpert, small forward, Cameron Anthony, power forward, Amare Stoudemire, center, Tyson Chandler, replacement team, point guard, Jeremy Lin, scoring guard, Chen Xiao, small forward, Landry Fields, power forward, Steve Novak, center Josh Harrelson. It goes without saying that the starting team's lineup is luxurious. Melon Anthony is known as an offensive kaleidoscope and one of the future top 75 NBA players of all time for his outstanding scoring ability. Stoudemire and Big Yao entered the NBA at the same time, with 6 career All-Star selections and 1 Best 11 bout. Mike Bibby is at the end of his career, but the skinny camel is bigger than the horse. And with years of experience he's still a strong contender for the Knicks' regular season no. 1 spot. Tyson Chandler, nicknamed the King of Fighters, is known for his defense and was one of the key contributors to the Mavericks championship run just last season with the Mavericks. Compared to the starting lineup, the replacement lineup that Chen Xiao was in couldn't be seen. Both he and Lin are in the water cooler class. Steve Novak, the filler sent in the trade for Tyson Chandler. Landry Fields was a second-round pick of the Knicks last year, and Glenn Ward was going to trade him for Chen Xiao, but was turned down by Mo Dog. This person Chen Xiao is not very familiar with, and has not even heard much of the other party's name, and it is thought that after that, he is also a poor person who has been eliminated by the NBA. As for the bench, center Josh Harrelson, also a second-round pick this year, was traded directly to the Knicks after being drafted by the Pelicans. It's safe to say that the starting team is a bunch of veterans with years of experience in the NBA, while the bench is a bunch of rookies just entering the league. The most experienced would be Steve Novak, but it's only been 5 years in the league. The game began with the starting team serving first. Mike Bibby carried the ball across half-court before handing it off directly to Melon Anthony. Anthony hits a backhanded 1-2 with ease. This kind of offense was too simple for him, as simple as eating and drinking. After the ball was converted, Lin brought the ball across half-court. He just wanted to command his teammates to run plays, but when he thought that Chen Xiao had just come to the team and didn't know the Knicks' tactical system, he immediately dismissed the idea and turned to calling for the big center to come out and play the block. The blocking play is the most basic offensive play in basketball play anymore. Many complex offensive plays evolve from blocking plays. With the help of a block, Lin forced his way through the aging Bibi and hit back with a sharp mid-range shot. At this time, Lin's calm and unhurried appearance has vaguely had the shadow of the later Lin crazy. For the next few rounds, Chen Xiao didn't have much of a chance to perform, merely following back and forth with a few tosses and turns, and the score on the field, 2, was a big deficit for the replacements. It can't be helped. The starting team has Anthony on the outside, Zay Stoudemire on the inside, Mike Bibby in the organization, Chandler the champ on defense, and Schumpert with a couple of nerve-wracking three-pointers every now and then. On the contrary, what about the substitutes? Except Lin scored 3 goals with his individual ability. Others have no role at all. Replacement team's possession. Lin once again brought the ball across the half-court before passing it to Chen Xiao, thinking to let him make a play. Chen Xiao received the pass as if he had received a hot potato, thinking about hurrying to pass the ball to his teammates. After all, with the offense he has now, it's simply a crapshoot against the starting team. But the next second, Lin shouted toward Chen Xiao, "Chen, hit one yourself." Seeing the crowd pull away, Chen Xiao knew that he had to fight this round. If he passes at this point, not to mention what D'Antoni thinks of him, even his teammates will think he's wimpy. In that case, I'll give it a try. At this moment, Chen Xiao also wanted to prove himself. However, beep beep beep, walking violation. Chen Xiao was so nervous that he forgot to dribble first. On the sidelines, D'Antoni frowned when he saw that Chen Xiao had made such a low-level mistake, and casually gave Chen Xiao a big cross in the record book. Chapter 9 training can also add attribute points. It's okay, take it easy, and play well on the next pitch. Chen Xiao made a mistake, and instead of blaming him, Lin was the first to come up and comfort him. Chen Xiao nodded his thanks and turned around to put in his defense. On the offensive side of the ball, Chen Xiao really doesn't have much talent, but on the defensive side of the ball talent can be less important. Defense is about positivity and attitude. Even if you're tall and statically gifted and distracted on defense, you can't grow into the defensive gatekeeper of your team. If Chen Xiao's current advantage was anything, it was only his attitude. Back in his own half of the court, Chen Xiao signaled toward Lin to switch defenses and have him defend Mike Bibby. Although Lin didn't know why Chen Xiao suddenly asked for a defense change, he agreed without a moment's hesitation. By this time, Mike Bibby had taken the ball across half-court. Chen Xiao immediately pounced on him, tearing into Mike Bibby like a mad dog. Veteran Bibi is also considered to have seen a great deal of wind and waves. Facing Chen Xiao's death-twisting defense appeared to be at ease. He was seen groveling and pushing his butt against Chen Xiao, his right hand protecting the ball as he slowly advanced. Chen Xiao pressed his right hand against Bibi's waist and stopped Bibi's right side with his left hand open. Facing Bibi, Chen Xiao didn't dare to reach out and break the ball, because he knew that once he reached out and broke the ball, Bibi could just turn around and pass him cleanly. But don't think that if Chen Xiao doesn't reach out and break the ball, Bibi can't do anything with him. Bibi first used his left hand to direct his teammates to run, then suddenly made a back turn to pass Chen Xiao and accelerated to kill straight inside. Chen Xiao could only look at Bibi's back and watch him score the ball on a 3-step layup. One can only say that Chen Xiao was still too young. A veteran like Bibi, every cell in his body is a fake, and if you're not paying attention, you'll fall for it. However, Chen Xiao did not therefore discouraged. After all, experience needs to be accumulated. The appropriate tuition should be paid is still to be paid. After Bibi scored this goal, he deliberately passed by Chen Xiao on his way back to defense and whispered, "Kid, whether it's an official match or a training match, concentration should always be high. Your opponent may make a fake move at any time. These fakes could be a look, a word, or even any subtle gesture." Chen Xiao recalled Bibi's words and was just about to thank him when he looked up and realized that Bibi had already run away. Immediately afterward, Chen Xiao burned these words into his mind and went back into the attack. This time, without waiting for Lin to pass the ball, Chen Xiao took the initiative to go forward for the ball. Lin Shihao also did not hesitate to pass to Chen Xiao when he saw the situation. Chen Xiao received the ball at the top position of the arc and dribbled while observing his teammates' running position. Since he's going to be the best two-way guard in NBA history, defense alone won't cut it. What's a dual energy guard? An all-around defender who can organize as well as attack. Now just because he's not good offensively doesn't mean he's not organized. A player's organizational skills are good or bad, depending on the combination of qualities. First of all, is the player dominant in height and does he have adequate passing vision? Secondly, the ability to get the ball into the hands of a teammate in a timely manner when you see an opportunity is a test of passing prowess. Many players in the NBA play the guard position but are not as good of a passer as a center. Finally, there's the big picture. A good organizer must have a good view of the big picture and know what to do when. Not just pass the ball or just score. When a teammate's hand is hot, it's time to pass the ball more often to the teammate with the hot hand. When your teammates have cold hands and can't shoot the ball, it's time to step up and score. When your teammates don't have a chance, find a way to tear up the opposing team's defensive formation and create scoring opportunities for your teammates. It seems easy to say, but it's not easy to be a top organizer. Chen Xiao knows that there is still a small gap between himself and the top organizers, but Rome wasn't built in a day, and one bite won't make you fat. Besides, he didn't think he could turn into a passing master in the blink of an eye. All he could do now was to show his passing sense. In the middle of his thoughts, Lin had already gotten open at the three-point line with the help of his teammates' cover. Chen Xiao made a straight pass and didn't hesitate to pass the ball to the open Jeremy Lin. Lin caught the ball, got his hands up and hit a solid three. After the ball scored, Lin took the initiative to run over and celebrate with Chen Xiao with a high five. Nice pass. You pitched well too. For the next few rounds, Chen Xiao continued to rip BB apart on the defensive end. BB was older after all, and even with all his experience, his body's reaction still couldn't keep up with his brain's reaction speed. Chen Xiao also took the opportunity to break a few balls and show off his defensive abilities. On the offensive end, Chen Xiao and Lin worked well together, playing the dual guard wonder. Chen Xiao was even more fortunate to score a goal. Of course, he took all of his shots only when he was absolutely open, but even with the wide open opportunities, Chen Xiao's hitting percentage was still a bit dismal. 1 out of 5 for a pathetic 20% shooting percentage. Soon, a 12-minute period of confrontation was played. The first team won the intra-squad scrimmage by a resounding 43-18 margin. The confrontation ended with D'Antoni calling a 10-minute break in place. However, Chen Xiao still held the basketball and prepared to go on the court to practice shooting for a while. At this time, Lin came over with 2 bottles of sports drinks and handed Chen Xiao a bottle and said, "Rest for a while. You'll have to run tactics later." "Thanks." Chen Xiao took the drink and said thank you. Since we're going to be running tactics later, it's better to retain a little bit of energy. Although Chen Xiao just came to the Knicks, but with his understanding of D'Antoni, he coached the team basically to run and bomb tactics. The running game can be very physical. After all, how do you run up and down the field when you don't have enough stamina? Taking advantage of the time to rest, Chen Xiao opened the system interface, wanting to continue to study what other functions the system had. But as soon as he opened the system interface, a message alert popped up on it. Ding! Congratulations to the hosts passing attribute +1 and organization attribute +1. What's going on here? Attributes can still add themselves? Seeing that his passing and organization had gone up a bit, Chen Xiao froze for a moment. Does it mean that training can also increase attribute points? After thinking for half a day, Chen Xiao could only think of this one possibility. Thinking of this, Chen Xiao decided to stay and practice shooting a bit more after the team training was over later on, to see if he could continue to increase his attributes. Meanwhile, on the other side, several veterans gathered to discuss something. "Hey Melon, what do you think of that new Dragon Nation kid?" Mike Bibby asked with a smile. "To be honest, it's not very good. At his level he can't even play in the NBA. Instead I prefer the kid from Harvard." Melon Anthony shook his head and said, "I do like this kid. This kid has a positive attitude on defense and a good passing sense. It's not a big problem to coach and train to be a substitute." Mike Bibby's point of view is exactly the opposite of Anthony. Just now, in his direct matchup with Chen Xiao, he saw the potential in this young man and felt that Chen Xiao could play in the NBA. "So, should we make a bet? Let's just bet on which of these two ends up staying," Anthony suggested. "Okay, whoever loses buys the whole team dinner." Mike Bibby agreed with a smile. "It's a deal. It's a deal." Chapter 10, Extra Practice, Pain and Pleasure. 10 minutes later, the break was over. D'Antoni gathered the crowd together and started going over the plays. For veterans, D'Antoni's playbook isn't complicated, but for the rookie who just joined the team, that's a different story, and is as clueless as a fly on the wall on the field as to what position he should go to. Although Chen Xiao understood the tactics, he didn't have a chance to play and could only stand on the field and watch. However, Chen Xiao was not completely unproductive, as he watched his teammates' tactical runs while keeping the mistakes they had made in mind. Finally, a round of tactics was run and Chen Xiao got his chance to get on the field. Because of the previous mistake demonstration, Chen Xiao did not make the same mistake again after he took the field. The tactical runs were pretty accurate, but unfortunately the final shot was always a crotch pull on that one. Although this was a tactical drill, D'Antoni was also observing the form and fundamentals of individual players. When he saw Chen Xiao's terrible hitting percentage, he drew another big fork for Chen Xiao in his little book. The Knicks currently have 17 players on their roster and league rules only allow a team to have 15 before the start of the season, with any extras being cut, and not all of the remaining 15 will necessarily see playing time. Generally, A team's primary rotation is in the 8 to 10 man range, with 2 being used as backups to be able to fill in the event of an injury to someone in the rotation. The last 3 that were left were either relegated to being the team's water cooler keeper or being sent down by the team to play in the developmental league below the NBA league, unless there was a massive injury on the team. The Knicks are okay with staffing at every other position, except for a very crowded guard line. Counting Chen Xiao, there's a total of 7, so at least one person is going to be cut. And of those 7, Mike Bibby and Byron Davis are both veterans joining the team at base salaries and are experienced at a great price point. Shumpert was a first-round pick this year and is a key young player for the Knicks to develop. J.R. Smith, on the other hand, is a notorious nerve knife, and even Kobe is no match when God is up. That leaves Tony Douglas, Jeremy Lin, and Chen Xiao competing for 2 seats. With the immediate success Lin has shown in practice, I think the odds are that he'll be able to stay. But Tony Douglas is a bit up in the air. His situation is no better than Chen Xiao, and even his position in the team is not as good as Chen Xiao, a newcomer who just reported to the team. Tony Douglas was a first-round pick in 2009, drafted 29th overall by the Lakers and subsequently traded to the Knicks. However, Tony Douglas was only 1.88 m, a full 10 centimeters shorter than Chen Xiao. As far as size is concerned, Chen Xiao has the advantage, but Tony Douglas was able to contribute 10.6 points per game last season and is more than capable of scoring better than Chen Xiao is now. Therefore, it was still difficult for Chen Xiao to squeeze him out. Half an hour later. That's it for today. We'll meet tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. and head to Chicago to play the Bulls in their final preseason game. After that, D'Antoni left the training center with a group of assistant coaches. One by one, the other players then packed up their belongings and returned to the locker room. Chen Xiao, on the other hand, picked up the basketball on the ground and took the initiative to start practicing shooting. Bang bang bang. The first few shots, without exception, were all iron. The crisp sound of iron managed to get the attention of his teammates who had not yet left. Tony Douglas was secretly relieved to see such a poor shooting percentage from Chen Xiao. At this level, it looks like the retention spot is mine, Douglas muttered and turned to leave the training hall. Seeing that Chen Xiao took the initiative to stay for extra practice, Lin stayed with him and helped Chen Xiao pick up the ball and pass it. Boy, who did you learn that shooting stance from? It sucks. Mike Bibby was ready to leave, but when he saw that Chen Xiao had stayed behind, he looked on for a while. It was better if he didn't look at it, but at a glance, he couldn't wait to shove Chen Xiao back in to rebuild. With Chen Xiao's shooting motion, it would be strange to have a high hit rate. After all, shooting stance is something that can directly affect hitting percentage. Hearing Mike Bibby's words, Chen Xiao slightly stunned. He felt that there was no problem with his shooting posture. He has always thrown like this. Mike Bibby picked up a basketball from the ground and posed for a shot and said, "Drag the basketball with your right hand like this. Put your left hand in this position. Then drive your waist with your knees and finally focus your power on your wrist. Like this." Mike Bibby gave a demonstration. Swish! After the basketball made a beautiful arc in the air, it should go into the net. Chen Xiao carefully looked at the details of each of Mike Bibby's movements, but he always felt that his posture was the same as Bibby's. There was no difference. "No, that's not the right hand shape for you." After seeing Chen Xiao's posture, Mike Bibby took the initiative to step forward and corrected him. "You try it with this posture." Bang! 3 non-stains. Chen Xiao surprisingly threw a triple non-strike. He was at least able to touch the basket before, but now Mike Bibby corrected him so much that he didn't even touch the net, not to mention the basket. Just when Chen Xiao thought that Mike Bibby would curse, he instead encouraged. "Very good, very good. Keep holding that position. Don't care about the 3 no-hitters. It's just something you're not used to yet, and when you do the hits will come up naturally." Hearing Mike Bibby's encouragement, Chen Xiao tried another shot. This time, the trajectory of the basketball flight is really much more positive, and also touched the basket, but due to the force is too small, the ball smashed in the rim of the basket and bounced out. Again, this ball gave Chen Xiao great confidence, shouting towards Lin Shohei to signal him to pass the ball. Lin, who has become a ball boy, is not angry, but rather enjoys himself. Lin passed the ball to Chen Xiao, who caught the ball and jumped straight up to take a shot. Bang! Swish! This ball, Chen Xiao used a little more force, but it was a hit. Mike Bibby, who was on the sidelines, saw this and couldn't help but nod. "That's it, keep it up. Let's go ahead and practice 3,000 shots today and develop as much muscle memory as possible." 10 p.m. The lights were still on in the training hall. Every now and then there's the thud of a basketball hitting the floor coming through. 2,997, 2,998, 2,999, 3,000, finally voted. After throwing the last ball, Chen Xiao directly collapsed to the floor in exhaustion. At this moment, Chen Xiao was incomparably tired, so tired that he could not even lift his hands, but his mood was as pleasant as it had ever been. 3,000 shots have raised his mid-range from 50 at the start to 52 points today. Don't look at just a measly 2 points, but through those 3,000 shots he proved one thing. That is, the increase of attributes is not the only way to add points. Training can also increase the value of personal attributes. It just takes hard work and sweat. At the same time, it also made Chen Xiao even more eager to get a formal contract and obtain those 15 attribute points as early as possible. Chapter 11, Anthony plays a big game. Chen Xiao on the match list. After taking a hot shower in the locker room, Chen Xiao went back to the temporary residence the team had prepared for them with Lin. It's not very luxurious, but it's better than sleeping at the airport. There was no talk all night. Early the next morning, before dawn, Chen Xiao got up. For him now, time is money. He had to seize every second to improve himself as much as possible. While attribute points could certainly allow him to increase his strength in a very short period of time, daily training was also essential. After all, the attribute points were limited, and the various attributes that needed to be added were too many to be added with just that little bit of attributes. It's not a lot of points added to the training, but a mosquito is still meat. Add a little bit a day and it adds up over time, and that's substantial. Chen Xiao first went out for a 5-kilometer morning run, then returned to the 24-hour gym in the apartment to do a few sets of cardio exercises. I looked at the early hour, only 6:30 a.m., and went to practice shooting for another half hour. He waited until 7 o'clock before he went back to change his clothes and get ready to rush to the dugout. Yesterday, D'Antoni said to gather at 9 a.m. Chen Xiao wanted to go there earlier. One way was to practice some more, and the other was to get some breakfast. He's so poor now he can't even afford to eat. Last night's dinner also rubbed off on the team, otherwise he wouldn't have stayed in the dugout so late. Originally, Chen Xiao thought that he was the only one who thought this way, but he didn't realize that Lin Xiaoheo had the same idea as him. When he was ready to go out again, he happened to run into Lin Xiaoheo, who was also ready to go out. "Brother Lin, so early?" Chen Xiao asked with a smile. "It's still early. Your kid is back from his morning exercise. If I don't get up, I'm going to be caught up by your kid." Lin laughed to himself. Chen Xiao smiled awkwardly and didn't answer, and then the two of them walked to the dugout together. They didn't live very far from the ballpark, and it was only 10 minutes if they ran there. 9:10 a.m. 10 minutes had passed since the allotted assembly time, but they still hadn't departed, because the Knicks star, Melon Carmelo Anthony, isn't here yet. D'Antoni frowned and looked at his watch. No one knew what he was thinking right now, but everyone could tell from his expression that he was angry with the consequences. It was another 5 minutes before Anthony arrived. "Sorry, I overslept." Anthony walked into the dugout yawning and explained to D'Antoni. Instead of saying anything, D'Antoni made a direct announcement in front of the crowd. "I'll talk about the roster for today's game." Originally he was going to wait until he got on the plane to make the announcement, but now he's changed his mind. Starting for today's game are Tyson Chandler, Mike Bibby, and J.R. Smith. The bench is Bill Walker, Byron Davis, Jeremy Lin, and Chen Xiao. When D'Antoni finished announcing the list of participants, for a moment even the players and other members of the coaching staff froze. "Where's Anthony? How come Cameron Anthony's name isn't on the list of participants?" At first, it was just as well that Anthony's name wasn't on the starting roster. After all, it's just a preseason game, and it's not unusual for the star of the show not to start. But not even having the star of the show on the bench is a bit of an anomaly. It would be fine if Anthony couldn't play with an injury, but he wasn't injured. Although D'Antoni didn't say so explicitly, everyone knew he was giving Melon a hard time. The new season is about to start. As the core of the team, Melon even take the lead to be late. Obviously did not put him as a coach said words in mind. However, in the eyes of the Melon this is just a small thing, and it is not a game late, there is no need to make a fuss. But he never thought that D'Antoni would really cancel his chance to play for such a small thing. Seeing this, Melon is also instantly on the head, twisting his head and leaving, not giving D'Antoni the slightest face. A couple of assistant coaches tried to talk some sense into it, but were chastised by D'Antoni. "Let him go," D'Antoni yelled. The ultimate beneficiary of Melon's inability to play is no other than Chen Xiao. Originally, Chen Xiao was not qualified to play, but it was because Melon was late and was cancelled by D'Antoni to play, which gave him the opportunity. In the afternoon, Chen Xiao followed the team to Chicago on a chartered plane. On the airplane, he was thinking about how he could have a bright performance in this game. After all, he doesn't get many opportunities to play, and he's going to take advantage of every one of them in an effort to impress head coach D'Antoni. After disembarking from the plane, head to the hotel, and after checking in its free time, the game was scheduled for 8 p.m., and D'Antoni asked the crowd to gather 2 hours early to head to the ballpark. It's 1 p.m., and we have a full 5 hours before the rendezvous. 5 hours is not too long to say, not too short to say. Chen Xiao did not know how to pass the time, so he dragged Lin Xiaoheo to the hotel's gym to practice strength for a while. The others went straight back to their rooms and went to sleep. If this was a night, these guys would definitely go to a nightclub to pass the time. But unfortunately, the nightclubs were not open yet. After practicing for more than an hour, Lin took the initiative to call off Chen Xiao. Chen, stop practicing. Almost there. There's a game tonight. Chen Xiao thought about it and felt that Lin Xiaohao had a point. Now that he had wasted all his physical strength, what about the night game? So the two of them went back to their rooms in pairs. The Knicks live up to their reputation as one of the richest teams in the league. When you go out to play a game, the hotels you book are all for one person. After returning to his room, Chen Xiao couldn't sleep for a while, so he looked for the video of the Chicago Bulls' previous preseason games and watched them. The Chicago Bulls in recent seasons have been the newest in the league, and last season their star Derrick Rose also became the youngest MVP in NBA history and got the #1 regular season record. With Rose leading the way, the Bulls are also in the Eastern Conference Finals again after 13 years, but alas, they ended up not having to have the Heat, who had the Big Three, swept out by the gentlemen in the Eastern Conference Finals. This year, he has made a comeback after a patch-up, and his strength should not be underestimated. Against such a strong team, and in the absence of Melon Anthony, it is almost impossible for the Knicks to win. However, it was not without good news for Chen Xiao. The Bulls' backup guards, who are generally short, are all under 5 feet 9 inches except for one, Ronnie Brewer, who is 2 feet 1 inch. Even Brewer, who is more often seen at the power forward position, is almost impossible to match up against, regardless of who he was matched up against. Even if he was matched up against Rose, Chen Xiao would not wimp out. Even if he wasn't as strong as Ross, even if he would be blown away by Ross, Chen Xiao was going to let Ross know how powerful he was. Derrick Rose, come on. Chapter 12, Final Quarter. On the field, 7:50 p.m. Rice time. Players from both sides have begun to enter the field to warm up. In the meantime, it's exactly 7:50 in the morning on the Dragons side. Penguin Sports broadcast booth was flooded with fans. Even though it was a weekend, fans got up early to watch the game. I've been looking forward to the Ross fight. Where's Melon? How come I don't see Melon warming up on the field? He's not injured, is he? Aren't you guys here to see Chen Xiao? Chen Xiao? What's there to see in him? 9,494. You can't play for the Rockets and you can play for a different team? Chen Xiao's performance in the last game was still okay, and I don't know what the Rockets were thinking to trade him. What else can you think? It must be that you think Chen Xiao can't play in the NBA. The game hasn't even started yet and the fans in the booth are already chatting away. However, the vast majority of the people were not here for Chen Xiao, but for Ross and Anthony. Mr. Yang Yi, which side do you favor more for this game? Commentator Kofan asked. Before I get to my point, let me tell you two pieces of news, one bad and one good. Then let's hear the bad news first. Kovan clucked. Yang Yi smiled faintly at Kofan, satisfied with his jokes. The bad news is that according to the official update, it is confirmed that Anthony will not play this game. As to whether he is injured or for what reason he can't play, it is still necessary to give further official news to confirm. What about the good news? The good news is that there is a high probability that Chen Xiao will be able to play in this match. Hearing Yang Yi's words, the fans in the chat room directly exploded. What kind of good news is that? They came to see Rose battle Anthony, not Chen Xiao. Soon after, the players warmed up and the game officially began. Chen Xiao is naturally sitting on the bench next to fellow struggler Jeremy Lin. At the moment, the two could only serve as cheerleaders on the bench, watching the starters play on the field. For this game, D'Antoni put J.R. Smith in the starting lineup as Melon was not playing. The rest are Mike Bibby, Shumpert, Stoudemire and Tyson Chandler. On the other side of the ball, the Bulls have an even more loaded lineup. Rose, Luol Deng, Boozer, Hamilton, Noah. Sure enough, the Bulls caught the Knicks off guard at the start of the game. Rose shot inside and out and alone scored the Bulls' first 10 points. On the other hand, the Knicks side, due to Les Anthony's strength greatly reduced, the offensive end of no rules, had to rely on Stoudemire to chisel hard inside. But against Boozer's defense, Stoudemire didn't take much advantage. The Bulls capitalized on the opportunity and quickly built a double-digit lead. D'Antoni's tactical system is based on the running game, and Stoudemire is considered his favorite disciple, so it is reasonable to say that he will play well in this tactical system. And J.R. Smith is also a master of chaos, but ran into an aging Mike Bibby. It's not that Bibby is not strong, but he's too old to pick up speed. What's a running game without speed? It's no surprise that the run and gun can't beat the Bulls, and the score is down. At the end of the first quarter, the Knicks trailed the Bulls by a full 20 points, 18-38. It's safe to say that the Bulls blew the game open in just one quarter. The second quarter began with both teams entering the rotation. Lin got a chance to play before Chen Xiao. Once Lin got on the court, he replicated Rose's performance in the beginning of the first quarter. Individuals with back-to-back bursts of shooting cut down 8 points. leading the Knicks to a 12-4 wave of attack, cutting the deficit to 12 points. D'Antoni has been very happy with Lin's performance and has given him more playing time. But when the Bulls starters returned, the score was once again lopsided. By halftime, the Bulls had once again stretched their deficit to over 20 points, 75-53. Going into halftime, Penguin Sports Live, Kovan and Youngie talked about how both teams played in the first half. As far as the first half of the game is concerned, the lack of Anthony has had a huge impact on the Knicks, and that's evident in the score. Youngie said, "Indeed, but Lin's performance in the first part of the second quarter can be said to be very bright. I wonder when our Dragon player Chen Xiao will get a chance to play." Kofan added, "That's exactly what I was going to say. Even though the Knicks are behind in the score, it's a good thing for Chen Xiao. The game goes into garbage time early so Chen Xiao can get more playing time." Youngie said. However, by the time the second half started, Chen Xiao was still being held down on the bench by D'Antoni. Throughout the third quarter, Chen Xiao didn't even get a minute of playing time. D'Antoni didn't even look at him as if he had forgotten that there was Chen Xiao on the team. Instead, Chen Xiao's biggest competitor, Tony Douglas, got a full chunk of playing time in the third quarter. Seeing that there was only 1 quarter of play left before the full game was over, just when Chen Xiao was on the verge of despair, as well as his own ironclad inability to get on. Just 2 minutes into the fourth quarter, D'Antoni called a timeout and initiated a change in the rotation. At this point in the game, the Knicks are down by 24 points, and this game has long been hopeless. So rather than risk injuries by keeping the rotation on the floor, it's better to give the players who haven't been on the floor yet some opportunities. Thinking of this, D'Antoni glanced at Chen Xiao at the end of the bench. Coincidentally, at this time, Chen Xiao was also looking at D'Antoni. The gazes of the two collided in the void, and Chen Xiao knew that his chance had come. Penguin Live. "It looks like Chen Xiao won't be able to play today," Yang sighed and said. From the beginning of the second half, the game has entered the garbage time, but even so D'Antoni would rather let Tony Douglas on the field than let Chen Xiao play, which is enough to show that Chen Xiao has not yet gained the trust of D'Antoni. Kofan was even more indignant on behalf of Chen Xiao, saying, "The same are the team's fringe players. Why Douglas can get a section of playing time, while Chen Xiao doesn't even get a minute of playing time." However, Kovan had just finished spitting. The next second, the timeout comes back. Chen Xiao, wearing the No. 10 jersey, finally took the field. Previously with the Rockets, Chen Xiao's jersey number was number 1, but with the Knicks, the No. 1 jersey has gone to Stoudemire, the team's second in command. So, he had to reselect his jersey number. As for why he chose the No. 10 jersey? Because his basketball initiation came from a 90s anime where the main character wore the number 10 jersey. Chapter 13, Come Up and Make an Iron First. Dude, take it easy. Lin Shihao saw that Chen Xiao had just come on the court with a somewhat dull expression, and he thought that Chen Xiao was nervous, so he came up and patted Chen Xiao's head and encouraged him. "Ringo, I'm fine." Chen Xiao smiled at Lin and said, the reason he was fuming was because of the quest released by the system. Ding! Single game mission released, please ask the host to obtain 10 points or 5 points, 5 assists, 1 steal and 1 cap in this game. The mission reward will be decided based on the host's performance on the field. 10 points a game? The system seemed to think too highly of him, let alone 10 points. Even 1 point Chen Xiao does not dare to guarantee that he can get it, so the option of 10 points in a single game was automatically ignored by Chen Xiao. But the second option isn't any less difficult than the previous one. Although, the score for the second option is lowered and only requires 5 points, but the difficulty of the other aspects comes up. 1 steal and 1 cap is okay. Chen Xiao thinks he can still get it if he puts up a fight. Just this 5 assists will be difficult. Scoring, steals, and caps are all things you can do just by yourself. But assists are a different story. Assists need a teammate to put the ball in for them to count. And if a teammate is a little pitiful or has a poor hand, it's not going to get the job done. Therefore, no matter if it was option 1 or option 2, it was an impossible task for Chen Xiao to accomplish. Whatever, for the sake of attribute points, fight it out. Chen Xiao has no choice. In order to be able to stay in the NBA, he can only continue to challenge himself, break through himself and overcome himself. There's no way back for him. The game continues to start. The lineups on both sides of the field were substitutions. The Knicks side of the lineup is a bunch of shrimp and crabs that aren't worth a damn. Except for Jeremy Lin. On the opposite side of the Bulls, Korver, Brewer, Mike James, Asic and Jimmy Butler. A real man with a will of steel. But the good thing is, Butler is still a rookie today, having just joined the Bulls this year, and is not as well drafted as Shumpert. Now Chen Xiao was the only one in the world who knew how hard this man would be in the future. If he could, he would prefer to be teammates with a player like Butler rather than with Melon Anthony. However, he's on his own right now, so how can he have any say in deciding how the team is run? If he can hit his stride and become a team leader, it might be okay. That's all for later. and it's not really realistic to think about it now. Currently Chen Zhao's primary concern is Mike James, who is opposite him. Mike James is a player who has been in the NBA for 10 seasons and is considered a veteran. But in those 10 seasons, he spent the vast majority of his time playing as the team's backup. Chen Zhao knew him mainly because he had been Big Yao's teammate and played a season with him. It was the same year that he was traded to the Raptors because he was playing for the Rockets, which led to one of the highest seasons of his career. In the 05-06 season, while with the Raptors, Mike James was able to average 23 points, 8 assists and 3 rebounds per game in his debut season for the Raptors. That statistic is also the best season of his 10-year career. After that, Mike James saw a precipitous drop in his numbers, going straight from 23 to 1 points. As age increases, Mike James' strength is also declining year by year. Although it cannot play the starting lineup, but playing the bench is still more than enough. The Knicks have the ball and serve a sideline pass. At this time, Lin suddenly patted Chen Zhao's butt and said, "Relax, as long as there's a chance I'll definitely pass the ball to you." Seriously, Lin was really good to Chen Zhao. Obviously, he was not even sure he could be left behind, but instead, he kept thinking about Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao looked at Lin and nodded heavily. "Okay Lin, I won't fail your pass." Seeing Chen Zhao on the field, countless Chinese fans in the Penguin live streaming room immediately spat. "Chen Zhao is on. What's there to see in this match? Let's go, everyone disperse. The Lakers-Celtics game is in overtime, so hurry up guys, you might even see a shutout." Both teams played at the same time, but unlike this side of a one-sided game, the Lakers and Celtics played a hard-fought game, and the game went into overtime after regulation time went scoreless. At one point, more than half of the fans exited the broadcast booth in favor of the Lakers-Celtics game. Chen Zhao did not know what was happening in the live broadcast. At the moment he had already come to the front court and landed in the bottom corner position. Mike James took a look and immediately followed and stood beside Chen Zhao. "Hello, are you from the Dragon Kingdom?" Mike James asked in broken Chinese. "Yes." Chen Zhao did not expect Mike James to take the initiative to talk to him, but he still politely replied back, "Dragon Country is very good." Saying that, Mike James even gave Chen Zhao a thumbs up. Chen Zhao froze for a moment, not knowing what to say back. As it happened, Lin had already crossed half-court with the ball. Lin stood at the top of the arc and observed his teammates' positions. Seeing the Bulls take man-to-man defense, Lin Shihao immediately moved his feet and accelerated to break through towards the basket. Meanwhile, the Bulls side immediately contracted under the basket to try to block Lin. Lin glimpsed Chen Zhao in the bottom left corner with his afterglow, then turned his head to the right, but with a gentle wave of his right hand, he passed the ball to Chen Zhao, who was waiting on the left side. A no-look pass that fooled everyone. Even Chen Zhao thought Lin was going to pass the ball to his teammate on the right side. At this time, Chen Zhao received Lin's second pass. There are no Bulls players within 2 meters in front of him, which can be described as a big empty space. With a wide-open opportunity, Chen Zhao didn't hesitate and pulled up for a 3-point shot. Next bench, everyone was already up and ready to cheer for Chen Zhao. However, bang! The basketball hit the rim and bounced off the basket. The wide-open opportunity was not grasped. A bit of a pity, but it's okay. Chen Zhao, after all, just came on the court. Hand did not open very normal. Inside the Penguin Sports broadcast room, Kofan said helpfully to Chen Zhao, but the fans in the booth weren't as accommodating as Kovan. "What's the point of playing when you can't capitalize on an open opportunity? It's a pity Lin made such a good and wonderful pass. This would have been a goal if it was JR or Melon." It's been said that Chen Zhao can't play in the NBA, just no one believes it. Chen Zhao himself was very chagrined. Such a good open opportunity was wasted by him for nothing. But luckily it was a long rebound that was picked up by Lin. Lin hits a direct shot from mid-range. The score came to 98-76. When returning to defense, Lin took the initiative to give Chen Zhao a boost. "It's okay, it's just a ball. Don't take it to heart. I'll continue to pass you the ball." Chen Zhao nodded and said, "Thank you, brother Lin." Like Lin said, it's just one goal. The next one will definitely go in. Chapter 14. 2 plus 1 is not enough. Then 3 plus 1. There's no guarantee on the hand-feel thing. Even as strong as Jordan, he doesn't always have the best hands on the court. Of course, there are few opportunities for big openings that are not taken advantage of. For Chen Zhao, the failure to score that shot just now would indeed cause him to miss some opportunities. But then again, what's the point of being on the court if you're afraid to even shoot wide open opportunities? Possession change, Bulls offense. Asik missed a strong drive to the lane and the rebound was collected by the Knicks. Lin with the ball in his hands for a quick push counter. D'Antoni has a very clear mandate for this kind of defensive counterattack. Once the opponent misses a shot and grabs the rebound is to be launched at the first opportunity, and the rule is that the offense must be completed within 8 seconds. Chen Zhao ran at the front of the pack, and the Bulls bench lineup didn't retreat fast enough. Lin Shuhao saw the opportunity, directly a high-hanging ball. The basketball flew over the head of the Bulls players, accurately fell into the hands of Chen Xiao. This time, Chen Xiao seized the opportunity. The three-step layup managed to put the ball in the back of the net and drew a foul on Butler. 2+1. Chen Xiao free throws also hit, helped the Knicks back to 3 points. A small makeup for the last three did not go in the fault. The next few rounds were quite a battle between the two sides as they went back and forth. However, the difference in points was not reduced further and really stayed around 20 points. And Chen Xiao's side didn't get more chances to score. Instead, he contributed one steal on the defensive end. The clock came to 10:52 of the fourth quarter. Bulls offense. Mike James received a pass from a teammate and faked his way past Chen Xiao before killing straight to the inside. What's going on with this Chen Xiao? This can even be shaken up. It's not enough that the offense is not working, the defense is pulling its crotch like this. The last game was a real blip on the radar. I thought Chen Xiao was traded to the Knicks and had a chance to stay in the NBA, and now it looks like it's just a matter of time before he's cut by the Knicks. The vast majority of the fans in the live broadcast room were singing Chen Xiao's praises. Yet the next second, Chen Xiao didn't give up after being shaken up by Mike James and turned around after landing to chase towards Mike James. At this time, Mike James has come to the 3-second area near the face of the Knicks backup center Dan Gadzurik's complimentary defense. Mike James chose to stop sharply in the mid-range shot. Just then, Chen Xiao suddenly killed out from behind Mike James. As soon as the basketball left Mike James' hand, it was grabbed out of the air by Chen Xiao. Grab the hat. Surprisingly, it's a scratch cap. Chen Xiao could not celebrate in time, seeing that Lin Shaheo was already on the fast break, and then a long dump to Lin Shaheo. Lin hit an easy layup for the rebound. Chen Xiao was sort of returning the favor, responding to the ball Lin had just passed him. Meanwhile, Chen Xiao's stats for the game came to 3 points, 1 assist, 1 steal and 1 cap, just 2 points and 4 assists away from finishing. In an instant, Chen Xiao was confident again. It seems that this mission isn't that hard to accomplish. Back on the floor, the Bulls Butler returned the favor with a half-court shot. Possession is once again on the Knicks side. Lin brought the ball across the half-court and just wanted to pass the ball to Chen Xiao, but he saw Mike James sticking to Chen Xiao to prevent him from receiving the ball. Originally, Mike James saw that Chen Xiao was a Dragon Nation and did not take him to heart, but after that ball just now, he realized that he had underestimated Chen Xiao, and the intensity of the defense naturally came up. The Knicks are still 19 points behind the Bulls, and 10 minutes to go before full time. With time on the clock, there is actually hope for the Knicks. It just takes a few miracles. On the sidelines, D'Antoni sat on the bench and looked at Chen Xiao on the field. The scrunchie just now did catch his eye a bit. While D'Antoni is good at offense, that doesn't mean he values defense. There has always been a saying in the NBA that offense wins attendance and defense wins championships. Throughout history, but any team that has won a championship has not won it solely on offense, but on defense, especially in the fierce playoffs. In order to kill, it must be bayonet to compete in defense, and defense competes not only with a team's defensive system, but also with a player's ability to defend individually. There are very few players on the Knicks roster that can be called defensive stalwarts. That was why D'Antoni was concerned about Chen Xiao, but that didn't mean he decided to let Chen Xiao stay. If only he could show something on the offensive end as well, D'Antoni thought in his mind. Back on the field, Chen Xiao failed to shake off Mike James after a few tries, so he turned around and rushed inside, trying to pocket out from the other side with the help of his teammates' cover. Lin saw Chen Xiao move, and with his ball skills, he quickly understood Chen Xiao's intentions. Immediately afterward, Lin went strong inside. At this point, the Bulls are incredibly crowded under the basket. Chen Xiao also scored to get rid of Mike James and went from the left side of the court to the right side. Lin then manhandled the ball. With a ground pass, the orange-colored basketball was passed out of the crowd and landed in Chen Xiao's hands. Chen Xiao received the ball, looked at the basket and took a deep breath, making a shooting posture. This ball, whether it is for the Knicks or for Chen Xiao himself, is very important. If this shot can be scored, not only can the Knicks get up and running, but it can also give Chen Xiao great confidence. On the contrary, if the ball did not go in, Chen Xiao missed 2 consecutive open opportunities is likely to be replaced by D'Antoni. Plus, the Knicks will probably get countered by the Bulls. It's fine if the Bulls don't score on the comeback, but if they do, it's just a few points outside of there. That's definitely hard on the Knicks, who are in the midst of a points chase. However, just as Chen Xiao was about to jump and shoot, Butler had already abandoned his defender to fill in. Butler's height is a little taller than Chen Xiao. This jump up to cover completely blocked Chen Xiao's line of sight. If Chen Xiao continued to choose a strong shot, it was likely to be blocked by Butler. However, Chen Xiao at this moment was unprecedentedly calm to the point where the only thing on his mind was the basket and the net, as if Butler had disappeared from sight and there was no longer a crowd on the floor. All there was him and the basketball in his hands and the basket that was just out of reach. Between the flashes of lightning, Chen Xiao could not think in time, and met Butler's cover to force a jump, leaned toward him, and then threw the ball out. Seeing this scene, the fans in the Penguin livestream instantly exploded. Finished? Chen Xiao is finished. Chen Xiao is stupid, right? He dares to throw this. Knicks bench, D'Antoni helplessly shook his head. In his opinion, this choice of Chen Xiao is not sensible. On the court, players from both teams all looked at the basketball flying in the air. For a moment, it was as if this time had been hit with a slow play button. The basketball flew over the heads of the crowd and slowly fell toward the basket. Swish! The basketball went through the center of the net and resounded with an intoxicating sound. At the same time, the whistle sounded from the referee's mouth. 3+1. Chen Xiao hit a three-pointer and had to add a free throw, which was a chance to make it a 4-point game. It was an awfully quiet moment at the Bulls' home arena, the United Center Arena, but just for a moment, earth-shattering cheers rang out from all corners of the dugout. These cheers came from the Dragons living locally in Chicago, as well as those studying abroad over here. They were shouting Chen Xiao's name with all their strength. Chen Xiao stared blankly at the basket, still maintaining the same position as when he took the shot. He didn't react until his teammates came up to celebrate with him. He threw it in, made his first three-pointer in an NBA game and had extra free throws. Chapter 15. Granted, with this 3+1, there is some luck involved. However, Lin still rushed up at the first opportunity and rubbed Chen Xiao's head vigorously. Boy, can it! Not only Lin, but other players of the Knicks also went forward and high-fived Chen Xiao. Courtside, Knicks bench, Knicks generals all stood up, waving towels vigorously. Even D'Antoni also rose to applaud, giving Chen Xiao affirmation. However, when Chen Xiao's free throws pulled his crotch again, he couldn't capitalize on the opportunity to hit 4 points. At this point, the Dragon fans watching the game on Penguin Sports Live were happy again. Free throws don't even go in. I told you that Chen Xiao's shot just now was masked. Laughing man, a guard can't shoot free throws? Chen Xiao's free throws are on par with O'Neal's. What a bunch of keyboard warriors. It's just one missed free throw. What's the point? That's right. Go ahead if you can. For a while, the chat room turned into a battlefield, but the game goes on. Chen Xiao knew it was bad the moment he threw the basketball, and pushed too hard. Sure enough, the basketball hit the rim and bounced right back. It happened to be caught again by Chen Xiao himself. So, without saying a word, Chen Xiao directly took a dry shot from mid-range. Swish! The basketball fell firmly into the basket. Instead of a 4, it was a 5. It's kind of a blessing in disguise. This round down, by virtue of Chen Xiao hit 5 points successfully, to help the Knicks will be the difference to 102:86. The Knicks only 16 points away. After the possession change, Bulls head coach Tom Thibodeau took it upon himself to call a timeout. Needless to say, Thibodeau called this timeout at the perfect time, just when the Knicks were about to pick up steam. That timeout was called and immediately broke the Knicks' momentum. Bulls bench, Thibodeau first pointed to C.J. Watson on the sideline to replace Mike James. Then he looked to young Butler and told him, "Jimmy, you go defend yourself against that Rokoku kid later, and remember not to let him have another shot." Thibodeau is a defensive coach and demands a lot from his players on defense. He was very upset with Mike James after watching these rounds, and it was a disgrace that he let a Dragon Nation man score 8 points. Butler, despite being a rookie, is very active and desperate on the defensive end and is well liked by Thibodeau. So, Thibodeau asked Butler to keep an eye on Chen Xiao. Butler nodded. Even if Thibodeau didn't let him defend Chen Xiao, he was ready to take the initiative. Knowing that Chen Xiao had scored all 8 points on his head, he must take revenge. The other side, D'Antoni was likewise explaining the tactics to the players. Lin, you need to play more with the ball. I believe in your singles ability, D'Antoni said as he looked at Lin. Yes, coach, I will, Lin replied. Seeing that Lin understood, D'Antoni continued. Make sure you secure the rebound inside and hit the rebound immediately after you get it. Also, speaking here, D'Antoni suddenly glanced at Chen Xiao. Chen, shoot boldly when there is an opening, but don't shoot strongly when there is a defender in front of you, D'Antoni deliberately emphasized. Chen Xiao himself knew that the ball was crooked, and if he did it again, he might not be able to score. The game resumes after a timeout. Chen Xiao took a look at the Bulls player opposite him and turned into Butler. Butler's not that easy to deal with. With his current abilities, he's bound to be defended to death against Butler. Moreover, Chen Xiao also saw a murderous aura in Butler's eyes. Now that's worse. Sure enough, Butler stuck Chen Xiao behind him and asked for the ball in the low post. Watson saw this and immediately passed the ball over. After Butler received the ball, he first made a few fake moves, but unfortunately Chen Xiao did not eat the shake. Butler then used his strength advantage to chisel hard. Chen Xiao put his hands against Butler's waist, only to feel a bulldozer crashing head-on in front of him. Butler simply toppled Chen Xiao directly. However, Butler, who was a little rough on his hands as a rookie, couldn't get the ball to rest in and was picked off by the Knicks for the rebound. The Knicks just tried to launch a fast break, but the Bulls retreated quickly this time and didn't give the Knicks a chance to hit back. Lin carries the ball across half court. After the defender became Butler, Chen Xiao obviously felt the pressure. Unlike Mike James, Butler's defense is extremely oppressive. Even though he didn't have the ball in his hands at the moment, Butler still gave him plenty of physical confrontation. As of now, he has 8 points and is 2 points away from finishing. There's no sense in choosing to back down just because you've switched defenders. What's more, Chen Xiao would never allow himself to retreat, but Butler didn't move an inch from him, making it very difficult for him to connect with the ball. What to do? Chen Xiao was quickly thinking of countermeasures in his head. Suddenly, Chen Xiao glanced at D'Antoni, who was sitting under the court, and the images of the Rockets game in his previous life immediately came to mind. That was 18-19, the Rockets' strongest season. That season, the Rockets had a very classic play, the blocking play between Harden and Paul. Both Harden and Paul are very good passers and both have great scoring ability. Blocking between these two makes it hard for defenses to miss anyone. Even when switching defenses, the two were able to score with their extreme 1-2 punch. Although Chen Xiao's singles ability is not good, it doesn't mean he can't play this tactic. Thinking about this, Chen Xiao felt that this tactic was feasible. So, he hurriedly ran toward Lin, then said in Chinese, "Lin, I'll block for you." At this time, Lin Shihao didn't speak much Chinese yet, but he could still understand it by listening. At those words, Lin froze slightly before nodding. At this time, D'Antoni off the court suddenly saw Chen Xiao go up to play blocking for Lin Shihao, and immediately felt a bright spot. D'Antoni was so inspired by Chen Xiao, as if he saw the birth of a new tactic. He hurriedly picked up the tactical board on the side and drew it, and the field at the moment. Chen Xiao came in front of Lin and blocked Watson with his body. Immediately after that, Lin accelerated towards the inside from the side where Chen Xiao was blocking. Butler hesitated, but chose to go and stop Lin. And on Watson's side, since Butler didn't communicate with him, he thought Butler didn't switch defenses and turned around and hurried toward Lin to chase him. At this time, Chen Xiao then bounced outside to the left side of the 45-degree corner of the three-point line. Ringo, pass the ball. As soon as Chen Xiao's words fell, he saw an orange-colored basketball fly over from the crowd. Only Lin didn't master the force of this ball, and the quality of the pass wasn't high. By the time Chen Xiao caught the ball, Watson had already pounced. Chen Xiao but remember what D'Antoni told him during the timeout. If there is a defender when don't force the shot, and he's also aware of his hit rate, not to mention with a defender. Even without a defender may not be able to throw in. In a flash, Chen Xiao fakes a shot and shakes up Watson to impact the inside. But the Bulls' defense change was quick, and Korver stopped Chen Xiao with a direct horizontal shift. If Chen Xiao continued to rush forward, it would probably turn into a ball-carrying collision. Out of instinct, Chen Xiao hastily slowed down, then dribbled the ball heavily with his right hand. Just at the moment when the basketball rebounded, Chen Xiao left foot for the draw, right foot to turn back, using inertia to complete the ball over the people. But after turning around, Chen Xiao himself lost his balance and threw the ball towards the basket before he was about to fall. Just when the crowd thought Chen Xiao was shooting, Knicks backup center Dan Gadzuric took a direct route and received the basketball in the air and dunked it into the basket. Bang! Air catch! Chen Xiao's shot was not a shot, but a pass. Chapter 16 Acting in full effect. Chen Xiao sent a great pass to Dan Gadzuric for an assist and an aerial finish, helped bring the Knicks to 102-88, just 14 points away. This goal was not scored by Chen Xiao, but it was inevitably linked to him. But to Butler, it was nothing more than a lucky shot. He had defended in place and also forced Chen Xiao's body to lose its center of gravity and make a hasty move. If Dan Gadzuric hadn't happened to be there, the shot would have more than likely been defended by the Bulls. Bulls head coach Thibodeau felt the same way, so he didn't continue to call timeouts even when the score was down to 12 points in favor of the Knicks. Of course, there are few people who think the same way as them. Inside the Penguin Sports broadcast booth, many fans feel the same way. It's a good thing the Knicks center was where he was, or this would have been another Chen Xiao turnover. Indeed, Chen Xiao has Dan Gadzuric to thank for this goal. If it wasn't for him, where would Chen Xiao have gotten the assist? I have to say, Chen Xiao's confrontation is really poor. This ball and just defended Butler's ball, was gently bumped by others to lose their center of gravity. On his small body, how to play the NBA. Chen Xiao didn't know if the online fans were saying good or bad things about him, but he knew what his teammates on the field were saying about him. Chen, that was a fantastic pass. After completing the air catch, Dan Gadzuric took the initiative to high-five Chen Xiao and said, "You're also very domineering in your deduction." Chen Xiao said back. Only Chen Xiao himself knew that the shot just now was not a coincidence, but he happened to see Dan Gadzuric in the crowd the moment he lost his center of gravity. Seriously though, he does have Dan Gadzuric to thank for this. If it wasn't for him, the ball would have been a fumble. Therefore, Chen Xiao's words were not deliberate compliments either. but rather congratulations from the bottom of his heart. Did you guys notice that since Chen Xiao came on the court, he actually led his team on a 12:4 attack wave? Suddenly, a fan posted a pop-up on the Penguin Sports livestream. This pop-up was like a deep-water bomb, instantly stirring up layers of waves. The crowd woke up as if in a dream. Since Chen Xiao took the court, the Knicks surprisingly went on a 12:4 attack wave. Chen Xiao, on his own, chipped in 8 points. Was this still the Chen Xiao they knew? This is a dream they're having. Couldn't it be that someone was playing wearing Chen Xiao's human skin mask? But clearly, not. And Chen Xiao's amazing performance continued. Bulls possession. Chen Xiao knows very well that this ball Butler will definitely continue to hit him on this point. His own previous few offenses had caused Butler to lose face, and with his proud character he would inevitably choose to get up from where he had fallen. As Chen Xiao guessed, Watson just dribbled the ball across the half-court, and Butler asked for the ball at the 45-degree corner outside the right three-point line. Watson took a look at where everyone else was, and seeing no better opportunity passed the ball to Butler. After Butler took the ball, he rushed at Chen Xiao and said, "Kid, from this shot on, I will blow you away. Humph, as if you've already been busted by me." Chen Xiao went toe-to-toe, not letting up in the slightest. "Humph, you just wait and see, Dragon Nation." After saying that, Butler held the ball and ran hard into Chen Xiao. He was just relying on the fact that Chen Xiao's strength was not as strong as his and wanted to use his body to eat Chen Xiao hard. Last round, Chen Xiao had already experienced Butler's power, and this time he was prepared. Seeing Butler rushing straight over, in the moment of body contact, Chen Xiao smoothly fell to the ground in a downward motion, lying on the ground and groaning in pain. Beep beep beep. White team, number 21 with the ball. Offensive foul. The referee on duty, standing off the sideline, immediately gave Butler an offensive foul. Butler felt wronged. He only lightly touched Chen Xiao, had not yet sent a force. Chen Xiao fell down. However, this time, Chen Xiao was still lying on the ground full of pain, and his right hand was still continuously slapping the floor. Team doctor, team doctor. Seeing this scene, Lin was startled and rushed up, shouting for the team doctor. Soon, two of the Knicks team doctors came racing onto the court. "Well, where are you uncomfortable?" the team doctor inquired with a serious face. How could Chen Xiao be uncomfortable? He was just pretending. Originally he was trying to draw an offensive foul on Butler, but he overacted and fooled Lin. Lin was quickest and fastest and called the team doctor straight away. There was no way around it. Chen Xiao could only continue to pretend. Otherwise, there's a real possibility of a blown tee for a fake punt. The team doctor inquired about it, but Chen Xiao didn't say anything, only that his whole body hurt. The team doctor had no choice but to have a stretcher brought in to carry Chen Xiao off the field. The three referees saw that Chen Xiao had been carried out of the arena, immediately gathered around the tech table and watched the replay. Upon closer inspection, it really did lead them to Butler's sunken shoulder and raised elbow. So, after a discussion, the trio unanimously decided to call Butler for a first-degree malicious foul, and the Knicks made 2 free throws. Chen Xiao's side had just walked into the players' tunnel when he heard the referee's call and immediately climbed up from the stretcher. "Doctor, I'm fine, I'm better." When the two team doctors saw Chen Xiao's lively appearance, even if they were stupid, they would have guessed what was going on. "You boy, you scared the hell out of me. I thought you were really that fragile," the team doctor teased. "Sorry for making you guys worry," Chen Xiao apologized. After saying that, Chen Xiao wanted to immediately return to the court and stage a return of the king, but all of a sudden, the team doctor pulled back. "You can't go back yet," the team doctor said. "Why?" Chen Xiao expressed his disbelief that he wasn't really injured. "So why couldn't he go back?" the team doctor explained. "If you go back now, won't that prove that you just faked a fall?" Chen Xiao sniffed and thought about it, and it seemed to be true. "Then I should?" Chen Xiao vainly asked for guidance. "Wait a minute, go back in a couple minutes," the team doctor said as he looked at the clock. "What? 2 minutes?" When Chen Xiao heard this, he instantly became anxious. Now the Knicks are in the trailing stage. If he waits for 2 minutes and then goes back, this hard to recover the score is afraid that it will be pulled open again. The team doctor patted Chen Xiao's shoulder and said, "Although I'm not a player, I know that no matter if it's a game or a job, a person's strength is always limited, and the strength of a team is unlimited. You're a team. You have to trust your teammates." Trusting your teammates? Chen Xiao fell into deep thought. After a long time, Chen Xiao raised his head, confidence revealed in his eyes. "Yes, I should trust my teammates. Doctor, thank you." Chen Xiao thanked from the bottom of his heart. "You're welcome," the team doctor said with a smile. "Doctor, can I know your name?" Chen Xiao asked. "Sure, my name is Ryan. Ryan Bliss." "Ryan," the team doctor said. "Thank you again, Mr. Ryan Bliss." With that, Chen Xiao bowed towards Ryan Bliss. To be honest, The previous Chen Xiao didn't think of himself as a member of the Knicks because he thought he might be cut or traded by the Knicks at some point, so he doesn't really have a sense of belonging to the Knicks, let alone trusting his teammates or anything. But Ryan Bliss taught him a lesson. Since he's wearing a Knicks jersey, he's a member of the Knicks, and that makes them a team, a whole. As a part of the team, he should just trust his teammates. I'm sure they'll be able to hold out. Chapter 17 Blowing the Horn of Counterattack. The game went into an official timeout because of Chen Xiao's injury. Knicks bench. D'Antoni looked up at the big screen above the arena. The Knicks were down by just 14 points and they had 2 free throws to go. If both free throws are made and they also score on the next offensive possession, they have a chance to close the gap to within 10 points. There was also plenty of time on the clock. With just over 7 minutes to go before full time, there's totally still a fight to be had in this tournament. After just a few moments, D'Antoni decided to send in the starting lineup again. The preseason doesn't matter, but the atmosphere has been baked into this. It would be very demoralizing for the team itself if they didn't win the game in one fell swoop. The other side. Bulls head coach Thibodeau saw the Knicks send in their starters and had to have the Bulls starters back on the court as well. The main forces on both sides are back. This is going to be the final showdown. Inside the Penguin Sports broadcast room, Coven said excitedly, the Knicks were already going to give up on this game. It was Chen Xiao who brought the game back, and I don't know if he's going to matter. In the last game, Chen Xiao showed us his defensive ability, and this game he brought us an even bigger surprise. I'm more and more convinced that he'll be able to stay and play in the NBA, Yang Yi said from the sidelines. Back to the game. The timeout ends and both starters return, and the lineup on the field has changed. First on the Knicks side, D'Antoni kept the well-played Jeremy Lin on the court, with additional substitutions for Tyson Chandler, Little Busters Stoudemire, Neurotics J.R. Smith, and rookie Shumpert. On the Bulls side, the team is led by newly crowned MVP Rose, while the other 4 are Noah, Boozer, Luol Deng, and Butler. The game continues to start. The Knicks started with 2 free throws. Lin stepped to the free throw line and hit 2 solid free throws to push the score to 102-90. The Knicks then served the ball from the sideline. Unfortunately, the intensity of the Bulls defense stepped right up when they went to the starting lineup. Lin missed a pass and was successfully cut off by Rose, who directly staged a dragon dunk and scored, once again extending the difference to 14 points. The next few rounds were back and forth. Still, the Bulls are better than the Knicks overall. Just over a minute had passed before the Bulls extended their lead back to over 15 points, and with that the score came to 108-92. Just as the Bulls were about to close out the game in one smooth move, a sudden commotion erupted from the crowd. Look, it's Chen Xiao. It's Chen Xiao coming back. At that moment, the live camera happened to catch Chen Xiao walking out of the players' tunnel. Seeing Chen Xiao return, Kofan and Yang Yi were instantly relieved. If Chen Xiao gets injured at this time, he really won't get a formal contract. And on the sidelines, when D'Antoni saw Chen Xiao come back, he also went forward and asked with concern, "How are you doing? What did the team doctor say?" Chen Xiao smiled and said, "I'm fine. That was all pretend just now." Pretend? D'Antoni froze slightly, somewhat unresponsive. Chen Xiao then explained what had just happened. D'Antoni was speechless, but after Chen Xiao explained it so well, he had a renewed understanding of Chen Xiao. This kid, he's pretty resourceful, D'Antoni thought in his mind. Coach, let me play. While in the players' tunnel, Chen Xiao had been paying attention to the game on the field. It looked like it was about to close to single digits, but in the blink of an eye the Bulls starters pulled away from the deficit again. D'Antoni hesitated for a moment, but still nodded and agreed to let Chen Xiao play. Earlier, the Knicks were able to claw their way back into the game thanks to the matchup between the two of them, Chen Xiao and Jeremy Lin. But after switching to the starters, Lin backed up and played with trepidation. D'Antoni actually knows in his heart why Lin is like this. Lin doesn't have much of a presence on the Knicks, so he doesn't have a voice on the court. Playing with a bunch of subs was fine, as everyone was in a bench position and no one was any better than anyone else. Just throw whoever has the opportunity. But it's not the same when the first starter takes the field. You don't get a chance to attack unless the main man tells you to. This happened to be when the Knicks had the ball. D'Antoni called a timeout in response. After Lin returned to the bench and saw Chen Xiao, the first thing he said with concern was, "Are you okay?" "It's fine." Chen Xiao shook his head. The two also knew that this was not the time for pleasantries, so they didn't launch into details, and turned to listen attentively to D'Antoni lay out the plays. Soon the tactics were set up. The game resumes. Chen Xiao was also in the lineup again, replacing Shumpert. Seeing Chen Xiao back on the field, Butler also volunteered to ask to continue to keep an eye on Chen Xiao. Lin controlled the ball across the half-court and Chen Xiao ran the ball aggressively. Due to Chen Xiao's previous great performance, the Bulls still take him very seriously, so too much energy was pulled by Chen Xiao, leading to the omission of J.R. Smith. Lin saw an opportunity on J.R.'s side and immediately passed the ball over as well. J.R. receives the ball, pulls up from the three-point line and throws it away. 3 hits at the plate, 108-95. In the next few balls, Butler was still on Chen Zhao's defense, so he didn't get any chances. But after JR drained that buzzer-beating 3, his neurotic skills kicked in and he scored 2 more 3-pointers in a row. However, in return, Rose hit a high-flying 3+1 to answer back. With 5:39 on the clock, the score between the two teams was 112-101, with the Knicks still trailing by 11 points. Bulls possession. For several consecutive rounds Chen Zhao was not involved in the offense, resulting in Butler not having much of a presence either. He then thought about finding some presence on the offensive end. This time, though, he learned the hard way and instead of running to the three-point line for the ball, he asked for it on his back in the low post. Ross hesitated, but passed the ball. Even though he is the team leader, he has to give the others something to show for it. Butler received the ball and back one-on-one Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao used all his strength to try to push Bartlett outward. It's just a shame that the thin frame is no match for Butler in terms of strength. Butler hard to Chen Zhao to the 3-second area, followed by a turn around the basket easily scored. 114-101. The Knicks trailed by 13 points. The 10-point spread had held up for a while, yet time was running out for the Knicks. At the same time, there was not much time left for Chen Zhao. As of now, his stats for the game are 8 points, 2 assists, 1 steal and 1 block, 2 points away from completing option 1 of the task, 3 assists away from completing mission option 2. Chapter 18 Drinking Fountain Keeper vs. Most Valuable Player. Playing basketball is not only about physical talent, but also about brains. Oftentimes, ball hawking is more important than talent. It's true that Chen Zhao is not as talented as a lot of people right now, but that doesn't mean he's playing without using his brain. After a few rounds just now, he realized that Butler was always close to him when he was defending him like he was consciously defending his shot. However, this time, Butler, did not post up. Maybe it was the fact that he didn't get the ball on several consecutive possessions that gave Butler the wrong impression. However, this gave him the opportunity to do just that. Thus, Chen Zhao came out with a counter-running pocket. Lin Shuhao manned the ball and decisively distributed the ball to Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao received the ball outside the three-point line, while Butler was still close to 2 meters away from him. It's an open opportunity. Chen Zhao makes a shooting gesture. Butler saw this and subconsciously thought that Chen Zhao was going to shoot, and hurriedly jumped forward with a servant. And Chen Zhao waited for Butler to take this jump. Chen Zhao was well aware of his shooting level, and the previous 2 goals were lucky shots. Really let him throw it, and it's not necessarily going to go in. So, he came up with a trick. Foul making. Making foul shots not only allows you to score free throws, but most notably the free throws are accompanied by a stoppage in the game clock. Granted, his free throws are just as bad, but they're better than threes in mid-range. Seeing that Butler had begun to descend, the corner of Chen Zhao's mouth lifted slightly as his entire body leaned towards Butler's. Threw the ball the moment his arm touched it. In the meantime, the referee blew the whistle in his mouth as well. 3-point foul. The ball did not go in, but Chen Zhao managed to cause Butler to foul and gain 3 free throws. Damn it! The shot was a classic foul shot, so Butler had nothing to argue with. Besides, he's already picked up a bad foul, and if he argues it again he'll probably get a T, and then he'll be ejected from the game. Chen Zhao steps up to the free throw line. On the first free throw, the force was a little short and the basketball hit the front of the rim and bounced out. Relax, take it easy. Lin went up and patted Chen Zhao's butt and said. Other teammates came up to give him high fives and encouragement. Second penalty. Chen Zhao held the ball and took a deep breath before starting to shoot. The force increased a bit and the basketball hit the rim and rebounded into the net. 2 free throws and a final one. Chen Zhao once again took a deep breath and then struck out. The basketball hit the rim and stumbled before eventually falling into the net once again. 3 free throws for 2 points. Chen Zhao had her 10th point of the game and managed a double-double in scoring. Without having time to celebrate, Chen Zhao had already thrown himself into defense. The teams are now 114-103 with 11 points to spare. Defend that shot and they can hopefully close the gap to single digits. Returning to his own half, Chen Zhao couldn't help clapping his hands and shouting, "Defend this ball." Yes, on the court, the Knicks were ignited by Chen Zhao's passion and responded by shouting in unison. At the same time, off the court, the Knicks bench, the rest of the Knicks, too, were chanting defense. The Bulls are back on offense. This time, Rose drove the lane and was blocked by Champ Chandler. Chen Zhao took a backdoor rebound in the crowd to start a fast break, and JR flew ahead of him. Chen Zhao backpedals to JR with a long dump, facing an unguarded Bulls basket. JR went straight for a stunning slam to make it 114-105. JR, who had completed the splits, excitedly ran towards Chen Zhao, and then leaped high into Chen Zhao. Seeing this, Chen Zhao was also excited and immediately jumped up to celebrate an air-to-air collision with JR. With Chen Zhao on the court, unconsciously, the momentum came back to the Knicks side. Seeing the Knicks get the deficit down to single digits, Thibodeau had to call another timeout. Back to the bench, Chen Xiao and his teammates celebrated with a high five. Even D'Antoni reached out and gave Chen Xiao a high five. While the score wasn't even yet, the Knicks bench was filled with laughter. But one person couldn't stop laughing. This man is Tony Douglas. The better Chen Xiao played, the less he could laugh. When the timeout came back, it was the Bulls' possession. Rose stepped up his individual offense as soon as he got on the court, using his speed advantage to get past Lin and drive straight into the lane. But unfortunately he missed, and the basketball dribbled up to his ankle and bounced out of bounds. The Knicks served the inbounds ball. However, the Bulls weren't about to back down and started a full-court press defense right on the spot. The Knicks were confused by the sudden full-court press, and for a moment they couldn't pass the ball, and directly gave up the ball to the Bulls with a serve violation. After the Bulls got possession of the ball, they went on offense again. Still Ross is strong inside. This time he didn't miss again, but he met Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao guessed that Ross would definitely come on his own at such a critical moment, so his attention was always on Ross. After seeing Ross pass Lin, Chen Xiao immediately abandoned the defender he was watching and pounced towards Ross. At the moment Rose jumped up to shoot, Chen Xiao also followed the jump. Killing from the side of Rose slapped the ball out. My goodness, Chen Xiao actually covered Ross. Inside the Penguin Sports broadcast booth, Ko-fan, who saw this scene, stood up straight away in excitement. Calm down, calm down. Yang Yi, who was on the side, revealed a bitter smile and said, however, Chen Xiao's cover just now was really cool. The pop-ups on the livestream were also filled with exclamations from many of the fans who were still watching the game. Covering Harden in the last game and Rose in this one, Chen Xiao is trying to seal the deal. I vaguely see the shadow of Sun Deshang from Chen Xiao's body. No, Chen Xiao is even better than Sun Deshang. Since ancient times, where there are people, there are rivers and lakes. Keyboard warriors and hacks are everywhere. Seal the deal once and you're sealed. Blow, blow hard. I'll see how long you guys can blow. Rose is the MVP. What is Chen Xiao? At this point, the game on the field continues. Chen Xiao's block prevented Rose from scoring, but the ball was still in the Bulls' hands. Luol Deng gets the basketball and makes a decisive three-point play. Bang! Successful ironing. The rebound was protected by Chandler. The Bulls still wanted to press all over the court, but Chen Xiao was already on the fast break. Chandler immediately passed the ball to Chen Xiao. However, Ross's reaction was also quick, directly stopping in front of Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao and Ross are in direct opposition to each other. Drinking fountain keeper versus most valuable player. I won't let you pass, Ross said as he stared at Chen Xiao. Chapter 19 The Key to Victory. As we all know, the Dragons linemen are renowned in the international arena and are known as the Mobile Great Wall. Instead, the Dragons wideouts are very crotch-pulling. Sometimes in international matches, there are also things that happen when a defender can't get the ball across half-court. This was one of the reasons why Chen Xiao was not favored. Head-to-head against Ross, everyone thought that Ross would be able to successfully defend against Chen Xiao. Even Chen Xiao himself thought so. So, instead of choosing to force a breakthrough, he slowed down the speed of his retreating conversion. The Knicks are currently on the trailing side and every shot is crucial for them. Fast break opportunities are gone when they're gone, and the only way to hopefully even the score, or even turn it around, is to take advantage of every offensive opportunity to hit the success rate as much as possible. Only Chen Xiao carefully dribbled the ball and wobbled across the half-court. At this point, both teams were fully in position. Lin asked for the ball on the left side, and Chen Xiao was about to pass it along. It's now. Ross had been waiting for this moment for a long time. He tried to steal the ball before, but Chen Xiao protected the ball very well and didn't give him any chance to steal it. But as long as Chen Xiao played the ball, he had the confidence to break it. However, Chen Xiao's shot was a fake. By the time Ross reacted, the ball in Chen Xiao's hand had already come to the hands of Junior. No-look pass. At that moment, the word suddenly flashed into Ross's mind. Ross was waiting for a chance to break the ball, and Chen Xiao hadn't been defending him. Chen Xiao's pass was as unexpected as a ghostly work of art. Not only did it fool Rose, it almost fooled his fellow teammates. It was good that Junior was focused and saw Chen Xiao's pass. Still, the moment he caught the ball, Junior was shocked, because this ball Chen Xiao passes just right. He smooth a turn is a foul. After landing, Junior raised his arms in the air. 114, 107. The Knicks got down to just 7 points. Thibodeau has been so anxious that he is jumping on the sidelines. But he just called a timeout not long ago, and it is obviously not appropriate to call a timeout at this time. Soon, though, Thibodeau paid the price for his poor judgment. Turned back, with the score forced to be close. The Bulls were visibly much more anxious and physical. Noah was even whistled for a moving blocking foul for it. It's over. It's over. Why do I feel like the Bulls are going to lose? Don't you guys think that this match is entirely because Chen Xiao fought his way back? By the way, where did the blacks go? And why aren't they talking? At this point, those keyboard warriors and black people in the live broadcast room no longer knew what to say. Every time they said Chen Xiao couldn't do it, Chen Xiao wasn't great, but Chen Xiao could always hit them in the face with practical actions and hit them harder than once. But I have to say, Chen Xiao just now that pass is really wonderful, all a little magician flavor. Although the match was not over at this point, Chen Xiao had already proven himself. Compared to the last match, this match's Chen Xiao was even more comprehensive. In addition to remaining a force on the defensive end of the floor, the team is playing with style on the offensive end of the floor, whether it's scoring on their own or passing to assist a teammate. Those fans who were still watching this match shared Chen Xiao's divine performance in graphic detail with their friends. Some people even made a moving picture of that pass just now and sent it to the Penguin group, and even the posting bar and forum. Fans who had stopped paying attention to the game flocked back to the broadcast after the news. What's the situation? Chen Xiao blew up Ross? Impossible, right? Chen Xiao knocked out Ross? Really? Holy, Nyx is catching up. Many unidentified fans re-entered the broadcast and immediately asked on the pop-up screen. Although they didn't know the truth yet, they were instantly stunned when they saw the score of the two teams. Didn't the Bulls build an early double-digit plus lead in the first quarter, and how did the Knicks catch up? Let's tell you guys not to watch the match. You've missed several great shots of Chen Xiao. That's right, Chen Xiao is on a roll today. All sorts of 2+1, 3+1 magic balls, and just now he even teased Rose. As more and more people on the pop-ups began to brag about Chen Xiao, it made these fans who hadn't watched the match more and more ticked off. However, the game wasn't over, and you couldn't even watch the replay. They could only pray that Chen Xiao would still perform brilliantly in the next few moments. Back on the field, the Knicks scored back-to-back points to make the game suspenseful again. Thibodeau had no choice but to call a timeout to try and squash the Knicks' momentum. As the live camera swept over the Bulls bench, Thibodeau was spitballing plays to the Bulls crowd, and the faces of the Bulls generals looked stony, as if they were the ones trailing. Instead, the Knicks bench, although their looks were also very serious, there was determination in everyone's eyes. Back in the game, the Bulls offense, still with Rose controlling the ball. The Bulls are in desperate need of a goal to stabilize them at the moment. At this point, as the team leader and last season's regular season MVP, Rose has to step up and score. It was his responsibility and his duty, and he did. Rose stood at the top of the arc one step beyond the three-point line and waved for his teammates to space him out for a one-on-one. When it counts, no tactic is as efficient as a superstar solo shot. Ross dribbled with his hips and carefully watched the breaks on Lin. In an instant, Rose suddenly shook Lin with an early change of direction, and Lin misjudged and immediately lost his center of gravity. Rose ignored Lin and continued to burst inside. At that point, it was too late for the Knicks to make up for the defense. Just saw Ross hit a solid shot from a sharp stop. The score was changed to 116 to 107. D'Antoni immediately called a timeout, facing Rose's inexplicable 1-2 punch. At this point D'Antoni misses Mellon a bit, but he doesn't regret the decision he made. Mellon is strong, but doesn't have a heart that wants to win, let alone the determination to do whatever it takes for a championship. With timeouts at a premium, D'Antoni shook his head to put the distractions out of his mind and looked over the group for a player who could lock down Rose. However, after looking around, D'Antoni rested his eyes on Chen Xiao. Originally he sent Shumpert to lock up Rose for this game, but it didn't work out very well. He also tried JR on Rose after that, and JR's defense was a little better than Shumpert's, but only a little. Lin just tried to defend a few balls and couldn't do it at all. Instead, it was Chen Xiao, who had impressed D'Antoni with that previous block. Chen, do you have the confidence to lock Derek? Hearing this, Chen Xiao just wanted to open his mouth, but D'Antoni waved his hand and said, "Don't rush to answer first. Think clearly. You have to realize that your ability to lock down Derek is the key to winning this game. If you can't limit Derek's scoring, then the game is basically over." After saying that, D'Antoni as well as all of his teammates looked at Chen Xiao, waiting for his reply. Chen Xiao seriously thought for a long time, raised his head and looked at D'Antoni with firm and solemn eyes. "Coach, although I do not dare to guarantee, but please let me try. I will do my best to lock him." Chapter 20 Time Limited Tasks. Chen Xiao knew that this was an opportunity. If he can lock down Rose and help his team eventually win, he's bound to impress D'Antoni. Maybe a formal contract is on the way. Instead, all previous efforts will be wasted. Feeling a little stressed out, but how is that not motivation? The timeout ended and both players took the court again. Right at the moment Chen Xiao walked onto the court, a system prompt suddenly sounded in his head once again. Time limited task posted. Please limit the opposing player's score to 5 points or less for the remainder of the game. Mission reward. Completion of the mission will receive an additional 1 to 5 attribute points. The lower the score of the opposing player, the higher the reward. Upon seeing this prompt, Chen Xiao was first slightly stunned, then smiled slightly. Now he was even more motivated. Even if Ross was the king of heaven, he would lock him up. Although confident, Chen Xiao was still a bit worried about his lack of ability. After all, his current defense is just 60, as far as league average goes. But Rose was last season's MVP and is a superstar in the league. What's the defense against this? Chen Xiao walked onto the court while thinking. When the timeout came back, it was the Knicks on offense. After Lin dribbled the ball across half-court, Junior mentioned a pickup near the free throw line. Lin made a decisive pass, then took away the defender to slip to the bottom right corner position. At this point, Junior has two options with the ball. One is to single out Boozer himself, either on the break or in the center. The second is to observe teammates' runs and deliver assists. However, the shot was neither attacked nor assisted by Junior himself nor his teammates, because the basketball is off. Ross saw this and immediately lunged for the ball. Chen Xiao also followed immediately, but due to Chen Xiao's height and long arms, he got the ball first. At the same time Chen Xiao jumped for the ball, his afterimage happened to see JR sneaking over from the other side. At this time, the crowd's attention was all on the scrum, and no one noticed JR. The moment Chen Xiao got the basketball, he immediately made a behind-the-back ground pass to JR in the left bottom corner. The basketball landed right in JR's hands after hitting the ground. JR comfortably received the ball, didn't need to adjust at all, and followed with a three-point shot. Swish! The basketball arced through the air before falling into the net. Three-point field goal. 116-110. The Knicks pushed their deficit to just 6 points. It's Chen Xiao. Again. That's his third assist of the game. Chen Xiao tonight is simply divine. 2 great passes in a row to help keep the team close. Inside the Penguin Sports broadcast booth, Kovan was on the verge of passing out from excitement. Who would have thought that Chen Xiao, who was least favored before the game, would be the savior of the Knicks game? The Bulls serve. Chen Xiao didn't rush back to defense, but wrapped around Rose to death, not giving him a chance to catch the ball. He had been thinking about how to limit Rose since he came on the court, but he didn't think he could defend Rose after thinking about it. The only way to do that is to keep the ball out of his hands. As long as the basketball isn't in Rose's hands, then he can't score. So, Chen Xiao started a full-court press on Rose on the spot. In the meantime, after Lin saw Chen Xiao's full-court press, he also took the initiative to go forward and pester Luol Deng. For a while, neither Bulls defender had a chance to catch the ball. Noah had no choice but to pass the ball to Butler near the center. But the next second, JR suddenly comes out from behind Butler and steals the ball without waiting for Butler to catch it. After a successful steal, JR quickly dribbled to the frontcourt and went straight for a dry 3. 3 points again. 116-113. 2 threes in a row and JR is straight up high. Chen Xiao looked at JR, who was looking up to the sky, and felt some envy in his heart. A neural knife is a neural knife, and when God gets up a knife is deadly. Back to the Bulls offense. This time, Chen Xiao didn't continue to press full court. The Bulls were, after all, the team with the league's No.1 record last season, and it's hard to use the same method on them a second time. Still, Chen Xiao is leading the defense of Ross all over the field. After Ross brought the ball to the front court, he once again signaled his teammates to pull away, and he was going to play Chen Xiao single-handedly. Chen Xiao intentionally released a step to prevent Ross from breaking through, because he knows very well that the young Ross didn't have a basket at all, especially the three-pointers, not seeing him all a couple a game. So, he can safely and boldly let Rose shoot. Rose cross-stepped and dribbled outside the three-point line, watching Chen Xiao's defensive moves. At this time, Chen Xiao took another step back, giving enough space for Rose to shoot a three-point shot. Hey, Derek's not going to throw this open? Chen Xiao mocked with a playful face. At this time, the blacks in the live broadcast room jumped out again one by one after seeing Chen Xiao put Ross in such a way. What is Chen Xiao doing? Letting Rose go like this? He's an undercover agent sent by the Bulls. Right, so that's how defense can be played. Learned. Who wouldn't be able to defend this? I'll get on me. The blacks screamed one after the other. The fans who supported Chen Xiao wanted to retort, but they didn't know how to do so. After all, Chen Xiao now directly put Rose almost 2 meters away. This is not even considered defense. It is obvious to put Rose off the field. D'Antoni also frowned when he saw Chen Xiao act like this. However, he did not say anything and chose to trust Chen Xiao. When he paused just now, Chen Xiao's assurance seemed to still ring in his ears. He didn't believe that Chen Xiao would mess with his future. Chen Xiao must have his intentions for doing so. At this point, the field, seeing that Ross didn't reply, Chen Xiao continued in a conspiratorial manner. Does that mean the titular MVP can't shoot a 3? Chen Xiao's words completely enraged Rose. Who says I can't shoot a 3? Then why don't you vote? What's the point of dawdling around? Just vote. As soon as the words left his mouth, Ross immediately threw the ball. Seeing this, Chen Xiao hurriedly shouted, "Rebound!" Chen Xiao didn't even need to look back to know that this ball would definitely not go in. So after he shouted, It was almost down. The result is also the same as Chen Xiao expected. Rose's three-point shot successfully hit the iron. The rebound was protected by Chandler. Chandler picked the backyard rebound, just raised his head and saw Chen Xiao, who had already darted to the front court, and immediately threw the ball out with all his strength. Chen Xiao jumped up high to catch the ball, then a turn, facing the unguarded basket down to a powerful two-handed slam dunk. 116-115. There's only a 1-point difference between the two sides now, and at the moment, there was less than a minute left in the game. The game has entered its most crucial moment. Chapter 21 2-point loss. With the deficit down to just 1 point, Thibodeau was so anxious that he couldn't sit down anymore. How could he not have expected that after taking a huge lead in the first 3 quarters, he would be caught up by the Knicks in the final moments? Now that he had the last 20-second brief stop in hand, he debated whether to call another timeout to set up the offense. But if he called a timeout now, the Bulls would look passive in case they didn't score in a few moments. But it won't work if I don't call it now. The Bulls players on the court have been a bit confused and don't know what to do. Thibodeau thought about it and decided to call a timeout to stabilize the Army to score a goal first and take the initiative into his own hands. However, just as he was about to head toward the tech table, Ross rushed over and shook his head at him. "Coach, trust me, don't call a timeout. I'll score the next one." Thibodeau stared at Rose for a few seconds and nodded his head back to the bench when he saw that he was determined. Possession change, Bulls offense. Chen Xiao continues to lead the defense of Ross all over the court. When Ross brought the ball across the half-court, Chen Xiao originally wanted to repeat the trick, but when he saw the desire for victory in Rose's eyes, Chen Xiao realized that the agitation method was no longer available to Rose. This is a shot that he can only defend against by his own defensive abilities. "Come on, Derek, show me what the MVP is capable of," Chen Xiao shouted. Instead of responding, Rose used his actions to tell Chen Xiao what it means to be an MVP. Ross continuously dribbled in the hips, and then an acceleration from the left side of Chen Xiao breakthrough. Chen Xiao's spirit was highly concentrated and immediately made a judgment the moment Ross started. However, when Ross saw Chen Xiao's reaction, he immediately pulled the ball back, did a body change, then stomped on the ground with his right foot, and crossed his left foot toward Chen Xiao's right side. The entire person instantly changed from breaking to the right to breaking to the left. At this point, although Chen Xiao's brain knew that Ross was preparing to break through from the other side, his body couldn't keep up with his brain's reaction. Suffered. Chen Xiao secretly said that it was not good, and could only watch as Rose rushed into the interior. It's a good thing the Knicks still have champion Tyson Chandler holding down the fort inside. Seeing Rose single-handedly impact the interior, Chandler immediately came up to fill in the defense. Both of them jumped high at the same time. Chandler had a pair of iron hands raised high in the air, completely blocking Rose's view. By this time, Ross was flying through the air, and he had no choice but to go hard. "Even if you can't make this shot, make a foul." Rose, with his superb lagging ability, froze in the air for a full 2 seconds and waited until Chandler had descended before taking his shot. Chandler also knew he couldn't let Rose score at this point, so he held Rose down despite the foul. Rose rushed his shot and the basketball fell out after shimmying around the rim, missing the 2+1 but getting 2 free throws. Penalty? That's when Chen Xiao had his doubts. What about Ross' assignment if he hits the free throw? Rose's foul wasn't made on him either, so it shouldn't count against him. Right at this moment, the system once again appeared with a prompt, giving Chen Xiao the answer. One tip: if the opposing player causes a foul on the free throw line, if the foul is not committed by the host, the free throw score will not be counted as part of the mission score. Ross hit 2 free throws to bring the deficit back to 3, and there were only 40 seconds left on the clock for the Knicks. If the normal 24 seconds went by, the Knicks would have left the Bulls with another 16 seconds of offense after this possession, enough time to complete an offensive turn. In doing so, it puts the initiative in the hands of the other side. Even if the Bulls don't capitalize, the game will be sent to overtime. So, they had to grab a 2-point play, come back to defend the Bulls' offense, and finish the shutout. Chen Xiao quickly went through his mind, thinking about the subsequent course of the match. After deciding on his thoughts, Chen Xiao called the crowd over. "We're still down 3 points and there's not a lot of time left for us. This next goal is crucial for us and we have to score it." And it was scoring that goal as fast as we could, and turning around we had to defend the Bulls' offense to have a chance to take this game. Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded unanimously. They all agreed with Chen Xiao that this next ball was crucial. Score and you have a chance to take the game. It didn't go in, so the game was pretty much over. A few people then briefly discussed the offensive playbook. On the sidelines, D'Antoni was about to call a timeout, but he dismissed the idea when he saw the 5 men on the court gather spontaneously. In a long regular season, there's the occasional head coach who gets ejected or plays to the end with no more timeouts. At this point, it's up to the players on the field to make their own judgment and make their own choices. D'Antoni feels that this is the right opportunity to work on this aspect of his players' abilities, so let it go. It's just an inconsequential preseason game anyway, and even if we lose, it doesn't matter. The game resumed with the Knicks serving from the backcourt. After Lin brought the ball across the halfcourt, Chen Xiao took the initiative to go forward to give him a block. JR pedals out with the help of double coverage and Lin gets a quick out. JR takes the ball and goes straight for the dry run. Seeing that JR actually wanted 3 points, Chen Xiao's entire body was confused. JR's neural knife trait isn't going to backfire. Swish, crisp sounds rang out. Luckily, JR got that shot in. With JR throwing in that shot, the game was also tied 118 to 118, and the clock is down to the last 21 seconds. The crowd on the Knicks bench waved towels frantically. Chen Xiao was also slightly relieved in his heart, so it was good that JR didn't pull his crotch at the last moment. However, now is not the time for defense. There are still the last 21 seconds of the game. They have to hold on to this ball. At this moment, whether it is the fans on the scene, or the fans in front of the computer in front of the TV set, it doesn't matter if it's a Bulls fan or a Knicks fan. Countless people held their breath as they watched the final 21 seconds. The Bulls serve from the baseline. Ross controls the clock and brings the ball slowly across half court. At this point there were just 13 seconds left before the full game was over, but Ross was in no hurry to start. Instead, he stood a step in front of the center circle, dribbling the ball and watching the time on the timer. 10 seconds. 9 seconds, 8 seconds. As the clock counted down to 7 seconds on the timer, Noah suddenly moved up to block for Rose, who moved at the same time. Chen Xiao desperately tried to deathbite Rose, but Noah's block was like a brick wall blocking his way. Ross, taking the opportunity, shook off Chen Xiao and headed toward the basket. Chandler had no choice but to go to Rose's defense, but Ross was too fast, and in the blink of an eye he had sprinted into the 3-second zone. At that point, Junior also abandoned his defender to come over and fill in. But it was too late. Ross leaped high into the air. At this moment, Chen Xiao only had one thought in his mind. It's over. It's going to be an extermination. Next, bang! Ross hit a one-handed slam and dunked the ball into the basket. The moment the ball went in, the timer also happened to finish the last solitary second. The red light comes on and the whole game is over. The Bulls beat the Knicks by 2, 120 to 118. Chen Xiao stared blankly at the overhead timer, the closest he had come to victory since entering the NBA. But in the end, it's still a loss. Don't feel bad. You've been through it. Lin Shihao walked over and patted Chen Xiao's shoulder and said, "Did I really try?" Chen Xiao silently said in his heart. Chapter 22 Post-Game Evaluation. The game was lost, and the Knicks players were not in a very good mood one by one. Especially this kind of game where you are down by a big margin, have struggled to equalize, and are on the verge of winning but lose is even more unacceptable. Back to the locker room. The mood of the crowd was very low, and all of them were muffled. D'Antoni also saw that the crowd was in a bad mood and took the initiative to encourage them. One win or loss doesn't mean anything. It's just an average to average preseason game. It's not even a regular season game. And, you guys don't forget, it's not even our full lineup today. Yeah, coach is right. It's just a preseason game. There's no need for everyone to be down in the dumps. The Bulls were the team with the number 1 record in the league last season, and we almost won against them today, so we should be happy. At that point, Mike Bibby also stood up and said, "It's still up to the veterans when it counts." This is why so many teams, even those in rebuilds, love veterans, because they have seen the world. They can act as a linchpin in the locker room. Both the technique and the mentality are very worthwhile for young players to learn from. D'Antoni couldn't agree more with Bibby's words. The Knicks were proud enough to play the Bulls, who had the No.1 regular season record last season, to the bitter end without Mellon Anthony. More critically, the Knicks have been trailing the Bulls from the opening tip, and at their highest point were even down by 24 points. The fact that this was even recovered speaks volumes about the resiliency of this Knicks team. Thinking of this, D'Antoni glanced at Chen Xiao, who was sitting in the corner. Others may not know, but D'Antoni is very clear. Today the Knicks can finally catch up the score. Rely on Chen Xiao. Penguin Sports Live. The game may be over, but the broadcast isn't. Both Young E and Coben are still giving their commentary on this match. First of all, I would like to congratulate the Bulls for taking the win in this game, and also congratulate them on their proud preseason record of 8 consecutive victories, worthy of being the No.1 team in last season's regular season. And the strength of the team is indeed Bull. Yang Yi first congratulated the Bulls, and then continued to comment, "It's a bit of a shame for the Knicks today. I thought at one point that they were going to bounce back, but it was so close. But it's okay, it's just a preseason game. It doesn't affect the big picture. Right now, our biggest concern is whether Chen Xiao can stay with the Knicks and stay in the NBA." That's right, Mr. Yang E is right. I'm sure everyone is most concerned about Chen Zhao's retention or departure right now. What does Mr. Yang Yi think of Chen Zhao's performance today? Ku Fan asked. Compared to the last match, I think Chen Zhao has improved again today. Last game he showed us the defense and today he showed us the offense. I'm more impressed with 2 balls. One is 2+1 and one is 3+1. Although these 2 balls have some luck in them, there's no denying that Chen Zhao is more daring to take a shot. Whether you can score or not is not to say first, but you must dare to take a shot. You will never score if you don't take a shot, and you can only score if you throw it. Yang Yi summarized. Indeed, Chen Zhao performed very well today, playing a total of 10 minutes and 18 seconds in this game. 1 in 3 3-pointers, 2 in 3 2-pointers, 2 in 4 free throws, cutting down 10 points along with 3 assists, 1 steal and 1 block, which can be said to be very efficient. While Chen Zhao's stats couldn't be called spectacular, they were certainly a big improvement from the previous game. After the match, the domestic media also made a big deal about Chen Zhao. This made Chen Zhao's popularity in China instantly skyrocket, but at the same time, it also attracted a large number of black people. Now take a 10 and just blow it? The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment, and I would advise that it is best not to get your hopes up so that you won't be disappointed. Chen Zhao doesn't even have an official contract yet, so he's starting to blow it off. Be careful of being slapped in the face afterward. But for fans who know the game, Chen Zhao is winning their respect step by step with his strength. There is a flurry of voices on the internet saying all sorts of things. However, Chen Zhao, who was far away across the ocean, knew nothing about it. At this time, Chen Zhao had already followed the team back to the hotel. It was already 11 p.m. MST after the race, and it was clearly inappropriate to return to New York at this time, so they will rest at the hotel for the night and return to New York early the next morning. When he returned to the hotel, Chen Zhao fell headfirst onto the bed. He was just about to have a beautiful sleep, but the system prompted that the rewards were settled. Thus, Chen Zhao could only endure his sleepiness and tap on the system interface. In this match, Chen Zhao had not only completed a single mission, but also a time-limited mission. So, this battle can be quite rewarding. Tapping on the system's settlement page, Chen Zhao received the system reward. The single game mission rewarded Chen Zhao with 5 attribute points, while the limited time mission gave Chen Zhao 2 attribute points. Adding it all up, that's a total of 7 attribute points. 7 attribute points seems like a lot, but spread evenly across attributes, it's not enough. If only we could just buy attribute points with kryptonite like in the game. Chen Zhao could not help but think in his heart. For these 7 attribute points, Chen Zhao hadn't thought about what to do with them. After all, each of his attributes was low right now, and adding even just 1 wasn't enough. And it's almost time for the regular season, so as long as he manages to stay with the Knicks, I'm sure he'll have more opportunities to play afterward, which will give him more chances to earn attribute points as well. But the regular season is a lot harder than the preseason, so Chen Zhao can't help but get a little worried. At his current rate of gaining attribute points, it was feared that it would take more than a season to have a league average replacement level. Having starting power is feared for 2 to 3 seasons, not to mention being an all-star, a superstar, requiring only more games, one step at a time, and one day it will be, I'll be a superstar in the NBA. After receiving the reward, Chen Zhao instantly lost his sleepiness again and lay down on the bed to think about the planning afterward. But more than that, I'm worried about my contract. After all, it's up to the Knicks to take the initiative on whether or not they want to sign with themselves, despite the huge dragon market behind him and this great performance. But Chen Zhao is still not completely sure that he can stay in the team. After all, the Knicks have too many guys on their middle linebacker. If it were a different team that was short on defensemen, I'm afraid they would have signed him a long time ago, but he just came to the Knicks. He can't be traded again before his ass is even warmed up. Chen Zhao did not want to become a 3-name slave like Lubu. He prefers to be like Kobe. One man, one city, playing for one team for the rest of his life. He has played for the Rockets in preseason games, but preseason games are not considered official, so I guess it doesn't count within the one-man city. Chapter 23 Worshipping Old Bibi. Day 2. When Chen Zhao appeared in front of the crowd with 2 panda eyes, they all suspected that he had sneaked off alone last night to do something unseemly. Chen Zhao explained for a while, but the crowd still looked at him with strange eyes. In the end, Chen Zhao simply didn't explain. Love it. On the plane back to New York, Chen Zhao had wanted to squint for a while, but he didn't expect old Bibi to take the initiative to find him. Chen, how do you feel about your performance yesterday? Old Bibi took the initiative to ask. Chen Zhao was slightly stunned, not knowing why old Bibi would ask that, but he still said truthfully, generally, although I scored a few goals, I think that was all luck. Bibi nodded. You're still a little cognizant of yourself. Want to hear what I think of you? Old Bibi looked at Chen Zhao and asked with a smile. Chen Zhao nodded. Go ahead. I think your performance yesterday can only be described as extremely poor. It's true that you had quite a few bright performances, but as a point guard it's obvious that you're not up to snuff, old Bibby said bluntly. Chen Xiao didn't get angry when he heard this. Instead, he humbly asked for advice. Then what do I have to do to improve? Old Bibby said. First you need to improve your dribbling. I watched yesterday's game and realized that your dribbling is really miserable. Chen Xiao blushed at Bibi's comment. Just as Bibi had said, his dribbling was indeed a mess. Even bringing the ball across half-court takes care. That's pre-season, and there wasn't a lot of defensive intensity on either side of the ball. If you put it in the playoffs, or even the finals, facing a high-intensity defense, Chen Xiao is afraid that he won't even be able to dribble the ball. You're right. Is there more? At this moment, Chen Xiao's tone was much more sincere. He could feel Bibi's kindness towards him, and old Bibi was genuinely trying to help him. Old Bibi did it not only for the bet with Anthony, but also because he likes to see a prospect with potential that can play. Yes, your shot needs more practice. Improving your percentage is key. I could tell you weren't confident when you were shooting and didn't have that sheer dominance. It's especially important at key moments in key games. Also, I think you need to work on your killer shots, like the three-point shot, the sharpshooting mid-range shot, the change of pace breakaway layup, and so on. But I would suggest that you could start by practicing your throwing, which is a must-have skill for a defender. Yes, I will. Chen Xiao nodded and said seriously. Bibi isn't much of a star, but he's an excellent and competent point guard. To be a great point guard, you have to not only be able to play the game, but you have to understand the habits of the other players on the team. This is a better way to get the ball into the hands of your teammates, allowing them to score easily. At this point, Bibi continued, I'll probably retire after this season, so I can teach you everything I know if you want. Hearing Bibi's words, Chen Xiao couldn't wait to kowtow to his master directly. According to the Dragon Kingdom, Bibi was completely teaching Chen Xiao as a disciple, and it wasn't too much for Chen Xiao to call out for a master. Therefore, although it was impossible to kowtow on the airplane, Chen Xiao still very respectfully cupped his fists and saluted Bibi and called out to Master. Master is above. Accept my disciple's obeisance. Old Bibi was startled by the sudden bow from Chen Xiao. Seeing this, Chen Xiao hurriedly explained, This is a tradition in our Dragon Kingdom. You taught me how to play. I deserve to call you master. Listening to Chen Xiao's explanation, Bibi quickly understood the meaning, and then also readily accepted Chen Xiao calling him master. Originally, Bibi had only taught Chen Xiao out of the goodness of his heart, but with the identity of master and disciple, Bibi was determined to teach Chen Xiao properly. Do a good job and don't let me down. Bibi patted Chen Xiao's shoulder and said. He then returned to his seat after chatting with Chen Xiao for a few more moments. Long-distance flights would always make people unconsciously sleepy. Plus last night was not a good night's sleep, so Chen Xiao quickly entered dreamland. By the time he woke up again, the plane had landed at New York's International Airport. After getting off the plane, D'Antoni announced the time of the next assembly and simply had the crowd dismissed on the spot. In a couple days, it will be the start of a long regular season, and with the game just yesterday, D'Antoni didn't schedule a practice either. And the next team practice, D'Antoni scheduled for tomorrow. Although there was no team practice today, Chen Xiao didn't want to be lazy, but decided to head to the dugout alone for extra practice. At this time, Lin Xiaoheo, however, walked over and put his arm around Chen Xiao's shoulders and said, Bro, take the rest of the day off. I'll show you around the bustling New York City. Thanks, but no thanks. Chen Xiao smiled and thanked him, then said, I want to go to the gym and practice for a while. You know I don't have an official contract yet, so I have to work even harder. Chen Xiao's words made Lin a bit groundless, as he, like Chen Xiao, had not received an official contract from the Knicks. Again, he didn't receive an official contract, but Chen Xiao was thinking about continuing to practice while he was thinking about going out to play. Lin was touched and immediately said, Then I'll join you. So the two partnered up and went to the team's practice gym, which lasted all day. It was only when the sun had set that the two emerged from the training hall. On their way to the locker room to wash up, the two ran right into D'Antoni, who had just come out of the analysis room. All three froze in disbelief when they saw each other. Chen Xiao and Lin didn't expect to meet D'Antoni in the ballroom on their day off, and it looked like he spent the whole day in the analysis room. Again, D'Antoni was very surprised. Since today was a rest day, he didn't expect to meet Chen Xiao and Lin Xiaoheo in the ballroom. Looking at the two of them in this outfit, they seemed to have just finished practicing. Chen, Lin, you two didn't just finish practicing, did you? D'Antoni took the initiative to ask. Chen Xiao nodded and said, Yes coach, we got off the plane and came straight over to practice. They came over right off the plane, which means they both practiced all day at the gym. Spare D'Antoni. After hearing these words from Chen Xiao, he was also deeply touched. Although Chen Xiao's strength is not yet too good, but his attitude towards basketball, as well as this perseverance has completely impressed D'Antoni. D'Antoni patted Chen Xiao and Lin's shoulders and encouraged, Good job, keep it up. With that, D'Antoni was ready to leave. However, Chen Xiao caught up again. Why? Is there something else? Coach, I have to ask, will you keep me? After saying this, Chen Xiao looked at D'Antoni with a nervous face, waiting for his reply. Although he can ultimately stay in the team as not D'Antoni say, but as the head coach D'Antoni's attitude is directly related to Chen Xiao's stay and go. If D'Antoni is willing to keep him, the odds of him staying on the team will increase dramatically. Chapter 24 Anxiety. For a team to determine whether a player stays or goes, the final call must be made by the team's general manager or even the team's management. As a head coach, though, there is a certain amount of discourse. After all, it is the head coach who is really there to coach, and it must be the head coach who knows the players best. A truly championship contending team is all about management working with the head coach to pick the guys. It's only teams in rebuilding where the head coach has little say and is at the mercy of management for everything. Last season, the Knicks management went through a series of operations and traded for Melon Anthony as well as Little Buster Stoudemire, obviously wanting to make a playoff push and wanting to make a mark. So this year they hired Hall of Fame coach D'Antoni. At this time, the parties were in the honeymoon period. The Knicks management will certainly seek D'Antoni's opinion on Chen Xiao's stay or departure. In other words, as long as D'Antoni is willing to keep Chen Xiao, then Chen Xiao will definitely be kept. When Chen Xiao asked this, he had been observing D'Antoni's expression, hoping to see a bit of clues through it, but it was obvious that Chen Xiao had failed. D'Antoni's face didn't have any change of expression. Instead it was very calm. Chen, your expression in the last game was really excellent, and I'm very satisfied with your performance, but it's up to the management to decide whether you can stay in the end or not, and I can't make a promise to you. D'Antoni's words are the same as not saying anything. Instead of letting Chen Xiao feel at ease, it makes him even more apprehensive. Chen Xiao originally wanted to pry a little news from D'Antoni's mouth, but in the end, the news did not pry out. At this time, Lin saw that Chen Xiao was in a somewhat depressed mood and went up and patted him on the shoulder, saying, Chen, give the management some time. I believe there will be a good result. Thank you Ringo, I'm fine. Chen Xiao said thank you, then looked at D'Antoni and said, sorry coach, for bothering you. D'Antoni shook his head and said, it's okay, Chen, I think highly of you. With that, D'Antoni turned and left. Looking at D'Antoni's distant back, Chen Xiao pondered over the words he had just said. What does D'Antoni mean when he says he looks out for himself? Does it mean that one can stay on the team? Or does it mean something else? Chen Xiao's mind was a bit messed up right now, but he understood that he had to plan ahead for everything. If at the end of the day the Knicks still cut him, he'll have to figure out a way back. On the way back to the apartment, Chen Xiao had been thinking of a way out. Going back to the CBA is definitely not an option. For the CBA, Chen Xiao does not have a good impression. In his view, that is a vegetable chicken pecking. In order to fill the facade of the Dragon Country, people themselves engaged in the house. Think about it. Some people who can't play in the NBA come to the CBA and become superstars, blowing up 40 or 50 points a game. With that level of league play, he doesn't even know why it still exists. There is also to spit is that some of the domestic players, accustomed to playing in such a comfortable environment, have forgotten the original intention. Every day to get by without knowing how to make progress. Chen Xiao was afraid that when he went back, he would be out of place with these people or be assimilated by them. This was not what Chen Xiao wished to see, but staying in the NBA, where can he go? As the regular season approaches, most teams have finalized their rosters for the upcoming season. Besides, there is no shortage of good defensemen in the league today. Think about it, even a player of Harden's caliber has to sit on the bench. Add to that the fact that he's a dragon, and it just adds insult to injury. At the thought of this, Chen Xiao's entire body was filled with a sense of powerlessness for a moment. The huge market of the Dragon Kingdom was indeed a plus for Chen Xiao, but as a dragon, he had to face another reality. That's being discriminated against. In a way, it is true that in some competitive sports yellow people are inferior to black and white people, especially in the NBA. It's almost more likely that you won't see any yellow. This is disguised proof that yellow can't play in the NBA. Over time, the entire NBA league has come to view yellow people through colored glasses. Of course, this is more a matter of one's own attitude than one's own talent. Chen Xiao feels that skin color does not define a player's success. Big Yao is from the Dragon Kingdom, and although Lin is not from the Dragon Kingdom, he is also a yellow man, with the bloodline of the yellow children left in his body. They were able to make a name for themselves in the NBA, and Chen Xiao felt he could too. Moreover, Chen Xiao also possessed the system, but even though Chen Xiao was confident, at this stage, he had nothing but to wait, waiting for the Knicks brass to decide. Chen Xiao lying in bed tossing and turning just can't sleep, always feel that he can't be so passive, should take the initiative. How about trying to find other teams? Chen Xiao said to himself. Soon, though, the question came up. He didn't have contact information for other teams, much less know any players or coaches from other teams. When he first came back to life, he was picked up by the Rockets in a blur. Then it was on to Houston to follow the Rockets all the way to Summer League and then preseason. Then, it was traded by the Rockets to the New York Knicks. The whole time, he was very passive. But that's pretty normal for a second-round pick. But unlike other international players entering the draft, players of other nationalities participating in the draft have professional teams behind them or have the support of their original clubs. As for Chen Xiao, he did run as an individual. This means that there is no club support or professional team behind Chen Xiao, and everything depends on him alone. As it was, if Chen Xiao had a team behind him, he would have definitely helped him identify a team ahead of time, not making him wait so apprehensively for the pronouncement. The more Chen Xiao thought about it, the more messed up his mind became. But he couldn't help but think about it. Chen Xiao got up and went to take a cool shower, trying to calm himself down, but with little effect. Looking at the time, it was after 2 a.m. Chen Xiao simply did not sleep, directly got up and went to the Knicks training center to start training. Since you will be rambling when you are idle, it is not enough to let yourself have no time to ramble. So, Chen Xiao opened the door to the Knicks training dome at 2:30 a.m. Alone, started practicing the ball. When D'Antoni arrived at the arena at 8 a.m., he heard the sound of a basketball hitting the floor. He curiously walked towards the training hall, and when he saw that it was Chen Xiao, he couldn't help but smile and nod. He had never doubted Chen Xiao's attitude. However, just then, one of the Knicks janitors took it upon himself to say hello to D'Antoni. "Coach, go talk some sense into this kid. He's been practicing here all night." "One night?" D'Antoni frowned momentarily. "Yeah, came in at midnight last night and practiced until now," housekeeping said. "Okay, I know, I'll talk him into it." Once D'Antoni dismissed the janitorial staff, he immediately called Glenn Ward, the team's general manager. "I've made sure of it. The last spot on the team goes to Chen Xiao. Chapter 25 contract offered by the Knicks." At this moment, Chen Xiao doesn't know that D'Antoni has decided to keep him. Team training is scheduled for 9 a.m. Chen Xiao looked at the time has been more than 8 a.m. Decisively stopped ready to go to eat something to recover to restore physical strength. But as soon as he stepped out of the training hall, he ran into a woman head-on. "Sorry," Chen Xiao hurriedly apologized in English. However, what Chen Xiao did not expect was that the other party was replying to him in Mandarin. "It's okay, I wasn't paying attention. It's none of your business." Suddenly hearing such pure Mandarin in a foreign country, more or less made Chen Xiao feel a little surprised. But more than that, it was affectionate. "You're from the Dragon Kingdom?" Chen Xiao asked. "Hello Chen Xiao, let me introduce myself. I'm a special reporter from Penguin Sports. My name is Luna. I came over here specifically to find you." Saying that, Luna took the initiative to extend her right hand. Chen Xiao was slightly stunned, but still reached out and shook the other party's hand. "Come to find me?" Chen Xiao was a bit puzzled. Luna nodded and said, "I'd like to do an interview with you. I was wondering if you had time." Chen Xiao looked down at Luna and looked up and down. Luna was dressed in a casual outfit with a ponytail, a pair of black framed glasses, and a pair of white sneakers under her feet. Luna saw the look in Chen Xiao's eyes and thought that he didn't believe it, and immediately took out her ID from her bag and said, "This is my ID. I'm not some kind of crook." Chen Xiao took a look at the document, which did have the words Penguin Sports on it, and then said, "I'm sorry, I'm not doubting your identity. It's just that I'm afraid I can't do an exclusive interview with you." "Why?" "Because." Without waiting for Chen Xiao to finish his sentence, his cell phone suddenly rang. Chen Xiao said sorry to Luna and then picked up the phone. The call was from the Knicks management, asking Chen Xiao to go to the general manager's office as soon as possible. At this time, the general manager suddenly looked for him. There are only two results. One is that the Knicks are willing to keep Chen Xiao and discuss the next step in his contract details. The other is that the Knicks didn't want to keep Chen Xiao and informed him that he was cut. Either way, Chen Xiao's mood at the moment was very nervous and couldn't help but even his breathing was shortened. After hanging up the phone, Chen Xiao directly left Luna alone and rushed towards the general manager's office. "Hey, you haven't promised me yet," Luna shouted towards the distant Chen Xiao. But Chen Xiao was in no mood to accept any special interview. Wouldn't it be a joke if he agreed to an exclusive interview only to be cut by the Knicks the next second? So even if he were to give an exclusive interview, it would have to wait until he was sure of where he was finally going. With trepidation, Chen Xiao arrived at the door of Knicks general manager Glenn Ward's office. Chen Xiao stood at the door and took a deep breath before going up to knock on the door. "Come in." After pushing open the door of the room and seeing the person in the room, Chen Xiao was a bit surprised. Glenn Ward wasn't the only one in the room. D'Antoni was there, along with several other team executives. There was also a middle-aged man with a beard. Chen Xiao hadn't seen this person before, but those who could appear here were the team's top brass, and there was only one person at the top of the team that Chen Xiao hadn't met. That would be the owner of the Knicks, James Dolan. James Dolan is a very low-profile person. Even if Chen Xiao is a reborn person knows very little about him, Chen Xiao only knew that he was not only the owner of the New York Knicks, but also the CEO of the Rice Cable Television System Corporation, which was worth a lot of money. Seeing all of these people appear together, Chen Xiao couldn't help but guess that the odds were that Glenn Ward had sought himself out to discuss signing with him. If it's the team that's going to cut him, there's no need to make such a big deal out of it and alarm so many people. More to the point, there was no need to alarm team owner James Dolan. When Chen Xiao came in, D'Antoni got up and introduced him. Sure enough, the bearded man was none other than Knicks owner James Dolan. James Dolan nodded slightly towards Chen Xiao as a greeting. Then, Glenn Ward signaled D'Antoni to say. D'Antoni wasn't polite and got right to the point. Chen, I'm sure you've guessed what we've sought you out for. And just as you thought, it's time to reveal the answer. The moment he saw James Dolan, Chen Xiao had already guessed the answer, so now he looked incredibly calm. At this point, D'Antoni continued, after the coaching staff's examination of you, as well as management's intense discussions, the final decision was made to give you a contract in the hope that you can continue to play for the Knicks. Hearing this, the corners of Chen Xiao's mouth lifted slightly, revealing a hint of a smile, and his head was already thinking about where to go to celebrate. However, D'Antoni's next words were like a bolt from the blue, breaking Chen Xiao's heart. Chen, this is a short contract for 10 days. If you can still perform well during this period, I'm sure the next contract will be a guaranteed contract. What? A short 10-day contract? Chen Xiao's face instantly changed. 1 second. He was happy to get the contract, but in the next breath, D'Antoni surprised him by telling him it was just a short 10-day contract. Chen Xiao felt that he had been deceived. It was important to realize that a short contract of 10 days wasn't considered a formal contract in theory, which meant that he wouldn't be able to get the 15 attribute points rewarded by the system yet. There was also another point that Chen Xiao had to consider. This 10-day contract has the ability to fully guarantee his salary and everything for the duration of the contract. But what happens after the contract ends? What if the Knicks don't extend him at that point? Where else would he go? Obviously, this decision of the Knicks management caught Chen Xiao off guard. Chen Xiao did not rush to pick up the contract in D'Antoni's hands, but froze in place and fell into deep thought. Seeing that Chen Xiao did not pick up the contract for a long time, Glenn Ward, who was on the side, suddenly opened his mouth. Chen, this is only a short contract of 10 days, but it is also a contract worth 50,000 mises. I know that you are very short of money lately, and I have already discussed with Mr. Dolan that I can pay you for this contract first. As Glenn Ward said, he didn't have much money left on him, and if he hadn't been able to take care of 3 meals a day on the team, he was afraid he wouldn't even be able to afford to eat. When Glenn Ward said that he could pay the reward up front, Chen Xiao had actually been moved, and Glenn Ward's next words completely impressed Chen Xiao. Chen, you may not know much about the NBA's signing bylaws. A team can only sign a player to a short contract twice per season, and after 2 times they must give the other player at least a base salary contract, so you still have a chance to get a big contract after that. Although Chen Xiao knew that Glenn Ward was painting a pie for him, this pie Chen Xiao felt was quite fragrant. Alright, I need to think about it, Chen Xiao said. Chapter 26, The Knicks' Internal Conflict. Chen Xiao didn't directly say yes or no, but said that he needed to think about it. In response, Glenn Ward did not show any offense and instead gave Chen Xiao full respect. After coming out of Glenn Ward's office, Chen Xiao's entire body was in a daze. This great psychological gap made him once again become a bit afflicted. Hey, Chen Xiao, I finally found you. At this time, Luna appeared out of nowhere and blocked Chen Xiao's path. Chen Xiao ignored her and instead moved a step to the side, bypassing Luna and continuing to walk forward. Seeing that Chen Xiao's mood was a bit low, Luna hurriedly caught up with him and asked, "What's wrong with you? You don't look as if you're too happy." "Nothing, don't follow me. I don't do interviews." Chen Xiao frowned and said. Chen Xiao said that it was fine on his lips, but Luna as a reporter was keen to capture the emotions on Chen Xiao's face. "Let me guess, is the Knicks getting ready to cut you, or are they only willing to give you a short-term contract?" Hearing Luna's words, Chen Xiao suddenly stopped and looked at the other party with a surprised expression. Seeing this, Luna smiled slightly and said, "I guessed it. So what if I guessed? I'm not going to be interviewed." After saying that, Chen Xiao took a step towards the training center. "Hey, don't go. Maybe I can help you," Luna shouted from behind. Hearing these words, Chen Xiao stopped once more and turned to look at Luna suspiciously. "How can I help?" Luna pulled out a business card from her bag and handed it to Chen Xiao. "There's my contact information on it. Remember to look for me when your training is over." Luna then left the dugout. During the morning's training, Chen Xiao had been thinking about how Luna would help him, causing him to be a bit distracted during the training. It's a good thing D'Antoni didn't say anything about him, though, because D'Antoni was distracted by something else at the moment. Melon still didn't show up for today's practice. This made D'Antoni very angry and feel provoked. and other players have been talking about it in private after learning about the situation. The head coach and the star of the show are at odds, so the worst that can happen is that one of the two will leave the team. It was not clear to the crowd as to who would actually leave. Only Chen Xiao was clear that according to the course of history, there would inevitably be an irreconcilable conflict between these two. It was just that he hadn't expected the conflict to unfold in such a way and come so quickly. Previous life, Chen Xiao had also heard slightly about the conflict between the two. Only at the time, according to the media, it was a philosophical disagreement between the two. It is well known that D'Antoni specializes in a run-and-gun system that requires players to complete the offense in a 7-second time frame. And Anthony is known as an offensive kaleidoscope and a master of positional play. So the two disagreed on the team's style of play, which led to the team's deteriorating record. In the end, the Knicks chose Anthony between the two. D'Antoni was sacked by Knicks management after just half a season of coaching with the Knicks. D'Antoni left the Knicks after first bouncing around to the Los Angeles Lakers, but after 2 failed seasons there, came back to the Houston Rockets. There he met the second love of his life, James Harden. Thus, the master and disciple began the road of reversal. One became the NBA's best coach and the other collected the most valuable player. As for Anthony, his top salary extension of the Knicks, more nearly led the Knicks into the Eastern Conference, only to be dumped by the Knicks and traded to the Thunder in the 17-18 season. This was the reason given by the media in the last life for the two not getting along. But realistically, is it possible that this is the real reason why the two don't get along? In this regard, Chen Xiao did not have much interest. He was now struggling to protect himself. How could he still be in the mood to care about other people's idle matters? After the morning's training, Chen Xiao immediately called Luna. The two had arranged to meet at a local Dragon Country restaurant in New York. Feel free to order whatever you want. It's my treat, Luna said generously as she handed Chen Xiao the menu. Although it is not good to let a girl treat you for the first time to eat with her. But at this time Chen Xiao was so shy that he could not care about the dignity of a man. Besides, he had rushed over immediately after training, and he hadn't even eaten his lunch yet. So he was indeed hungry now. Then I'm welcome. With that, Chen Xiao flipped through the menu and ordered some common Dragon Country dishes. Taking advantage of the food being served, Chen Xiao couldn't wait to ask Luna for advice. You helped me this morning. How exactly? It's simple. You need the team. Luna said bluntly. I've read your profile. You entered the draft as an individual with no club or team behind you, which leads to the fact that you'll be very passive when negotiating with NBA teams and won't be able to fight for the maximum benefits. This is something that Chen Xiao actually knows himself, but he's just a player who only knows how to play. And besides, he doesn't have any connections in this area. So Chen Xiao spoke up and said, I know this too, but I don't know anything else besides playing soccer. Luna took a sip of her drink and then smiled. So that means I can help you. Without waiting for Chen Xiao to ask a question, Luna continued, I can help you find an agent and team, but as payment, you have to agree to do an exclusive interview with me. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiao stared at Luna for a few seconds, then said, okay, as long as I can get a formal contract, I'll agree to your exclusive interview. Sports stars are stars too, and being a star requires exposure. So Chen Xiao himself is not rejecting the interview, only before he has been troubled by the problem of the contract, which is why he refused Luna. If Luna could really help him with his contract, it wouldn't be a problem to give him 10 interviews, not to mention one. After that, the two had a fairly pleasant conversation. After eating, the two parted ways. Luna said that she would give her a few days and would call Chen Xiao at that time. Chen Xiao, on the other hand, returned to the rented apartment. There was no talk all night. The next day was still a day of rest. Chen Xiao had just returned from his morning exercise when he received a call from Luna. Well, did you find an agent? Chen Xiao picked up the phone and couldn't wait to ask. Not really, but I asked a few people in the national scene and they all decided that you should sign a short-term contract with the Knicks first. Luna's slightly tired voice came over the phone. Yesterday, after parting ways with Chen Xiao, Luna had called some of the domestic circles overnight. One was to ask if they could help introduce a suitable agent, and the other was to hear their advice on Chen Xiao. This fight was an all-nighter. In the end, Luna summarized everyone's suggestions, and they all coincidentally said that Chen Xiao should first agree on a short-term contract with the Knicks. First of all, with the regular season starting in just a few days, most teams have long since finalized their rosters, and it's unlikely that there will be any roster changes. After all, Chen Xiao wasn't a big-name player. Secondly, Chen Xiao had a terrible summer league and even less playing time in the preseason. Only the last 2 games have been fairly well played. Too small a reference sample for other teams. So even if Chen Xiao wants to leave the Knicks to sign with another team, he needs to play for value to do so, and that has to come with regular playing time. After Luna relayed each of these industry insiders' analyses to Chen Xiao, she left the choice to Chen Xiao himself. Chapter 27, The Dust Settles. In fact, the present-day Chen Xiao had no choice at all. by not accepting the short 10-day contract offered by the Knicks.
He faced a no-play situation.
By accepting the Knicks contract, he at least has a glimmer of hope. Therefore, Chen Xiao quickly made a decision. Signed the short 10-day contract offered by the Knicks. Chen Xiao thanked Luna, while Luna said that she would help him find a suitable agent as soon as possible. The two chatted some more and hung up. Chen Xiao then called Glenn Ward. After explaining his wishes, the two sides quickly signed a contract, and the Knicks officials were the first to make an announcement. Chen Xiao's domestic heat continues to rise as a result of his performance in his last two fights. There are already a number of people who think Chen Xiao has the ability to stay and play in the NBA. Only their main concern is Chen Xiao's contract and which NBA team he will eventually represent in the new regular season. Amidst all the speculation,
Penguin Sports suddenly topped its own official homepage with the latest news.
The dust settles.
Dragon Nation player Chen Xiao agrees to a short 10-day contract with the New York Knicks.
When the news came out,
it caused another uproar in no time. Some people had expected this outcome and appeared extremely calm. Some were upset for Chen Xiao.
After all,
Chen Xiao's performance in the past two games deserved a full contract.
Of course,
there are also quite a few black people who jumped out again to denigrate Chen Xiao to find a sense of existence.
For a while,
all the major forums and posters in the country were discussing this matter everywhere.
Is the Knicks management blind? This doesn't even give Chen Xiao an official contract? I think the upstairs is blind. On the level of Chen Xiao has a short contract is good. At least there is a ball playing.
If not this short contract, Chen Xiao will have to get out.
In fact, I think we don't need to be so pessimistic.
The fact that the Knicks are willing to give Chen Xiao a short contract proves that they also want to sign Chen Xiao. Except that Chen Xiao has only played 2 good games.
And after that,
who knows if he will still play well.
I agree with the upstairs.
As long as Chen Xiao can keep up his form like he did in the first 2 games,
I'm sure he'll be able to get an official contract. Come on,
the first 2 matches that was Chen Xiao's luck.
Do you really think he can play like that every single match?
In addition to the fiery fan bickering, a number of commentators have weighed in on the situation.
Yang Yi, I think it's more reasonable for the Knicks to give Chen Xiao this short-term contract. After all,
Chen Xiao's performance has only gotten better recently,
and there isn't much information that can be referenced,
so I think the Knicks still want to take another look at Chen Xiao.
Wang Meng, I think Chen Xiao should go to find an agent. Professional things to professional people. He will be content to play on the field. As long as he performs well, the contract and so on are not a problem.
Chen Xiao was not aware of these domestic discussions.
After signing with the Knicks, he went back to training full-time.
And the payoff that Glenn Ward had promised to pay up front earlier was also called to Chen Xiao the first time after signing the contract.
After having the money,
Chen Xiao immediately bought himself a brand new pair of basketball shoes. Then, he hired himself a personal shooting trainer who specialized in teaching him how to shoot. This trainer was no other than Cannon Baker, a famous trainer in Rice. Many NBA and WNBA as well as NBDL, NCAA, and even European basketball players have been trained by him professionally. These are full of big names in the NBA, such as Shark Bynum Jr. of the Lakers, Jr., and Chandler of the Knicks, and Kevin Durant. Chen Xiao was able to hire Cannon Baker as a trainer thanks to his cheap master-old BB. It was only after BB's introduction that Cannon Baker took on this business with Chen Xiao and gave him a discount.
But even so, the high training fees drained Chen Xiao's wallet. In Rice,
such personal trainers are very expensive,
and top trainers like Cannon Baker are even more sky-high. But again, this money had to be spent. After all, training could also increase one's attributes,
and it was impossible for Chen Xiao to rely solely on competitions to gain attribute points.
Under the guidance of the trainer,
Chen Xiao's shooting percentage has improved significantly.
Before,
his shooting attribute was only 52 points, but it went up to 55 points after practicing with the trainer for a day.
For now,
Chen Xiao has positioned himself to be a 3D type defender with occasional guest organizing roles. The odds are that he won't be able to get into a regular starting role at his current ability. Once they get a chance to play, it will most likely be in garbage time.
So how can you get a coach's attention in garbage time? First and foremost, it's all about defense, and it starts with defense, and taking the attitude out of it. The second thing is to show your offense in garbage time. Make it a point to score whenever you're on the court so that you have a chance to get into the main rotation. But all of this requires a prerequisite. That is, Chen Xiao must have excellent defensive ability and shooting ability. However,
attribute points are limited and it is impossible to fulfill both attributes at the same time. Therefore, Chen Xiao decided after thinking about it for a while that he would put his attribute points on defense,
and as for shooting,
he would have to rely on his usual training.
He hadn't used his 7 attribute points from the last game,
and this time all of them were on defense.
In doing so,
his defensive attributes came to 67 points.
It's only 3 points away from 70. Just one more game and he'll get his defense up above 70 points. Thinking about this,
Chen Xiao was filled with energy. He continued practicing for another hour or so before stopping.
Chen, that's enough for today.
Trainer Cannon Baker saw that it was getting late and took the initiative to end the day's training.
Thank you, Ganon. You've worked hard today.
Chen Xiao said thanks.
Hearing Chen Zhao's thanks,
Cannon Baker shook his head with a smile and said,
Chen, you Dragon Nation people are just being polite. I should be the one to thank you. You're my boss. Theoretically speaking, Chen Xiao was indeed Cannon Baker's boss nowadays.
But Chen Xiao was well aware that Cannon Baker's willingness to teach him was entirely for old BB's sake.
No matter what, I have to thank you. I've gained a lot today. Chen Xiao thanked heartily.
Just the first day of training had made his shooting attribute skyrocket by 3 points.
Could he not be thankful for such efficiency? Well, enough of the polite talk. If you really want to thank me, just hire me for a while longer,
Cannon Baker said with a smile.
Of course, if my wallet allows it.
I would like you to remain my personal trainer,
Chen Xiao said. Yes, you will. You will get a big contract. At that moment,
Cannon Baker put away his jokes and said with a serious face.
He knew Chen Xiao's current situation, and in the beginning,
he was willing to teach Chen Xiao purely for old BB's sake,
but after a day together,
he realized that Chen Xiao was really very hardworking. The NBA has no shortage of talented players, and it likewise has no shortage of stories of the little guy making a comeback. He believed that as long as Chen Xiao maintained such hard work,
he would one day also rebound into a superstar. Chapter 28 Mixed News. Chen Xiao, where are you?
Chen Xiao had just returned to his apartment when he received a call from Luna.
I just returned to the apartment. Is there something wrong? Chen Xiao asked. Something heavenly, Luna said excitedly over the phone. With that,
Luna told Chen Xiao about Bill Duffy's willingness to act as Chen Xiao's manager. Bill Duffy is a famous NBA agent,
known in agent circles as Mr. Nice Guy.
He had helped Nash join the Suns, making him a legendary point guard of his generation.
Not only that, he was also Big Yao's agent.
But it was an incident in '03 that made him famous.
At the time, he was Anthony Carter's agent, and because of one of his own mistakes,
he caused Anthony Carter to automatically waive the final year of his contract worth $4 million and pushed Anthony Carter into a very awkward situation.
With the way Anthony Carter played in the 02-03 season, it's hard for a team to want to sign him. But in the end,
he helped Anthony Carter and the Spurs come to terms on a contract with the Spurs that paid him about $1 million a year. Plus he paid another $3 million out of his own pocket to compensate for the loss of Anthony Carter.
Not only did Bill Duffy's gesture impress Anthony Carter,
but it turned the event from going against him to going in his favor.
Suffice it to say, it was perfect PR.
But one has to deny that Bill Duffy is very good at what he does.
After this incident, Bill Duffy also truly stood in the NBA agent circle, and led his agency to become a world-famous agency. Bill Duffy once had a saying that impressed Chen Xiao deeply. He says, "Money isn't everything, and I'm not in this profession for the money. I have principles I work by. The NBA is a business league, and not all of the people who are in it love money, but the vast majority of them do. After all, many NBA stars weren't rich when they were young, and there are very few people in this world who don't love money. But there is an old saying in the Dragon Kingdom that a gentleman should take what he wants." Bill Duffy illustrates this well. In the case of Anthony Carter,
Bill Duffy did cause the loss of Anthony Carter because of his own mistakes.
But Anthony Carter wasn't a superstar in the league, and with Bill Duffy's standing in the biz at the time, he could have done it without paying out of pocket. But in the end, he did.
More so because of his sense of duty than it was to make up for the loss of Anthony Carter.
So, if Chen Xiao were to choose an agent, Bill Duffy would definitely be a good choice. But in Chen Xiao's mind, there was actually one more person for the agent. That would be Jeff Schwartz. Schwartz's fame is much higher than Bill Duffy's,
and even LeBron James' royal agent Rich Paul has to be courteous when he sees him.
Schwartz is not only famous,
he's also known for his business skills. Kid signed a 9-year, $60 million rookie contract with the team after entering the NBA that year. This contract in the 90s has been considered a sky-high price,
but did not expect the back of the NBA salary cap doubled skyrocket. Hill, Uncle Hua, who was in the same class as Kid, and even Garnett, the Wolf King, who came into the league later than him, all got multi-million-dollar contracts a few days later.
And Kid had to take this child labor contract because he had signed a 9-year deal before.
Kiddo also had to be dumbfounded. Kid then fired his agent and moved to Schwartz. Immediately after Kid's 9-year-long contract expired, Schwartz helped Kid become the first point guard ever to sign a $100 million contract. By this time, though, Kid had already started to go downhill, but Schwartz followed up by helping Kid get a big 3-year, $25 million contract when Kid's contract expired. When Kid turns 40, he'll still get a 3-year, $9 million contract. It's all Schwartz's fault. Schwartz has helped Kid with family matters in addition to contractual matters. It was 2003, right in the middle of the playoffs. Kid was arrested for domestic violence and it was Schwartz who stepped in to fix that as well. Of course Schwartz saved Kid more than once, so I won't go into detail,
It shows how much Schwartz values his players. So, if you let Chen Xiao choose, Schwartz is also a good candidate. Over here, Luna had been talking on the phone for half a day, but Chen Xiao's response was flat, which made Luna very puzzled. Chen Xiao, are you listening? Luna asked. There's listening. You said that Bill Duffy is willing to be my agent? Chen Xiao asked rhetorically. Yeah, wasn't I helping you in asking for an agent? And then Big Yao heard about it and recommended you to Bill Duffy, Luna said. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiao came to a realization. So it is. I said why Bill Duffy is suddenly willing to be my agent. With regards to the principle of an agent, Chen Xiao was still very cautious and did not agree to Luna at the first opportunity. After all, whether the agent is good or bad is related to his future income. A good agent can help a player make a lot more money. After chatting with Luna for a while longer, Chen Xiao opened his computer and googled Bill Duffy and Jeff Schwartz. Between these two, Chen Xiao actually prefers Jeff Schwartz. After all, he is the #1 agent in the league. There are countless big names under his belt, so if he can get Schwartz to be his agent, he might have a chance to work with these stars in the future. After searching the internet for Jeff Schwartz's contact information, Chen Xiao wrote it down and planned to call the next day. After checking the information, Chen Xiao had thought of just closing the computer, but after a moment's hesitation, he clicked on the official NBA website, wanting to see the Knicks' opponents afterward. But as soon as he clicked on the NBA's official website, Chen Xiao's entire body was dumbfounded. NBA 11-12 season delayed indefinitely due to labor dispute. Labor disputes. Season delay. This was undoubtedly a bolt from the blue for Chen Xiao. First of all, if there are no matches to play, then he can't get attribute points. Secondly, what about his contract with the Knicks once the NBA does delay the start? You know that this contract will expire in 10 days, and when it does, he'll have no income, so won't he starve to death on the streets? With that thought, he immediately called Luna. Hey Luna, do you know about the labor dispute? You're asking about the NBA season delay. I just got the news. I'm following up on that right now. I'll let you know later when I hear something. With that, Luna hung up, and at the same time, word immediately spread around the globe that the new NBA season would be delayed indefinitely. Chapter 29 The Butterfly Effect. Chen Xiao sat in front of the computer with a blank face, staring at the computer screen. How did I forget about this? Chen Xiao secretly sighed. Chen Xiao remembers this year's championship, remembers this year's first-round pick, but only the most important labor disputes are forgotten. There have been countless labor disputes in the history of the NBA, each of which has been accompanied by a tournament lockout. Chen Xiao recalled the time of this year's lockout and vaguely remembered that the new season only officially started on the day of Christmas. It's October 30th. That means there are still almost 2 months to go, but it's nothing there was no news at all before. Does it mean that because of my rebirth history has changed? In his previous life, Chen Xiao was also an avid fan of novels, familiar with all types of novels, and loved rebirth literature. So it's clear that the protagonist's rebirth triggers a series of butterfly effects, but he doesn't feel that he, a small man, can affect the entire NBA league. Perhaps it's because the Alliance is doing a good job of keeping it a secret, and that's why it hasn't been revealing information about it. Chen Xiao thought for half a day and could only attribute everything to the Alliance's good secrecy. But then there's the problem. It's something that there's no way the NBA teams didn't know about beforehand. But why would the Knicks still be willing to sign him to a short-term contract? This was something that Chen Xiao did not understand, although his value of this contract is not high. But 50,000 meters knife is also money. The Knicks cannot give him money for no reason. Chen Xiao thought for half a day, did not think about this point. Just then, Chen Xiao's cell phone rang. Chen Xiao, I've inquired clearly. Afterward, Luna told Chen Xiao everything she knew, one by one. As it turns out, the two sides, the league and the players' union, were previously in the final stages of negotiations over the collective bargaining agreement. If all goes well, the new regular season will be on schedule. That's why the Knicks were willing to give Chen Xiao a short-term contract. But not coincidentally, just today, negotiations between the two sides broke down and didn't work out. And as it got closer to the scheduled game day, the league couldn't keep it under wraps, which is why it sent out the announcement hoping to pressure the players' union to make concessions through the general fan base. There's no final answer from the players' union side yet, but from what I can see the suspension is expected to last a while, Luna analyzed. Well, it took until the end of November for the two sides to finalize their agreement, and play didn't officially resume until December 25th. Chen Xiao, you actually don't have to worry. This is the right time for you to enrich yourself and become stronger. Luna comforted. Don't worry, I'm fine, Chen Xiao said and hung up the phone. But as soon as he hung up, his cell phone rang again. Chen Xiao thought that Luna had forgotten to say something and called again. But when he picked up the phone, it was D'Antoni calling. D'Antoni informed Chen Xiao that the team practice originally scheduled for tomorrow has been cancelled due to a labor dispute. and he will need to be notified when it resumes. Although Chen Xiao had long guessed it, there was still some uneasiness when he was actually informed of the news. However, what Chen Xiao did not expect was that this matter would soon take a new turn. November 1st, the NBA's 11-12 season, which was scheduled to begin today, ended up not taking place as planned due to a labor dispute. Luna, however, had inquired about an insider tip. The players' union side couldn't hold up to fan pressure and promised to sit down with the league to negotiate again. Negotiations are scheduled for 3 days later, on November 4th. In a flash, it was the day of negotiations. The players' union was represented at the negotiations by its president, Old Fish Fisher. Today, Chen Xiao purposely took a day off from Ken and Baker and stayed in front of the computer waiting for the outcome of the negotiations. Along with Chen Xiao was Jeremy Lin. Previously, the Knicks also gave Lin a short-term contract. So, Lin and Chen Xiao are in the exact same situation. If the game doesn't resume, both of them will face unemployment. Starting at 9 a.m., Chen Xiao refreshes the page every 5 minutes, but until 6 p.m., the major media outlets still hadn't budged. Bro, it looks like we're really going to lose our jobs this time, Lin said with a sigh. Although Chen Xiao didn't say anything, in his heart, he also felt that he was afraid that he would really lose his job this time. But just then, news about today's labor dispute negotiations popped up on the front page of ESPN. Ringo, come over here. There's a report. Really? Upon hearing this, Lin immediately came to the computer. The labor dispute. New developments in negotiations. Seeing this title, Chen Xiao immediately clicked in. The report says, the two sides have reached a consensus on the content of the previous negotiations, and there has been new progress in the negotiations, although the exact amount has not yet been finalized, and the two sides will conduct final negotiations on the final amount again in 3 days. I believe that the new regular season will meet with our fans and friends in the near future. After reading ESPN's report, Lin immediately spit out, this said is not the same as did not say it, or do not know when the game can be resumed. Chen Xiao felt that it was almost time. Maybe he didn't have to wait until Christmas for the new season to start again. Just as Chen Xiao thought, the negotiations between the league and the players' union had reached their final moments, and as soon as the exact amount was finalized, the games could resume immediately. And all of this actually had a lot to do with Chen Xiao. In his previous life, at this time, Big Yao had retired, and the hope of the fans in the Dragon Kingdom for wanting to watch the NBA was not so urgent. But it was different now, because there was Chen Xiao. Therefore, the fans of the Dragon Nation desperately want to see Chen Xiao's performance in the new season. The Dragon market, on the other hand, has always been a market that the NBA attaches great importance to. They had to consider the feelings of the Dragon fans. That was why the negotiations between the two sides had been much faster than Chen Xiao had remembered. 3 more days passed in the blink of an eye. For the past 3 days, Chen Xiao had been practicing shooting under Cannon Baker, and Chen Xiao's progress could only be described as godly, with his shooting attribute rising from 55 to 60 points. The rate of growth has slowed, but an increase is better than no increase at all. The first thing Chen shouted after training was to pick up his cell phone and check the results of the negotiations between the two sides. As expected, the two sides reached a final consensus with today, just as he had predicted before, and the new regular season will officially begin in a week. Although, it was delayed by almost half a month from the original time, it was more than a whole month ahead compared to the previous life. Anyway, the regular season is about to begin. For Chen Xiao, even opportunities were challenges. Chapter 30 Regular Season Opener, November 15, Rice Time. The NBA's 11-12 regular season, postponed for nearly half a month, has officially kicked off. The New York Knicks sat at home in Madison Square Garden Arena and welcomed their first regular season opponent, the green-shirt Boston Celtics. This Celtics team has been to 2 finals and 1 championship in 4 years since forming the Big Three in the 07-08 season. It's safe to say that it's a championship favorite level team year after year. For the Knicks, running into such a strong team in the first opener of the new season is destined to be a bloodbath tonight. On the roster, the Celtics are sitting on 3 all-star level players in Wolf Garnett, Truth Pierce, and sharpshooter Ray Allen, plus a master passer in Rajon Rondo. However, as plush as the Celtics starting lineup is, the bench depth is sketchy. Many players have left the Celtics since losing to the Lakers in the finals last season. Nowadays the Celtics bench is just O'Neal Jr. and Bradley, and it's barely noticeable. The Celtics are actually not as good as the Knicks are when it comes to bench depth alone. So, if Chen Xiao has a chance to play against the Celtics bench, think it won't be too much of a disadvantage. But whether or not he can go on the field, Chen Xiao is not sure in his own heart. After all, it's the first game of the new season, and both the Celtics and the Knicks will want to take this game to win the opener. Not to mention that the Knicks are still sitting at home, so there's even more to lose. The first game day of the new season falls on a weekend in Dragonland, So many fans get up early in the morning and stay in front of the TV or computer waiting for the game to start.
The new NBA season is finally here, and it's been a long wait.
I don't know if Chen Xiao will have a chance to play today.
Kinda want to see how he performs in the regular season. Upstairs, don't think about it. This is a regular season game, not a preseason game.
How can Chen Xiao play at that level?
That's not necessarily true. What if there's garbage time in this game? The fans' discussions on the internet were not clear to Chen Xiao, and he didn't have the time to find out. At the moment, the Knicks locker room, D'Antoni is announcing the roster for the game. The starting five: Bibby Sr., Shumpert, Mellon, Jr., and Chandler. Among the remaining replacements,
Chen Xiao was surprised to hear his name unexpectedly. This also meant that Chen Xiao had a chance to play tonight.
7:50 p.m.
The lights above the Madison Square Garden arena all went out instantly. A beam of light then hit the entrance to the home team's players' tunnel. As the live DJ shouted passionately,
Knicks players ran out of the players' tunnel one by one.
Every time the live DJ chanted the name of a home team player, there was a mountain of applause and cheers.
Chen Xiao was at the end of the line,
watching his teammates go out one by one to accept the cheers of the tens of thousands of fans in the stadium.
And his heart couldn't help but look forward to something. It was his first time to experience an NBA appearance at home, and he was both excited and nervous. Gradually,
the teammates in front of Chen Xiao had all gone out of the game,
leaving only Chen Xiao to remain in the players' channel. At this point, the high, surging voice of the DJ sounded on the scene. Next, let's welcome Chen Xiao from the Dragon Kingdom.
Hearing the shouts of the DJ at the scene, Chen Xiao took a step and ran out of the players' tunnel,
waving to the fans all over the stadium. Unlike his previous teammates, however,
Chen Xiao came out to only a handful of cheers.
In fact,
Chen Xiao had expected this to be the case, but he believed that one day, he would be cheered by the entire stadium of fans. Chen Xiao high-fived his teammates before making his way to the far end of the line,
with Jeremy Lin standing next to him. How about it? How do you feel about experiencing your first home appearance? Lin asked with a smile.
It feels pretty good.
Very excited and thrilled, but also very nervous,
Chen Xiao said truthfully.
My first time was similar to what you are now. Just get used to it.
Lin comforted Chen Xiao. Players from both sides then began their pre-match warm-up. Just as Chen Xiao was warming up for his pre-game shoot-around, the Knicks fans in the audience were mingling and discussing him.
It's over. One Jeremy Lin wasn't enough. Now there's another Dragon Nation. Will the Knicks GM pick his players?
When did the Knicks sign this Dragon Nation kid?
How come I've never seen him before? A boss on the sideline said. Just traded for him a while ago and did pretty well in a preseason game for the Knicks.
The boss said Chen Xiao's wonderful performance in the last game. Like this kind of game not played at home can remember every detail of the game. It can be seen that he is a loyal fan of the Knicks.
Moncler Outlet Online really? Against Ross? You can't be lying. Why am I so unconvinced? That's right, Moncler. That's Derrick Rose, last season's most valuable player.
You say a Dragon Nation guy against Rose?
Beat me to death. I don't believe it. Believe it or not, is it necessary for me to lie to you at my age?
The old man said unconvincingly.
But Moncler Outlet Online, this statement is indeed a bit exaggerated. Chen Xiao last game against the Bulls' performance is really good,
but to say that going toe-to-toe with Ross would be a bit much.
However, after the boss said so,
a few surrounding fans who were originally not optimistic about Chen Xiao also looked forward to his performance tonight. Discussions like this one were everywhere throughout the dugout. Some fans who hadn't seen the last match were skeptical about Chen Xiao.
Fans who saw the last match, on the other hand, are looking forward to Chen Xiao. Whether that expectation is good or bad is something only they know. Soon, the pre-game warm-ups were over.
The substitutes from both sides returned to the bench, while the starters from both sides stepped up to the center circle for the jump ball. Chen Xiao's position on the bench was at the far end, and he was used to watching the game from that position,
with the referee tossing the ball high in the air.
The NBA's 11-12 season opener between the Knicks and the Celtics began.
Chandler overpowered Garnett to help the Knicks get the ball on the first possession.
After old Bibby took the ball across half-court,
he looked for Mellon Anthony first. This game, although the Mellon started to play,
but he and head coach D'Antoni contradiction between this is not resolved, but is getting more and more intense,
is about to reach the stage of fire and water. This has led to a not-so-great atmosphere in the Knicks locker room. In Chen Xiao's opinion, D'Antoni is a very good coach. Again, Mellon is a very good player. Only, Mellon is a bit young and impetuous,
while D'Antoni is a stubborn old man.
One is young and stubborn. It's a wonder these two don't choke when they get together. But when you think about it, you can't blame Mellon. After all, is it still young to not be young and vigorous? Chapter 31, The Opening Battle, The Substitute's Appearance. D'Antoni's offensive philosophy is to finish the offense in 7 seconds or less and shoot more three-pointers. As for Mellon, he specializes in positional play and an unerring mid-range. So before taking the field, Mellon figured it out. He's going to show D'Antoni, in his own way, that a mid-range shot can kill an opponent just as well. From the first shot, Melon hit a dry shot over Pierce from mid-range. When the goal was scored, a mountain of cheers immediately rang out from the scene. Instead of celebrating after the goal, Melon looked to the Knicks bench. He told D'Antoni with his eyes that he was the king of Madison Square Garden Arena. But the Celtics are no slouches either. With Rondo's tandem, the big three did their jobs and stayed on top of the scoreboard. So a strange scene took place in the first quarter. Melon was a slasher on the offensive end, chipping in 15 points in one quarter by himself. But instead the team is 8 points behind the Celtics. With less than a minute to go until the end of the first quarter, the Celtics had an 8-point lead over the Knicks, 28-20. Those 28 points for the Celtics were very evenly distributed, with Garnett contributing 8 points, Pierce contributing 4, Ray Allen contributing 9 points on 3 3-pointers, and Rondo contributing 3 points on a 2+1. On the opposite side of the Knicks, Melon alone scored 15, and the remaining 4 people only got 5 points. It's reasonable to think that with the star of the show in such good form, it should have been more of a stalemate, even if they weren't ahead on the scoreboard. But the situation on the field gave a lopsided situation. It's like Melon versus the entire Celtics all by himself. It wasn't the others who were completely limited by the Celtics that created this situation. It was the fact that the Melon was doing it all by himself. He had already taken 16 shots before the first quarter was even over. Melon so playing certainly not. Afraid of the game is not over. He will be exhausted first. Besides, D'Antoni wouldn't allow Melon to do that. So the second quarter began with Melon being held directly on the bench by D'Antoni. Both sides also moved into the rotation. At this moment, Chen Xiao was staring at the big screen above the dome, watching the highlights of the first quarter. However, the next second, D'Antoni, unexpectedly called out the names of Chen Xiao and Lin Shihao. Lin, Chen, you two go in the second quarter. What? What's the situation? It's not even enough to put Lin on. Why do they still put Chen Xiao on? Not to mention his teammates froze. Even Chen Xiao himself froze in place. Chen Xiao originally thought that he could play in the garbage time as good. Did not think that this is only the second quarter. He got the time to play. Is really some surprise. At this time, the old BB came over and pulled Chen Xiao for a moment and said, "What are you still waiting for? Quickly take off your jacket and hurry to the field." If anyone wasn't surprised by this D'Antoni switch, it was old Bibby. At this point, it was Garnett and Rondo with 3 subs on the Celtics court. Rondo is 25, the peak of a player's career. From the first quarter of the game, it was clear that the old Bibby could not keep up with Rondo. If not for the fact that Rondo's main task in the first quarter was to tandem the team, he was afraid that he was going to be directly finished off by Rondo. But it's a different story going into the rotation. With 2 of the big 3 going down, Rondo is going to have to take more responsibility for the offense. So it's time for a player who can keep up with Rondo and has some defensive ability to match up. And that candidate is Chen Xiao. Shumpert is actually a good candidate, but Shumpert was overly exerted defending Ray Allen earlier and now needs to be rested in order to face Ray Allen again later. Of the Knicks' few remaining guards, Byron Davis and Bibby Sr. are the same type of player. Bibby can't even defend Rondo, and Byron Davis is even worse. As for Tony Douglas, he wasn't even on the big list to play. Even if he was, D'Antoni wouldn't have sent him out there. After all, Douglas is so short that putting him against Rondo isn't just telling Rondo to let you beat me. Therefore, in the end, this heavy responsibility fell on Chen Xiao's head. Before going to the court, D'Antoni instructed Chen Xiao, Rondo does not have a basket. You pay attention to the defense of his breakthrough. In addition, really cannot prevent his breakthrough. You should also try to cut off the direct contact between him and other players. Chen Xiao nodded and said, "Don't worry, coach. I know what to do." Rondo is notorious for not making baskets. Of the guards to say they don't have a basket, Kidd is number 1, then Rondo is number 2. D'Antoni gave Chen Xiao the task of locking up Rondo. As for the offense, he did not expect Chen Xiao. Instead, his instructions to Lin were to attack himself when he had the chance and try to bring the pace of the game up. The Celtics have mostly veterans in their lineup, and fitness will be a great test for them. The second quarter began with both players coming onto the field. Both teams have made some changes to their lineups so far. On the Knicks side, Chen Xiao and Jeremy Lin formed a backcourt partnership. The front line is JR and Steve Novak, with Jr. bumped to the 5 at center. This lineup is actually a 3-guard small lineup that can run and jump, and D'Antoni sends out such a lineup as a clear attempt to speed things up. And the Celtic side, Rondo and Garnett remain on the floor, with O'Neal Jr., Bradley, and Michael Pietras the 3 remaining players. The moment Chen Xiao stepped onto the pitch, a system panel suddenly appeared in front of him. At the same time, a system prompt rang in his head. Single game mission, please achieve a grade of C or better by the end of the game. Unlike the previous missions, this one didn't have specific data criteria.
but instead was changed to ratings.
But how is this rating calculated?
Just as Chen Xiao was thinking in his mind,
the system immediately gave an explanation. Competition ratings are S, A, B, C, and D, from highest to lowest.
The criteria for judging then has to do with Chen Xiao's performance on the field.
The easiest way to do this is to score points on the floor and get assists, rebounds, steals, blocks, and other stats. Also, any move that helps the team is able to add points. Of course, points will be deducted accordingly for turnovers, fouls, missed defense, etc. After the system's introduction, Chen Xiao quickly understood this scoring system.
It was very similar to the game he had played in his previous life,
NBA 2K. In that case, this C grade doesn't seem to be too difficult. Thinking of this, Chen Xiao walked onto the court with confidence. When the second quarter rolled around, it was the Celtics side that started the game. Rondo picks up the ball in the backcourt and carries it across half-court. Chen Xiao, on the other hand, stood outside of his side's three-point line, waiting in the wings. NBA regular season, here I come. Chapter 32, a scene of deja vu. Holy, D'Antoni actually put that Dragon Nation guy on the court. No way. It's only been one quarter of play and D'Antoni is about to surrender?
The fans on the sidelines started spitting when they saw Chen Xiao on the field.
Not only the fans at the venue,
but the Dragon fans who watched the match on Penguin Live were also not optimistic about Chen Xiao.
Oh my god, is D'Antoni crazy to send Chen Xiao on the court in the regular time? Is this not enough to lose in the first quarter? Chen Xiao playing garbage time is okay, going on the court in regular time is totally looking for abuse.
Equally shocked were the two commentators in the live broadcast,
Wang Meng and Yang Yi. Before the match,
both of them felt that Chen Xiao had a great probability of appearing in this match when they analyzed it. But that comes with a prerequisite, which is that the game goes into garbage time before Chen Xiao can take the field.
But what about now?
But it's only the second quarter and Chen Xiao is actually on the court. This caused both of them to be very surprised and at the same time very worried about Chen Xiao's performance.
After all,
the intensity of a regular time game is completely different from the intensity of a garbage time game.
Garbage time, both sides sent out the substitutes of the substitutes. They come up but just go through the motions to consume time, and brush the data along the way. And regular time, that's a real fight. Will Chen Xiao be able to adapt to the intensity of this game? No one knows. Anyway,
Chen Xiao is now getting playing time, so let's just look forward to his performance.
Wang Meng concluded.
The scene returns to the field. Rondo has already brought the ball across the half-court. Chen Xiao did not pounce on it at the first time, but stopped a step away from Rondo.
This position can effectively defend Rondo's first step. Even if Rondo bursts him, he will be able to react first.
But what Chen Xiao did not expect is that Rondo was blind to his defense, suddenly an acceleration to choose a strong breakthrough.
Seeing this,
Chen Xiao immediately moved across to block Rondo's offense route.
But the next second,
Rondo made a sharp stop behind the back dribble and burst past Chen Xiao's other side.
By the time Chen Xiao reacted, he could only see the back of Rondo's pull-up layup.
Even though Chen Xiao was already well prepared,
he was still easily broken through by Rondo.
Even the other Knicks players didn't react before Chen Xiao was already passed by Rondo.
In an instant, a roaring chorus of boos rang out. Chen Xiao knew the boo was for him. The Knicks fans on the scene were upset with his performance just now. Not only that,
but Rondo got to come over and taunt him after the goal.
Dragon Kingdom trash. You're just as trashy as your country. Hearing these words, Chen Xiao instantly frowned. It's okay to insult him, but not his country. Looking at Rondo's faraway back,
Chen Xiao clenched his fists and secretly said in his heart,
Rajan Rondo, you've managed to provoke me. I will definitely let you know that the Dragon Kingdom is not something you can insult. The Knicks serve. Lin brought the ball across half-court and just tried to pass it to Junior. Inside. As a result, Chen Xiao suddenly ran over to ask for the ball. Brother Lin, give me the ball. Chen Xiao used an undeniable tone when he said this. It was as if he wasn't consulting with Lin, but more like an order. Lin didn't get angry though, because he could see the anger in Chen Xiao's eyes. Just now, he had also seen Londo deliberately stay by Chen Xiao's side for a moment, and although he did not know what Londo had said to Chen Xiao, he thought that it would not be anything good. It must be that Rondo had just angered Chen Xiao, so Chen Xiao wanted to return a shot to his opponent. Only, was Chen Xiao really okay? Lin was a bit worried, but he still passed the ball to Chen Xiao. Worry about it, but of course you have to be a brother to support it. Rondo didn't defend up after Chen Xiao received the ball. Instead, he stood inside the three-point line and waved his hand toward Chen Xiao. Vote, I'll let you vote. This scene made Chen Xiao feel some déjà vu, as if he had seen it somewhere. Soon, Chen Xiao remembered that this was how he had let Rose throw in the last game as well. There is a cycle in the heavens, and I didn't realize it was his turn now. Seeing Rondo put him on 3 points, Chen Xiao was not polite. Straight out of the three-point line, collect the ball, jump and take a shot. The action is all in one go.
The basketball sliced through the air toward the basket.
At this moment, everyone in the arena was watching the basketball in the air with bated breath.
Chen Xiao on the field still maintained the same movements as when he struck out,
secretly praying in his heart. Go in, you must go in. A while back,
there were no games or team practices though, but Chen Xiao did not slack off for a moment,
practicing shooting with Cannon Baker practically every day, from layups to free throws,
from free throws to mid-range,
and from mid-range to the final three. Tens of thousands of shots are made every day.
He practiced like this for almost half a whole month, and his progress was very obvious,
mid-range and three-pointers,
and has been hitting over 40% of his shots when absolutely open.
And that's all thanks to his near 70 shooting attributes.
That's right, half a month of hard practice had caused Chen Xiao's shooting to skyrocket by 10 points again to 65. The shooting attribute of 65 isn't great,
but it's good enough for an open shot. Swish,
after the basketball made a beautiful arc in the air.
It should go into the net. Quiet.
The moment is now dead silent.
But the next second, the fans in the stadium instantly erupted into loud cheers. Holy, this Rococo kid really threw it in.
Yeah, you guys see the look on Rondo's face. It stinks worse than eating.
Ha ha ha, who let him underestimate people? He deserved it.
Front row spectators near the court have pointed and laughed at the smelly Rondo.
Indeed. Now Rondo's face was as stinky as it was going to get.
A second before he had let Chen Xiao off the hook and let him throw whatever he wanted.
The next second he was slapped in the face.
And he was slapped hard in front of tens of thousands of people in the room. Lin was the first to go up and celebrate with Chen Xiao with a high five.
Nice shot. Xiao Si also came up and touched Chen Xiao's hair. Kid, good job. JR nodded toward Chen Xiao, then said to Lin, who was on the sidelines, give me the ball next turn. Possession change, Celtics offense.
Having just been hit in the face by Chen Xiao,
this ball Rondo still wants to continue to surprise Chen Xiao for one more. However, with the previous lesson,
Chen Xiao was more mentally focused this time. Although Chen Xiao's 3 points just now were a sight to behold,
the performance on the defensive end is still a bit worrying. Rondo dribbled to Chen Xiao's body, seemingly carelessly dribbling the ball, but in fact,
he was reading Chen Xiao's defense. When he saw Chen Xiao's right foot take a step back,
he then instantly started up, wanting to take the last round as he did. But JR's assisted defense caused him to get his feet under him and miss the break. Chapter 33. The stadium clash was staged at the opening game. I'm sure fans familiar with the neurotics of J.R. Smith have heard the saying, JR doesn't have the nerve to be an all-star every day. That's right, J.R. Smith is a role player with all-star caliber power.
Of course there are many words to describe JR.
For example, left-handed angel and right-handed devil,
left-handed genius and right-handed lunatic,
etc. It's safe to say that there are a lot of people who love and hate JR. This included Chen Xiao as well. Love his madness for basketball and hate his devil-may-care personality. It's safe to say that from the moment JR entered the league, he was a prick.
But Chen Xiao was well aware of JR's strength,
and as long as he kept his mind on basketball, he would be terrifying. Take JR right now, who was very angry after Melon went down. His arrival in New York was a call from Melon. Now that Melon and D'Antoni have openly flipped, JR, who is a little brother, is the first to stand up to Melon. Kid, defend your man. Don't make me wipe your ass, JR said to Chen Xiao in dissatisfaction. Chen Xiao didn't pay attention to JR Smith, because Rondo actually took a shot from the three-point line, which was completely out of Chen Xiao's expectation. Granted,
Rondo has made threes in past games, but they were rushed shots with the offensive clock winding down.
And what about now? With 10 seconds left on the 24-second offense, it's perfectly possible to run another simple play or re-break inside for a kill. But Rondo just threw it. Seeing Rondo collecting the ball and assuming a shooting position, Chen Xiao immediately pounced on him. Unfortunately, it was still too late. The basketball grazed Chen Xiao's fingertips and flew out. Bang! The ball hit the iron as expected by Chen Xiao. Jr. picked up the rebound and the Knicks instantly mounted a comeback. Chen Xiao took the lead and ran at the front. Jr. threw a long, quarterback-type pass straight upfield. At this time,
Rondo also reacted and quickly chased after Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao started one step ahead of Rondo.
But because Chen Xiao's speed didn't add up, he was quickly caught up by Rondo. But by this time Chen Xiao had already received a pass from Jr.
Chen Xiao went straight up against Rondo and tried to isolate Rondo, but Rondo reached out and covered Chen Xiao's eyes, leaving him no angle to strike. And at this time, Chen Xiao's body has already descended. If he can't throw the ball before landing, then he can be a walking violation. Right at this moment, a voice suddenly came from behind Chen Xiao.
Kid, pass the ball. Although he didn't see who it was,
Chen Xiao judged from the sound that J.R. Smith was right behind him, so Chen Xiao retrieved the ball then came with a back pass,
followed by J.R. Smith received a great pass from Chen Xiao, directly to a blow-up glide splits.
Rondo saw Chen Xiao pass the ball and taunted after he landed.
Coward, what's the point of passing the ball?
What? When did assisting a teammate score points make you a pussy? At this time, J.R. Smith came up and patted Chen Zhao's butt and said, "Nice pass with the ball just now." He then glared at Rondo, pointing his nose at him and said, "You better not bully my teammates or I'll make you look good." Rondo is also a violent temper. Saw J.R. Smith take a hand to point at him, immediately on fire. Up is a punch. Seeing that it was bad, Chen Zhao immediately rushed up and used his body to help J.R. block the punch. In Chen Zhao's impression, it seemed like Rondo had been fingered by just two people. One is Kobe and the other is St. Paul. Kobe pointed his finger at him and he tolerated it because it was Kobe, the one with St. Paul, and Rondo got into a big fight with him. Even St. Paul, he had the guts to do it, let alone J.R. Smith. After Chen Zhao was hit, J.R. wanted to fight back, but Chen Zhao held him in a death grip. "J.R., calm down, don't do it." Although Chen Zhao bound J.R.'s hands and feet, he failed to seal J.R.'s mouth. J.R. is still there chattering away, greeting Rondo's family. Rondo was even more annoyed at hearing this and once again swung his fist to punch J.R. But by this time, the referee on the scene as well as the players from both sides had reacted and rushed forward to separate the two sides. "Kid, get off me. I'm going to kick his ass," J.R. screamed. "J.R., calm down. He just did it, odds or he'll get ejected from the game. Do you want to get ejected too?" Although Chen Zhao had just taken a punch from Rondo, he was extremely calm at the moment. Soon after, the clash was temporarily calmed down by the efforts of the referee on duty as well as the players and coaching staff of both sides. The three on-duty referees came to the technical table to check the replay. It was discovered that Rondo had started the fight and immediately ejected Rondo from the game. Today is the first opening game of the new season, so the referees have zero tolerance for this kind of on-field conflict. On the Knicks side, J.R. was not ejected from the game, but he did get a technical foul because he started the conflict. But all in all, it was the Knicks side that earned it. Of course, this is all Chen Zhao's credit. If not for Chen Zhao held J.R. Smith at the first time, did not let him do it. Otherwise he would have ended up like Rondo and would have been ejected from the game. Knicks bench, D'Antoni said to Chen Zhao, "You just did the right thing." No one conflict further deteriorated. And at this time, J.R. Smith was still chanting about what Chen Zhao was not. "Kid, it's your fault. If you hadn't stopped me, I would have knocked him out." Enough. D'Antoni glared at J.R. Smith. J.R. was just about to dislike it, but Junior held him down. After the emergencies were dealt with, the race resumed. With Rondo, a key point guard, missing, the Celtics side had to once again send in the big three to take control of the situation. Over here, D'Antoni is also resubstituting Melon as well as Old Bibby and the rest of the starters. Granted, Melon was messing with him, but he had to rely on Melon at times like this. When the game resumed, lacking Rondo's tandem, the Celtics looked passive on the offensive end and could only rely on the individual abilities of the big three to score. On the Knicks side, the Old Bibby made a number of great passes and assisted Melon in scoring easy points. The Knicks managed to overtake the lead before the second quarter was over. Meanwhile, Chen Zhao was sitting on the bench checking up on his rating. In his brief time on the court, he contributed 3 points as well as an assist, plus a defensive leak. Based on a systematic determination, points are deducted for missed defense, but hitting threes and assisting teammates add up to a lot of points. So, the latest rating from the system is a C-, which is a little short of completing a system task with a rating of C or higher. "I don't know if I'll get a chance to play later." Chen Zhao sat down and watched the game, silently saying in his heart, "Think there should be a chance to play though. After all, there's still a full half of the game to be played." Chapter 34 Rivers Chicken Soup for the Soul. The Knicks rallied late in the second quarter. At the end of the first half, the Knicks had a 3-point lead over the Celtics, 56-53. Heading into the second half, the two teams changed sides. It was still the Celtic side that started the second half. The teams played a half and went back into the rotation. Chen Zhao is once again in the ring. This time it was Kenyon Doolan who was matched up against Chen Zhao. This is a 0-0 first round of the 10th pick. For him, Chen Zhao does not know much, because Kenyon Doolan's power doesn't match his draft position. It's no surprise, though, that the 2000 draft was the smallest of the small years of the draft, even as it was recognized as the worst of all time. That's 3 All-Stars in this class, and all of them have only made it to the All-Star game once. There's also a best-of-3 lineup. For the most iconic of this class, it's Crawford, with 3 Best Sixth Man awards. Of course there is another one that has to be mentioned, that is Mike Miller, the best rookie that year and won 2 championships. As for the one in front of him, Chen Zhao really didn't know who he was. Chen Zhao only played for a few minutes in the first half, and his performance could not be described as spectacular, but only moderate. Coupled with the fact that Chen Zhao was also from the Dragon Kingdom, Kenyon Doolan rightfully felt that Chen Zhao's strength was not good and wanted to use him as a breakthrough. Kenyon Doolan took the ball and broke directly into the interior, completely treating Chen Zhao's defense as air. Chen Zhao thought to himself, "I can't prevent Rondo, but I can't prevent you from a small pickle." Chen Zhao's defense is currently at 67 points, which is above the league average.
Chen Zhao made a horizontal move and directly blocked Kenyan Doolan,
forcing him to go strong side.
And that's exactly where Steve Novak's defense is.
Kenyan Doolan would have been met with a double team of Chen Zhao and Novak if he chose to go hard. He knows very well that once he is double teamed, this ball has a high probability of being fumbled.
However,
if he didn't choose to go strong side, he would be forced into a corner by Chen Zhao again if he continued to break hard. This Dragon countryman's defense how suddenly becomes so good.
Before in the following time to see Rajon Rondo sudden him is not very easy.
What Kenyan Doolan doesn't know is that it's not that Chen Zhao's defense has gotten stronger.
It's that he and Rondo aren't even in the same class of players. Pass the ball. Just as Kenyan Doolan was about to be cornered by Chen Zhao,
Ray Allen ran from the other side of the court to meet him at the top of the arc. The moment he saw Ray Allen, Kenyan Doolan seemed to see a savior and immediately passed the ball without saying a word.
The basketball flew toward Ray Allen. However, the next second, bang!
A blue shadow rushed out in an instant and broke the ball out of the air.
After breaking the ball,
Chen Zhao immediately spread his legs and ran wildly towards the Celtics basket.
Crap! The Rokoku kid broke the ball. Rokoku boy, charge, take a foul shot.
Seeing Chen Zhao break the ball successfully, the spectators under the field shouted loudly.
Chen Zhao said, I also want to dunk, but I can't do it with this jump.
That's right, Chen Zhao's current bounce wasn't enough to support him to finish the dunk.
So this shot, Knicks fans are destined not to see Chen Zhao dunk. Chen Zhao dribbled and flew,
with the duo of Kenyan Doolan and Ray Allen frantically chasing behind him. Kenyan Doolan's mind was now filled with thoughts of how that ball had just been broken by Chen Zhao.
Ray Allen, on the other hand, didn't think so much about it.
He was just thinking about catching up with Chen Zhao and stopping him from scoring so that the difference would not be further opened. But Chen Zhao played a hard attack and saw that Ray Allen had caught up with him.
Chen Zhao deliberately slowed down, giving Ray Allen the illusion that he was going to give up his fast offense and switch to a position. Just when Ray Allen was slacking off, Chen Zhao suddenly killed a horseback, instantly starting to kill the basket again. Now,
Ray Allen obviously didn't react and could only watch Chen Zhao finish the layup.
Nice shot. There's something about this Rokoku kid.
That was a beautiful comeback. Ray Allen was all over him. For a while, words of praise such as these rang out simultaneously courtside.
Inside Penguin Live, there was even a series of shock on the pop-up screen. A steal plus a layup. Chen Zhao's ox flies. Ray Allen didn't even react. Chen Zhao is simply awesome. However, this is just the beginning. Next round, Kenyan Doolan didn't believe it and continued to single out Chen Zhao. It's still the same location. It's still the same plot. And it's still the same result. Chen Zhao once again completed a steal at the moment of Kenyan Doolan's pass and once again staged a driving layup. The moment the ball went in,
there were instantaneous cheers that rose and fell.
Good job, Rokoku boy. That's how you fight. Chen, I'll remember you. Not only were the fans at the scene cheering for Chen Zhao, but even the Dragon fans in the broadcast room were excited. Crap, 2 steals in a row. Kenyan Doolan is getting skeptical. Chen Zhao's 2 shots are so cool. Who says Dragon Nation people can't play in the NBA?
With Chen Zhao's 2 consecutive steals and completing a dragon layup, the blacks in the live broadcast room instantly dared not make a sound. Even if there are 1 or 2 tough talkers, they've been drowned out by the general fan base. The consecutive steals and consecutive goals not only allowed Chen Zhao's rating to smoothly break through the C grade, but also helped the Knicks extend their lead. At this point, the score on the court had become 74-64, and the Knicks had extended their deficit to double digits. When he returned to the defense, Chen Zhao saw D'Antoni giving him a thumbs up on the sidelines, and his mood was also excited and difficult to calm down. D'Antoni's affirmation boosted his confidence, and he got better and better over the next few rounds, even capping Pierce with a shot. The Celtics, while relying on the individual abilities of the Big Three to continue the suspense of the game, experienced varying degrees of physical decline as the game progressed. It has also caused their hitting percentage to dip severely. That's when you see how important Rondo is to this Celtics team. Without Rondo, the Celtics offense is in big trouble and can only put up points through individual singles from the Big Three. But it was so draining on the Big Three that Celtics head coach Doug Rivers had to keep calling timeouts to help the Big Three regain their strength. On the Knicks side, D'Antoni is making frequent substitutions, trying to exhaust the Big Three as much as possible through wheeling and dealing. With Sweet Anthony hitting another mid-range shot, the difference between the two teams came to 15 points. Doug Rivers had to call another timeout. Guys, you made it to the finals last season. Do you want to fall at the feet of the New Yorkers before you get your revenge on the Lakers? Rivers, whose coaching was average, was known as the essence of the reversed, a nickname acquired by the latter. In his 25 years at the helm, Old Lee has had 12 series leads overturned, including 7-3:2 leads, 3-3:1 leads, 10 lost steals, and lost 32 games with a chance to end the series, all of which are NBA records that have never been set before or since. And of course that's just the playoff numbers. There were even more countless games in the regular season where big leads were turned around. But Lowly is not without merits. His greatest merit is the chicken soup for the soul that makes people listen to the meeting head. In 2008, the Celtics won the championship that year. It is also the old Lee's chicken soup for the soul successfully let the Celtics chicken blood, so as to beat the Lakers to get that year's championship. This time, trailing the Knicks by a large margin in the opener. The old Lee had to once again offer up his chicken soup for the soul approach, longing for the Celtics to turn it around and win. Chapter 35 Extra Long 3. Hit the boards. With Rivers' chicken soup for the soul, the Celtics' Big Three rekindled their campaign as if dreaming of the '08 finals. Back from the timeout, the Trojans returned to the court once again with a look of death in their eyes. Meanwhile, Kenyon Dooling has been replaced by Rivers due to his poor play. Replacing him on the bench was Bradley, though Bradley played the number 1 spot. Opposing Chen Xiao was Ray Allen, one of the Celtics' Big Three, the gentleman's sword. Ray Allen's style was different from the other players Chen Xiao had faced before. While Ray Allen also has the ability to drive with the ball, his niche at the Celtics is more of a shooter. There will be plenty of uncontested runs, and Rondo will always be available whenever he's open. But now that Rondo has been ejected from the game, Ray Allen will have far fewer opportunities to catch and shoot with less of him as an engine. But Chen Xiao didn't dare to be careless. After all, the other party was one of the greatest shooters in NBA history. A marksman of Ray Allen's caliber could not afford to be lax with him, or he would definitely make opponents who despised him pay a painful price. Celtic possession. Bradley took the ball across half court before handing it off to Pierce. Although the ball was in Pierce's hands, Chen Xiao didn't let his guard down against Ray Allen. At this time, Ray Allen has begun to run without the ball. Chen Xiao closely followed Ray Allen's back, always keeping him within his field of vision. Pierce, on his side, backed up Mellon, but the Knicks went on the co-defense. Pierce thought about passing the ball after sensing that he didn't have much of a chance, but the two of them, Mellon and JR, completely blocked Pierce's passing route. Just then, Ray Allen slipped through the end zone. "Hey, Paul." Seeing Ray Allen yelling, Pierce immediately made a turn to block Mellon and JR with his body, and then passed the ball to Ray Allen with his hand. Ray Allen took a smooth jumper to the three-point line. At this moment, Chen Xiao happened to also come from the baseline to prepare for the defense of Ray Allen, but unfortunately was blocked by his own teammates, only to see Ray Allen take the ball and fire away from the three-point line. Ray Allen's three-pointer sailed over the heads of the crowd like a piercing arrow to the basket. Unfortunately, though, the force of the shot was a little off. The basketball hit the top of the rim and bounced out. On the Celtics bench, Rivers had a frown on his face. According to theory, this kind of open opportunity, Ray Allen is 9 out of 10. But I did not expect this ball was not thrown in. Back to the Knicks offense. Ray Allen defense Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao even without the ball in his hands still took Ray Allen flying all over the court. The purpose is to consume the physical energy of the Big Three. Mellon then singled in Pierce for the score. At this point, the score had come to 87-71, and the Knicks had a 16-point lead. The clock is ticking down with less than 3 minutes to go until the end of the third quarter. If the teams keep this spread going into the fourth quarter, it will be very difficult for the Celtics to bounce back, unless the Knicks make a major mistake of their own. But is it possible? Possession is once again back on the Celtic side. Bradley plays the number 1 spot, but organization is not his strong suit. So Bradley gave the ball to Pierce to organize as soon as he crossed half court this time. Pierce took the ball and looked for a block from Garnett, then gave it to Garnett down the floor. Garnett drew a foul on Junior, and went to the free throw line. It ended up being 2 free throws. Possession converted and Lin dribbled the ball across half court. The Celtics suddenly changed their defensive formation and double-teamed Lin. This is usually a treatment that only superstars get, but the Celtics are betting on Lin's inability to handle the ball by taking a sack on him at this time. The Celtics proved to be the right gamble. Lin faced a double team and had a walk-off violation. The ball was given to the Celtic side. The Celtics did a good job on the defensive side of the ball, even though they couldn't get it going on the offensive end. Bradley brought the ball across half-court and continued to look for the Trojans. After a few rounds, Chen Xiao learned that the Celtics are just completely counting on the Big Three to play on the offensive end, and everyone else is a toolman. Bradley hoisted the ball inside to Garnett. Ray Allen circled the baseline to take Chen Xiao away, trying to give Garnett room for a single shot. However, Chen Xiao deliberately slowed down a beat and waited for the moment when Garnett turned around, and then suddenly made a cut from the back and broke the ball. Chen Xiao controlled the ball and saw that Lin Chihao and Mellon were already on the fast break, and hurriedly passed the ball to Mellon. However, the Celtics were quick to retreat. Mellon misses a driving layup in the lane. Under the basket, players from both sides were desperately fighting for the rebound. Originally Chen Xiao also wanted to rush into the interior to grab the ball, but the thought of what to do in case the possession was obtained by the Celtics and they launched a fast break. So, he waited near the center line so he could still get back in time once the Celtics got possession. If his side grabs a rebound, he can quickly run to the three-point line to receive it. However, I don't know if it's Chen Zhao's luck that so many people didn't grab the ball, but the basketball was instead played outside the three-point line. Chen Zhao just needs to step forward and reach out to catch the basketball. This kind of ball fed to his mouth. Chen Zhao has no reason not to want it, only to see Chen Zhao's feet stomping. His body sprinted forward, controlling the ball before Bradley grabbed it. There was a bit of chaos on the field just now, so Chen Zhao didn't rush to attack after getting the ball, but instead held the ball and signaled the crowd to press the tempo. There's no need to be in such a hurry when the Knicks are currently ahead, not to mention that it's the Celtics, who are on the trailing side. Who should be in a hurry? Not the Knicks. Just when everyone thought that Chen Zhao would direct his teammates to rerun the play or pass the ball to his teammates, even switching defenses over to Bradley thought so. After all, the current Knicks courtmaster is Jeremy Lin, not Chen Zhao. Then, unexpectedly, Chen Zhao took a dry shot directly from the three-point line. What? This position is a step away from the three-point line. That's a super long three. Chen Zhao actually voted just like that? Is he crazy? Although Chen Zhao had a field day hitting threes in the first half, no one thought he could make this super long three. Keep in mind that in this day and age, it's nowhere near as outrageous as it will be a few years from now. What with the super long threes, logo threes, etc., being as visible as they are, unless it's a random lucky shot when time is running out. But Chen Zhao just voted like this, and I have to say that his guts are really big. At this time, whether it is the players on the court, or the audience off the court, or the fans in front of the screen, they are all watching the basketball flying in the air. The orange basketball was seen arcing through the air in a super high arc and then hitting the boards. The ball actually went in. Chapter 36, Fighting Cows Across the Mountain. In the eyes of outsiders, Chen Zhao's goal definitely belonged to the lucky ball. But only Chen Zhao himself knows that this ball is not considered a lucky ball in the full sense of the word. As I said before, in the open, Chen Zhao's outside hit rate is very impressive. Just now Bradley was more than a meter away from Chen Zhao, and in his mind Chen Zhao would not even shoot from that position, so his defense was relatively lax. It was by seizing this opportunity that Chen Zhao dared to strike. But a super long three is not the same as a normal three, so Chen Zhao deliberately adjusted the arc as well as used a little more force. That's what led to the buzzer-beating three. However, the moment the basketball was shot, Chen Zhao was still a little worried. Good thing, though, that it ended up going in. Humph. This Dragon Nation kid's luck is too good to get in, Bradley said indignantly. However, the cheers of the fans at the venue muffled his voice, and Chen Zhao did not hear his complaints. At the moment, Chen Zhao was enjoying the cheers from the fans at the venue. Not only the audience on the scene, even the team boss Melon Anthony was also impressed with Chen Zhao. There's something about this kid. Honestly, when Chen Zhao first came to the team, Melon wasn't too keen on him, and even made a bet with old BB that Chen Zhao would never be left behind. But now, Chen Zhao was not only left behind, but also represented the Knicks in the opener. And, as far as Chen Zhao's performance on the field is concerned, he can't help but give the Melon a feeling of lightening up. But the thought of treating the whole team to dinner made Melon love and hate Chen Zhao. After the ball was scored, Chen Zhao began to return to defense. Celtics attack. Ray Allen used the cover to get rid of Chen Zhao's defense, and returned a three-point shot, which is considered to help the Celtics stop the bleeding in time. After shooting 3 points, Ray Allen did not say anything, nor did he look at Chen Zhao more than once, and directly turned around to play back. Chen Zhao smiled helplessly. I can't believe I was ignored by Ray Allen. But that's normal. Ray Allen is the one who has already won a championship and proven himself in countless games. As for Chen Zhao, he was merely a rookie who had just entered the league. Just then, Bradley suddenly came to Chen Zhao's side and said, "Kid, see, this is the real three-point shot. Your ball is pure luck. Kid, you need to realize that the NBA is not the place for you." That would have been fine if Ray Allen had said it. After all, Ray Allen had the capital to say it. But you, what are you, Bradley? It's just that you entered the league a year earlier than me. What's there to fool around with? Thinking of this, Chen Zhao decided to teach this guy a little lesson. With that, he approached Lin. "Ringo, I'd like to switch defenses with you." Seeing Lin's puzzled look, Chen Zhao immediately explained, "I'll defend Bradley." Lin thought it was because of the ball Chen Zhao just now that he was thinking of switching with him, and the first thing he thought about was how to comfort Chen Zhao. But by this time, Chen Zhao had already run upfield. Lin shook his head and hurriedly took the ball across half-court. On this turn, Junior asked for the ball in the lane and Lin gave it away. Junior couldn't capitalize on the opportunity, though, as the shot spun around the rim and bounced off the rim on Garrett's interference. Garrett collected the rebound in the backcourt and handed the ball to Bradley for him to dribble and advance. After crossing half-court, Lin just tried to go up on defense, but Chen Xiao was one step ahead of him and blocked in front of Bradley. Seeing Chen Xiao, Bradley was first slightly stunned, and then the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. "Kid, you're looking for death. You're full of crap. Talk big after you score a goal." Chen Xiao directly disliked him. "Oomph." Bradley grunted coldly and instantly started, wanting to use his speed to directly pass Chen Xiao. Bradley's first step over the man is really fast, directly did not match when Chen Xiao did not notice, but a pair of position he understood that he could not keep up with Bradley's speed. In just the blink of an eye, Bradley had already swept past Chen Xiao and headed towards the inside. At the moment, Bradley's mind was in a state of complacency, but, the next second, Bradley then realized that the basketball was gone from his hand, while a sharp pain came from his hand. At the same time, the whistle in the referee's mouth went off. Bradley looked back and realized that Chen Xiao was holding his hand up and smiling at him. Bradley realized right away that it was Chen Xiao, the ing asshole, who had fouled him. "Fark, do you want to?" After saying that, Bradley immediately charged towards Chen Xiao. Bradley's move immediately startled the Celtics players. It wasn't that long ago that Rondo was ejected from the game for an on-court confrontation. Could Bradley be trying to repeat that mistake? Garrett immediately rushed over and pulled Bradley away. The referee saw that the two sides were just having some verbal altercations and turned a blind eye. Chen Xiao can't escape the foul though. But the good thing is, the Knicks hadn't reached their foul count yet. And this foul by Chen Xiao wasn't a shooting foul, so Bradley doesn't make the free throw and the Celtics serve the sideline ball. Garrett passed the ball to Bradley, and then Chen Xiao once again blocked him. Seeing Chen Xiao, Bradley instantly became enraged and rushed towards Chen Xiao with fury, settling new grudges and old grudges together. A change of direction in front of the body. After passing Chen Xiao again, Bradley whispered in Chen Xiao's ear, "Nonsense, you'll never be able to keep up with my speed." "Yes, Pop." The crisp smacking sound rang out again, and this time it was even louder than the one above. The others on the sidelines couldn't help but break into a cold sweat on Bradley's behalf at the sound. If he looked closely, Bradley's hand had been slapped red by Chen Xiao. You know, Bradley is black. His skin color is black. Chen Xiao was actually able to slap Bradley's hand red, so it was obvious how much strength he had used. After being fouled by Chen Xiao again, Bradley felt his hands hurt so much that he could barely feel them. Violated by a rookie twice in 3 tries, Bradley could no longer control his anger. It was useless for anyone to come this time. He must beat up Chen Xiao. Bastard, go to hell. Bradley rushed to Chen Xiao with an arrow step and swung his fist at Chen Xiao's face. Seeing this scene, there was only one thought in the minds of the rest of the Celtics. It's over. Another penalty. However, what they did not expect was that Chen Xiao was simply too much of a dog. Bradley's fist hadn't even touched Chen Xiao yet, and Chen Xiao directly fell to the ground in a sideways fall, covering his stomach and wailing in pain. At this point, Bradley's entire body was dumbfounded. It seems like he hasn't even fought yet, right? Why is Chen Xiao lying on the ground? Does he know how to fight a bull across a mountain? Lin, who was on the side, felt a little funny when he saw this. People are obviously trying to hit you in the face. Why are you covering your stomach? He then quietly stepped forward and reminded, Chen, you're covering the wrong place. It was your face he just tried to hit. Oh yeah? Then, Chen Xiao put his hands on his face to continue the show right under Bradley's nose. Asshole. Bradley now sort of understand. What the mountains hit the bull all is Chen Xiao pretend. Chapter 37, a movie star performance. Chen Xiao was very stealthy when he did this, and from the angle the referee stood at, he couldn't even see Chen Xiao's small movements. All the referee saw was Bradley swinging at Chen Xiao, and then Chen Xiao fell to the ground in response. At that point, the referee came up and made an ejection gesture at Bradley. Seeing that he had been ejected by the umpire, Bradley was in a hurry. If he beat Chen Xiao and was expelled, he would admit it. But the point was that he hadn't done anything at all. Nothing at all. He hadn't even touched a single hair of Chen Xiao's sweat, and it was just too much of a grudge to be expelled. Ref, I didn't even touch him. He's faking it. Bradley complained aggressively to the referee. However, the referee was indifferent to Bradley's charges. He tried to continue to say something, but the security guards on the field had already come to his side and forced him to be racked off the field. Although Chen Xiao hitched 2 fouls, but got down another Celtics major rotation player, the total is not a loss, or even more profitable. Following Rondo's ejection, Bradley was also brutally ejected, and now the Celtics are down to just 1 point guard in Ken Young-Dooling. Rivers had no choice but to replace Ken Young-Doolan on the pitch. Taking advantage of this gap, D'Antoni also shifted his troops, replacing a bunch of starters and Chen Xiao off the field to rest. When the game resumed, Nichols started by enforcing 2 free throws for technical fouls. Lin stepped to the free throw line and made both free throws for 2 points. And at that point, the score on the field was 92-74. Instead of getting back into the game, Celtic are pulling further and further ahead. The teams exchanged goals in the final 2 minutes of the third quarter, but the deficit was not minimized. With that, the two teams went into the final quarter of the duel with a nearly 20-point deficit. At the start of the fourth quarter, D'Antoni did not send Chen Xiao to the court. Chen Xiao was also happy to sit down and watch the game. Looking at the A rating given by the system, Chen Xiao couldn't be happier in his heart. He was worried about whether or not he would finish with a C grade before he took the field, but he didn't realize that he was already at an A before the game was even over. Wouldn't it be expected to make a run at the A's if they still got a chance to play in the fourth quarter? Not only that, Chen Xiao had already begun to look ahead to how many attribute points he would be able to obtain in total after the match was over. But unfortunately, the system settlement won't be known until after the game. Therefore, at this stage, Chen Xiao could do nothing but wait. The Celtics mounted a furious comeback at the start of the fourth quarter, relying on Ray Allen's three-pointers to push the lead to just 10 points at one point. With 7 minutes to go in the fourth quarter, D'Antoni took a big swing and sent in the Knicks starters once again. At this point, the Knicks starters, who had been resting for almost half a quarter, were full of energy. On the Celtics side, on the contrary, the Big Three haven't taken much of a break since the second half of the third quarter until now, with only a brief 3-minute break between quarters. The difference in stamina between the two sides is immediately apparent when this is done. In the 2 minutes since the Knicks starters took the court, the deficit has been stretched even further. Seeing no hope for a turnaround, Rivers called a timeout before substituting the Big Three and officially calling it a day. D'Antoni took a look and saw that the Celtics had surrendered and replaced their starters as well. After that, Chen Xiao went up to play for a while longer, brushing his stats up to 12 points and 5 assists before being subbed off the court. Eventually, when the whistle blew for the end of the entire game, the Knicks opened the new season with a big win over the Celtics, 108-94, at home. And in this campaign, Chen Xiao took the court for the first time in an official NBA game and delivered a shockingly perfect performance. Chen Xiao played a total of 15 minutes and chipped in 12 points, 5 assists, 3 rebounds, 2 steals and 1 cap. When the fans of the Dragon Nation saw Chen Xiao's post-game stats, they were all excited, and the words of praise were like a torrent of water flowing in a continuous stream. I seriously doubt that Chen Xiao is high on drugs today. This is simply too fierce. I think it's too bad for Chen Xiao to be a player. He should turn to be an actor. Maybe this year's Oscar will be his. That image of him faking a fall to trick the referee into ejecting Bradley. I really laughed once I watched it. How could there be someone as ruthless as Chen Xiao? What do you know? That's called wisdom, understand? I think Chen Xiao's performance today completely proves that Dragon Nation people can play in the NBA. Yeah, I totally didn't expect Chen Xiao to be able to cut down double-digit scores in his first game. Knowing that Big Yao scored 0 eggs in his first game when he first entered the league. What do you guys say if Chen Xiao works out in the NBA for a few more years? Will he be the answer on the guard line for the Dragon men's basketball team? There's no need to ask. Look at the current Dragon men's basketball team. Apart from Alien, which one of them can be watched? Next year's Olympics, if the Dragon men's basketball team doesn't have Chen Xiao, it's not destined to go far. I'm telling you. Yes, as long as Chen Xiao continues to play like this, the Dragon men's basketball team will definitely be able to achieve another success in next year's Olympics. From being reviled by everyone before, the praise is now all over the place. It took Chen Xiao just 3 matches to turn around the Dragon Nation fans' opinion of him. Granted, there is still a large group of black fans attacking him, but there are even more fans who embrace him. There are also a lot of road fans who have already threatened to chase every Knicks game in the future just to see Chen Xiao play. Upon returning to the locker room, the system then gave the final mission settlement. The first thing was that Chen Xiao's personal rating had finally reached grade A, 2 whole major grades higher than the C grade stipulated by the system. Previously, the system gave ratings of S, A, B, C, and D, but each grade was actually divided into 3 smaller grades, such as S-, S, and S+. For example, Chen Xiao's rating reached a level, which was far above the standard given by the system, and belonged to the overfulfillment of the task. In addition, the Knicks ended up winning this game, which also gave Chen Xiao a big plus. So when he saw the attribute points rewarded by the system, Chen Xiao's entire body was on the verge of fainting in happiness. After playing this match, Chen Xiao gained a full 10 attribute points. He had never seen so many attribute points before. But then comes the happy worry. How to add so many attribute points? Should we continue to solidify our defense? Or should we put all of our points on shooting? Or should we split them evenly? Chen Xiao felt that he should be cautious. After all, it was also obvious that he felt his inadequacies after this match. First of all, it's physical. He only played 15 minutes, but the high intensity of the game left him with very little energy left. You know that's only 15 minutes on the court, and I'm afraid if D'Antoni puts him on the court a little more, he's going to have a hard time sticking with it. Secondly, He is significantly less quick than the Celtics players when matched up against Bradley and on fast break rebounds. It also caused him to miss quite a few opportunities to lay down fast breaks.
The last and most important point, that was strength.
And Chen Zhao's lack of strength caused him to be at a total disadvantage against opposing players.
Once the other team got on the defensive intensity, his turnover count skyrocketed.
So it was very important where these 10 attribute points were placed, which would determine Chen Zhao's playing style afterward.
Chapter 38 Starting the road trip, taking the opening win at home. The Knicks' entire team up and down, all the players are very happy. Post-game press conference session. D'Antoni and Mellon both coincidentally mention Chen Zhao,
and for his performance to give affirmation. Usually press conferences were only for the team stars, and Chen Zhao was not yet able to attend at this level.
However, Chen Zhao believed that one day,
he would be able to attend the press conference as the team star. Although Chen Zhao was not able to attend the press conference, his name was mentioned more than once throughout the press conference.
Going into the reporters' question session, Luna from the Dragon Country was the first to raise her hand and ask, "Hello Coach Mike D'Antoni. I'm a reporter from Penguin Sports in the Dragon Kingdom. My name is Luna. I'd like to ask if Chen Zhao's performance today met your expectations?" Chan is a very smart and hardworking player and I really like his attitude towards basketball and he did a great job tonight and I was very pleased with his performance tonight. After hearing D'Antoni's answer, Luna asked again, "Then may I ask Coach, will you give Chen Zhao more playing time in the games afterward?" Here's how D'Antoni responded.
"Personally, I'm certainly willing to give Chan more opportunities if he keeps playing like this."
Satisfied with the answer, Luna sat down. After that, other reporters also asked questions to D'Antoni and Mellon one after another,
and many of their peers also mentioned Chen Zhao from the Dragon Kingdom. Both of their replies were also focused on praising Chen Zhao.
It was after 10 o'clock at night when we got out of the Madison Square Garden arena.
Chen Zhao dragged his tired body back to his residence. There was no talk all night.
Day 2. Chen Zhao had gotten up early again and went for his morning exercise. Now morning exercises had become Chen Zhao's daily homework, no matter if it was windy or rainy. It could not stop Chen Zhao's determination to become stronger. At 8 in the morning, after coming out of the gym,
Chen Zhao went to the team's cafeteria. The Knicks' meals are still very good and are specifically tailored to each player's individual characteristics. Chen Zhao ate his breakfast while browsing through the domestic sports news.
At the time when he was just reborn and came back, Chen Zhao would actually read the news and even what the online fans had to say about him.
Only the media and fans didn't think much of him at the time,
and some of them were even more vicious.
This caused Chen Zhao to stop paying attention to any sports news for a while. But with the play of these games, Chen Zhao had regained his confidence.
So he once again opened the portal to sports today that he hadn't opened in a long time. Dragon Nation player Chen Zhao's NBA regular season debut, delivering a perfect score. Chen Zhao, the future answer on the guard line of the Dragon men's basketball team. Can Chen Zhao become the next leader of the Manhwa men's basketball team?
Some of the media are extremely high on Chen Zhao, but some are still relatively sensible.
After all, Chen Zhao has only played 3 good games, not enough to blow him up to the sky. Chen Zhao looked at the comments at the bottom again, and the crowd had mixed reviews. There were those who said Chen Zhao was good and those who said he was bad, but it's been a lot better compared to the previous barrage of invective. After breakfast, Chen Zhao dove headfirst into the dugout again. There will be a tactical drill in the morning before the Knicks depart for San Francisco in the afternoon to face the Golden State Warriors on the road the day after. It's also the first of 3 consecutive Knicks Western Conference road games. Today's Warriors are not yet the invincible cosmic brave of the latter days. Stephen Curry has yet to be righted. Klay Thompson is only a first-year rookie who just entered the league. And Chasing Dreams Green hasn't even entered the league yet. Even today the Warriors are struggling for a playoff ticket. So in the view of the Knicks generals, the next game to play the Warriors is bound to be very easy. After all, they did win their opener against last season's Eastern Conference champions, the Celtics, with their big 3. On the plane, the crowd was very relaxed, as if no one had the Warriors in their sights. This included Chen Zhao, who possessed memories of his later life. He acknowledged that the Warriors of the next 8 years and 4 championships are strong, but that's the Warriors of a few years from now. The Warriors are still just a bottom of the league presence right now, although from the paper strength is the Knicks side of the advantage. But Chen Zhao's own heart is still more or less some apprehension. After all, he'll likely be matched up against one of the Splash Brothers if he substitutes. Both of these guys are the type of guys who come in with their hands and throw how they want, making them hard to completely lock down. Unless, of course, Chen Zhao added all 10 of his attribute points from the last game to defense. This would push his defense past the 80 mark to 85 points. 85 is already a starting caliber defense. It's definitely perfectly adequate against the juvenile Curry and Klay. But if it was all added to the defense, Chen Zhao felt some pity, because the Knicks and Warriors play a similar style of play, both espousing offense. The next matchup between the 2 teams will likely turn into an offensive battle. A match like this is an unbeatable match for Chen Zhao to brush up on his stats. After thinking about it,
Chen Xiao finally decided to add 5 points each on defense and shooting.
Raise your defense to 80 points and your shooting to 70.
I think with 70 points of offense, it should be fine to single out Curry.
But as for Clay, it might be a little difficult. But that's okay,
you can still play blocker if you can't.
Soon it was race day.
These two teams don't get a lot of attention for their games.
After all, both teams' records are there. Moreover,
at this time, all the players of the two teams combined,
only Melon alone is considered a superstar in the league. So, a game like this doesn't get a national broadcast. However,
Penguin Sports still sent a live streaming team to the scene to broadcast the whole thing.
Before the match even started, Luna caught Chen Xiao on the sidelines. Chen Xiao, we meet again. Luna greeted Chen Xiao with a smile. Why are you here? Seeing Luna,
Chen Xiao froze with a look of shock.
I'm a special correspondent for Penguin Sports, and it's my job to cover everything you do in the NBA, so wherever you are, I'm there, Luna explained. Then, Luna dragged Chen Xiao to Penguin Sports' live broadcasting booth and introduced him to two well-known bigwigs in the Dragon basketball circle.
One is Director Zhang, who is jokingly referred to by fans as Weiping Bryant.
The other is the latter's vice president of the Basketball Association, Director Su.
These two are also the live commentators for Penguin Sports tonight.
At the same time, these two are also real big brother in the Dragon basketball circle that are Tarzan Beta-like existence.
Chen Xiao's attitude was very respectful after meeting these two, and the duo's attitude towards Chen Xiao was also very friendly.
After both sides chatted for a while,
Chen Xiao then left the live broadcast booth.
After Chen Xiao left, the two of them continued to chat.
Director Zhang, I bet Chen Xiao will give us another great match tonight.
Director Su, how can you see that? Director Zhang, intuition, a man's intuition. Chapter 39, First Meeting with Steph Curry, 7 p.m.
The Knicks-Warriors game is officially underway.
As in the previous game,
the starting five on the Knicks side were Bibby Sr.,
Shumpert, Mellon, Jr. and Chandler. On the Warriors side, the starting five is Monta Ellis, David Lee, Ismail Smith, Dorell White, and Andres Biedrins.
The two teams started the game with their hands full, offering the fans on the field a battle of opposites. The Warriors relied on the play of Monta Ellis and the home court advantage to dominate the court.
On the Knicks side, Mellon and Jr.
also scored back-to-back baskets to help the Knicks keep the score close.
In the first quarter,
Chen Xiao did not get any playing time.
Similarly, Curry and Clay on the other side of the court watched the first quarter from the bench. On to the second quarter. As if they had discussed it, both sides replaced their starters in unison and sent their substitutes onto the field. But Chen Xiao still didn't get a chance to play. Instead, Curry and Clay on the other side of the court were paired up. Penguin Sports Live. What's going on? This is the second quarter. How come D'Antoni hasn't sent Chen Xiao on the court yet? Chen Xiao can't be injured, right? It's impossible to be injured. I saw Chen Xiao warming up before the match. That's when D'Antoni purposely didn't let Chen Xiao play. I told you that one game doesn't mean anything, and that's not what's going to happen. However,
as soon as these black fans finished their words,
D'Antoni called a timeout and also sent in Chen Xiao. The Warriors hit at a frighteningly high rate today. In the first quarter alone, the Warriors hit 5 3-pointers. Originally, D'Antoni thought the Warriors' hitting percentage would dip as they entered the rotation.
But to no one's surprise, Curry and first-year Clay had even hotter hands,
hitting back-to-back threes as soon as they hit the court, instantly helping the Warriors extend their lead. At this point, the score became 45-31,
and the Knicks had fallen behind by more than 14 points.
Before going on the court, D'Antoni gave Chen Xiao a task, which is to defend Curry's three-point shot.
This period of Curry's three-point shooting is not yet as perverse as in the latter days,
but it has already taken on some of the shape of a maniac.
Chen Xiao nodded and assured D'Antoni before stepping onto the court.
Chen Xiao now also kind of see. D'Antoni gave him the positioning of the defensive pointman.
There's Shumpert in the starting lineup, and he's Chen Xiao on the bench.
Shumpert's job in the starting lineup is to lock down the core players on the opposing team's outside,
while Chen Xiao's job is to defend the key players on the opposing team's bench.
After walking onto the pitch,
the system's voice once again sounded in Chen Xiao's head. Single game mission, please achieve AB rating by the end of this game.
The last game was a C, this one became a B, so will the next one be a straight A, then the next one won't be an S. Thinking about this,
Chen Xiao felt that the system shouldn't be so pitiful. If he really raised the bar one level at a time,
then how could he reach S rank with his ability?
Chen Xiao shook his head and temporarily threw these distracting thoughts out of his mind.
When you are competing, you must be fully focused and not have a single distraction. The game resumes with the Warriors in possession.
Curry brought the ball across the half-court and Chen Xiao directly posted it.
Earlier D'Antoni sent Lin to defend Curry, but it didn't work well. This was because Lin didn't know much about Curry.
But Chen Xiao was different. He was well aware that as soon as he crossed half-court he was in Curry's range.
However,
Chen Xiao did not dare to stick too close,
because Curry, in addition to three-point shooting, breakthrough is also his strong point.
Looking at Chen Xiao in front of him, Curry was puzzled in his mind and wondered what the Knicks head coach was thinking. The last Asian guy couldn't defend him. Could someone else have done it? Curry smiled at Chen Xiao, then raised his hand for a three-point shot. Chen Xiao was still wondering what the good old Curry was smiling at him, but the next second, Curry told him what he was smiling at with his actions. Curry's shooting rate is fast. Chen Xiao hasn't reacted yet. The basketball has left Curry's hand. Chen Xiao could only symbolically reach out and block it, but it was no use at all.
Chen Xiao can only hope that Curry can't make this shot.
Perhaps God heard Chen Xiao's pious prayers.
The ball hit the basket and bounced out. Novak grabbed the rebound and hesitated for a moment to pass the ball to Chen Xiao. Seeing that the ball didn't go in, Curry clapped his hands in chagrin and turned around and retreated back into his own half of the field. Chen Xiao received the ball and paused for a moment as well as he could. Seeing that no one from the Warriors came up to force the issue, this dribbled across half-court. As soon as he crossed the half-court, Chen Xiao handed the ball to Lin to organize. Chen Xiao still had a full knowledge of himself. He knows very well that although he points his shot to 70, with his ability at this stage, holding the ball and attacking is not his strong point. Instead, it's a little bit more certain to catch and shoot. After handing the ball to Lin, Chen Xiao slipped to the baseline quietly waiting for an open shot. At this point, Curry became even more puzzled and couldn't help but ask towards Chen Xiao, "Hey man, you're not a point guard?" Seeing Curry take the initiative to talk to him, Chen Xiao first froze for a moment, then said, "I'm a point guard." Hearing Chen Xiao's answer, Curry was even more confused, then pointed to Lin at the top position of the arc and said, "You're the point guard, so how come he's the one organizing the offense? Because he's a point guard too." Chen Xiao looked at Curry with a strange expression. In fact, Chen Xiao knows what Curry means, but he can't hit himself in the face and say he can't dribble. On the court, Chen Xiao and Curry chatted vigorously. Off the field, the fans chanted even more. This wasn't Chen Xiao's first road game, but it was his first time at a Warriors home game. Before, he had only experienced the atmosphere of Oracle Arena on television. This time in person, he had seen a different atmosphere. At that moment, the basketball circled around and came into Chen Xiao's hands. Seeing that the 24-second offense time was almost over, Chen Xiao had no choice but to meet Curry's defense and force a shot. Swish! Although it was a hasty shot, the moment it was taken Chen Xiao felt that the ball was there. Sure enough, the basketball arced through the air before crashing straight into the net. Once this goal was scored, Curry did change his mind about Chen Xiao. That ball just now, because it was the ball that arrived in Chen Xiao's hands as the time for offense was almost up, so he was considered to be taking the pot. It's not unusual to miss the shot, but he favored it. It made Curry look high and mighty. The other point was also the main reason why Curry had changed his mind about Chen Xiao. Curry himself is a player who would love to shoot threes, so he also watches what other players do when they shoot threes. He could see that Chen Xiao's posture when he struck just now could not be practiced without thousands of whacks. He felt that Chen Xiao was in a class with him, which was why he had changed his mind about Chen Xiao. "Nice throw, bro." Curry volunteered to come up and congratulate him. Chen Xiao froze. Curry congratulated him? What's the situation? I don't think he and I are on the same team. Chapter 40, Curry is injured, and it's hard to escape his destiny. Turn back. Curry added a three-pointer from the three-point line. After the throw-in, Curry also took the initiative to find Chen Xiao dejected. "Man, that wasn't a bad pitch I threw, was it?" Chen Xiao knows that Curry is a bit nonsensical, but there's a game on right now. Is this really good? Chen Xiao didn't pay attention to Curry and walked towards the front court on his own. He was still thinking about the ball just now. He had obviously blocked it to Curry's face, and Curry still ended up putting it in. It's true what they say, the NBA's top picks may be watered down, but the MVPs will never be watered down. Even if this MVP is still a juvenile, there's still no letting up. Possession is once again on the Knicks side. Chen Xiao continued to ambush the bottom corner, ready to take a pass from a teammate and shoot. This time, however, the basketball didn't reach Chen Xiao's hands before the Knicks finished their offense. Lin brings the ball across half court and lays it off to JR. The score was down, making JR become a bit uptight and opted to go solo directly after getting the ball. But unfortunately, he missed the shot and instead gave the Warriors a chance for a fast break counterattack. The moment JR took the shot, Chen Xiao felt that the ball was off, and at the same time, Curry was already running toward the Knicks basket. Apparently, Curry also thought JR couldn't make this shot, so he went down on the fast break first thing. Chen Xiao's task was to keep an eye on Curry, and as soon as he saw Curry move, he hurriedly chased after him. The Warriors' Kwame Brown grabbed the backboard in the crowd, saw that Curry had sprinted away, and immediately passed the ball over. As soon as Curry received the ball, Chen Xiao came up on defense. Curry dribbled 2 steps and suddenly made a behind-the-back pass to Clay, who followed him up. The latter took the ball and went straight to the basket in 3 steps. At this point, the Knicks only have Chen Xiao to retreat back to the defense. Warriors Curry and Clay are 2-on-1. and anyone who thinks this is a must score for the Warriors. However, at this exact moment, Chen Xiao seemed to have known that Curry would pass the ball and pounce towards Clay with a turn, when it was too late. Just at the moment when Clay took a shot, Chen Xiao killed him directly from his back and slapped his shot out of the air with a big hat, successfully preventing the surefire goal. Seeing this scene, the fans at the scene suddenly went quiet, and the Dragon fans in the Penguin broadcast room were abuzz. "I'll go. Chen Xiao, this is too bullish. This can even be defended. Oh my god, how in the world did Chen Xiao defend this ball? Is there any replay? Chen Xiao's ball cap is too handsome." For a time, various pop-ups praising Chen Xiao flashed across the live broadcast. After Chen Xiao hats off this ball, the basketball was rushed back to Jeremy Lin to get. The Knicks immediately launched a counterattack. Lin assisted Schwark with a rebound off the basket. The score came to 48-36, with the Knicks still trailing by 12 points. But with this great cap hit by Chen Xiao, the Knicks were instantly energized. But seeing that his side still had a 12-point lead, Warriors head coach Mark Jackson hesitated or held back from calling a timeout. The ball was returned to the Warriors and Curry dribbled to the front court. The previous cap gave Chen Xiao confidence and made him realize that the biggest gain that 80 points of defense gave him was defensive awareness. Defensive skills can be improved through later practice, but defensive awareness, this is not something that can be improved casually. It needs to be accumulated constantly. That's why so many of the league's good defensive players are old. And it's the type of player that gets better with age. Defensive awareness is said to be more of an intuition, a judgment about whether an offensive player is going to attack on his own or pass the ball. So, knowing this, Chen Xiao trusted his instincts even more when defending Curry. This is something that Curry, as the person in question, knows best. After trying a few times and being unable to break through Chen Xiao's defense, Curry passed the ball out. Unfortunately, Curry's teammates couldn't capitalize. Possession is once again on the Knicks side. Lin brought the ball across half-court and organized the offense. On Chen Xiao's side, he made a ball-less cover with Schwark and came to the 45-degree corner on the left side. After the coverage, the defender in front of him had changed from Curry to Kwame Brown. This creates a mismatch of small hits. Again, a big hit mismatch on Schwark's side. However, due to the angle, Lin could not pass the ball to Schwark first, but could only pass the ball to Chen Xiao transition first. Chen Xiao received the pass and, without saying a word, gave a ground out to Schwacker for a single on Curry. Schwark got the ball and immediately back one-upped Curry. Curry is small and can't hold up against Schwacker at all. But the Warriors were quick on their co-defense, and as Schwark turned to try to cut to the basket, Clay suddenly ran down the other side. Curry saw the moment and broke the ball off with a straight cut. After the steal, Curry immediately took the ball in the direction of the basket. The Warriors hadn't scored in a while, and if they didn't score again, the difference between the two teams would be further minimized. Seeing that Schwacker was broken, Chen Xiao immediately went back to defense. But this time Curry learned from the previous lesson and did not pass the ball to the follow-up Clay, but stopped directly outside the three-point line. At this time, Chen Xiao had already returned to the defense to the basket. When I saw Curry stop at the three-point line, I knew Curry was going to shoot a three, but at this point, it was too late for Chen Xiao to pounce on the cover again, only to see Curry hit a penetrating arrow. The basketball instantly flew toward the basket, but before the basketball could be drilled into the net, a scream was heard from Curry. Chen Xiao turned his head to look, only to see Curry fall to the ground covering his right ankle and wailing in pain. What's the situation? Curry's hurt? But no one was even defending Curry just now, so how did he get hurt? The crowd was puzzled. At the same time, the sound of a basketball going through the net rang out behind Chen Xiao. At this point, though, no one was paying attention to whether the goal went in or not. Everyone's attention was focused on Curry. At this point, a replay of Curry's injury was played on the big screen on the floor. Curry accidentally broke his right ankle the moment he landed after completing his shooting motion. The crowd had expected Curry to get up after a bit of a reprieve, but after waiting half a day Curry stayed down. At that point, the game went to an official timeout. The Warriors team doctor then entered the arena and examined Curry's injury. At the same time, the fans in the crowd folded their arms and prayed that Curry would be okay. At this moment, Chen Xiao has returned to the bench of this team. Looking at the field lying on the ground, Curry also sighed in his heart and said, Curry can't escape his destiny after all. Chapter 41, Curry's injury and Warriors infighting. Fans familiar with Curry know that in the early part of Curry's career had suffered a very serious injury. The right and left ankles have suffered different degrees of sprains. He sprained both ankles multiple times last season, notably on December 10 against the Spurs. At that time, the game played to the second quarter. Curry in the three-point line outside the dribble suddenly slipped and fell again, sprained his right ankle. Right away, Curry was unable to walk on his own and left the field with the help of his teammates, and the injury kept Curry out of 6 consecutive games. This injury made Curry realize that his injury was at the point where he had to have surgery. So this summer, Curry was forced to have surgery. Through surgery, he repaired a frequently injured right ankle tendon. After the new season started, to protect Curry and for him to get well as soon as possible, Warriors head coach Mark Jackson has made a point of keeping Curry on the bench and keeping a tight rein on his playing time. But who would have thought that only in the second game of the new season, Curry would be injured again, and again, unguarded and injured himself. Even more worrisome is the fact that Curry injured his right ankle this time in the same area where he just completed surgery. This has certainly added insult to injury for the Warriors and for Curry himself. The game had to be forced into a timeout due to an injury to Curry. Warriors team doctors called for a stretcher after confirming that Curry would not be able to walk alone. The moment he saw Curry being carried off the field on a stretcher, the entire Oracle Arena seemed to be covered by a layer of dark clouds, and the entire arena was awfully quiet. Keep in mind that Curry played well last season and has grown into the team's second scoring option. But who would have thought that the centerpiece of the building blocks would be injured just as the new season began? For what it's worth, the injuries may not be minor. Despite Curry's injury, the game goes on. Back from a timeout, with Curry coming off the bench, Mark Jackson had to bring Monta Ellis in. Meanwhile, D'Antonia's side of the court also replaced Jeremy Lin, who had played most of the quarter, to rest and put Shumpert back into the game. As soon as Lin got off the bus, Chen Xiao became the Knicks' mastermind. After a timeout, it was the Knicks who started the offense. Chen Xiao brought the ball across the half-court, and Monta Ellis immediately defended it. "Kid, you'll never get 1 point from me," Monta Ellis said as he looked at Chen Xiao with cold eyes. In fact, without Monta Ellis saying, Chen Xiao himself understands that it is difficult to break through with the ball. But Chen Xiao wasn't even thinking about breaking through Monta Ellis. Chen Xiao was dribbling the ball outside the three-point line while the rest of his teammates were running plays. Monta Ellis stared closely at Chen Xiao, observing every subtle change in his body. Right at this moment, Chen Xiao's eyes suddenly looked to the left. Monta Ellis subconsciously took a step sideways toward his right. However, the next second, Chen Xiao was straight to the right side of the empty cut in J.R. Smith. The latter, upon receiving the ball, went straight to the Warriors' basket. Clunk! In an instant, the entire basketball hoop squeaked. J.R. Smith finished with a stunning tomahawk chop. At this point, the entire Oracle Arena was silent. First, the future centerpiece of the team left the game with an injury, and now the Knicks are easily wreaking havoc on the rim, which has put the hearts of Warriors fans in their throats. But the good thing is, the Warriors retain a double-digit lead for now. After J.R. scored that goal, the score on the court came to 51-38. Although the Knicks are still behind on the scoreboard for the time being, they're vaguely on the rise. Good shot, nice pass by Chen Xiao, and nice dunk by J.R. At this moment, the Dragon fans in the Penguin Live broadcast room were all excited. Chen Xiao, this ball pass has so much of the old BB look. It seems to be no less Steel BB. They still didn't know that Chen Xiao had actually already worshipped BB. Since worshipping the master, the old BB was kind of devoted to Chen Xiao, and after the daily team training, he would pull Chen Xiao to practice for a few more hours. Meanwhile, on the Knicks bench, the crowd was waving towels and cheering. Nice pass, kid. After scoring, JR ran over and gave Chen Xiao a high five in celebration. After being held down by the Warriors for so long, JR has been upset for a long time. The shot was just enough to let him vent. Seeing that JR was in top form, thought I'd pass him a few more balls later to open his hand up completely. Monta Ellis, meanwhile, looked incredibly depressed and felt like he was being teased. Obviously Chen Xiao stayed near the bottom corner when he was matched up with Curry, doing the work of a shooter. How come when he got on the field, Chen Xiao started passing up the ball? Bastard! Damn Dragon Nation! Wait for me! Monta Ellis cursed hard in his mind and then came to the baseline ready to catch the ball. After the conversion of the ball, Monta Ellis dribbled to the front court. Regardless of 3 or 7, Chen Xiao to the inside hard. But that's when the Knicks went up for the sack. Monta Ellis plays a bit of a solo game, especially when he gets on top and barely passes to his teammates knowing he's going it alone. So when he was back on defense, Chen Xiao gave a hand signal to Shumpert to be ready to wrap up Monta Ellis. Sure enough, Monta Ellis was hit. After Monta Ellis suffered a sack, there was an open opportunity on Clay's side. Clay waved his hand to let Monta Ellis pass the ball, but he turned a blind eye to it, and greeted Chen Xiao and Shumpert's defenses to do it alone and hard. The ending was certainly predictable. The shot was successfully defended by the two combined. Chen Xiao controlled the ball to push the counterattack, but the Warriors returned quickly. The counterattack was not pushed up. Chen Xiao waited until the crowd fell into position, and then passed the ball to JR, who flowed out of the baseline. JR caught the ball and shot it, dry humping it from the three-point line. The basketball drilled straight into the net as if it were a precise missile. 51-41. The Knicks pushed their deficit to just 10 points. Mark Jackson still hasn't chosen to call a timeout. Warriors offense. Monta Ellis gets the ball and tries to break again. The Knicks side continues to get on the bag,
But Monta Ellis hasn't learned his lesson from last round and still chooses to believe in himself, but he was proven wrong. Good thing, though, that the Warriors grabbed that offensive rebound. Then the ball circled around to Clay's hands. On the sideline, Monta Ellis retreated to the three-point line and yelled toward Clay, "Give me the ball," and Clay didn't even care about him, taking a direct shot from the three-point line. Clunk. Ruthless irony. The Knicks protected the rebound and began to push the rebound, followed by a throw-in by Shumpert. 51-43. The deficit was forced down to single digits and the Warriors' lead was being eroded bit by the Knicks. Chapter 42, the Monta Ellis and Klay Thompson feud. Even though Clay just missed that shot, it was really an open opportunity and Clay had no problem not passing, so Monta Ellis didn't say much. But who would have thought that this goal was just the beginning? Over the course of the next few possessions, whenever Clay got the ball, he just went solo without saying a word until the end of the half. The teams were tied 57-54, with the Cavs still holding a slim lead over the Knicks by 3 points. Back in the locker room, Monta Ellis was very upset with Clay's performance late in the second quarter. He kicked over the drink bucket in front of the crowd, threw his towel heavily on the floor and sulked alone. Clay, on the other hand, was refueling with a functional drink like nobody's business. The others saw the scene and pretended not to see anything. Even head coach Mark Jackson just shook his head and said nothing. Although Clay went on a shooting spree this late in the second quarter, you could score. On the flip side, what about Monta Ellis? Knowing that the other team double-teamed him, he was still hell-bent on not passing to his teammates. Comparing the two, the crowd was definitely more willing to support Clay. After all, people put the ball in play. But since Monta Ellis is the boss of the team, the crowd dared to speak out. And at this point, the crowd is more concerned about Curry's injury. Just in time, the Warriors' assistant coaches delivered Curry's latest injury report. Mark Jackson's face instantly darkened as he read it. He was seen taking a few deep breaths before announcing to the crowd, "I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news. Steven's injury is serious and he's definitely not coming back from this game." In fact, the concluding statement written on the report is that Curry has suffered a severe sprain of his right ankle and that there is a great probability that he may be out for the season. But Mark Jackson told a little lie to the crowd and didn't inform them of the true nature of Curry's injury. After all, this game wasn't over yet, and he didn't want Curry's injury to affect the crowd's mood, which could lead to a loss. Seeing the crowd looking sad, Mark Jackson said after clapping his hands to attract the crowd's attention, "Cheer up everyone, we're the ones in the lead." In the second half, "You guys have to keep working hard to get this game won for Steven too. You can't let him just get hurt for nothing." The game continued in the second half. Both sides made personnel changes. First on the Knicks side, Chen Xiao remained on the court. Also, D'Antoni replaced Chandler and Mellon on the court, leaving JR and Shumpert as the remaining two. On the Warriors side, Monta Ellis and Clay continue to team up in the backcourt. On the line are Darrell White and Kwame Brown with Andris Biedrins at center. To start the second half, it was the Warriors who attacked first. Monta Ellis dribbled the ball across half-court and then passed it up the floor to Andris in the high post. It then ran to the bottom corner ready to round the baseline while Andris stood in the high post to set up the play. That's when Clay suddenly ran from the other side of the field to make the tackle. Andris rightfully gives the ball to the fullback to handle. After Clay got the ball, he took 2 dribbles and adjusted, then just pulled up and shot regardless. At this time Monta Ellis only just ran to the bottom corner, and before he turned around he heard the iron sound made by the basketball knocking on the rim. What's the situation? Who voted for it? Monta Ellis looks back and realizes it's Clay again, and immediately goes after Clay. But the Knicks side got the rebound and immediately launched a fast break. He could only go back to defense first. Chen Xiao dribbled the ball to the front court and handed the ball to Mellon. With Mellon present, Chen Xiao's task on the offensive end will be much lighter. Just bring the ball across half-court and pass it to Mellon. As for the rest, just leave it to the Mellons. Organization? Not at all. Mellon took the ball down low on his back and hit a turnaround jumper. 57-56. The Warriors are only up by 1. Back to the Braves offense. Monta Ellis tried to go for the underneath kick, but a sudden upward press by Shumpert blocked Kwame Brown's passing lane. In desperation, Kwame Brown could only pass the ball to Clay. Clay received the ball and took it straight across half-court to the three-point line to pull up and shoot. At this point, Monta Ellis hasn't even crossed the center line yet. Monta Ellis' entire body exploded when he saw Clay actually shoot a straight 3. Just when he couldn't hold back, the ball actually went in. A three-pointer by Clay stabilized the Warriors when it was important for the Knicks to get back on the scoreboard. Since Shumpert went to pounce on Monta Ellis, the burden of defending Clay was given to Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao looked at Clay with a shocked face. How could he not expect him to throw so resolutely? Next round, the Knicks continue to hit Mellon on this one. Mellon was up to the task, hitting another backhand down low. 60-58. Monta Ellis drives to the basket and is blocked by Chen Xiao. Back in the game, Chen Xiao broke through and split the ball to Chandler under the basket, who dunked in place. The teams are tied at 60. Seeing the score being tied, Monta Ellis felt he should step up. However, Clay tells him by his actions, "Off and let me do it." For 3 or 4 consecutive possessions, Monta Ellis froze and didn't even touch the ball. It was as if it was back to the late second quarter when Clay was shooting blindly on a single play. The Knicks also took advantage of this opportunity to quickly put the game back on the board. Seeing the score being reversed by the Knicks, Mark Jackson was finally calling a timeout. Back on the bench, Monta Ellis is finally exploding. He pointed to Clay's nose and said, "Listen kid, you don't get to take a shot unless I pass you the ball and let you throw it." He just got an assistant coach to look at the number of shots Clay is taking from the outside. A whole 13 times. A first-year rookie took 13 shots from the line. Exactly twice as many as he, the team leader, did. How can this be tolerated by Monta Ellis? In the face of Monta Ellis' trash talk, Clay completely ignored it. What is he? He's a cold-blooded killer on the court. So how could he put Monta Ellis in his place? Clay had made up his mind that he would not pass the ball again this game. The next, or even the next, Monta Ellis can drop 30 points in a night, and so can he. At this time, everything that happened in the Warriors bench, Chen Xiao did not know. If he had known, he would have told Clay to dislike him to his face and told Monta Ellis the classic quote, "Listen, I won't pass you a single ball unless I don't want to." Chapter 43. A big win over the Warriors and a happy second consecutive victory. After the timeout, the Warriors offense still had little to show for it. Monta Ellis and Clay are still going their separate ways, which has led to the Warriors looking like a scattered bunch on the court. By the time the fourth quarter rolled around, the Knicks had rallied to a 10-point lead, and the lead continued to grow. As the game entered the 7:34 mark of the fourth quarter, with JR hitting another no-nonsense three-pointer, Mark Jackson was finally raising the white flag in surrender. D'Antoni then replaced the starters as well. Chen Xiao played nearly 3 more minutes on the court, brushing his stats up to 10 points, 5 boards and 5 assists before being replaced as well. In the end, the Knicks outscored the Golden State Warriors on the road, 113-102, by 11 points, picked up their second straight win of the new season and their first win of the Western trip. In this campaign, Chen Xiao continued to shine, chipping in 10 points, 5 boards and 5 assists, plus 1 block and 2 steals. After the game, Luna did a short interview with Chen Xiao on behalf of Penguin Sports. "Chen Xiao, say hello to the domestic audience first." Luna handed the microphone to Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao's height was 1.98 m, while Luna's height was 1.75 m. This is already considered high in girls, even more so than the vast majority of boys. Together with the fact that Luna was also wearing a pair of high heels today, the overall look of her was only half a head shorter than Chen Xiao. Although the match had already ended, it was seen that there was an interview with Chen Xiao after the match, so the Dragon fans in the live broadcast room didn't choose to leave at the first opportunity. Why do I inexplicably feel that Chen Xiao and Goddess Luna are so well matched? Dude, you're not the only one with this delusion. I feel it too. Brothers, look at the way the Goddess is looking at Chen Xiao. It's so affectionate. Dude, stop. I feel like I'm losing it. OMG. I'm sore. Inside the live broadcast room, the fans, one and all, felt that Chen Xiao and Luna stood together quite well. At this time, Chen Xiao waved his hand toward the camera and said, "Hello, domestic fans, I'm Chen Xiao." Chen Xiao was so calm and relaxed that it was hard to tell that it was his first time facing the camera. Chen Xiao, cutting down double-digit scores in 2 consecutive games, have you fully adapted to the NBA game? Luna asked. Chen Xiao pondered for a while and said, "I can't say that I've completely adapted. I'm still working on it bit by bit to do better." Chen Xiao's words were true. He could indeed do better with the help of the system, but it would take time. And a second question, will you be representing your national team in the Olympics this summer? Luna continued to ask. In fact, this question is one of the more concerned about the majority of Dragon fans at the moment. Previously, because Chen Xiao's performance in the NBA is really bad, making the domestic fans did not think in any way. With Chen Xiao's performance getting better and better in recent games, there are gradually calls among domestic fans for Chen Xiao to represent the national team in the Olympics. And the cry is growing. On this issue, Chen Xiao actually didn't need any consideration at all and said bluntly, "If the country needs it, I'm obligated to do so." The Longhorn men's basketball team has its own set of criteria for selecting players. Not that you can play if you want to, but Chen Xiao had kind of made a public statement that if the national team really needed him, he would definitely join the national team. Luna then asked, "Okay, last question, is there anything you want to say about the future?" Chen Xiao thought about it in his mind and then said, "There's nothing I want to say. Just try to play every game and try to get an official contract soon." This comes on the heels of the NBA lockout, which led to an extension of the short 10-day contract the Knicks signed him to, so that means he doesn't even have an official contract right now. Yes, you will. You will definitely get a full contract and make your own place in the NBA.
Luna sincerely wished. Thanks.
Chen Xiao said thanks and followed his teammates back to the locker room. Looking at Chen Xiao's back,
Luna's favorability towards Chen Xiao also rose greatly. Chen Xiao is handsome, plays hard, and most crucially is humble and patriotic. That's the kind of character a quality idol should have. Back in the locker room,
Chen Xiao took a shower and then waited with the crowd for the press conference to end and took the bus back to the hotel with Melon and D'Antoni.
At this moment, the press conference is not over.
Chen Xiao then sat on the sidelines and checked up on the attribute points gained from this match.
Although he reached the system rating for this game and his team won, he instead had 2 fewer attribute points than in the previous game, ending up with only 8 attribute points. What's going on? Chen Xiao's mind had just surfaced this question, while the system immediately told him the answer. The host exceeded the system's rating in the last game, so the system gave the host a certain reward, and this game did not exceed the system's rating, so there is no reward for the host in this game. With that said, Chen Xiao understood. Last game, the system asked for a C rating. As a result, Chen Xiao was hardwired to up to a grade, and for this match, the system's requirement for Chen Xiao was a B grade. In the end,
Chen Xiao's system rating was also a B grade and did not exceed the system rating, so there was no additional reward. It became a matter of course that fewer attribute points were gained.
2 points less is 2 points less. Chen Xiao consoled himself.
Chen Xiao had put all of the 8 attribute points he had just arrived at on shooting, which had caused his shooting attribute to skyrocket to 78,
only 2 points short of 80. Only 2 games into the new season,
Chen Xiao has gotten his defense up to 80 and is shooting up to 78.
Something he couldn't even think about before. You know,
this was done without completing the main quest and without getting 15 attribute points.
Additionally, after both this offense and defense attributes reached or approached 80 points,
the attribute points that Chen Xiao gained afterward could then be pointed to other attributes.
He believes that after his shooting attributes skyrocketed, he will be able to have a breakout game in this last game of his short contract period, so that he can get the official contract offered by the Knicks. Thinking of this, Chen Xiao was already eager to try and couldn't wait for the next match to take place immediately. Meanwhile,
at the Knicks post-game press conference,
a reporter also asked D'Antoni about Chen Xiao's stay and go.
When confronted with a reporter's question,
here's how D'Antoni responded. Chan is a very good player.
He works very hard in training and he is always passionate in the game.
As far as these 2 games since the new season, he deserves an NBA contract, but as you know,
I'm not the team manager.
I'm just a coach, and as far as how the team makes decisions I don't really know. I can only look at it from a personal point of view, and I hope that Chan can stay. While D'Antoni didn't say what the Knicks' decision was, just that answer from him says it all. Chen Xiao has managed to get head coach D'Antoni's approval. I'm sure it won't be long before he signs a long-term contract with the Knicks. Chapter 44 Planning for the Future. The TV in the locker room was showing a live broadcast of the post-game press conference. Chen Xiao naturally heard D'Antoni's evaluation of him. Although he knew that D'Antoni would not stay long in the Knicks, Chen Xiao was still very happy in his heart to be recognized by this famous coach. Like D'Antoni said,
it can be said that Chen Xiao is the hardest and most diligent player in the Knicks lineup. Chen Xiao remembered a saying that talent determines the upper limit and effort determines the lower limit.
With the system he has, the ceiling is already there.
Whether or not one could reach that height was entirely taken from Chen Xiao himself.
In the end, the system was only playing a supporting role, and the real decision for future achievements had to depend on Chen Xiao himself. Post-game press conferences usually don't last long, usually just 10 minutes or so. After the Knicks press conference, it was the Warriors press conference. As soon as Warriors head coach Mark Jackson took his seat, the reporters underneath raised their hands to ask questions. Mark Jackson waved his hand and said, I know people want to ask about Stephen Curry's injury, and that's what I'm going to talk about next. After a moment's pause, Mark Jackson continued with a hopeless look in his eyes. First of all, I'd like to thank everyone for their interest in Stephen, but I'm here to announce some not so good news to you. According to the latest MRI, Steph suffered another severe sprain to his right ankle, so he will be out indefinitely with an undetermined return date. Coach Mark, Stephen just had surgery on his right ankle this summer. Does this injury mean the surgery was a failure? Coach Mark, when you say Steph will be out indefinitely, do you mean out for the season? Coach Mark, please answer. However, Mark Jackson did not answer the crowd's questions and walked straight out of the conference after announcing the result. Inside the Knicks locker room, Chen Xiao didn't look surprised after hearing the result. It was the others who looked rather surprised. Old Bibby said, injuries are always an athlete's nightmare, and how many good prospects have been ruined by them? Chandler, yeah, let's hope Stephen gets better. As old Bibby would say, how many gifted athletes end up being ruined by injuries? Chen Xiao remembers that Roy, known as the Yellow Mamba, ended his career early because of injuries, and then there's Rose after that, too. Because injuries made for a quick fall from grace for the youngest MVP winner in NBA history. There are far too many examples of this. After the game with the Warriors, the Knicks stayed overnight in San Francisco and then hoofed it to their next stop in Los Angeles the next day. The Knicks will face the Los Angeles Lakers on the road in Los Angeles on a back-to-back. As the 09-10 season champions, the Lakers were still considered the favorites to win the title before the season started, but their record in the new season is not ideal. The season started with 2 straight losses after an unfortunate 1-point loss to the Bulls at home in the opener, followed by a win by the league's underdog Kings. But the good news is that in their last game, the Lakers, back at home, outscored the Jazz by 25 points, 96-71. After coming to Los Angeles, D'Antoni did not organize training. After all, there is still a hard battle to be played tonight, and it is necessary to maintain sufficient physical strength. Although D'Antoni didn't ask for training, Chen Xiao still came to the gym alone to prepare to practice strength for a while. After these games, he realized that he was at a great disadvantage against them. Moreover, he is not the team's absolute main force. A game at most only 10 minutes of playing time. Practicing for a while will not consume too much physical strength. Not long after Chen Xiao arrived at the gym, old Bibi also came. Master, Chen Xiao shouted towards old Bibi. Hearing Chen Xiao call himself master, old Bibi frowned and said somewhat helplessly, Chen, I'm still not quite used to you calling me master. You'd better call me Mike. Listen to me, just call me Mike. Alright then, Mike. Seeing old Bibi's resolute attitude, Chen Xiao hesitated and eventually changed his name to him, but still treated Bibi as a master in his heart. Chen Xiao then asked Bibi for advice. Bibi recalled last night's game and then spoke. I think you did a great job on the defensive end, and it feels like your defensive awareness has improved significantly, always being able to anticipate your opponent's next move. You're going to be a little bit worse on the offensive end compared to the defense. I've watched you play since you've been on the court, and once you get down to positional play, you don't have the ability to break away from the ball, which can be very deadly for a defender. Chen Xiao listened attentively to Bibi's analysis, nodding from time to time. What Bibi said was indeed the difficulties that Chen Xiao was currently facing. As a defender, especially an organizational defender, if he doesn't have the ability to break through with the ball, he's destined to always be a role player. At this point, Bibi said again, you have to remember that breaking through is not just about scoring, but more about tearing apart the opponent's defense and forcing the opponent to change their defensive strategy so that you can better create scoring opportunities for your teammates. Do you understand? Chen Xiao nodded and took these words from Bibi into his heart. A moment later, Chen Xiao continued to ask, then how should I improve my picture ability? Bibi smiled and said without reservation, there are different kinds of breakthroughs. Some rely on speed and breakthrough with an extremely fast first step, like Flash Wade. Some use their power to force a breakthrough. Just like, without waiting for Bibi to say anything, Chen Xiao jumped in and said, just like LeBron James. Exactly. Bibi smiled and continued, others rely on technique, like Iverson, and some rely on rhythm. You have to find what makes you tick and amplify what makes you tick as much as possible, but only if you have very good ball control, which is the foundation of being a competent defender. Bibi's words, to put it bluntly, is that you have to be able to dribble. Even the ball cannot dribble. How to break through? The two then made small talk while jerking off the iron. Chen Xiao realized that every time he chatted with Bibi, there would always be unexpected gains. When Chen Xiao tapped on his attribute table, a few data had gotten increased again. This was not because Chen Xiao had spent attribute points, but because of his own accumulation plus enlightenment. Take the ball quotient for example. Chen Xiao's previous ball quotient attribute was only 57, but now it had risen to 59 and would soon break the 60-point mark. Also, strength was only 30 before and now it's almost up to 40. These were all obtained by relying on Chen Xiao's usual accumulation, with defense and shooting reaching 80 points one after another. Chen Xiao was already thinking about what the next statistic to improve was. Chapter 45, Misunderstandings Discharged. Originally, Chen Xiao wanted to point up speed, strength, and also bounce. After all, these three stats directly affect whether Chen Xiao can complete the explosive dunks in the game. Every basketball player has fantasized about the picture when he dunks, and Chen Xiao is naturally no exception. With his height, dunking isn't really hard, it's the bouncing that's hard. Chen Xiao's jump is not excellent, can only barely touch the basket. Want to dunk is still a little short. However, Chen Xiao changed his mind once he thought about the unexpected injury to Curry in the last game. Being able to fly around and dunk is cool, but nothing else matters compared to a healthy body. The only way to have a chance to play is to stay healthy and perform better to gain more attribute points. Once you get hurt, there's nothing left. Therefore, for the sake of long-term consideration, Chen Xiao finally decided to fill up his health first, preferably being able to point to 100. Chen Xiao and Bibi both practiced in the gym until noon. After having lunch at the hotel, Chen Xiao returned to his room to take a nap. At 7 p.m.,
Chen Xiao followed the team to the Lakers' home court, the Staples Center. When he saw the 16 championship banners flying above Staples Arena, his heart was touched. Like the Green Jackets, the purple and gold are one of the NBA's most deserving giants. These 16 banners, symbolizing the honor of the championship, are the best proof. Throughout the history of the development of the NBA, some teams built the team so far do not even have a championship banner, while the Lakers have 16. There's no need to be envious. We'll have our own championship banners and championship rings in the future. Not knowing when, Lin Shaheo walked over to Chen Zhao's side and said, "The championship, how many players fight for the honor of a lifetime? One day, I will have my own champion," Chen Xiao said in his heart. After familiarizing themselves with the venue, the Knicks were back in the locker room for their season's battle meeting. Today's game, the Lakers center Andrew Bynum is sure that he will not play. In the interior we have an absolute advantage. So today's battle plan is based on the impact of the interior. D'Antoni took the tactical board and said, "Bynum has missed the first 3 games of the Lakers' new season. And originally, before the start of this game, the media had predicted that Bynum would be back in today's game against the Knicks. But according to data gathered by Knicks analysts, Bynum is certain he won't play, which is good news for the Knicks. The other thing is the job of keeping an eye on Kobe, the Lakers' leading scorer," said here. D'Antoni looked to Shumpert and Chen Xiao too, and then continued, "Iman, I want you in the defensive end of the death of Kobe. Chen, tonight you start out with Iman, as long as Kobe take the ball to me to the death of the package him." Hearing this, Chen Zhao's entire body froze, letting him play the starting role? But soon Chen Xiao came back to his senses, his eyes filled with determination. "Isn't that what he's waiting for? Coach, don't worry, I will fulfill the task you gave me. Just what about Derek Fisher?" Chen Xiao asked. "Empty him. One Derek Fisher can't beat us." After that, D'Antoni turned his attention back to Melon. "Cameron, it's up to you to take this one." "What? Is this still the Mike D'Antoni that Chen Xiao knows?" How he said that sounded like he was softening up. Not to mention Chen Xiao being confused. Even Melon himself was confused. "What is this?" But D'Antoni has already given him a step, and I'm not the kind of guy who is blistering. Melon nodded to D'Antoni and said, "Leave it to me, coach." Seeing this scene, Chen Xiao could not help but begin to feel some anticipation in his heart. If D'Antoni hadn't ended up leaving and stayed with the Knicks, Gua might have had a real chance to break out of the East at his peak. Thinking a little far ahead, going back to this game, this was Chen Zhao's first game as a starter. To be honest, Chen Xiao was still a bit nervous, especially when facing Kobe, which made him even more nervous. It is no exaggeration to say that today's Kobe is the first person in the league. James Durant in front of Kobe have to be a younger brother. At the end of the pre-match meeting, teammates came forward to congratulate Chen Xiao, and even Gua took the initiative to pat Chen Xiao on the shoulder and tell him to play well. On top of that, Gua said that if he took down the Lakers tonight, he'd treat himself to a happy night at the most expensive nightclub in LA. He's kind of cashing in on his bet early, although Chen Xiao has not signed a long contract with the Knicks. But in the melon seems to Chen Xiao to stay on the team is only a matter of time. After all, D'Antoni is starting him. After chatting with the crowd for a few moments, Chen Xiao excused himself to go to the restroom and slipped out of the locker room. Whereupon he asked the staff at the door where D'Antoni was going. Learning that D'Antoni had gone to the restroom, Chen Xiao instantly changed his expression slightly. "Gee, that's a good excuse to make." Chen Xiao came to the door of the restroom and happened to bump into D'Antoni, who came out and hurriedly went forward. "Coach, I'd like to ask for some advice on what I should do when I get on the field later." Without waiting for Chen Xiao to finish his question, D'Antoni interrupted. "Kid, relax, don't be stressed." D'Antoni thought it was because Chen Xiao was suddenly mentioned in the starting heart nervous. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Xiao had only come to probe D'Antoni. After all, he's starting, so it's about time this contract thing came to a head. "No, coach, I was asking what I lacked in previous games and what I should do to play well in the starting lineup." D'Antoni stared at Chen Xiao for a few seconds, and after determining that Chen Xiao was genuinely asking for advice, he thought for a moment and opened his mouth. "Chen, I admit that you work hard, but your fundamentals are still too poor. But you also have your strengths, which is defense. And the reason why I let you play the first game today is because of your defensive ability. I'm sure that with your defense you'll get us a win." Chen Xiao naturally knew that his basic skills were poor, but wanting to provide them was not something that could be done overnight. "Coach, I recognize what you're saying and I train hard to improve my fundamentals. It's just that I'm this." Seeing Chen Zhao's look of wanting to say something, D'Antoni also guessed what he wanted to say and patted Chen Zhao's shoulder and said, "Chen, you have to understand that every team has a system that belongs to them. And while it's true that you've been playing well these past few games, I don't know if you've noticed that these performances are usually when you're defending against counterattacks." "Defensive counterattack?" D'Antoni nodded and continued. "Because you fit into my run and gun system, you can play well, whereas you couldn't when you were with the Rockets because you didn't fit into the Rockets system."
fits the run and gun system, not the rockets system.
Chen Xiao was trying hard to analyze D'Antonius' words, and it seemed to be true.
Chapter 46, Chen Xiao, debut on the field.
Chen Xiao had analyzed it in one pass,
and it was really just like what D'Antoni had said.
It's true that his current style of play is better suited to the run and gun game, but to be honest, the run and gun game only wins crowds, not championships, and compared to the Chen Xiao more hope that he can become like Paul Harden, such as a self-contained system of players, or the kind of offensive and defensive players, but now say that these are a little too early.
At this time,
D'Antoni saw that Chen Xiao seemed to still have questions,
so he spoke again. Chen, as long as you play well in this game, you'll get what you want. With that, D'Antoni smiled and left. Chen Xiao, on the other hand, was still frozen in place, savoring D'Antoni's words. Behave yourself and I'll get what I want. Does that mean I'll get a full contract after this game? At the thought of this,
Chen Xiao's heart was filled with vigor.
Los Angeles is the second largest city in MI, while New York, where the Knicks are located, is the first largest city in MI. These two cities also represent the two largest basketball markets in MI. Tonight,
the two big city-owned teams will battle it out at the Staples Center. The game not only attracted many local Los Angeles fans to come to the scene to watch, at the same time all walks of life celebrities are also present to support the two teams. When warming up, Chen Xiao saw a number of Hollywood stars sitting on the sidelines.
Scarlett Johansson, Jessica Alba, Naomi Watts, Jenna Fisher and a host of other actresses were even dressed up to compete on the sidelines. Of course, in addition to the fans who came to the game was televised nationally on TNT. To that end,
they also sent out Kenny Smith and Charles Barkley from the commentary divas to be the commentators for the game.
Those familiar with the NBA are no strangers to the two,
both of whom were stars in the 1990s. Kenny Smith even won 2 championships with the Rockets in the 93-94 and 94-95 seasons, and Flying Pig Barkley, although he didn't win a championship, still had a very successful career throughout. Regular season MVP, 2 consecutive Olympic men's basketball championships, 11 consecutive All-Star selections, 1 All-Star MVP, and 5 NBA Best 11 appearances are among his honors. But he is best known to Dragons fans as stemming from a bet.
It was 2002, Big Yao's rookie season.
Barkley bet Big Yao in his rookie season wouldn't get 19 points in a single game where he'd kiss Kenny Smith's ass.
As a result,
Big Yao managed to score 19+ points in a single game in a tournament where it was clear that Barkley lost. According to the bet, Barkley had to kiss Kenny Smith's ass. But in the middle of a later broadcast, Kenny Smith actually brought in a donkey and told Barkley to kiss the donkey's ass. Eventually, Barkley kissed the donkey's ass for the camera. Of course, Barkley has made more jokes than that, but it has to be said that the two of them,
he and Kenny Smith, are the absolute golden couple on TNT.
Basically all major games that are going to be nationally televised are basically going to have the two of them as commentators.
In addition to TNT TV on the Rice mainland, media from all over the world came to the Staples Center. The national television station of the Dragon Kingdom, Penguin Sports, also sent their own team to broadcast this match live. The two commentators on Dragon Nation's national television are Mr. Yu Jia and director Zhang. On the Penguin Sports side are Mr. Yang Yi and Mr. Su Kun. The lineup is also very strong. Inside Penguin Live,
the starting lineups for both teams are out,
and I'd like to share some good news with you first.
When Yang Yi got the starting lists of the two teams, he first froze for a moment,
and then smiled and shared with everyone. In this game today, Chen Xiao, a player from our Dragon country, will start on behalf of the Knicks. This is indeed good news for us as well as the majority of our fans and friends, but for Chen Xiao himself it will be a great challenge, but equally an opportunity. Mr. Su Kun objectively analyzed. Yang Yi said,
honestly I thought Chen Xiao could be in the starting lineup, but what I didn't expect is that it's only the Knicks' 3rd game of the new season, and Chen Xiao is in the starting lineup,
which is more than a little surprising to me. Anyway,
Chen Xiao on the starting lineup is a good thing,
proving that he has become an indispensable part of the Knicks lineup, and I believe it's not far from him getting an official contract. Su Kun said. Rice time, November 19th, 9 p.m. The Knicks road game against the Lakers is officially underway. The starting 5 on the Knicks side, in addition to Chen Xiao, are Shumpert, Gua, Jr., and Chandler. On the Lakers side, it was Old Fish Fisher, Kobe, Gasol, as well as Devin Ebanks and Josh McRoberts, who was filling in for Bynum. Gasol had to step up to the 5 due to Bynum's injury, and with the 09-10 season after the championship, the Lakers lineup of many title-winning heroes have left, resulting in a weak bench. The Lakers head coach Mike Brown had to put Artest down to the bench, as a way to make up for the thickness of the bench lineup. The duo of Devin Ebanks and Josh McRoberts, who were bumped up to the starting lineup, are completely deflatable spots. So in Chen Xiao's opinion, as far as the starting lineup is concerned, it's the Knicks side that is more dominant. Both teams jump ball in the center circle. Chandler helped the Knicks get the ball.
Chen Xiao brought the ball to the half-court after.
Directly handed the ball to Melon. Hua caught the ball and threw it, directly ignoring Devin Ebanks, who was in front of him. Back to the Lakers. After dribbling the ball to the front court, Fisher similarly gave the ball to the star of the show, Kobe. As soon as Kobe received the ball, Chen Xiao assisted the defense and clamped down on Kobe with Shumpert. At this point, Fisher had already run to the end zone, and it was too late to come over and pick it up again. It was good to see Gasol go up and receive near the free throw line, and Kobe passed the ball to Gasol, which is where Jr. also abandoned his defender to make a tackle on Gasol. Of the Lakers' starting five, it's really Kobe and Gasol who are the two spots to watch out for. The others don't matter, although suffered a sack, but Gasol did not panic. See the cut Josh after a high-hanging ball pass to Josh, the latter under the basket easy dunk. The Knicks' strategy for this game was to choke Kobe and Gasol, and it didn't matter if anyone else scored or not. After all, Kobe is the man who has scored 81 points in a game. If you let him swing, even Melon is no match for him. Chapter 47 Knicks vs. Lakers. The Knicks came back from the start of the game and went on a mini 14-2 run. The Knicks followed D'Antoni's pre-game instructions, which was to hit deep inside. Anthony, Jr. and Chandler scored back-to-back baskets. On the Lakers' side, on the flip side, the Lakers never scored again except for 2 points in the lane off an assist from Gasol in the opening half by Josh McRoberts. Although Kobe attempted a few takedowns, as soon as he got the ball he was faced with a double team, making it very difficult for him. It actually had something to do with Kobe's lack of desire to play offense today. If Kobe really wants to score, even with three-man defense, he still has a million ways to put the ball in the basket. Seeing his team down by 12 points just minutes into the game, Mike Brown immediately called a timeout and made a personnel change. Devin Ebanks has been subbed out for Artest. Back in the day, Artest was a very bloodthirsty man. At the time, the Palace of Auburn Hills group brawl was world-shattering, and Artest was a major player in it. For this, he was also banned by the league for 73 games and also had all his salary suspended, a direct loss of up to nearly 5 million mils. At this time, the Lakers players on the court by the Knicks to beat a little bit of fighting spirit. The urgent need for someone to come forward to inspire their fighting spirit. Mike Breen feels Artest is the man to bring out the blood in the crowd. Sure enough, Artest came up and started playing the first round. In the defense, a straight-up hold with Sugarplum. He received a foul, but his roar completely awakened Kobe's fighting spirit. On the next turn of the offense, the sleeping Black Mamba finally awoke and showed his razor-sharp fangs. The Lakers had the ball, and Kobe himself brought the ball across half-court. When Kobe just stepped over the center line, Chen Xiao gave up his watch on Fisher and directly pounced towards Kobe with Shumpert. Facing the two, Kobe's eyes were firm and unafraid. One acceleration and he squeezed through the middle of Chen Xiao and Shumpert before they could complete their pack. After passing the two, Kobe's speed didn't decrease and he went straight toward the basket. At this point Artest and Gasol deadlocked Melon and Jr. to make a path to the basket for Kobe. Kobe drove into the zone with the ball and Chandler was the only one guarding the Knicks basket, only to see Kobe slam his right foot and jump up against Chandler. Grabbing the ball with his right hand, he reached forward with his left hand to block Chandler, then twisted at the waist, and his core strength instantly exploded. With that, Kobe's entire body went around Chandler and dunked the ball hard into the middle of the basket. Hiss! For a moment, the fans at the scene couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. That dunk by Kobe was just explosive. It was as if Kobe had transcended the limits of the human body, utilizing his strong waist and abdominal strength to complete a turn in the air before snapping the ball in. This is definitely the top 5 goals of the day. Chen Xiao looked up at the replay with nothing but envy in his heart. That's Kobe. If he wants to score, then he's going to score. The shot ignited not only the fans on the floor, but the entire Lakers team. The Lakers bench finally waved towels, and both Barnes and Walton fell to their knees in shock. D'Antoni is very cautious. Seeing the Lakers to take off immediately called a timeout. During the timeout, the two commentators on Penguin Live were still reminiscing about Kobe's amazing dunk earlier. God, Kobe's dunk is really wonderful. I believe that after this dunk the Lakers are bound to be able to find their form. Yang Yi said. Indeed, Kobe's dunk is very wonderful, but D'Antoni called a timeout at this time is also pinpointed, depending on how D'Antoni responded. Su Kun added, we can see, in fact, the opening of the Knicks on Kobe to take a package, as long as Kobe take the ball as a package. And this is why D'Antoni put Chen Xiao into the starting lineup. From the past few games we can see, Shumpert and Chen Xiao is the Knicks in the outside of the two most capable of defense. And this game D'Antoni put these two most capable of defense at the same time into the starting lineup, is trying to let the two of them to choke Kobe this point. And Chen Xiao and Shumpert did a good job after the opening, so that Kobe did not score. But Kobe cannot keep not scoring. Now Kobe has shown his fangs. It depends on how D'Antoni adjusted. Yang Yi eloquently said. Back on the field,
Next bench, D'Antoni looked at Chen Xiao and Shumpert and said, "The two of you are doing great. The game started more than 4 minutes. You only let Kobe scored 2 points. Keep it going as long as he took the ball on his package. If it is Kobe dribble across the half-court, Shumpert you advance the full-court lead defense. After the half-court Chen Xiao you go up to the package directly." "Yes, coach." Chen Xiao and Shampoo both answered at the same time. After that D'Antoni did some more setups and the game resumed. When the timeout came back, it was the Knicks' possession. Chen Xiao brought the ball across the half-court as the main controller, and then he passed the ball to Melon. Melon after taking the ball still won to like before Hard burst inside, but at this time the defense of his people have changed to Arteist. Arteist's individual defense is one of the best in the league. Even though Melon is known as an offensive kaleidoscope, he failed to put the ball in the basket with Arteist's defense. Back in the game, Kobe continued to use his individual ability to hit hard against the pack and missed as well. For a while, two teams known for their offense spelled defense on the field. The offensive side of the ball is completely dependent on the individual abilities of their respective stars. Soon, the first quarter ended with the Knicks leading the Lakers by 6 points, 23-17. You can see from the score of the two teams how fierce the two defenses were in the first quarter. The game came down to the second quarter. Kobe was subbed out of the game after another 2 minutes of play to rest, and the Knicks made personnel changes on their side. D'Antoni had the audacity to go 5-on-5. At this point the Knicks lineup becomes Bibby, Lin, J.R., Novak and Josh Harrelson. On the Lakers side, Kobe came off the bench and was led by Gasol and Artest with 3 substitutes, Luke Walton, Matt Barnes and Steve Blake. The Lakers are still scoring quite a bit with this lineup, with Gasol inside and Walton and Barnes on the outside. But when it comes to offensive firepower, it's clearly the Knicks side that's better. Even JR's offensive firepower alone could second-guess the Lakers bench. JR opened up a nerve knife mode as soon as he came on the court, coming up with 3 consecutive three-pointers, instantly pulling the score away and stopping the Lakers once again. Chapter 48 Kirby is getting serious. The second half of a section relies on Kobe's individual ability to close the gap to single digits. Who knows that Kobe just came off the bench to rest? The score was once again pulled away. In fact, this lineup of the Lakers is not weak. With Kobe and Gasol, the two all-stars in the Lakers and the West and even the entire league is a certain competitiveness. But it just happened to be a coach with no real talent like Mike Brown. But when it comes to Mike Brown, he's really the only coach who has coached James, Kobe, and Curry. In his 5 seasons with the Cavaliers, he has led the Cavaliers to a first-place record in the league and the finals, and he has personally won Coach of the Year honors once. Yet all of these honors are because the Cavaliers have a player named LeBron James. Mike Brown was fired by the Cavaliers owner as soon as James traveled away to Miami. After last season, out of work, Mike Brown came to the Lakers to apply for a job. In order to get the job, Mike Brown had prepared over 50 pages of notes that were densely packed with plays designed for the Lakers. There are also 4 DVDs, each nearly 50 minutes long, on how to build the Lakers defense. In the end, the Lakers management was impressed by Mike Brown's sincerity and hired him to be the new head coach of the Lakers. However, Kirby didn't buy into the decision. This is a major reason why the Lakers suffered 2 consecutive losses at the beginning of the season, although they then beat the Utah Jazz, but the Lakers still have internal problems. That's why, in the original history, Mike Brown was fired by the Lakers after just 1 year with the team, also named Mike. But Mike D'Antoni is much luckier than Mike Brown, because D'Antoni has 2 favorite disciples, Nash and Harden. Of course D'Antoni coaching Harden will come later, but now D'Antoni will welcome another one of his prized disciples, Chen Xiao. After coming back from a timeout, Brown had to sub Kirby and other starters in again in order to get back into the game. D'Antoni took one look and immediately swung the starters onto the field again as well. Instead, he left JR, who had a hot hand, on the court, so that the burden of defending Kobe was left to Chen Xiao alone. The Lakers serve and Kobe himself takes the ball across half-court. Chen Xiao led the defense against Kobe with his 80-point defense all over the court. On the one hand to not let Kobe slow down Kobe's rhythm, and on the other hand to make a good impression in front of D'Antoni. After all, D'Antoni had given him such an important task, and if he screwed up, maybe the contract was gone. In the first quarter, it was Shumpert's main defense against Kobe, and Chen Xiao was only assisting in the defense of the package, so Kobe didn't know much about Chen Xiao's defensive ability. At this moment, after the 1v1 matchup, it was discovered that Chen Xiao's defense had quite a few holes, and almost his entire body was broken. Of course, this was something that Chen Xiao had deliberately exposed to Kobe in order to paralyze him. Sure enough, after seeing the break in Chen Xiao's body, Kirby instantly started. However, at this time, Chen Xiao immediately made a horizontal shift and accurately blocked Kobe's forward route, then stood in advance. If Kobe doesn't slow down and runs right into it, ironically it's an offensive foul. However, Kobe did not slow down, but when he was about to hit Chen Xiao, he suddenly made an early change of direction and rushed into the interior from the other side. But this just hit Chen Zhao's plan. At the moment the Knicks under the basket, but there are Small C and Chandler 2 people. Kobe rushed into the 3-second zone and found no shot at all, and could only be forced to pass the ball to Fisher at the baseline. Throughout his career, Fisher hasn't been the kind of point guard who scores explosively, nor does he have a handful of clutch passes like Nash, Bibby, or White Chocolate, but he always helps the team in his own way in the most crucial moments. Fisher was a key rotation player for the Lakers during their three-peat. After rejoining the Lakers in the 06-07 season, Fisher again became one of the best helpers around Kobe. What's more, he helped the Lakers win 2 championships in the 08-09 and 09-10 seasons. Fisher is really average at scoring, though, which is why D'Antoni asked for him to be released before the game at this point. After seeing Kobe pass the ball to Fisher, the Knicks crowd just looked back at Fisher and no one went up to make up the defense. Fisher received the ball and waited for a while, seeing that the Knicks simply no one cared about him, and had no choice but to force a shot. Well, the shot went in to help the Lakers get 3 points back. 32-20. Knicks offense. After receiving the ball, Chen Zhao dribbled across the half-court and saw Gua asking for the ball and immediately passed it to him. After receiving the ball, Mellon drove straight into the lane for a sharpshooting jumper, but unfortunately, the ball shuffled around inside the basket before rolling back out and being picked up by Fisher for a backdoor rebound. Fisher got the ball looking for Kobe, but Chen Zhao had already ambushed him. Fisher just passed the ball. Chen Zhao immediately started a hand to break the ball. Gua, catch the ball. After the successful steal, Chen Zhao once again passed the ball to Mellon, who was still near the free throw line. This time Mellon did not waste another opportunity. A solid hit from mid-range, and incidentally contributed an assist to Chen Zhao. 34-20. When returning to defense, Chen Zhao passed by Kobe and unintentionally glanced at him. Instead, he ended up seeing the murderous look in Kobe's eyes. That's right, it's killing. Seeing Kobe's icy cold eyes, Chen Zhao felt like he was being stared at by a poisonous snake. As soon as he made the slightest movement, the Viper would launch a deadly attack on him. At this moment, there was only one thought in Chen Zhao's mind. It's over. Kobe's going to be in Mamba mode. Once Kobe gets into that groove, that means he's going to start getting serious. And once Kobe gets serious, there will be no one in the world who can defend him, not even if Jordan came along. Now Chen Zhao can only pin his hopes on Kobe's hand, praying that he has a bad hand tonight, or no one can stop Kobe tonight. In the middle of his thoughts, Chen Zhao had already returned to his side's half, and Kobe came to his side. This time Kobe didn't dribble the ball himself, and as soon as he came to the front court, he started asking for the ball in the low post. Chen Zhao is dead against Kobe's back, but Kobe's body seems to have inexhaustible strength to dead against Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao realized that he couldn't shake Kobe no matter how much strength or effort he used. At this point, Fisher saw Kobe going into position and immediately passed the ball over. Kobe caught the ball, bobbled it, and immediately followed it up with a flip-back jumper. Although Chen Zhao has reacted and sealed up in time, but the angle of Kobe's backward lean was too big. Chen Zhao could not touch the ball at all, but also hit Kobe's arm. Take a shot. The ball goes in. Meanwhile the referee's whistle blows. Kobe makes it 2+1. Chapter 49 Capture a Dragon. Selected as a 5 best ball. Chen Zhao didn't have any retort and directly raised his hand to signal that he had committed a foul. There's no arguing with that shot. He did hit Kobe's hand. Kobe stepped to the free throw line and hit the extra point. 34-23. As Kobe scored the extra penalty, a string of 666 instantly floated across the pop-up screen of Penguin Live. In this country, Kobe's fan base is huge, so there was a huge influx of Kobe fans in the booth today. In the first quarter, as the Lakers were suppressed, it made them worry if the Lakers were going to be accounted for in this game. But looking at the shot Kobe just made, it was clear that he was playing with more determination than he did in the first quarter. This is a very good sign for the Lakers. At this point, Chen Zhao glanced at D'Antoni on the bench. Seeing that the other party's face did not change much, Chen Zhao was relieved. He was really afraid of being replaced by D'Antoni because of that one shot just now. But in fact, it is Chen Zhao himself who overthinks. A player like Kobe simply cannot be completely defended. He wouldn't be Kobe if he really limited him. On the field, the players played with intensity. Live, the fans are arguing even more. Chen Zhao can't do it. It's been hit by Kobe a couple times in a row. Upstairs, you are standing and talking without waist pain. This is Kobe, the first person in the league. Chen Zhao can defense like this has been very good. That means Chen Zhao has defended himself well. Although I am a Kobe fan, I have to say that Chen Zhao's performance today exceeded my expectations. I support Chen Zhao. You guys just blow it off. Just Chen Zhao, this defense is comparable to Nash. Back to the game. At this point, Kobe once again easily passed Chen Zhao, but fortunately JR's complementary defense was timely and stopped Kobe. Chen Xiao had two choices at this point. One is sacking Kobe with JR.
The second is to go and fill in on whoever JR was originally targeting.
Chen Xiao glanced at Fisher,
who JR was staring at, and finally rushed towards Kobe without looking back.
Although Fisher had previously hit a corner three,
D'Antonia's call was to wrap up Kobe in a normal game. Even if you let Kobe score, you can't let him score that comfortably.
At this point, JR was blocking Kobe's line of travel while Chen Xiao was in hot pursuit.
Honestly, the Kobe of today is not the same Kobe of then.
Years of fighting had made him scarred and bruised all over his body.
But even so, if he makes up his mind to score, there really aren't many people in this league who can stop him. JR also knows that he alone cannot defend Kobe, can only try to delay Kobe waiting for Chen Xiao with him to wrap up Kobe. But what JR and Chen Xiao didn't expect was that Kobe didn't choose to go hard on himself or pass the ball. And it was another pass to Fisher in the corner, another wide open spot,
and Fisher didn't hesitate this time,
catching the ball and shooting.
He knew that Kobe needed his support at this point and he had to capitalize on the open opportunity to throw the ball in. Only if he shoots into the open floor can he force the Knicks to change their defense and help take the load off of Kobe.
With the belief that it must go in, Fisher threw the ball away.
The basketball slowly flew out of Fisher's hands,
but the next second,
a dark shadow suddenly rushed to Fisher's face and leaped high into the air to grab the basketball out of the air.
All of this,
it happened so suddenly. When the crowd got a good look at the black shadow, they all instantly revealed shocked expressions.
It's Chen Xiao. Why did he appear where he did?
That was the only question on the minds of all those who were watching the game at this moment. Why did Chen Xiao suddenly rush to Fisher's face and seal the ball?
He actually noticed JR's stance long before he was breached by Kobe, when JR didn't stick to Fisher but always watched Kobe's movements. Sure enough,
when Chen Xiao was broken by Kobe,
JR abandoned Fisher and came over to fill in on Kobe.
And the reason why Chen Xiao did not go to the first time to fill the defense of Fisher, but chose to go to clip Kobe,
in order to force Kobe out of the ball. Kobe had already played more than a full quarter before,
and then was replaced again without much rest, and his fitness had long since reached its limit.
And just now, Fisher hit a three-pointer from the corner.
That leaves Kobe with one more option,
and that's to pass.
Therefore, Chen Xiao appeared to have lost the clip on Kobe,
but in fact, he was waiting for Kobe to make a move.
As he expected, when Kobe saw that he wasn't going to fill in on Fisher, but to pin him down, he immediately distributed the ball to Fisher, who was ambushing him in the bottom corner.
Then, unnoticed by the crowd,
he hastily lunged toward Fisher.
As soon as Fisher shot the ball, it was hatched out of the air.
Immediately after that, Chen Xiao immediately pushed for a counterattack and rushed near the center line before the crowd could react.
At this point, Fisher is still frozen in place, and even Kobe is surprised by Chen Xiao's sense of defense. Indeed,
the previous consecutive breakthroughs had caused Kobe to slack off on Chen Xiao,
including Fisher is also,
before the Knicks are letting go of him this point.
Did not expect Chen Xiao's sudden complimentary defense.
Directly his shot clean cap. By the time Fisher reacted and tried to replay it, Chen Xiao had already dribbled past the center line, and although Kobe was the first to react, JR used his body to block Kobe, buying Chen Xiao valuable time. Chen Xiao dribbles to the basket and scores 2 points with a three-step layup. The score came to 52-45 with the Knicks still leading by 7. Facing an unguarded basket, Chen Xiao surprisingly just ended with a simple three-step layup, and the fans in the Penguin broadcast room were greatly disappointed.
Holy, no, that's not even a dunk? Chen Xiao really doesn't understand what the fans want to see. Such a good opportunity, not even dunking. What is Chen Xiao thinking?
Although it didn't end with a dunk,
Chen Xiao covered a dragon layup,
which was also very exciting. It shouldn't be too much of a problem to make the top 5 of the day.
Nice shot.
This is the most beautiful goal Chen Xiao has scored since the start of this match,
Yang Yi said on air. Indeed,
that's how Chen Xiao should play.
His strength is defense.
He should rely on defensive counterattacks and bring up the tempo.
Su Kun followed. After completing the Cap 1 line,
Chen Xiao himself was very happy, but when he saw the way Kirby was looking at him, inexplicably a chill ran down his back. This look in Kobe's eyes. He's not setting his sights on himself,
is he? As it turned out, Chen Xiao's sixth sense was still very accurate. In the next round,
Kobe signaled for the Lakers players to pull away, and he was going to play Chen Xiao one-on-one.
Kirby is getting serious, facing his idol.
Chen Xiao was also battle-hardened,
calling out, "Come on Kobe." Chapter 50 Biao Kobe. When the crowd pulled away, Kirby started instantly. Continuous change of direction.
Continuous sharp stops and starts, shaking Chen Xiao to the point that he fell directly to the ground.
However, Kobe did not take advantage of this opportunity to break into the interior,
but stood in place and threw the ball in front of Chen Xiao,
as if to deliberately humiliate Chen Xiao.
When the basketball was still flying in midair after Kobe's shot,
Kobe turned back calmly and headed toward his own half of the court.
Swish! Moments later, the basketball made a pleasing sound as it passed through the net.
52:47.
Kobe helped the Lakers push their deficit to 5. Melon walked to Chen Zhao's side, reached out and pulled him up, patted Chen Zhao's butt and said, "Don't care, Kobe is not very good defense." Chen Zhao smiled and said, "I understand." Back to Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao passed the ball to Melon, but Melon looked at the bad opportunity and passed the ball back to Chen Zhao. No chance on Melon's side. Chen Zhao tried to pass the ball to Junior. Again. As a result, Junior, south side of the court, was also subjected to the Lakers' defense around the front. There's no chance on Junior's side either. Look at JR's side. On JR's side, Kobe himself plays defense and is afraid that he doesn't have much of a chance. There's no way around it. Chen Zhao dribbled to the top of the three-point line arc position. Fisher hands spread out in front of Chen Zhao's body. Fisher's defense is only average among linebackers, and by all accounts he's a good one at this point. But the point is, Chen Zhao's ability to attack on his own is very limited. Chen Zhao attempted a few breakthroughs and nearly lost the ball. Eventually Chen Zhao gave up the breakthrough. Just then, Melon suddenly ran towards him, and before Chen Zhao could react, Melon made a block for him. What's the situation? Carmelo Anthony actually offered to block for him. He's not dreaming, is he? It was too late to think. Chen Zhao impacted the inside with the help of Melon's blocking, but the Lakers put the block to take a switching strategy. Artist immediately switched rooms to Chen Zhao's body. After seeing Artist, Chen Zhao froze. Fisher, he can't even play. Artist, he can't play even more. But it's a good thing Artist doesn't know him very well and doesn't post up. But let's go a step. That gave Chen Zhao room to strike from mid-range. Chen Zhao makes a sharp mid-range shot from near the free throw line. With 78 points of shooting attributes, Chen Zhao could already achieve a 90% hitting rate when no one was interfering. The shot, too, was unsurprisingly solid. But then again, Chen Zhao was able to score this goal thanks to that blocking cover that Melon gave him. Without Melon's block, he wouldn't really have had a shot. Strange to say, Melon will take the initiative to play blocking for him, which is what Chen Zhao never expected. The possession converted and the Lakers continued their offense. This time, Kobe still told the crowd to pull back and let him single-handedly beat Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao's defense is still like paper mache in front of Kobe. A sudden break. Kobe drove into the lane for a pull-up layup for 2 points. 54-49. The difference between the two sides came to 5 points again. Possession is once again back in the hands of the Knicks. Chen Zhao carries the ball across the half-court, still looking for Melon. But the Lakers suddenly increased the intensity of their defense. Especially Artist's stare down of Melon is simply suffocating. Melon's side is afraid that there is no chance. Chen Zhao passed the ball to the hands of Junior. Junior, back single. Taking advantage of this moment, Chen Zhao made an empty cut to sneak under the line. At this time, all the attention of the Lakers was on Junior, and completely missed Chen Zhao. As if Xiao Si had eyes open in his back, he passed the ball to Chen Zhao with a back-of-the-head pass. Chen Zhao himself didn't expect Xiao Si to pass him the ball, and in such a way. Who says Junior doesn't have work in his hands? Who says Junior can't pass the ball? What a great behind-the-head pass. Chen Zhao was right under the basket ready for a layup after receiving a pass from Junior. But just then, Gasol had pounced. Just when Chen Zhao slipped, the bottom line, Gasol has actually noticed Chen Zhao. But at that time the ball was in the hands of Xiao's. He also had to keep an eye on Xiao's. But at this time the ball came to Chen Zhao's hands. Gasol then immediately complimented the defense. Chen Zhao's afterglow glanced at Gasol, deliberately paused for a moment, waiting for Gasol to fly past him, before the basket hit the boards and put the ball into the basket. 56-49. Chen Zhao is bullish. Even started racing with Kobe. Knicks playing the Lakers. I thought it would be Melon and Kobe going head-to-head. But I often didn't expect it to be Chen Zhao and Kobe going head-to-head. As Chen Zhao scored back-to-back points, the fans in the Penguin live streaming room started to get up in arms. The ball is once again in the Lakers' hands. Toolman Fisher dribbles the ball past half-court and hands it off to Kobe. For now, the Lakers' offense can only rely on Kobe. It's not so much that the Knicks' defense is so strong, it's that Kobe is in Mamba mode right now. Kobe broke through Chen Zhao's defense, but the Knicks contracted their defense and Kobe could only retreat to the three-point line again. With time running out on offense, Kobe could only force a three. Bang! The basketball hit the rim and bounced out. And Junior grabbed the backboard. Kobe is truly scary when he's accurate, but he's also scary when he's ironed out. But in any case, quasi or iron, you can't completely empty him. After passing the ball to Chen Zhao, Junior quickly ran toward the Lakers' basket. Just now, Xiao Si sent a great pass to Chen Zhao, and Chen Zhao decided to return the favor by giving Xiao Si an assist. Chen Zhao dribbled the ball outside the three-point line and waved for Junior to come up and block. Originally, according to the character of Xiao Si, is absolutely not to play blocking for Chen Zhao, but recently Chen Zhao's performance in these games is really good, coupled with Chen Zhao is modest and low-key, playing in very serious and hard work. In the team's popularity is also good. Really let a person cannot pick a fault. Junior lifts up and hangs a cover for Chen Xiao.
Chen Xiao bypassed Junior
and rushed toward the Lakers' interior.
Meanwhile, Junior followed up with a smooth down. The Lakers chose to clamp down on Chen Xiao, who was holding the ball,
and Chen Xiao saw the right moment to throw the ball up in the air.
Junior immediately understood, flew a leap in the air to receive Chen Xiao's pass to complete the aerial bomb basket. Clunk! The basket creaked instantly, and this aerial catch by Junior could well be called a classic in violent aesthetics. Great job! Xiaoxi directly rushed towards Chen Xiao after landing, crazily ravaging Chen Xiao's head and said, the Lakers had gotten up a wave of momentum earlier thanks to Kobe's back-to-back goals, but with this dominating airball from Junior, it instantly held the Lakers down.
That's when Melon also came up to celebrate with Chen Xiao with a high five and said with a smile,
pass me a ball later too. Then again, Melon hasn't touched the ball in several rounds either.
It's also time to pass him the ball.
Chapter 51 Consecutive Scores, 56:49. The spread is once again at 7 points.
The Lakers have played well enough during this time, or at least much better than they did in the opening half,
but the Knicks didn't give the Lakers any chances,
especially with Chen Xiao's extremely bright play this time around.
6 points, 1 assist, 1 cap, nothing less than Kobe.
Chen Xiao has been playing really well this whole time. In the Penguin Live broadcast room, Su Kun was tisking Chen Xiao. When the Lakers were chasing points, it was Chen Xiao who stepped up,
or the Knicks couldn't have still been ahead. Indeed, Chen Xiao did perform well in his debut today. Yang Yi concurred. The ball is back in the Lakers' hands once again. Fisher once again passed the ball to Kobe, who broke through and split the ball to Gasol, who hit from mid-range. 56:51.
Gasol scored the goal to bring the Lakers back to within just 5 points once again, but those 5 points were like a chasm that the Lakers were never able to cross.
Knicks offense.
Chen Xiao carried the ball across half the field and then gave the ball to Gua.
Gua chiseled down, found that chiseling artist can only pass the ball again to the small C. Small C also did not find a good opportunity,
and then passed the pass to the JR.
JR dribbled the ball to the offensive time is almost over.
Found that there is no opportunity to throw the ball to Chen Xiao again.
I'll go. Chen Xiao would like to scold people. They're dribbling for so long. The offense time is almost up to give him the ball. This is not dumping it. It's just a little bit of time for him to do something. We have no choice but to throw it, or we'll get a 24-second violation.
Chen Xiao made a dry run from the three-point line. The moment the basketball was shot, the timer above the basket also lit up red.
Swish. According to reason, such a hasty shot is basically not going to score. But Chen Xiao's luck was good, and the ball actually went in. The score became 59-51. It's Chen Xiao again. Chen Xiao is really a god today. The ball is 24 seconds old, but still managed to hit the whistle 3 points.
Su Kun said excitedly.
Indeed.
Just now that ball JR stick ball time is too long. When it was given to Chen Xiao there was not much time left.
Chen Xiao was forced to take a shot. Good thing Chen Xiao's hand feeling is good today. Otherwise this is a mistake. Yang Yi added. Lakers ball possession.
Chen Xiao had played the entire first quarter,
and then 7-8 minutes in a row in the second quarter,
and his fitness was at its limit. But D'Antoni had absolutely no intention of replacing him off the court to rest, and he could only grit his teeth and hold on.
On the contrary, Kobe had the same playing time as Chen Xiao, but it was as if he had inexhaustible physical energy.
Before Chen Xiao could barely keep up with Kobe, now Kobe slightly accelerated without even needing to change direction to break through Chen Xiao's defense and easily came up to score.
In the following rounds,
the Knicks' shooting percentage dipped to varying degrees due to the physicality of the game,
but the Lakers themselves couldn't capitalize, and the Knicks still held a slim lead. 2 minutes from the end of the first half, D'Antoni finally called a timeout and replaced Chen Xiao and the others with a break. The Lakers also made a substitution on their side, but Kobe remained on the court. In the last 2 minutes of the second quarter, Kobe's sudden wave of outbursts led the Lakers bench to a wave of 10 o'clock wave of small climax down the road to overtake the score. 59-61. That's when the first half ended. Back in the locker room, the Knicks crowd was fairly calm. The score was down,
but being down by 2 points is really no different than not being down.
To add insult to injury, Kobe only took 2 minutes off in the first half. This will be a huge test for Kobe's fitness in the second half.
Soon the intermission was over. The second half began with the teams switching sides for a rematch, and it was the Lakers who started the game with the ball.
Fisher controlled the ball past half-court and passed it to Kobe on the sideline. As the second half began,
the burden of primary defense on Kobe went back to Shumpert.
But as soon as Kobe catches the ball,
Chen Xiao immediately comes over to wrap it up.
So, when Kobe received the ball, he chose to take a shot straight away. Unfortunately, though, the shot was a little short for Kobe and hit the front of the rim.
Good thing Artest grabbed the front court rebound to help the Lakers get a second chance.
Honestly, right now Artest's niche with the Lakers is to do the dirty work and drive to the rim. After Artest grabbed the front court rebound, he didn't choose to shoot it himself, but instead looked for Kobe after some observation. Chen Xiao seems to have expected Artest to want to pass to Kobe, and has been waiting for the opportunity to move from the side. The moment Artest passed the ball, Chen Xiao immediately rushed over and intercepted the ball in the air. After the halftime break, Chen Xiao has recovered some of his fitness. After getting the ball, it was a quick and furious run toward the Lakers' basket. Kobe immediately turned around and chased back. Chen Xiao knew that his speed was not good, so he watched Kobe behind him from time to time. In a flash of lightning, Chen Xiao had arrived outside the Lakers' three-point line, and by now Kobe was behind him, about to catch up with him. If Chen Xiao chooses to continue to impact the basket, I'm afraid that before entering the 3-second area, it will be caught up by Kobe, and then it's a toss-up whether the ball will go in or not. Therefore, right at this instant, Chen Xiao made a decision. Sharp stop and dry fire from the three-point line. Chen Xiao's decision was completely beyond the crowd's expectations. Even Kobe hadn't expected it. Chen Xiao, jumping, striking out, and moving in one fluid motion. However, behind him, Kobe crashed head-on as he failed to break in time. At the same time, the basketball hit the basket with a thud. The whistle in the referee's mouth sounded along with it. Although Chen Xiao failed to put the shot in, he caused a foul on Kobe and got 3 free throws. Chen Xiao stepped up to the free throw line and made all 3 free throws. 62-61. The Knicks put it back on the board and went up by 1. It was Chen Xiao's 12th point of the game, and he also had 3 assists, 2 steals and a cap. The rest of the stats have been pretty good, except for a little less assists. TNT's commentator, Barkley, said with a little regret, "This ball is a pity. If were me would have made 2 + 1. On the sidelines, Kenny Smith said, "Charles, did your gym teacher teach you math? Doesn't 2 + 1 get you the same amount of points as making a 3-point foul?" Kenny, "Of course I know it's all about hitting threes, but hitting into a 2 + 1 and making a 3-point foul plays a completely different game," Barkley retorted. Then explained, "It's the same 3 points, but undoubtedly it's a better morale boost for the team to make it 2 + 1. According to you, Chen's this choice is even less faulty. Playing into the 3 + 1 will not be more to enhance the team's morale. Only he did not take to throw the ball into it," Kenny Smith said. Barkley knows that his mouth is not as slippery as Kenny Smith's, so he can only voluntarily give up the topic and say, "Let's not talk about it. Let's just keep watching the game." Chapter 52, Strategic Downfall. Chen Xiao, this shot, as Barkley said, some pity. The point of pity is not that it did not make 2 + 1, but did not make 3 + 1. Chen Xiao himself also felt some pity. Just now that ball he felt was able to score, but in the shot by Kobe bumped a little, resulting in the shot deformed. On the flip side, Kobe took another sack, passed the ball to Gasol, and then scored on a reverse run to receive an assisted basket toss from Gasol. The score rallied again 62-63 as the teams traded leads. Knicks offense. Chen Xiao originally wanted to pass the ball to Melon, but Melon waved his hand signaling Chen Xiao to attack on his own. Since Brother Gua was giving the opportunity, there was no reason for Chen Xiao not to seize it. Chen Xiao dribbles the ball outside the 3-point line and controls the clock. When there were 10 seconds left on the 24-second offense, he suddenly moved toward the left side, but not very fast. Fisher followed the movement, always blocking Chen Xiao's body, but Chen Xiao reached out and called for Chandler to come over and block. And don't look at Chandler as the starting center on the team, but his tactical position isn't very high, and probably not as high as Chen Xiao coming in. So, when Chen Xiao called for Chandler to play blocker, Chandler immediately ran over. Not to mention, Chandler's blocking quality is very high. As if a brick wall, Will Fisher firmly blocked behind Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao took advantage of the momentum of an acceleration into the interior, Gasol's side of the sinking retreat to prevent Chen Xiao's layup, and did not pounce. That gave Chen Xiao room to strike from mid-range. Chen Xiao is also not polite, marching between the writing and archery, taking 2 more points. At the start of the second half, Chen Xiao seemed to be possessed by a melon and scored consecutively, as if he was the offensive kaleidoscope. Chen Xiao has already chipped in 14 points, which has already set his personal single-game scoring record in the NBA, and that record will increase with every field goal he scores next. Inside the Penguin live broadcast room, Su Kun looked at Chen Xiao's personal data and said in an excited mood, "There's still more than a quarter to go in the game, and I figure Chen Xiao might be on 20 points in this game today." Speaking here, Yang Yi paused for a moment and continued his analysis. As long as D'Antoni gives the opportunity to keep Chen Xiao on the court for a little while longer, 20 points shouldn't be difficult. At this point, the Knicks bench on the sidelines. D'Antoni was also scrutinizing Chen Xiao's personal stats with him. To be honest, his defense of Chen Xiao on the starting lineup was aimed at limiting Kobe's play, but going toe-to-toe with Kobe did surprise him a bit. In the second half of the second quarter, including now, when the Lakers were about to take off, it was Chen Xiao who led the team to hold the Lakers down. Chen Zhao's performance during this period of time finally caught the attention of Mike Brown,
who hurriedly called a timeout to prepare to target Chen Zhao. But what he didn't expect was that after coming back from the timeout,
D'Antoni actually replaced Chen Zhao on the court. This was surprising to everyone. Why was Chen Zhao replaced? Wasn't he playing quite well this time? Is D'Antoni stupid? Chen Zhao's hand is hot right now. Shouldn't he be allowed to play more?
The Penguin broadcast was met with a great deal of disbelief from the Dragon fans.
Common sense would dictate that when a player's hand is hot,
he should be allowed to stay on the field more and continue to play. But it was D'Antoni who actually replaced Chen Zhao at this time.
I don't think it's a bad thing to replace Chen Zhao at this time, Yang Yi said. Oh, how? Su Kun asked. Yang Yi organized the language and said, just how Chen Zhao's performance everyone saw.
Mike Brown's this timeout is definitely called for Chen Zhao.
This can be seen from his substitution. Fisher went down and replaced Blake. In terms of defense alone, Blake is definitely better than the old fish, who, after all, has old arms and legs.
And D'Antoni at this time to replace Chen Zhao
undoubtedly disrupted Mike Brown's deployment,
from which we can see that D'Antoni's clinical command ability is higher than that of Mike Brown.
Also, Chen Zhao does need a break,
and by the time he comes back late in the third quarter,
the Knicks should be closing out the game.
Whether it is the fans or Yang Yi actually guessed wrong, Chen Zhao off the field is not D'Antoni's arrangement but his own request to go off the field.
Go back in time 1 minute. After Mike Brown called a timeout,
Chen Zhao and the others returned to the bench.
D'Antoni took the tactical board and just wanted to set up the next tactics.
Chen Zhao took the lead and said,
Coach, I want to come off the field to rest for a while. D'Antoni looked at Chen Zhao and asked with a frown, give me a reason.
Like the crowd's thoughts, D'Antoni felt that Chen Zhao's performance during this period of time was very good, and he wanted to give Chen Zhao more chances,
but he even asked to come off the court by himself, which made him a bit angry. Seeing D'Antoni's furrowed brow, Chen Zhao understood that D'Antoni must have misunderstood himself and quickly explained, Coach,
I think after this timeout the Lakers will definitely target me on this point.
You also know that my basic skills are not very good. My personal mistakes is nothing.
But in case let the Lakers seize the opportunity to take advantage of the opportunity to pull the score is not good. So, I think you should replace me off the field to let Mike or Ringo play.
Chen Zhao spoke eloquently. D'Antoni had risen from the beginning to begin to fall into contemplation after hearing Chen Zhao's words. Have to say, Chen Zhao's this judgment is very reasonable.
Before the Lakers on Chen Zhao defense slack because they do not understand Chen Zhao, coupled with the fact that Chen Zhao was also from the Dragon Kingdom,
they rightfully didn't take him seriously. What's more, Chen Zhao didn't have much of a bright performance in the first quarter,
and his play in the second half of the second quarter was indeed a bit surprising, but it was almost halftime,
and Mike Brown didn't care about him.
But whoever thought that the third quarter Chen Zhao's state is still so good,
this Mike Brown if not target a little.
He is afraid of this head coach position will not be able to keep.
Kobe was already quite vocal about his position as head coach of the Lakers.
With 2 more consecutive losses in the first 2 games of the new season, there's already talk of bad things being said about him.
If this one loses again today, then Kobe might actually flip out on him. D'Antoni thought about it and agreed with Chen Zhao's point of view,
and decided to let him come off the field to send Lin Shaheo.
After the timeout came back,
seeing that the Knicks did not go on Chen Zhao, Mike Brown frowned and forced himself to say to the Lakers on the court,
follow the original plan. Mike Brown thought to himself, even if you change the person so what? They are all yellow, how strong can they be?
Although he was replaced, Chen Zhao knew that he was only temporarily resting, and believed that it would not be long before he would be on the field again.
Just as he thought, D'Antoni came over and specifically instructed, Chen, take a break and you'll be back on the court at the next timeout. Chapter 53, Kiss the donkey's ass again. The game resumes after a timeout. After getting back on the court, the Lakers made a personnel change on their side.
Fisher and Josh McRoberts came off for Steve Blake and Matt Barnes.
This lineup has the Lakers down in overall height, but up in speed, and this lineup is not weak defensively. Correspondingly, the Knicks have made some adjustments on their side. First, Lin replaced Chen Zhao on the pitch and Landry Fields replaced Chandler. The Knicks put up a small lineup on their side, with Drews pushed up to the 5. It's clear that the Knicks are trying to pick up speed here, but the most important point of firepower on the Knicks field. Mellon this point is not suitable for the run and gun system, making the Knicks run and gun has not been able to play. On the contrary, the Lakers side of the defense counterattacked with a bang. It quickly pulled away, and instead the Knicks became the laggards. Just 2 minutes past the timeout, the score was 64-70, with the Knicks trailing by 6. After the momentum was turned over by the Lakers, D'Antoni had to call a timeout and replace both Chen Zhao and Jr. Chen Zhao played a role as soon as he came on the court, with the help of Zhao's cover breakthrough ball to the bottom corner of the Jr. The latter 3-point shot hit, 67-70. Back in the game, Artie drove the lane and caused a foul on Landry, went to the free throw line and made one of 2 free throws. 67:71. The ball is back in the hands of the Knicks again. Chen Xiao dribbled just past half-court, and Blake posted up to force Chen Xiao near the sideline. Blake's position on the Lakers is actually pretty much the same as Chen Xiao's position on the Knicks. Both are defensive sharpshooters. The reason why the Lakers were able to complete the score rebound during the time Chen Xiao went down to rest had a lot to do with Blake on Lin. When Chen Xiao wasn't on the court, Blake stuck to Lin like a piece of dogpile, completely limiting the Knicks' counterattacks. After the last round of observation, it turned out that Blake realized that Chen Xiao's ability to control the ball was not as good as Lin's. Chen Xiao was forced to the corner after the eye is about to miss. Chen Xiao in a hurry suddenly jumped up and slammed the ball towards Blake's feet. The basketball popped out of the sideline in the process. It's still Knicks' possession. Chen Xiao quickly picked up the ball and sent a direct sideline ball to Xiao Si at the bottom line. Junior caught the ball and turned around and dunked it right into the dry land. 69-71. The Knicks still trail by 2. The Lakers started another drive, with Blake handing the ball off to Kobe after crossing half-court. The matchup between the two teams is very interesting, with Chen Xiao facing Blake's defense on the offensive end and Kobe on the defensive end. Kobe took the ball and Chen Xiao immediately posted up. Half a game against Kobe. Chen Xiao also has some of his own insights about defending Kobe. In fact, Kobe's shooting percentage from the outside was inconsistent in this game, with the vast majority of his points coming from breakaways and mid-range. Therefore, Chen Xiao's defense for Kobe is now intentionally put him a step. In order to defend Kobe's breakthrough, Kobe made a triple threat outside the three-point line, and after seeing the location of Chen Xiao's location, he frowned and shot directly from the three-point line. That's the way Kobe is. The more you think he can't shoot, the more he's going to show you. But today Kobe's outside touch is really iron. As of now he is 1 of 5 from the three-point line, and his three-point shooting percentage is only a poor 20%. Junior protects the rebound and the ball is once again back in the Knicks' hands. Xiao Si just wanted to pass the ball to Chen Xiao, but Blake had already posted up first to stop Chen Xiao from catching the ball. There was no way Chen Xiao could only wave his hand and signal for Junior to pass the ball to JR, while he himself began to take Blake on a long flight. Seeing that Chen Xiao did not have the ball in his hands, Blake's defense against Chen Xiao relaxed a little bit, but it was this slight relaxation that allowed Chen Xiao to find an open cut. Chen Xiao in the bottom corner of a counter run to shake off Blake, reached out to signal JR pass. JR saw the situation immediately, a ground pass to Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao took the ball and headed to the basket, but by then Gasol had already made up his defense. Although Gasol blocked Chen Xiao's route to the basket, he missed Junior. Chen Xiao faked a European step to the basket, attracted Gasol's attention, and then suddenly shoved the ball toward the basket in the third step to the unguarded Junior. Junior took the ball and once again performed an in-place basket bomb dunk. 71-71. The teams are tied. Although Chen Xiao did not score after coming back on the court, he dished out 3 assists to help his team score 7 straight points. Now, Chen Xiao's personal stats for the game have come to 14 points, 6 assists, 2 rebounds, 2 steals and 1 cap. Seeing Chen Xiao play like this, the fans in the Penguin livestream were also very pleased. This game today will be the most iconic game since Chen Xiao joined the NBA. Come on, there's more than a quarter to go. Try to get a double-double. Yeah, there's still more than a quarter left. It's not too much to ask for a 20+10. At this point, not only are the fans looking forward to Chen Xiao being able to take 20+10 in this game, even the 2 commentators in the broadcast room are looking forward to Chen Xiao being able to get his first 20+10 double-double in his NBA career. On the sidelines, in the TNT commentary booth, Kenny Smith looked at Chen Xiao's individual stats and smiled at the corner of his mouth as he had a plan. With that, he turned his head to Charles Barkley, who was looking aside, and said, "Hey Charles, look at Chen's stats, he's already got 14 points plus 6 assists. Do you think he can get 20+10 tonight? 20+10? Are you dreaming?" Barkley didn't even think about it and directly blurted out, "Even though there's still more than a quarter left in the game, I definitely don't believe he's going to be able to get 20+10. You have to know, the last player who got 20+10 in the NBA arena is still Big Yao. Can you Jedi Chen compare with Big Yao? Obviously, there is no comparison between the two of them." Once upon a time, Barkley was also very down on Big Yao when he first entered the league. However, Big Yao managed to hit Barkley in the face with his performance, making him a fan after he kissed the donkey's ass in front of tens of thousands of fans on the air. But Barkley still has a very low opinion of the Dragons players at heart and thinks they can't play in the NBA. But Barkley's comment played right into Kenny Smith's hands, and that's the attitude he wanted from Barkley. Only Kenny Smith smiled and said, "Really? I think Chen is very hopeful that he can get 20+10. Why don't we make a bet?" "A bet on what?" Barkley asked cautiously. Actually, Barkley is a very betting man, but since the last time he kissed a donkey's ass, he has been much more cautious, especially with Kenny Smith betting even more carefully. But the two have known each other for so many years.
Barkley what character Kenny Smith knows very well. Although Barkley kept his mouth shut, in his heart he always wanted revenge. So Kenny Smith laughed and said, "How about if I lose I kiss a donkey's ass live?" "Okay, that's what you said." Barkley agreed immediately. Seeing Barkley take the bait, Kenny Smith continued, "If you lose, you have to kiss the donkey's ass again. Kiss or kiss, who's afraid?" I don't believe Chen can get 20 plus 10 stats. Chapter 54. The score is tied. Chen Xiao was blissfully unaware of the fact that the two men, Charles Barkley and Kenny Smith, had made a bet with him, and he's clueless about his stats for this game. However, as the match progressed, Chen Xiao had a vague realization. It was as if there was a deeper understanding of the game, especially in his reading of the defense. He felt that the Lakers didn't play great defense, but just suffered from poor fundamentals to bring their strengths to the table. The game continues with the Lakers in possession. On this turn, Kobe suddenly hit the block with Gasol. That was a surprise to the Knicks. "Change," Xiao Si said behind Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao understood what he meant, and then changed defenders with Junior. Just when Chen Xiao thought that Kobe would be wrongly singled, Kobe unexpectedly did not choose to singles Junior, but pulled Junior out of the interior. And that's when Gasol asked for the ball near the 3-second zone. Chen Xiao immediately understood. The Lakers still want to play mismatch, but hit not the point of Xiao's but his own point. Let Gasol misdirect his back. Seeing Gasol ask for the ball, Kobe immediately passed it over. Gasol receives the ball and immediately back one times Chen Xiao. Gasol is a skillful center. Strength is not his strength, but even so unlock 2 is not something Chen Xiao can resist. Chen Xiao was deeply disliked to the basket by Gasol, who scored the ball with an easy one-handed dunk on a back turn. 71-73. The Lakers took the lead again. At this moment, Chen Xiao had a vague feeling of something bad in his heart. It was just as he thought it would be. Chen Xiao dribbled across the half-court and passed the ball to JR. JR saw that Kobe did not pounce on the first time. Then decisive three-point shot. Successful iron. Turn back. Kobe continued to play the block with Gasol before pulling Junior to the outside once more and then passing the ball to Gasol. Gasol, as he did, continued to hit Chen Xiao on his back. Chen Xiao desperately pushed against it, but the gap in strength left him with no solution at all. Could only watch as Gasol hit a strong drive to the basket for 2 more points. 71-75. Not long after they had just tied the game, the Knicks fell behind by 4 points again. Knicks offense. Chen Xiao dribbled the ball across the half-court while thinking of countermeasures in his head. 2 goals in a row by the Lakers using the same method, and I'm sure they'll continue to use this trick in the next round. How do you break it yourself? It would create this situation, mainly because they took a switch in the defense of the blockers. Wouldn't it have created a mismatch if they hadn't switched rooms for defense and instead squeezed through the blockers themselves? Thinking of this, Chen Xiao inside with running up the small C whispered, "Amare. Later the Lakers blocking when we do not change defense. I squeeze through." After Xiao Si nodded, he just wanted to continue running towards the front. Who knew that Chen Xiao suddenly shouted, "Wait Amare, I've got a better idea." This is what Chen Xiao suddenly thought of. The Lakers can use him to play the mismatch. They can also use their own way to cure their own people off. So, Chen Xiao hurriedly said, "You'll make a block for me later as well," and then run inside for position. Junior instantly got it in a second and ran toward the opposing half of the field. When Chen Xiao dribbled to the position outside the three-point line at the top of the arc, he immediately waved for Junior to come over to block. Chen Xiao with the help of Xiao Si's blocking to burst toward the interior. The Lakers and the Knicks defense blocking the same are also changed. After seeing the defender in front of him change to Gasol, Chen Xiao immediately retreated to the three-point line again. That's when Junior happened to get position on the inside. Chen Xiao immediately passed the ball in. Junior got the ball and made a smooth turn and face-planted the offense. The moment he dribbled, however, the ball was immediately sliced by Blake. What? That's not the right script. What Chen Xiao did not expect is that facing Blake, who is smaller in tonnage and shorter in height than himself, Xiao Si did not choose to backpunch but chose to attack the facebox. Such a good opportunity was wasted by Xiao Si. Chen Xiao didn't even know what to say. In fact, Chen Xiao's understanding of Junior is still stuck in the Sun period. Think Junior can play into the All-Star Nash. Now away from Nash. Junior is nothing. The truth is not. Junior, body strong, accurate mid-range shot, comprehensive technology, especially his face attack first step is comparable to the guard, so he very much like face attack. However, this is not the time to talk about it. After Blake's steal, the Lakers launched a fast break. Chen Xiao immediately returned to defense, but unfortunately, his speed was too slow. He had just run to the center line and Blake had already brought the ball to the three-point line. At this time, a black shadow suddenly swept past Chen Xiao and rushed towards Blake, and Chen Xiao only felt it was a gust of wind that swept past him, and that silhouette was no other than Junior, who was quickly returning to defense. Junior
shook off his stride and sprinted inside the three-point line after Blake. By now, Blake had completed the third step of his three-step layup and jumped into the air. Instead, Junior came out of nowhere, swooping in behind Blake and giving him a solid nail-biter. The basketball was slapped on the rim by Junior, and then rebounded in the direction of the center line. Chen Xiao, due to his slow speed, had just crossed the center line not too far away and happened to be closest to where the ball landed. Hurriedly rushed up to control the ball and immediately launched a counterattack. Junior finished off the cover, landing and then turning to make another quick run toward the Lakers' basket. When Chen Xiao dribbled to the Lakers' three-point line, Junior had also run to the three-point line position. Chen Xiao made a smooth cross-court pass and passed the ball to Junior. Junior took the ball in 3 steps straight up and finished with a one-handed sliding split from the free throw line. 73-75. Junior not only made up for his faults with his offense and defense, but also ignited the team. After landing, Junior leaned back and roared, "One offense, one defense," showing the Kings' true colors. Junior's dunk shattered the Lakers' momentum again. If this was at Madison Square Garden, I'm afraid the scene would have blown up. However, at the moment the Staples Center was awfully quiet. Oh, no, that dunk by Amare was just explosive. On the TNT commentator's booth, Barkley outright sucked in a breath of cold air, while Kenny Smith on the sidelines was kindly reminding Charles, "This is Chen's 7th assist. Only 3 assists left from his double-double. So what? We're betting on him getting 20 plus 10, not getting a double-double. Anytime he comes up a point or an assist short, it's on me," Barkley said confidently. "Humph, I'll see how long you can keep your mouth shut," Kenny Smith said with a laugh. Chen Xiao has 14 plus 7 so far, and with a little over a quarter of game time left, getting 6 points and 3 assists isn't going to be easy. Chapter 55, a direct confrontation with Kirby. Lakers ball possession. Gasol stood at the baseline to serve the ball, and he was going to pass it to Blake, but Kobe came right over for the ball. Gasol immediately changed his mind and passed the ball to Kobe after seeing the look in his eyes. The two have been partners for many years, and Gasol knows a lot about Kobe's character. Kobe just had the look in his eyes that he was very familiar with, and it meant that Kobe was going to take over the game. If it was a few years earlier, Gasol would have been very happy to see Kobe take over the game. After all, it means that the Lakers have a good chance of taking the game, but with the passage of time, strong as Kobe cannot escape the erosion of age. Injuries have kept this fighter from being the same as he was back in the day. After Gasol passed the ball to Kobe, he rushed forward and said, "Kobe, don't carry it all by yourself. You still have me and the rest of your teammates." Kobe nodded and without a word dribbled straight toward the Knicks' half-court. After crossing half-court, Kobe continued to look for a Gasol block. Like Gasol said, he still has teammates. This time, Chen Xiao did not switch defenses with Junior, but squeezed through Gasol's body. Kobe saw that Chen Xiao didn't change defense this time, so he signaled Gasol to pull away and he was going to play Chen Xiao alone. Facing Kobe one-on-one again, Chen Xiao felt the pressure from Kobe, and he was fully focused on Kobe's every move. However, next, Kobe charged straight at Chen Xiao, without any skill, just a raw burst. Chen Xiao clenched his teeth and topped Kirby. 1, 2, 3. Kobe is just hard chiseling Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao was chiseled by Kobe and could only retreat. Just like that, Kobe kept chiseling Chen Xiao near the free throw line. We're well out of Kirby's range here. At this moment, Chen Xiao's mind suddenly flashed through countless images of Kobe's matches. There are a myriad of ways to attack Kobe here. Chen Xiao was guessing exactly how Kobe would attack. Is it a backside backward jumper? Or an up and down pick and roll? Or maybe a little hook on the back turn? There was no time to think. Kirby had crashed through again. Chen Xiao subconsciously moved a step to the side. Observing Kobe's follow-up, Kobe slammed backward to get a feel for Chen Xiao's position in order to make the best offensive choices. However, it was Chen Xiao's withdrawal that caused Kobe to suddenly lose his center of gravity. But fortunately, Kobe's core strength was stronger and he collected his strength hard. But his rhythm had been completely disrupted and he could only barely get a shot off. Chen Xiao saw the right moment to prepare to cover, but Kobe is also experienced. Suddenly leaning toward Chen Xiao, hard to turn a near miss into a made foul. In fact, Chen Xiao could have dodged, but at this point, Kobe had already lost his center of gravity, and if Chen Xiao chose to dodge, then Kobe would fall to the ground. Therefore, in order to protect Kobe, Chen Xiao could only hold Kobe and let him succeed in making a foul. Kobe naturally knew this, and after getting up from Chen Xiao, he pounded Chen Xiao's chest and said, "Hey man, thanks." The game had been played until now, and this was the first time Kobe had initiated a conversation with Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao was a little excited and even more nervous, not knowing how to answer. Seemingly seeing Chen Xiao's nervousness, Kobe smiled and said, "You played well and managed to provoke me, so I won't let up later." With that said, Kobe turned toward the free throw line. Chen Xiao, on the other hand, was still reminiscing about what Kobe had just said. Kobe complimented me on my play. Kobe complimented me on my play. Hey Chen, what are you giggling about? Hurry over here, JR shouted at Chen Xiao. On that shot just now, Kobe made the foul shot and got 2 free throws. Kobe hit 2 free throws. The score came to 73-77 with the Lakers once again leading by 4. Knicks offense. When Chen Xiao dribbled the ball to the front court, he suddenly found that the defender in front of him actually changed from Blake to Kobe. Is this Kobe's way of defending him himself? Seeing this scene, Chen Xiao was both excited and scared. Excited that Kobe is defending him, which means he has Kobe's approval. The fear is that with Kobe defending him, will he have a chance to attack or organize a tandem team? Keep in mind that Kobe is an offensive and defensive player. What do you mean by offense and defense? Offense and defense are players or teams that excel in both offense and defense. Players who can swing multiple positions on the offensive side of the ball can likewise defend multiple positions on the defensive side of the ball. It's called offense and defense, and in the NBA, and basketball in general, players on offense and defense are often the absolute core of a team. They have great scoring ability on the offensive end, as well as great defensive skills on the defensive end to limit the opposition's most dominant offense. In other words, be the team's sharpest spear on the offensive end and the team's most solid shield on the defensive end. Of course, in order to become an offensive and defensive player must be tested over time and be able to maintain this status for a long period of time, in order to be considered a true offensive and defensive player. And Kobe, one of the greatest basketball players on the planet, has the ability to excel on both offense and defense. Granted, Kobe has shown some flaws at times, such as being overconfident at times and not playing sensibly enough. But isn't that Kobe's unique basketball style and personality? As a legendary star of his generation, Kobe's career is full of legends and his Mamba spirit has inspired many. This also included Chen Xiao. Being able to play directly against Kobe was something Chen Xiao had dreamed of realizing. Before that, he was just defending Kobe as head coach D'Antoni asked him to. But on the offensive end, it's the Lakers ones who are matched up against him. But it's different now. Whether it's on the offensive end or the defensive end, Chen Xiao is facing both Kobe. This is both a challenge and an opportunity for Chen Xiao. If he can play his stuff in direct one-on-one matchups with Kobe, he'll not only earn the respect of Kobe and the fans, but also the team's recognition. Only to see Kobe hook his hand towards Chen Xiao, signaling Chen Xiao to let his horse come over. Being so provoked by Kobe, Chen Xiao also wanted to see how much difference there was between his current self and the top superstars in the league. Chen Xiao carefully dribbled the ball and did not rush to break through. He's well aware of his weaknesses and Kobe's ability to play defense. A breakaway would only be snagged by Kobe. Kobe watched Chen Xiao carefully dribble the ball without any smile on his face and stood sternly inside the three-point line. Chen Xiao dribbled the ball and slowly moved towards the arc. Here is the final position of his 3 points. See, Kobe did not want to pounce on the meaning. Chen Xiao suddenly dry pull out. Kirby reacted quickly and immediately sealed it. Nay, in the case of intentionality, Chen Xiao had already taken this shot. Kobe was ultimately a step too slow, and his fingers nudged Chen Xiao's wrist. The referee on the sideline saw it for what it was and immediately blew his whistle. However, at the moment, Kobe didn't bother with the referee, but instead gazed back at the orange basketball. Chapter 56 MVP Strength. The orange-colored basketball made a perfect arc in the air before crashing straight into the net with a wonderful sound into the net. Swish, hollow into the net. 3 hits, and extra penalties. When Chen Xiao hit this 3+1, the entire Knicks bench completely boiled. Lin desperately waved his towel as others made a show of worship. Meanwhile, inside Penguin Live, the Dragon fans were even more frantic. I'm going to go. Frontal singling out Kobe to hit 3+1. Chen Xiao is going to seal the rhythm of God in one battle. Oh my god. Chen Xiao has once again refreshed my cognition. Nothing to say Chen Xiao is bullish. On the field, Kobe shook his head with a helpless bitter smile and raised his hand to signal a foul after seeing the moment when the basketball went airborne into the net. He still underestimated Chen Xiao, thinking that Chen Xiao didn't have a basket, so he deliberately put in a step. Unexpectedly, Chen Xiao really dared to vote. The point is, the pitch really does go in. But, it was even more indicative that Kobe hadn't been wrong about Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao stepped to the free throw line and hit the extra point again. 77-77. The teams are tied again. Meanwhile, Chen Xiao's personal score had come to 18 points, 2 points short of 20, and it's just 3 assists away from Chen Xiao's first double-double. Granted, Kobe himself didn't have anything to do with the referee on this one, but Mike Brown wasn't having any of it. This is the Staples Center, the home of the Lakers, their turf. However, the referees were even more biased in favor of the Knicks when they didn't favor them in their calls, which infuriated Mike Brown. Mike Brown yelled from the sidelines, "Where's the foul?" The ball was already thrown before Kobe touched it. What kind of foul is that? Despite Mike Brown screaming on the sidelines, the referee on duty ignored him. When Mike Brown saw this, he went back to the bench in exasperation. The game continues. Lakers possession. Blake dribbled to the front court and immediately handed the ball to Kobe. Kobe wanted to attack on his own, but saw that Gasol had a better chance and hurriedly passed the ball over. Gasol's turnaround hook missed, but the Lakers still had the front court rebound. Blake impacted the front court rebound for the score. Blake grabbed the rebound and passed it back to Barnes at the line. The Knicks had a quick rotation, and JR was already filling in as Barnes received the ball. Barnes fakes a shot, nudges up JR, and then dribbles to impact the basket for a pull-up. 77:79. Back to the Knicks offense. Due to Kobe's key care, Chen Xiao had no chance to take a shot and could only pass the ball to JR. JR gets the ball and just does it himself. No matter what, JR drives to the basket and is met with a relentless bloodbath from Gasol. Good thing Landry Fields was alert enough to pluck the ball out of the crowd. Chen Xiao grabbed the ball. Looking at the imminent 24 seconds violation, Chen Xiao can only choose to force the shot. Unfortunately, the red light on the timer was on before the basketball even left his hand. The Knicks had a 24-second violation on offense, racked up +1 turnovers as a team, and gave the ball to the Lakers. The Lakers had a chance to inflate their lead. Blake controlled the ball past half-court and put it in the hands of Gasol, who was mentioned as a high-post scorer. Gasol mentioned the position above the free-throw line, holding the ball in one hand and watching his teammates run. On the court, the other three Lakers were running the floor, and Kobe was the only one who wiggled his way to the bottom corner. Chen Xiao was stunned. What is this? Kobe is tired and wants to rest? It was that same moment of concentration that Kirby suddenly started to pop outward. Chen Xiao subconsciously followed Kobe's footsteps. However, when Chen Xiao's speed just got up, Kobe's right foot stomped hard. The whole person then turned 180 degrees and rushed toward the basket. No good. Fell for it. It's a reverse run aircut. Although Chen Xiao reacted, it was already too late. Gasol hoisted the ball into the lane and Kobe caught it for an easy layup. 77:81. The Lakers extended their lead to 4 more points. On the field, it's important to stay focused at all times. If you have a moment's lapse of concentration, your opponent can deal you a fatal blow. These were the words Kobe left behind when he passed by Chen Xiao on his way back to defense. Kirby was right. He did let up for a moment just now. Seeing that Kobe didn't make a tactical run, he thought Kobe was tired and wanted to rest for a while. But now, in retrospect, that's Kobe. How can Kobe, who possesses a full fighting spirit on the field, give up his offense because of physical exertion? In the end, I'm still too young. After the possession switch, it was the Knicks offense again. Chen Xiao and Jr. played on the block. Chen Xiao assisted to Jr. in the downstream, who hit a strong shot at the basket. The Knicks got 2 points back to bring the score to 79-81. Chen Xiao also tallied 8 assists, 2 shy of a double-double. Going into the latter part of the third quarter, the score between the two teams began to get very close. It's time to see which of the two teams deflates first. Once one side deflated first, the other side would hit the ground running to take the game away. Another Lakers offense. Another Kobe. When it counts, it's still up to Kobe. Kobe took the ball outside the three-point line, ignored Chen Xiao defense, dribbled a step directly backward jump shot. The basketball slammed straight into the basket like a precise air-to-air missile. 79-84. Kobe's no-nonsense three-point play instantly brought the Staples Center to life. Inside the arena, Lakers fans can finally shout and cheer with abandon. MVP, MVP, MVP. In an instant, the whole stadium resounded with the sound of neatly harmonized shouts of MVP. Kobe tugged at the collar of his jersey and roared up to the sky, proclaiming that he was the master of this court. Chen Xiao looked at Kobe with a face of envy, and a sense of wariness was ignited in his heart. Chen Xiao dribbles across the half-court and Melon reaches for the ball. During this time, Chen Xiao was doing well on the court, so Melon wasn't really involved in the offense. But that's when Kobe has stepped up to help the Lakers score. And how could he, the Knicks boss, not step up to the plate? Seeing Melon asking for the ball, Chen Xiao immediately passed the ball over. Perhaps not having been involved in the offense for a long time, Melon's turnaround jumper missed, and the basketball shimmied around and fell out of the basket. Gasol protects the rebound in the backcourt, and by that time Kobe is off the fast break. Gasol instantly threw the ball upcourt with a precision-guided shot. Kobe watched where the basketball landed and accelerated straight through. I have to say, Gasol and Kobe have a real chemistry. Gasol's pass, just in front of Kobe. Kobe slightly reached out to hold the ball, followed by a one-handed windmill dunk. 79:86. Kobe scored 7 straight points. The cheers that had just subsided on the field once again resounded throughout the dugout. Chapter 57. Barkley. Second-rounders are not as good as first-rounders. When a team is about to pick up momentum, or has already done so, the only way to be able to interrupt that momentum is to call a timeout. Some conventional means other than calling a timeout simply won't stop it. After Kobe scored 7 straight points, the Lakers had taken off. On the Knicks side, D'Antoni immediately called a timeout. However, the timeout did nothing for Kobe, who had gone kill crazy. After coming back from the timeout, D'Antoni made some changes to the lineup. Shumpert and Chandler returned to the floor to bolster the Knicks' defense. Although D'Antoni is a coach who favors offense, he knows very well that it is useless to rely on offense alone at this time, and that the Lakers' offense must be defended first. Otherwise, even if more shots were scored, the Lakers would still be able to throw the ball in and keep the lead on the scoreboard if there was no defense. The game resumed with the Knicks on offense. This ball, Chandler up to hang cover for Chen Xiao. Mellon with the help of the no-ball cover of the Xiao Si air cut under the basket. Xiao Si do cover outside the pop to the three-point line. Shumpert ambush in the bottom corner. At this time Chen Xiao has several options. The first is to impact the inside by himself, mid-range or throw shot, or to Chandler down the line and Mellon in the open cut. Can't really do it. Give it to Junior. On the outside bounce for a three. Chen Xiao observed the Lakers' defensive formation on the court. At this point, the Lakers also have a defense-oriented lineup. Blake, Artest and Barnes are all on the field. After observing some, Chen Xiao felt that he still had a better chance of attacking himself. So then Chandler's cover stopped sharply and shot from mid-range. The basketball hit the front of the rim and bounced off the rim, eventually falling luckily into the net. 81-86. Chen Xiao helped the Knicks push their deficit to just 4 points while scoring his 20th point of the game. At this point, the TNT commentary booth, Kenny Smith said smugly, "Charles, Chen already has 20 points and 8 assists. 2 more assists and he'll have 20 plus 10. However, at the moment," Barkley still said stiffly, "What's your hurry? It's still 2 assists short." Seeing Barkley being so mouthy, Kenny Smith didn't retort with a slight smile. From the end of the whole game there is still a section of more than a minute. As long as Chen Xiao is not injured with his current status, to harvest 2 assists is not difficult. In other words, this bet would again end in his victory. And Charles Barkley, once again, will be kissing a donkey's ass in public on the air. Back to the Lakers offense. Gasol stood at the top of the free throw line to set up the play, and Barnes hit a high, drifting mid-range shot off a pass from Gasol in the air. 81-88. Less than 30 seconds to go until the end of the third quarter. Knicks' last possession. If the Knicks run the 24-second offense almost out of time, it will still leave the Lakers with about 7 to 8 seconds. Chen Xiao dribbled the ball across the half-court, did not rush to organize the attack, but pressed the clock. When there were 10 seconds left on the offensive clock, he passed the ball to Mellon. This is the kind of ball that is usually left to the team boss. Mellon receives the ball at the three-point line, with Kobe playing primary defense on Mellon. The game went into the third quarter with the first head-to-head matchup between the two team bosses. Mellon takes the ball and tries a step. Kobe blocks Mellon with one hand and opens it up to prevent him from breaking through. 9 seconds, 8 seconds, 7 seconds. Mellon started dribbling the ball. Kobe wasn't out of position and stayed in front of Mellon. With 6 seconds to go, Mellon breaks to the right with the ball. With 5 seconds to go, Kobe follows and doesn't give Mellon room to break. With 4 seconds to go, Sugarplum stepped back and pulled up to the three-point line. With 3 seconds to go, Mellon lifts his hand and poses for a shot. 2 seconds, Kirby uppercut. With 1 second to go, Mellon took a shot. 0 seconds, the timer red light comes on. Mellon's shooting stance is awesome. Nay, his accuracy is poor. The basketball hit the rim and bounced high, wasting a lot of time. When the Lakers grabbed the backboard, the third quarter came to an end. After 3 quarters of play, the two teams reached 81-88, with the Lakers stretching the difference further in the third quarter and taking a 7-point lead into the final quarter. At the beginning of the fourth quarter, the two teams coincidentally replaced their starters as if they had agreed to do so. The Knicks side was led by Lin and JR with a bunch of subs. On the Lakers side, the duo of Artest and Old Fish Fisher led the way. Although the two team substitutes played back and forth on the court, the deficit was not further opened or reduced. As the game reached the 8th minute of the fourth quarter, the Knicks pushed the lead to 96-99 on a no-nonsense 3 by JR. Seeing that the score was forced to close, Mike Brown was the first to sit down and immediately requested a substitution. Seeing the Lakers side replace the main force, D'Antoni also waved his hand, replacing the main force on the court. And Chen Xiao is also once again in the lineup. If you want to say who wants Chen Xiao on the court the least right now, it would have to be Charles Barkley. Having already lost face once kissing a donkey's ass, he didn't want to lose face again, so he was slightly relieved when he saw Chen Xiao sitting off the field in the fourth quarter. But now, seeing Chen Xiao on the court again, Barkley's heart was in his throat. What's wrong with Mike D'Antoni? Instead of lining up Mike Bibby for such an important moment, he lines up a first-year rookie. Is he confused? Barkley said excitedly. Hearing Barkley's words, Kenny Smith, who was on the sidelines, asked with a slight smile, "Charles, do you want Chen on the court so badly because you are afraid that Chen will get 20 plus 10 stats and thus lose the bet to kiss the donkey's ass?" Fark, How could I possibly be afraid? Fear is not a word in my Charles Barkley's vocabulary. Barkley sneered. Then, Barkley paused for a few seconds before explaining. Even though Chen played well tonight, he's always just a first-year rookie, and it's the veteran's experience that's needed in the final moments of a game, where the rookie will only make mistakes. Oh, so how come you only talk about Chen and not Iman? If I remember correctly, Iman Shumpert was a rookie this year too. Ha? Kenny Smith asked with a smile. Being backhanded by Kenny Smith. Barkley was a bit unable to find a good way to say anything for a while, and could only make a play on the two men's draft position. How can that be compared? Iman Shumpert is the 17th pick in the first round this year. And Chen, he's only a second-round pick. Don't you forget there's an inherent difference between a first-round pick and a second-round pick, Barkley said forcefully. Speaking of which, Kenny Smith can be a real pain in the ass. Charles, don't forget that there are a handful of players who enter the league as second-rounders or draft picks who end up being stars, so I urge you to be careful what you say. It's in the minority, but it's a handful of players compared to those who became a success in the first round. Barkley countered. Chapter 58. The Knicks lost, but Chen Xiao didn't. Barkley is actually right about that. And it is true that rookies who are drafted in the first round are more likely to hit the ground running than second-rounders and underdogs. But there are no absolutes. In the history of the NBA there are also many from the second-round pick or from the fall of the draft to stand out from the stars, and even the core of the team. The most famous of these is Nikola Jokic. Mr. Jokic. Mr. Yo is the lowest-ranked MVP in NBA history and the future number 1 active center in the league. He made it to the NBA when he was drafted by the Denver Nuggets in the second round, 11th overall, in 2014, but it wasn't until July 29, 2015 that Mr. Yao officially signed with the Nuggets. In his first season in the NBA, Mr. Yao didn't show much, but in the next year, that is, about the teacher into the NBA's second season, the Nuggets traded away the first round of the 16th-ranked Nurkic, officially corrected the teacher about. It was from this moment on that Mr. Joe became the absolute core of the Nuggets. Since then, Mr. York 2 consecutive regular season MVP. The rest of the various honors is to get soft, while reaping individual honors. Mr. Yao also led the Nuggets to the top of the championship, taking home the 22-23 championship trophy. Of course the story of Mr. Covenant hadn't happened in this day and age, and Buckley didn't yet know about this little fat guy from Serbia, but Barkley must have known the great General Arenas, the demon knife Ginobili, and the deadlight gun Jeff Hornacek from the same era as him. All three of them were NBA superstars born out of second-round picks. Barkley is certainly aware of this, except he doesn't want to admit that Chen Xiao can be a player like Arias, Ginobili, or Hornacek, or maybe Barkley doesn't want to recognize that Dragons, especially Dragons post players, can play in the NBA. At this point, the game on the field continues. The clock came to 8:21 of the fourth quarter of the game. Lakers offense. Kobe held the ball and matched Gasol on the block, then passed back to Gasol in the high post, who hit a mid-range shot. 96:101. Possession conversion. Chen Xiao dribbled across the half-court before passing the ball to Mellon. Mellon received the ball and dribbled a step. No shot opportunity to give the ball back to Chen Xiao. There was no way around it, so Chen Xiao could only break through on his own. He was really very limited in his ability to break through, though, and was forced to stop by Blake after just a few dribbles. Chen Xiao could only look for his teammates again. Good at this time, the Lakers' attention is on him and did not notice the counter-running sneak bottom-line Shumpert. Chen Xiao made a no-look pass and sent the ball straight to Shumpert. Shumpert scored 2 points on a catch-and-throw. The shot also helped Chen Xiao earn his 9th assist of the game and helped the Knicks push the score to 98-101. Seeing Chen Xiao get another assist, Barkley became more and more nervous. As long as Chen Xiao got another assist, he was going to kiss the donkey's ass in public again. The Lakers were on offense, still with Kobe controlling the ball. Kobe used Gasol's cover to pound the basket for a pull-up layup. It's safe to say that at this point Kobe is the Lakers' most consistent scorer. Just give the ball to Kobe and he's sure to put it in. On the Knicks side, Mellon still hasn't been able to find his touch. After missing a mid-range shot, the Lakers got the rebound for the rebound. 98-103. The Knicks are on offense again. However, I don't know if this cold hand is contagious, but after Mellon, Jr. missed a layup, on the next turn, Chen Xiao passed to Chandler in the lane. Although Chandler caused the Lakers to foul, he still wasted Chen Xiao's assist. But what made Chen Xiao even more desperate was that Chandler actually missed 2 free throws. Back on the floor, Blake received a pass from Kobe and hit a corner 3. In the blink of an eye, the Lakers pulled within double digits. In desperation, D'Antoni could only call another timeout to make adjustments. But after this timeout came back, the Knicks not only failed to solve the problem, but played more and more chaotic and impatient. There were all sorts of illogical shots on the offensive end and frequent leaks on the defensive end that allowed Blake to score back-to-back points. Seeing the game played like this, Barkley in the commentary box finally put down half of his hanging heart. As long as the Lakers can keep that deficit from being matched by the Knicks over the next 2 to 3 minutes, the game is pretty much over. And he or she might not have lost the bet and kissed a donkey's ass for it. Instead, the guy who has to kiss the ass of a donkey becomes Kenny Smith. Thinking of this, Barkley smiled at the corner of his mouth and said at Kenny Smith, "Kenny, it looks like the Knicks are going to lose this game. Losing is losing. As long as Chen can get 20 plus 10, the bet will still be my win," Kenny Smith said. But as it looks like Chen doesn't seem to have much time left, and as long as the Knicks offense doesn't pick up in the next 2 to 3 minutes, I think there's a good chance that Mike D'Antoni will give up on this game, Barkley analyzed. But no sooner had he said that than the field suddenly erupted with the roar of melon. Immediately afterward, Kenny Smith smiled and pointed at Barkley to the big screen above the dugout, only to see Chen Xiao a precise and wonderful pass to assist Melon for 2 plus 1. What? Barkley was dumbfounded. Chen Xiao surprisingly finished with 20 plus 10 at this point. Charles, it looks like you're going to have to relive the taste of a donkey's ass again. When he finished, Kenny Smith burst out laughing. Back on the field, Melon made it a 2 plus 1, but the Knicks' rally's momentum was quickly doused by 2 consecutive no-nonsense threes from Kobe. By the 10-14 mark of the fourth quarter, the Knicks had fallen behind the Lakers by more than 14 points. At this point, unless it's a staged Matty moment, maybe it's even villainous. Unfortunately, the Knicks don't have Matty in their lineup. D'Antoni had no choice but to call it a day and replace all of his starters. After coming off the court, Chen Xiao did not feel happy because he got 20 plus 10 data. On the contrary, the team lost the game to make his mood become very low. However, within the Penguin live streaming room, Yang Yi and Su Kun were both desperately praising Chen Xiao. The game isn't over, but the Knicks side has surrendered. Although the Knicks lost, Chen Xiao didn't lose. Chen Xiao's play today can simply be described as super god. Chen Xiao played 36 minutes, cut down 20 points and 10 assists. In addition to 3 rebounds, 2 steals and 1 cap data, can be said to be very comprehensive. Yang Yi said. Su Kun also sighed beside him. That's right, Chen Xiao sealed the deal tonight. I believe he will play better and better and lead the Knicks to win after win. Mr. Su is right. No matter if Chen Xiao can end up staying with the Knicks after tonight, I'm sure he will be able to get a firm foothold in the NBA and let the whole world know that guards from the Dragon Nation can also play in the NBA. Yang Yi summarized. Chapter 59 First Press Conference. Within the live broadcast room, not only Yang Yi and Su Kun were praising Chen Xiao, even the Dragon fans in the broadcast room were discussing it intensely. Today's Chen Xiao was simply awesome. The only thing that's beautiful is that the Knicks didn't get the win. It would have been perfect if the Knicks had won. Who said it wasn't? The Knicks played so well in the first half. Who would have thought the tide would turn in the second half? In fact, the Knicks played well in the second half, once the score to only 3 points. On the last moment Melon suddenly power outage, several balls are not able to seize the opportunity. Yes, it started with Melon. It was as if the Knicks all of a sudden the whole team lost their touch. The opportunities were out there, just couldn't get a shot off. More than the last moment. Melon, this game is basically nothing hand. But it is also Melon state is not good. This gave Chen Xiao more opportunities. The crowd murmured. But in general, they were still very satisfied with Chen Xiao's performance today. The 20 plus 10 stats also gagged the hacks. After all, Chen Xiao got such data. Even if they wanted to spray, they couldn't find a point to spray. There would have been very little time left in the game when D'Antoni subbed out the starters. So soon, the full game was over. The Knicks were ultimately unable to take a win away from Staples Center, falling to the Lakers 103 to 112. In ending their 2-game winning streak, the Knicks collected their first loss of the new season. Although the Knicks lost the game, Chen Xiao's bright performance caused many media reporters to approach him after the game. Previously, Chen Xiao has never enjoyed this kind of star-studded treatment, and for a while it was still a bit uncomfortable. And when facing the camera it was even more nervous and pursed its lips. Chen Xiao had a hard time dealing with the reporters, but the assistant coach came over to ask Chen Xiao to go to the post-game press conference. Let me go to the press conference? Chen Xiao pointed at himself with a surprised face and asked. Yes, it was you, Coach Mike himself, the assistant coach said. Not long ago, he was wondering when he would be able to attend the post-game press conference, but he didn't realize that only a few days had passed and the opportunity had come. Following the assistant coach to the door of the press conference, D'Antoni and Melon were already waiting there. Coach, Melon, Chen Xiao rushed the two of them and greeted them. Seeing Chen Xiao, D'Antoni went up and patted him on the shoulder and said, "This is your first time attending a post-game press conference. Don't be nervous when you go in and try to talk as little as possible." Chen Xiao nodded his head to show that he understood, and then followed D'Antoni into the scene of the conference. There were only 3 seats on the stage of the conference, and D'Antoni sat in the very center. with Melon and Chen Xiao sitting on either side of D'Antoni.
After the three took their seats, a reporter soon raised his hand to ask a question.
Coach Mike, I'd like to ask why the Knicks lost this game by collapsing at the last minute after leading in the first half? D'Antoni picked up the microphone in front of him, cleared his throat and said, "The first point I want to make is that it's normal for games to have losses and wins, and today our players played very well overall, especially Chen, who played his most representative game since he entered the NBA." Said here, D'Antoni paused for a moment to look at the side of Chen Xiao and then continued, "As for why it collapsed at the end, I'm sure you know that this game was the second game of our back-to-back and it's not unusual for players to develop fatigue in the final moments." Then a reporter asked, "Coach Mike,
according to my understanding Chen is still signed a short-term contract,
and the contract will expire after the end of this game. In addition, I received news, including the Lakers, including a number of teams seem to be interested in Chen. The Knicks are willing to sign Chen? About signing or not signing Chen, that's something that management should consider. But personally, I'm very hopeful that Chen will stay with the team. He's playing very well for the Knicks and I believe he can grow here and become an integral part of the Knicks," D'Antoni said. Then, a reporter from the CCTV of the Dragon Kingdom asked Chen Xiao, "Hello Chen Xiao, I'm a reporter from the CCTV Sports Channel. First of all, congratulations on your proud stats in tonight's game. I would like to ask, what kind of mood are you in right now?" Chen Xiao took the microphone and said after some contemplation, "To be honest, it's a bit unbelievable. I didn't pay special deliberate attention to my stats when I was on the field. All I was thinking about was how to overtake the score. But it's a pity that we fell off the wagon at the most crucial moment of the game, but I'm confident that we'll be able to get a win in the next game." "You just used the word we. Do you already know you will definitely be kept by the Knicks?" another Rice reporter asked. Chen Xiao was slightly stunned, not expecting the other party to be so good at picking words, then smiled at this reporter and said, "As Coach Mike said, I cannot stay in the Knicks is not my decision, but by the team's management, but I very much hope to stay in the Knicks. Coach Mike, Cameron and the other players on the team have been very good to me, and I very much hope to be able to play with them, and hit the championship together." The Knicks press conference ended after only 10 minutes or so. Later in the Lakers press conference, a reporter also asked Kobe about his opinion of Chen Xiao. Here's how Kirby answered, "I think Chen is an underrated young man. I see in him what I saw when I was young and I believe he can prove himself in the NBA." Back in the visitors' locker room, the crowd was pretty much packed. Chen Xiao took a shower as fast as he could and followed the team to the hotel. They have one last game left on their 3-game consecutive Western Conference road trip, and that's the Sacramento Kings. But this game is the day after tomorrow, so they can take a day off before traveling to Sacramento. On the way back to the hotel, all of them looked very tired, and many of them slept in the car, and even if they didn't, they were still resting with their eyes closed, but the only one was looking out the car window with a worried look. In the last game, Tony Douglas also got quite a bit of playing time, yet he didn't even get a minute of playing time in this one. Even down to the final garbage time, D'Antoni continued to hold him on the bench. What that says behind it is clear to him. Perhaps the day of his departure was not far off. Just where would he go after leaving the Knicks? With 30 NBA teams, there seems to be no room for him. Chapter 60 on the importance of health. Chen Xiao did not know what Tony Douglas was thinking at this time, and even if he did, he would at most sympathize. The two are in competition, after all, and if Tony Douglas doesn't go, it's him who goes. After returning to the hotel, Chen Xiao fell asleep. That sleep lasted until the next morning. The biological clock formed over many days woke Chen Xiao up on time. Even though there was no team practice today, Chen Xiao headed to the gym to work on his strength as usual. Although Chen Xiao hadn't intentionally added points to his strength, sticking to strength training day in and day out had also increased his strength attribute by quite a bit. Today, Chen Xiao's strength had risen to 50 points, and was only 10 points shy of the average NBA player. Arriving at the gym, Chen Xiao first went to the treadmill to warm up, checking out his current attribute values in the process. Compared to when he had just obtained the system, his various stats had now gotten a huge boost. The first is that defense and shooting have both reached 80 points, or premier level. After that, it's physical fitness and ball movement, at 68 and 67 respectively, on the verge of breaking the 70 mark. Putting aside the use of attribute points to add points, ball quotient was actually one of Chen Xiao's most improved stats. Remembering when he had just activated the system, Chen Xiao's ball quotient was only 41 points. A 26-point jump in less than a month is nothing short of miraculous. The only remaining attribute of the remaining ones was potential, which was the only one that broke 60 points, but that was strange to say the least. This month passed, Chen Xiao's potential still remained at 60 points, maintaining the same, which made Chen Xiao very puzzled. Other than the few attributes mentioned above, Chen Xiao had no other attributes that were breaking 60 points. However, compared to the attributes they had when they first acquired the system,
they had been greatly replaced and several of the stats were already neighboring the 60-point mark.
In the last game, although the Knicks didn't win in the end,
Chen Xiao personally got 20 plus 10 data, so the system was also very generous in rewarding Chen Xiao with 10 attribute points.
Chen Xiao, who was once again holding a huge sum of money, did not hesitate to put all 10 attribute points on health. Since seeing Curry injured in the Warriors game,
Chen Xiao has realized that better numbers are far less important than good health.
How many NBA talents end up falling early because of injuries?
Why was LeBron James able to be the centerpiece of the Lakers later in life at the ripe old age of 40,
and still manage to average 20 plus points per game and become the NBA's all-time scoring leader?
It has nothing to do with James' sick physique.
Throughout his career,
James has had very few injuries, only slowly appearing as he has gotten older.
But even then James' attendance has remained high. The only way to shine on the field is to stay fit. This shows how important a healthy body is. Originally,
Chen Xiao's health was only 40, and with such a value it was very easy to get injured.
After so many matches,
Chen Xiao hadn't been injured only to say that he was lucky.
But as D'Antoni reuses him more and more,
playing time will naturally increase, and so will that risk of injury. If you don't get your health attributes up early,
you're likely to get injured.
Once a serious injury occurs, it will have an immeasurable impact on Chen Xiao's future career. After raising his health to 50 points, Chen Xiao instantly felt that the whole person was relieved,
as if he had a full-body SPA, incomparably soothing. After practicing in the gym for an hour or so, he went to the hotel restaurant for breakfast.
Now Chen Xiao was used to brushing the news while eating breakfast.
Today is no exception.
Chen Xiao first clicked on Yahoo Sports, the largest sports portal in the United States,
to browse the latest NBA information.
Flipping through the pages, Chen Xiao saw the report of their game against the Lakers yesterday.
Knicks beat Lakers on back-to-back. Dragon rookie steals the show.
Chops down career-high 20 plus 10. Seeing that his name was on the front page of Yahoo, Chen Xiao was instantly excited.
Chen Xiao couldn't wait to click on it,
wanting to see how Yahoo covered him.
The beginning, nothing new, was about some of the events of yesterday's game.
But flip back and there's a Yahoo reporter's take on Chen Xiao.
As a second-round pick,
Chen put up 20 plus 10 in his third regular season game,
which had to surprise me.
And looking at Chen's previous performances, I was skeptical for a while that he'd be able to play in the NBA,
but after watching last night's game, my thought was, is this really just a second-round pick?
I think with the way Chen played last night, he's well qualified to go in the first round,
or even the lottery. Furthermore,
I've also come to the conclusion that if Chen wasn't deliberately hiding his strength beforehand, then his growth speed is simply too fast, so fast that it's to a mind-boggling level.
However, this is just one match. It doesn't exactly mean anything. Look forward to Chen's next match.
Chen Xiao continued to scroll down and saw the comments from the Rice fans.
Indeed, after last night's game,
I purposely went to look for the video of Chen's previous games,
and I have to say that Chen did play crappy before, but I found a pattern.
And that is that from Chen's last preseason game with the Rockets onwards,
Chen is getting better and better in every game.
If Chen had this strength before entering the draft, I'm afraid he would have gone straight to the lottery, right? I don't know if Chan will make the lottery. All I know is that if Chan had that kind of power before,
then he definitely wouldn't have come to the Knicks. I think the Knicks management should hurry up and sign Chen.
Then make him a key development object. When Chen grows up in a few years, maybe the Knicks will have the strength to rush to the championship.
You guys are talking about that Dragon player? Is he really that good? Blowing it off? Bro, whether it's blown or not you'll know if you go watch the game video. There was a period of time in last night's game where Chen was even going toe-to-toe with Kobe. Fans who watched last night's game between the Knicks and the Lakers have left comments underneath in support of Chen Xiao.
And fans who hadn't seen the game,
after questioning it,
were amenable to these fans who had seen the game and immediately went to the game.
An hour later, after watching the game,
these fans immediately opened up Yahoo Sports and started leaving messages to anoint more fans who didn't know Chen to watch his game.
Over time, more and more fans began to pay attention to the defender from the Dragon Nation. Seeing so many people amenable to his match,
Chen Xiao's mood became incredibly soothing. Through this report, Chen Xiao also realized that he was slowly gaining recognition from the media and fans.
That's a good start for him. And the next pressure was put on Knicks management to sign him or not, and at what price they would sign him. Chapter 61, Signing an Agent. After reading the comments, it's almost time for the morning meal. Just as he thought about going back to his room and squinting a bit more,
Chen Xiao received a call from Knicks general manager Glenn Ward.
Good morning, Mr. Glenn.
Seeing that it was the general manager calling,
Chen Xiao politely greeted. Good morning, Chen. I'm sure you've guessed the purpose of my calling you on this number? Glenn Ward asked with a smile.
Today I will call the team management to discuss your contract.
I think the result will come out as soon as tonight. The purpose of my call is to tell you that you need to find an agent as soon as possible. I don't want you to focus on the negotiation and you're not specialized in negotiation. I've always believed in leaving the professional things to the professionals. And you're a player. A very good player. And it's your job to play every game and lead the Knicks to win after win after win. So hurry up and get an agent and leave the signing to the agent, Glenn Ward said. After hearing Glenn Ward's words, Chen Xiao also realized that he had to find an agent. In fact, a long time ago, Chen Xiao had already wanted to find a more professional agent to help him deal with the contract. Only at that time just happened to run into the NBA lockout event, resulting in the search for an agent on this matter stalled. And then after the resumption of the new NBA season he was busy with the game, so he forgot about it. If it wasn't for the fact that Glenn Ward called today to remind him to find an agent, I'm afraid Chen Xiao wouldn't have been able to think of it for a while. Alright, Mr. Glenn, I'll make contact, Chen Xiao said. Chen, if you don't have a good candidate, I can recommend one to you. Thank you for your kind words, but no, I already have someone in mind. Well then, if you find an agent, you can have him contact me directly. I will. After that, the two ended the call. Since he was looking for an agent, Chen Xiao was in no hurry to return to his room. He searched the internet for Jeff Schwartz's phone number, but it didn't come up after half a dozen searches, but did search for the Schwartz agency's phone number and called it directly. Soon the phone connected and a soft, pleasant voice came through. Hello, this is Excel Sports. What can I do for you? Hello, I'm Chen Xiao from the Knicks. Is Mr. Jeff Schwartz in? Can I speak to him directly with him? Chen Xiao asked as he opened the door. Yes, just a moment. I need to ask for permission. No problem. After a few minutes of waiting, a man's voice suddenly came from the other end of the line. Hi, I'm Jeff Schwartz. Hello, Mr. Jeff. I'm Chen Xiao from the Knicks. After hearing that the other party was Jeff Schwartz, Chen Xiao immediately introduced himself. So it's Chen. Hello. Nice to meet you. I wonder what you wanted to see me about. Jeff Schwartz asked. I'm also very happy to meet Mr. Jeff, and this time I'm looking for you because I want to ask you to be my agent, Chen Xiao said bluntly. Oh, hearing that Chen Xiao wanted to make himself his manager, Jeff Schwartz was more than a little surprised. At this point, Chen Xiao continued. Mr. Jeff, I won't lie to you. I haven't signed an agent at the moment, and you know that the Knicks will be signing me very soon. So I would like to hire you to be my agent and go out on a limb for me to get the biggest contract possible from the Knicks. The reason why Chen Xiao was looking at Jeff Schwartz was because of his ability. It's important to realize that Jeff Schwartz is the #1 agent in the NBA, both in terms of the number of players he's signed, the number of All-Stars he's been named to, and the number of players he's paid top dollar. I'm glad you recognize me, Chen, but my asking price is high, Jeff Schwartz said. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiao smiled and said, asking for a high price represents your excellent business ability. In addition, the more you take, doesn't that mean my contract is bigger? Ha ha ha, right on. I would love to be your agent. If we could meet first, if that's okay, Jeff Schwartz offered. Exactly. Jeff Schwartz's company happened to be open in Los Angeles, and Chen Xiao took a cab to Excel Sports after leaving the hotel. Half an hour later, Chen Xiao came to Excel Sports. Led by the blonde front desk lady, Chen Xiao came to Jeff Schwartz's office to meet the future NBA's #1 agent. Hello, Mr. Jeff. I'm Chen Xiao. Nice to meet you, Chen Xiao said with a smile and extended his hand. Seeing Chen Xiao, Jeff Schwartz immediately got up and went forward to greet him, and had already stretched out his hands before he even reached Chen Xiao. When he walked in front of Chen Xiao, he immediately shook Chen Xiao's hand with both of his hands and said, I'm glad to see you too, my partner. I watched that game you played last night. It was very well played and it's an honor to work with a player as good as you. What surprised Chen Xiao was that after actually meeting Jeff Schwartz, it was as if he was even more enthusiastic than on the phone, which made him a bit overwhelmed. Mr. Jeff, you are too kind, Chen Xiao said with a smile. Come sit down. After inviting Chen Xiao to a seat, Jeff Schwartz personally poured a cup of coffee for Chen Xiao and then cut straight to the chase. Chen, I have understood your current situation. With your current ability, I think the Knicks 100% will keep you. But with the Knicks' current configuration, want to rush to the championship is almost impossible. My personal advice is if the Knicks cannot guarantee your playing time, go to a team that can compete for the championship. Jeff Schwartz's advice is very objective. Chen Xiao, who has memories of his latter days, knows very well that not only now, but also in the next 10 years the Knicks have not succeeded in their title run. But he's not sure that with himself as a variable, the Knicks will be able to complete their title run in the next decade. Championship run aside, the Knicks are in the big city of New York and exposure is certainly not a problem. And the Knicks owner has a big family, so as long as he plays for value, a big contract is certainly not on the table. Thinking about this, Chen Xiao actually already had an answer. Mr. Jeff, I want to stay with the Knicks. Since Chen Xiao had already given his choice, Jeff Schwartz naturally had to follow Chen Xiao's own wishes. Okay, I'll help you get as much annual salary as I can, but we have to sign a contract first. Jeff Schwartz said. That's for sure. Soon after, Jeff Schwartz had his secretary prepare an agent's contract. The contract will come into effect once both parties have signed it. Have fun working together. Have fun working together. The two shook hands and said. At this point, Jeff Schwartz has officially become Chen Zhao's manager, and Excel Sports also released an announcement to the public at the first time, announcing Chen Zhao as its signed player. Chapter 62 Contracts. Jeff Schwartz was so productive that he called Chen Zhao that night to communicate with him about the fine print of signing with the Knicks. After Chen Zhao left Jeff Schwartz's company, Jeff Schwartz was immediately put to work. He started by looking up the regular season stats for all the rookies this year. Chen Zhao was found to be second to this year's top pick Kyrie Irving in all stats, ranking second among all rookies. That's a scary statistic, knowing that 11 wasn't exactly a small draft year. It's been a year that's given birth to a lot of superstars. Kyrie Irving, the O'Sheen, needless to say, along with Klay, Kawhi Leonard, Jimmy Butler, and a host of other talented players. And the fact that Chen Zhao, as a second-round pick, was able to overwhelm a number of potential rookies and rank second among all the rookies was a mind-boggling thing in and of itself. But, it really happened. With that statistic, Jeff Schwartz holds the initiative in negotiating with the Knicks, because he knows that even if the Knicks can't offer a price that satisfies him, there's bound to be another team that will. Although Chen Zhao has strongly expressed his determination to stay with the Knicks, he believes he can persuade Chen Zhao if the salary difference is too great. Jeff Schwartz then called Knicks GM Glenn Ward and talked to him briefly. Glenn Ward said the Knicks have limited payroll space and can only give Chen Zhao a minimum guaranteed contract at roughly $1.8 million per year, and that's still a 2+1 contract with a team option for the final year. That said, the Knicks have the right to terminate the contract early in the third year, plus Chen Zhao will make less than $2 million per year in both years. That was a big departure from the annual salary Jeff Schwartz envisioned, so Glenn Ward was turned down at the first opportunity. Granted, Jeff Schwartz rejected Glenn Ward's offer, but he still called Chen Zhao to make a report after ending the call. Chen, I'm really sorry, I just went AWOL and rejected the Knicks offer for you. Jeff Schwartz then told Chen Zhao about the Knicks offer. To Jeff Schwartz's surprise, Chen Zhao agreed to the Knicks' terms without saying a word. Of course, Chen Zhao also had additional strings attached. Mr. Jeff, $1.8 million a year is acceptable to me, but I have other demands. You name it, and I'll try to get it for you, Chen Zhao said. First, I want this contract to be signed for only 1 year, 2 years at most. Secondly, $1.8 million a year is no problem, but I want other bonuses on top of that, and the higher the better. When Chen Zhao finished these words, Jeff Schwartz on the other end of the phone was silent for a long time. Then spoke. Chen, I have to say, you are one of the few players I have seen who is so full of confidence. Since Jeff Schwartz has become an agent, he's also seen a lot of players of all shapes and sizes, including some who are extremely confident. And there are no two kinds of these supremely confident people. One type of person is one who has full knowledge of himself. This type of person is truly confident. The other is blind confidence, where they don't have a complete picture of themselves and just think they're worth the price. For some reason, Chen Zhao gave Jeff Schwartz the feeling of being the first person, fully aware of yourself and incredibly confident. Upon hearing this, Chen Zhao just smiled and did not say anything. He can't say he's in a system that will make him a league superstar in less than 2 years. Even if he said it, he was afraid that no one would believe him, and might even treat Chen Zhao as a psychopath. But since Jeff Schwartz said he was confident, Chen Zhao just took advantage of that and said, Mr. Jeff, I'm sure you've been aware of my previous games and the last few. My ability is steadily improving, and I'm sure that after a season of seasoning, I'll be able to grow into an all-star caliber player. Chen Zhao didn't talk too much, just set his goal at all-star, but even that shook Jeff Schwartz to his core. It's not often that a second-round pick bucks the trend to become an all-star. If that was really the case, then this contract would really have to be as Chen Zhao said, the shorter the better. Jeff Schwartz adjusted his excitement and then said to Chen Zhao, Chen, I already understand what you're thinking. I'll do my best to help you sign a contract that satisfies you. With that, Jeff Schwartz hung up. That night, Jeff Schwartz flew to New York overnight with several staff members, ready to negotiate with the Knicks management about Chen Zhao's contract. Since negotiations were to be conducted, Chen Zhao, the party in question, definitely had to be present. But he's still on the road with the team and would have to miss the game against the Kings if he had to rush back to New York. Originally, Chen Zhao wanted to wait to return to New York after playing the game with the Kings, but because of the league's rules, players without a contract can't play. So even if Chen Zhao stayed, he couldn't play. So he simply returned to New York early. Alone, Madison Square Garden, inside a conference room, Knicks management and Jeff Schwartz, among others, were seated on either side. Chen, here's the contract we offered you. Take a look, Glenn Ward said, handing a contract to Chen Zhao.
Chen Xiao took the contract without even glancing at it and handed it over to Jeff Schwartz, thus showing how much he trusted Jeff Schwartz.
10 minutes later,
when Jeff Schwartz had finished reading all the terms of the contract, he then returned the contract to Chen Xiao and nodded at him. Seeing that Jeff Schwartz had no questions about the contract,
Chen Xiao also signed the contract with alacrity. At this point, the Knicks officially signed Chen Xiao.
Chen Xiao has also become a part of the Knicks team in the true sense of the word. As for the details of this contract, they were similar to what Chen Xiao had said before. The two sides signed for only 1 year,
but instead of the
1.8 million mils per year they started with,
the annual salary went up to 2.58 million mils. Why is it up so high? Chen Xiao has Jeff Schwartz to thank for that. However, not all of the 2.58 million meters is guaranteed. Rather, the guarantee is only a paltry 600,000 meters, and the remaining 1.98 million is all prize money. This part of the bonus needs to fulfill certain conditions before it can be considered Chen Xiao's. At first glance, all of these conditions are very demanding and not even always possible to fulfill. However, under Chen Xiao's strong request, Jeff Schwartz followed Chen Xiao's opinion. The contract is considerably higher than the original, but it actually saves money in the eyes of the Knicks. After all, the previous $1.8 million that was the full coverage amount, while this one only has a $600,000 guarantee. The Knicks will only have to pay Chen Xiao $600,000 if he can't meet the terms they set, and those terms aren't just going to be struck, so the Knicks are quite rightfully assuming they're taking advantage. Unbeknownst to him, the person who ultimately took advantage was actually Chen Xiao himself. Chapter 63 Additional Conditions. Once the contract was signed, Glenn Ward proceeded to go to a press conference to announce the news to the public. Waiting for the Knicks management to leave, Jeff Schwartz then looked at Chen Xiao and asked, "Chen, are you really sure you can do what they're asking?" Chen Xiao looked at Jeff Schwartz and revealed a smile. "What can't be done about this? Are these conditions difficult? Wasn't it hard?" Jeff Schwartz looked at Chen Xiao not knowing what to say. The Knicks are offering a cascade of conditions, with bonuses for reaching one of them. Of course, if all of them were reached, then all bonuses would naturally be released to Chen Xiao. Nichols set a total of 3 conditions. First, Chen Xiao's average stats this season must be at least 10 plus 5, which means Chen Xiao must average at least 10 points and 5 assists, and if he qualifies, he will be given $500,000 of Chen Xiao's contract amount as a bonus. Second, Chen Xiao must be named to the rookie team during the All-Star break, and the $500,000 bonus will be activated again upon selection. The third and most difficult point, Chen Xiao must be selected as the best rookie of the season, or be named to the best rookie lineup, 1 and 2 in a row. Only one of them could be completed, and Chen Xiao would get all the remaining bonuses. In Jeff Schwartz's opinion, it was not difficult to fulfill the first condition with Chen Xiao's ability. The second condition was also barely achievable, but the third was almost an impossible task. There is no shortage of great linebackers in this year's rookie class, such as first-round pick Kyrie Irving, the Pistons' Brandon Knight, the Bobcats' Kemba Walker, and the Warriors' Klay Thompson. As of right now, the Rookie of the Year will undoubtedly be Kyrie Irving's, and Kyrie Irving will also take a spot in the best rookie bunch. Then Chen Xiao could only compete for the remaining 3 seats. It's hard for Chen Xiao to compete with others if he doesn't have plenty of playing time to back it up. So, as far as this contract goes, Jeff Schwartz actually wanted to turn it down. However, Chen Xiao himself had agreed to it, and there was nothing he could do to change it. Actually, Chen Xiao himself felt that these 3 conditions were a bit harsh, but at least he could guarantee that he would complete the first one. As for the remaining 2, it's a matter of luck. Anyway, as long as he can accomplish the first one, his annual salary will also be more than 1 million rice knives. When converted to RMB, that's a huge sum, close to $10 million. This is only Chen Xiao's first-year salary, and there will be higher contracts down the road. The most crucial thing is that this annual salary Chen Xiao only need to pay taxes. After paying taxes and then throw out Jeff Schwartz's salary, the rest is his personal. No need to share the money with others. This was the benefit of Chen Xiao entering the draft as an individual. You know, back in the day, after Big Yao joined the NBA, his annual salary had to be divided not only to his parent team but also to the Dragon Basketball Association. At the time, Big Yao signed a 4-year contract with the Rockets worth $18.02 million, but that was only pre-tax income. After taxes, Big Yao doesn't really get a lot of money in his hand, and the average player only gets about 40 or 50% of his original salary. That would mean that Big Yao was arriving at $9 million at the time. But the money, instead of going into Big Yao's pocket, was all taken by the Magic City team. It actually all started before Big Yao entered the NBA. Big Yao was a player for the Magic City team before joining the NBA, and the Magic City team believed that they had developed Big Yao and paid Big Yao a hefty training fee. That's why they are asking Big Yao to pay them back that money after he enters the NBA.
and at the very beginning of the talks, the Devils were asking for $15 million and ended up agreeing to a deal of $9 million.
That's actually kind of true, but what the LNBA is doing is akin to banditry.
The Basketball Association at the time, after seeing that the Magic City men's basketball team got a lot of money from Yao, thought of getting a piece of the action as well, so they offered to make Yao pay 5% of the training fee. In order to successfully enter the NBA, Yao had no choice but to agree to this unreasonable request of the Basketball Association. That is to say, to give the Basketball Association 95,000 meters knife. In this way, the first 4 years of Big Yao's NBA career almost did not earn any money, because all the money he earned went into other people's pockets. Of course, this is still the early part of Yao's career, after which, according to the grapevine, Yao will have to give 10% of his annual income to the NBA League as pension insurance in the future. Then under the new rules of the Dragon Basketball Association, Big Yao's pre-tax income will be divided into 4 parts. 30% to the Dragon Basketball Association, 10% to the old owner of the Magic City men's basketball team, 10% to the relevant sports departments in Magic City, and the remaining 50% will be shared between Big Yao and his agent and other relevant people. But Chen Xiao and Big Yao are in different situations. First of all, Chen Xiao entered the NBA draft as an individual, which means he has no former owner, which saves him that amount of money. Secondly, Chen Xiao was not a registered basketball player with the Dragon Basketball Association before he entered the NBA. Therefore, the Dragon Basketball Association could not ask Chen Xiao to hand over his personal earnings. Of course, this was only for now. Whether there would be any afterward, Chen Xiao himself did not know for the time being. Even if he did, he probably wouldn't pay it. So putting these two parts aside, Chen Xiao's income was actually still very substantial. After having money, Chen Xiao did not think about squandering it, but rather thought about how to utilize the money to improve himself. First of all, Canon Baker, the chaperone, still needs to be hired. Secondly, he also plans to hire himself a nutritionist as well as a physical therapist. While the Knicks have all of these, the team's nutritionist and physical therapist work with the entire team, making it difficult to take care of every player. Moreover, Chen Xiao is not a big name player right now, so it would be even less likely to attract the attention of these personnel. And last, but certainly not least, that's helping your family improve their lives. Chen Xiao grew up in an ordinary family. Both parents are ordinary working class. It's not rich, but it's barely a well-off family. But as Chen Xiao entered the NBA, his parents took all the family savings to support his dream. Now that Chen Xiao had money, he naturally wanted to repay his parents at the first opportunity and let them live a good life. But these plans have to be taken one step at a time. After all, there's no way the Knicks are going to pay him that money all at once. NBA players are paid by the due date. Also, even if the Knicks pay the salary, it's only that portion of the guaranteed amount that's posted. As for the bonus, that will have to wait until the end of the season when Chen Xiao reaches the conditions. And, also, the main point, that means he'll have to find a new place to live. The apartment he was living in before was a perk the team gave to unofficial players, and now that he's signed an official contract with the Knicks, this side of the equation means that any previous perks are gone. So, sometimes being rich isn't always fun. It also has the potential to turn into an annoyance. It's not so much that spending money bothers me, but it's that it's not enough to spend. Chapter 64, Chen Xiao. Calm down. You can't be an animal. Congratulations, Chen Xiao, finally signing an official contract with the Knicks. The next day, when the Knicks officially announced the signing of Chen Xiao, Luna was the first to call to congratulate Chen Xiao. Thanks, Chen Xiao said indifferently. You've kind of got a job here. Shouldn't you buy me a rub? Luna asked on the other end of the phone. Of course, it just so happens that I have something I want to ask you, Chen Xiao said. With that, the two of them set up a meeting place in time. Chinatown, New York, inside a misty hot pot restaurant. So hot, Luna cried out for spice while still sucking in her maw. If you can't eat spicy food, why don't you order a mildly spicy or clear soup? Chen Xiao looked at Luna in front of him and asked in confusion. Of course you have to eat hot pot spicy, especially misty hot pot. You have to order the spicy pot base. That way it tastes good, Luna said with a huff. This restaurant was chosen by Luna, saying that she hadn't had a hot pot for a long time since she came to Rice, so she dragged Chen Xiao over. By the way, you said you had something to ask me. What is it? Luna asked after shoving another piece of lamb into her mouth. Do you know where I can rent an apartment in New York? Chen Xiao asked. He has not been to New York before, and after coming to New York has been living in the apartment arranged by the team, usually only in the ballpark near the activities, rarely go out shopping, so the New York is completely unfamiliar. Even this Chinatown was the first time he had come here, and it was Luna who had brought her here. Otherwise he would not have known that there was such a place where the dragons gathered. You're renting a house? Hearing Chen Xiao's words, Luna stopped her chopsticks and looked at Chen Xiao with a strange face. Chen Xiao explained, "It's like this. The place where I lived before was for players on unofficial contracts. I've now reached an official contract with the Knicks, so I have to move out from there." "In that case, then you can stay at my place," Luna said with an innocent expression. "Put." Chen Xiao had just taken a sip of water when he suddenly heard Luna say this and directly spat out the water in his mouth that he hadn't swallowed yet. "Stay at your place? Just me and you? It's not appropriate, is it?" Chen Xiao politely refused. It wasn't so much about how it was. It was just that Chen Xiao felt that he and Luna were at most ordinary friends, and weren't familiar to that extent. Besides, it was inevitable that strange things would happen when a man and a woman were alone in the same room. Seeing the expression on Chen Xiao's face, Luna immediately guessed that this guy must be thinking the wrong way. So he hastily explained, "It's not what you think. There are a lot of bachelor pads for rent where I live now. I mean, you could rent one there too." Only after hearing this explanation from Luna did Chen Xiao let out a long sigh of relief. He thought that Luna had become as open-minded as the people of Rice after coming to the country and being influenced by its culture. Then again, he really did seem to be expecting Luna to mean that with what she had just said. After eating the hot pot, Luna took Chen Xiao to her rented apartment. Then Luna called her landlord. The landlord was an older white woman who looked very kind. When the old lady saw Chen Xiao and Luna, the golden couple, she immediately smiled and joked, "Luna, is this your boyfriend? It's so tall looking." Chen Xiao just wanted to explain, "But I didn't expect Luna to come forward to support the old lady," and said with a smile, "How about Mrs. Smith? Is my boyfriend handsome? He is a player of the New York Knicks." "So it's a Knicks player. So young and talented. My husband used to be a die-hard Knicks fan. It's just a shame." Mrs. Smith couldn't stop the tears when she talked about her late husband. Luna persuaded her for a long time, which made Mrs. Smith break into tears. "Actually, I really don't understand how you dragon people think. You and Luna are boyfriend and girlfriend. Why do you need to rent another apartment separately? Why don't you live with Luna? Wouldn't it save more money?" Mrs. Smith asked, looking at the two men suspiciously. Mrs. Smith, "Actually, me and Chen Xiao just wanted to explain." Mrs. Smith waved her hand and said, "You young people don't need to explain to me. Since you want to rent, I can't wait to be happy." Then Mrs. Smith took out a lease from the bag she had with her. Chen Xiao, after reading nothing wrong, then directly signed and directly paid a year's rent in one lump sum. Chen Xiao's rented apartment happened to be right across the street from Luna's apartment, and the two of them had become neighbors of sorts. Evening. Chen Xiao moved into his new home, and after packing everything up, he collapsed on his butt on the bed. This moving was even more tiring than playing soccer, but looking at his new home, Chen Xiao instantly rose a sense of belonging. If nothing else, he's going to be here for a year. The environment around the entire apartment building was quite good, and according to Luna, most of the people living in this apartment building were international students who came to study in the Dragon Kingdom, and it's close to the police station, so the law and order part of it is still pretty good. Just as Chen Xiao was about to go take a shower, a knock sounded outside the house. Chen Xiao opened the door and realized that the one standing at the door was actually Luna. Moreover, seeing Luna in this outfit, Chen Xiao could not help but gulp. Luna was wearing a big white bodysuit, like a skirt, and the bottom half of her body was covered in big bare legs. The main thing was the black underwear hidden inside the white t-shirt. Knowing that Chen Xiao was a normal man, he immediately held his head high when he saw Luna in this getup. "Do you have something to do this late?" Chen Xiao asked. He didn't welcome Luna into the house in the first place. He was afraid that if he let Luna in, he might accidentally do something out of character. "How come I'm not welcome to go in?" Luna looked at Chen Xiao's embarrassed appearance and asked back with a smile. "No, it's this big night. A lone man and woman in a room together. Alright, this girl is not afraid. What are you afraid of as a big man?" Luna directly pushed Chen Xiao away and slipped inside in a puff of smoke. Lean. Chen Xiao was unexpectedly despised. Yeah, she's not afraid of a girl's family. What's he afraid of as a big old man? Even if something beyond friendship happened, he's not at a disadvantage. Thinking of this, Chen Xiao suddenly relieved himself. After entering the house, Chen Xiao saw Luna lying directly on his bed, and that look couldn't be more tantalizing. Chen Xiao resisted the urge to pounce on him and had swallowed his saliva, forcing himself to calm down. "Chen Xiao, calm down. You can't be a beast." Just as Chen Xiao was doing a mental struggle, Luna suddenly opened her mouth and asked, "Do you have a driver's license from the me?" "Driver's license? Yeah, although the environment here is good, the security is good, and the shopping is convenient. The only drawback is that it's a bit far from Madison Garden, so if you don't have a car it will be very inconvenient," Luna said. Chen Xiao is not familiar with New York, so he didn't take this into account when he rented the room, and totally just listened to what Luna said. Now that Luna had told him it was far from the dugout, he had the feeling he'd been duped. "You're not trying to tell me that I'd better get a car?"
Are you? Chen Xiao asked. Then enough. Right answer. So what kind of car do you like? Chapter 65, could it be that Chen Xiao is a gay? So, what's your favorite car? Luna asked, wiggling her white jade feet. Speaking of cars, Chen Xiao became interested. Cars are like little wives for men, and there is no man who doesn't like cars. It's just that he doesn't have a driver's license on the me side yet. So even if he bought a car, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to get on the road. Chen Xiao sighed and said, it's no use liking it. I don't have a driver's license on the me side either. That's easy. It's not like home over here. It's still easy to get a driver's license. Luna said. Really? Let's talk about it when we have the chance then.
Chen Xiao casually ended the topic with a perfunctory sentence. Although the right side of the car to buy a lot cheaper than the domestic, but then cheaper and better car will have to be more than 100,000 meters knife. He didn't have any spare money on hand to buy a car at the moment, so he had to put the purchase of a car aside for the time being. Looking at Luna's sexy and smooth long legs, Chen Xiao felt that if this continued, he was afraid that he would really have to commit a crime. So she hastily found an excuse to kick Luna out. Bang! Seeing that Chen Xiao had directly closed the door without even saying goodbye, Luna was so angry that she stomped her feet at the door. Humph! Stinking man! This young lady has taken such initiative. This Chen Xiao actually has no meaning for me at all. Luna cursed twice in her mind, turned around, and headed back to her room. Chen Xiao is handsome, plays well, and now has been signed by the Knicks as an official player. It could be said that Chen Xiao's future was bright. Most importantly, according to Luna, Chen Xiao was currently single. There was no reason for Luna to pass up such a quality prospect. What's more, both of them are in a foreign land and don't have many friends around them. Both are young again, and it's only natural to have a crush. It was just that Chen Xiao's mind didn't seem to be on this. There was no way that only Luna could take the initiative. But what Luna did not expect was that Chen Xiao did not react to her at all. The more Luna thought about it when she got back to her room, the more angry she became. And she took up the doll on her bed and just slammed it, venting her feelings. Ryoga, when she had finished venting, suddenly came to a horrible conclusion. Could it be that Chen Xiao is a gay? The other side. After driving Luna away, Luna's charming figure and long, slender, smooth legs had been lingering in Chen Xiao's mind. The more I forced myself to calm down, the more I couldn't help thinking about it. There was no way around it. Chen Xiao could only go and take a cold shower to physically cool down the temperature. After a cold shower, it really works much better. However, in order to prevent himself from continuing to ramble on, Chen Xiao immediately summoned the system to divert his attention. After reaching a signing with the Knicks, the 15 attribute points rewarded by the system had already arrived long ago, only that Chen Xiao hadn't been free to add any points before, and hadn't thought about it until now. According to his previous idea, the 15 attribute points were all added to health, but times are different now. After signing the contract with the Knicks, Chen Xiao has been thinking about how he can reach those few additional conditions. Thinking about it, Chen Xiao felt that the only way to speak is to take the data. The reason why Kyrie Irving holds the #1 spot on the rookie list is because of his good numbers. His numbers are built on strikeouts as well as playing time. Compared to Irving, Chen Xiao is incomparable in terms of both the number of shots and playing time. So there's only one way to get past Owen. That's taking advantage of every opportunity to increase your hit rate with limited playing time. And only one shot. Furthermore, Chen Xiao felt that with his current 50 health points, it should be enough at this stage of the regular season just starting out. And he could add a little less for the time being. This way, he could put more attribute points on other attributes. After some deep thought, Chen Xiao decided to add most of his attribute points to 3 points. The reason is also simple. The risk of injury from shooting threes is lower than bursting into the lane for 2 points. Plus 3 points is 1 more than 2. Moreover, Chen Xiao is very clear that the small ball era is coming soon, and 3 points will be more and more emphasized. As long as you have a stable 3 points, scoring that is not as simple as a bag of tricks. Plus his shooting attribute already has 80 points. With 3 points, it is likely that he will be transformed into a 3-point killer, to deal a fatal blow to the opponent in the game. Therefore, Chen Xiao directly added 10 points to 3 points, raising it to 62. A 62-3 paired with an 80 shot puts Chen Xiao's shooting ability on another level. Previously, he was only sure to put the ball in when he was absolutely open, but it wasn't a guarantee that every shot would go in. But not anymore. Even in the case of someone interfering, Chen Xiao was sure that he had hit it. Of course, if he can raise his 3 points to 80, then Chen Xiao's shooting consistency will be raised one step further, and even his range area will be expanded. Chen Xiao had already begun to think about how his opponents would defend him when he developed his skill set for ultra-long threes, and in the upcoming small ball era, plug-and-play 3D players like him will be most in demand. After consuming 10 attribute points, there were still 5 points left. Another 1 point on health and the remaining 4 points Chen Xiao had all of them on dribbling.
After these few games, Chen Xiao realized that his current weakest point was dribbling. So, in order to prevent being targeted by his opponents, he had to patch up this vulnerability as soon as possible. After a few additions, Chen Xiao's various stats also underwent some changes. 3 points, 62, dribbling, 60, health, 51. With the addition completed, Chen Xiao couldn't wait to head to the stadium immediately to verify his new abilities. However, after looking at the time, Chen Xiao eventually pressed down on his inner restlessness. Rice, unlike home, isn't all that safe. After dispelling his thoughts, Chen Xiao honestly prepared to sleep. But since he had just finished adding points, his body was still in a state of arousal, and he couldn't sleep for a while as he tossed and turned in his bed. Slowly Chen Xiao took out his cell phone and got on the internet to see the results of the Knicks and Kings game. Previously, he was unable to attend the Knicks-Kings game because he had to go back to New York to sign. Today, he was busy renting an apartment and moving, so Chen Xiao didn't have time to pay attention to the results of the competition. Never thought about it until now. Chen Xiao opened Yahoo and found the post-game coverage of the Knicks and Kings. Knicks lose 2 straight on the road against the Kings. 98-109. Lost? What Chen Xiao didn't expect was for the Knicks to lose to the Kings. The Kings were not a powerhouse during this period, and could even be considered a bottom feeder presence in the league. The Knicks lost to the Kings. That's not right, is it? Chen Xiao clicked in to take a look and quickly discovered the reason why the Knicks lost. Turns out, Melon went out with an injury during the first quarter of the game. No way. The season just started and the Knicks have injuries? Chapter 66, Melon injured. Knicks suffer 3rd straight loss. Melon getting hurt is not a good thing for the Knicks. After all, the Knicks are going to make a mark this year, but the team's star is injured, which will undoubtedly disrupt the Knicks' deployment. Chen Xiao hurriedly checked up the news about Melon's injury. Well, an update on Melon's injury was revealed today in an ESPN report. Melon's injury isn't serious, just suffering a groin strain, and I'm sure he'll be back soon. While Melon's injury has certainly had an impact on the Knicks, looking at it another way, Melon's injury will give others on the team more opportunities. In his previous life, Jeremy Lin was the one who hit his stride when the Knicks were short-handed and had a Lin crazy moment. Chen Xiao felt that he should firmly grasp this opportunity to hit value. After that, Chen Xiao looked at the other reports. Soon, he saw a story with a story about him. 1 year, 58 million. Knicks officially signed Dragon Nation player Chen Xiao. Clicking on the comments, Chen Xiao saw quite a few messages from Rice fans. Kyrie Irving as a first-round pick is also only 14 million meters knife. Chen Xiao a second-round pick are 58 million. The Knicks, this is crazy? Knicks management is indeed crazy. Their first-round pick this year, Iman Shumpert, was only given a contract of 56 million, but to give Chen Xiao a second-round pick, 58 million, I suspect the Knicks are doing it for the Dragon market. It's good that we all know what's going on. And while I recognize that Chen Xiao has played well these past few games, the value of this contract is clearly watered down given his status as a second-round pick. We do not say so absolute. You see, the last Knicks played the King. Chen Xiao did not play the Knicks. Actually, even the King can lose. The Knicks management to give this contract, I think there is no problem. Brother, you are not watching the game. The Knicks lost to the King, that's because Anthony was injured. But where Anthony in this ball, Knicks are not to lose. Cut it out, all of you. Go take a good look at the contract details yourselves. This contract states that Chen Xiao's guaranteed amount is only 600,000. The rest are bonuses that are conditional. After being reminded by this user, many people soon went to read the fine print of the contract. Immediately afterward, the comments section took a 180-degree turn in the wind. After reading the fine print of this contract, why do I feel like I'm sympathizing with Chen Xiao a bit? Brother, you feel right. I also think so. If Chen Xiao is not worth 58 million before is the Knicks' loss. After reading this contract, I think it is Chen Xiao loss. The Knicks is simply earned. Who says it isn't? With the strength Chen Xiao has shown in these 2 matches, how can it be worth only 600,000? It's simply unconscionable. That said, those are some pretty tough conditions, and I'd bet the vast majority of first-rounders don't even make it. At the same time, not only the fans on the Rice side were discussing Chen Xiao's contract, but the fans on the Dragon side were also discussing this. Knicks management really dog. These conditions are clearly to make things difficult. Do not want to let Chen Xiao get the money. Chen Xiao is really something too. How could he even sign this kind of contract? It's nice to have a contract. This contract is pitiful. But the good thing is that there's $600,000 guaranteed in there. And that's pretty good. That is to say, it's 600,000 rice cuttings, not 600,000 RMB. That's a lot. Ordinary people are afraid that they won't be able to earn this much money in their whole life. I think Chen Xiao is still quite smart. Don't you guys realize that the time limit of this contract is only 1 year? This means that after 1 year,
As long as Chen Xiao plays to his value, he will be able to directly sign the top salary. And top salary, come on, according to you, if Chen Xiao's performance doesn't improve within this year, won't he have no ball to play next year? In any case, Chen Xiao's hotness in both countries was skyrocketing. Chen Xiao also opened Facebook and Weibo at Luna's suggestion. As soon as the two social accounts were launched, countless fans clicked follow. In just one day, Chen Xiao's microblogging fans had risen to over 1 million. Facebook is going to be quite a bit worse, with only 100,000 or so followers. Microblogging officials were also the first to open an official certification for Chen Xiao after learning of his entry into microblogging. Chen Xiao, current NBA star, currently playing for the New York Knicks. The time came on November 21st. After wrapping up their Western Conference road trip, the Knicks were finally back home at Madison Square Garden Arena to face the far-flung Toronto Raptors. The Raptors haven't had a good record these past few years, and they haven't made the playoffs in 3 straight years. It's safe to say that the Raptors' power play isn't competitive in the East at the moment either. And, since the start of the new season, they've only gotten 1 win in the opener, followed by 3 straight losses. This is a very important game for both teams tonight, and whichever team wins will end their losing streak. But for the Knicks, it became very difficult to win the game when their star Anthony was injured and unable to play. Originally, Chen Xiao thought that with Melon's injury, he would get more playing time, but what he didn't expect was to be on the court for only a few minutes in last-minute garbage time. Instead, Lin got a lot of playing time. This makes Chen Xiao very incomprehensible. Not that he is jealous of Lin Xiaoheo, but he feels that D'Antoni's arrangement is very unreasonable. Obviously he just signed and should be getting more playing time. It turned out to be a signing that reduced playing time instead. This led to, ultimately, the Knicks losing to the Raptors at home 85-90, ushering in their own 3-game losing streak while gifting their opponents a win. In the post-game press conference, many in the media questioned D'Antoni's hiring for this game. Coach Mike, may I ask what strategy you are employing in your hiring tonight? Why don't you reuse Chen, who just completed his signing? According to what I have pointed out, Chen's play has been stable and efficient in the previous games. If you give him more playing time tonight, wouldn't the Knicks have lost? D'Antoni picked up the microphone in front of him and thought for a moment and said, Chen is a very good player, and as you said, he played great in the first couple of games, but you should also know that our star Carmelo Anthony is injured. Injuries are inevitable in a long regular season. Now it's Carmelo who's next, I don't know. So I'm going to try to keep every player as healthy as possible and also get as many players a chance to play as possible. D'Antoni's comment, to summarize, is that the regular season is very long, injuries can come at any time, so he's going to play as many guys as he can to be able to avoid some of the injuries and to allow him to experiment with different lineups. Despite the words, the crowd wasn't happy with his staffing tonight, but the good thing is, the season is just getting started and a loss or two in a game is nothing. Just for Chen Xiao personally, did not show his 3-point ability on the field, slightly regrettable. Chapter 67 D'Antoni's schemes. After the match, Chen Xiao had just finished showering and was ready to take the car back to his apartment. I didn't expect to run into D'Antoni coming back from the press conference as soon as I walked out of the locker room. Coach, Chen Xiao politely greeted him and prepared to leave. As a result, D'Antoni called him out. Chen, do you have a moment? I'd like to have a chat with you. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiao was slightly stunned, but still nodded and said, Yes coach, let's walk and talk. With that, D'Antoni took a step in the direction of the outside of the dugout, followed by Chen Xiao's quick steps to follow. Here, D'Antoni bought 2 bottles of instant coffee from the vending machine, handed Chen Xiao a bottle, and then opened his mouth to ask, Are you blaming me for not putting you on much today? Although Chen Xiao's heart for D'Antoni today's use of questioning, but say strange talk. D'Antoni is, after all, the head coach, and it's his right to use people how he sees fit. Chen Xiao isn't big enough to question the head coach. However, looking at D'Antoni's appearance, it seemed that he wanted to explain to him, which was something Chen Xiao had not expected. Chen Xiao shook his head and said, Coach, you definitely have your intentions in doing this. Speaking here, Chen Xiao paused for a moment before continuing. As a player, my responsibility is to complete the tasks you have explained to me after I take the field. D'Antoni patted Chen Xiao's shoulder and said, It's good that you can think like that. Cameron's injury is definitely having an impact on the team, and the team doctor told me that not only Cameron, but even Amare, Tyson are injured to some degree. So, I need to discover more ready-to-go forces, and I've seen what you can do. D'Antoni didn't go on with the latter words, but Chen Xiao already understood. D'Antoni is trying to scout the players on the team with 1 or 2 games in case there are injuries to the starters to minimize the damage. I have to say that D'Antoni is still looking at the long term, and D'Antoni is D'Antoni. Early in the season, it's really the bonding of the team that's more important than the team's record. Chen, I'll start you in the next game against the Bobcats. Before D'Antoni left, he left this sentence. Fighting Bobcats, is this going to be a practice for me? The Bobcats at this point are the same Charlotte Hornets that came after them,
except the name hasn't been changed yet.
Basketball god Michael Jordan just became the owner of the Bobcats last year when he purchased the team for $275 million. In Jordan's first year as team owner, the Bobcats went 44-38 with the best record in team history and made the playoffs for the first time in team history.
But in order to kill the playoffs, the Bobcats overdrew the future.
With the departure of the team's leader, the Bobcats instantly went from a playoff team to the bottom of the Eastern Conference last season.
Although they drafted Kemba Walker this summer,
they have lost 4 straight to start the season.
The Knicks want to end their losing streak, and the Bobcats are a really good choice. Rice time, November 23rd.
The Knicks continue to sit at home in Madison Square Garden to take on the Charlotte Bobcats.
According to Chen Zhao's understanding, the strength of this Bobcats backline is not too strong,
often appearing God Agosta situation, so he's not worried that he's going to get blown out by the Bobcats' defensive line.
Instead, he was now concerned with how he was going to blow up the opposite side of the room. After completing the signing with the Knicks, the first phase of the mission released by the system was completed. Early this morning, after Chen Zhao woke up from his nap, he realized that the system had suddenly released the second stage of the mission. Stage Task 2, ask the host to obtain triple-double data once, and receive a one-time reward of 10 attribute points upon completion of the task.
Although Chen Zhao picked up 20 plus 10 in the game with the Lakers,
it's still difficult to get a triple-double. After all, he was Chen Zhao, not Willow. Besides, this is the Knicks and not the Thunder. Willis was able to average a triple-double with a lot of credit going to his teammates. In fact, for Chen Zhao to get a triple-double, scoring and assists are not difficult. What is difficult is rebounding. The quest was a little harder, but the 10 attribute point reward still smelled pretty good. Forget about taking a step. Chen Zhao shook his head and walked onto the pitch. The game was not broadcast live on the Rice side, but Penguin Sports sent a live team. Ever since the Knicks signed Chen Zhao, Penguin Sports was the first to purchase the broadcast rights to all Knicks games this season from the NBA League. So, Penguin Sports will have live coverage of all Knicks games. With a whistle from the referee, the starters from both sides stepped onto the pitch. As we can see, the starters from both sides have arrived at midfield. So let's start by going over the starting lineups for both sides with you. On the Knicks side, Chen Zhao returns to the starting lineup to partner with Shumpert in the backcourt, with Drews and Landry Fields on the front line, and boxer Tyson Chandler sitting inside. On the Bobcat side, the point guard is DJ Augustine, the point guard is Gerald Henderson, the two power forwards are Corey Maggette and DJ White, and the interior is center Boris Diaw from France. Today Penguin Sports is responsible for the commentary of Kovan and Yang Yi, who are very familiar to the fans. After the two briefly commented on both lineups, the match officially began. Tyson Chandler gets the jump on the jump ball. Chen Zhao brought the ball across the half-court and was matched up with the Bobcats' DJ Augustine. Augustine is not very tall, only 1.83 m and weighs only 83 kilograms, but he is surprisingly fast. Although Chen Zhao did not have an advantage in speed, he was a full 15 centimeters taller than Augustine. This height difference has arguably created a mismatch. So, during the pre-game setup, D'Antoni let Chen Zhao specialize in that. As it turns out, D'Antoni's strategy was exactly right. In the first quarter alone, Chen Zhao scored 10 points on Augustine's head, and on the defensive end, Chen Zhao's height limits Augustine's play. Granted, Chen Zhao couldn't defend Augustine's breakthrough, but with Chandler guarding the interior, even if Augustine burst in, there wasn't much room to make a move. In doing so, Augustine completely flamed out in the first quarter, and the Bobcats' other sparkplug, Gerald Henderson, wasn't much better. With Shumpert taking care of him, he didn't have a great first quarter either, going 2 of 10 from the field athletically and relying on free throws to eke out 8 points. Instead, Dior, a center from France, relied on his footwork and soft touch around the basket to score 10 points. But even so, the Knicks relied on better overall play to take a 4-point lead in the first quarter, 30-26. Into the second. Chapter 68, The Fairy Ball. Soon, the second quarter began. Both teams went to the bench in succession, but the Bobcats bench was in a bit of a groove today. Not only was Kemba Walker's hand hot, but even Byron Mullins, who usually doesn't have much of a presence, hit back-to-back 2+1s. Relying on the play of these two, the Bobcats quickly rebounded. By the time the second quarter was 4 minutes old, the score on the court had become 36-44, with the Knicks trailing by 8 points in turn. The reason why the Knicks fell behind, in addition to their bench today poor hand, the main reason is that Chen Zhao was raised to the starting lineup. The Knicks bench less defensive sharpshooter. The Knicks bench perimeter was completely outplayed by Kemba Walker alone. Seeing that the difference is about to reach double digits, D'Antoni immediately replaced Chen Zhao on the court again. Chen Zhao did a great job of defending the Bobcats' perimeter during the first quarter, which was key to the Knicks being able to take the lead in the first quarter. But they're down on the scoreboard at the moment, and defense alone certainly isn't going to cut it. So D'Antoni subbed in both JR and Junior, again as a way to add more offense to the floor. After some substitutions, the game resumed.
When Chen Xiao took the court again, he was matched up against Kemba Walker.
This year's first round No.9 pick, Kemba Walker is about the same size as DJ Augustine, and is one of those small guards who is surprisingly fast. But Kemba Walker is younger and more athletic.
Although Chen Xiao had already clicked 80 points in defense, he still couldn't make up for the gap in speed.
In defense of Kemba Walker,
Chen Xiao could only desperately chase after Kemba Walker. But the good news is that Chen Xiao has an absolute advantage in height and is still doing a good job of limiting Kemba Walker on the outside.
And after the Knicks switched to Drew's mobility is still excellent among the bigs.
Even if Chen Xiao was broken by Kemba Walker,
Junior
was able to fill in time to assist in the defense.
And on the offensive end,
Chen Xiao was a little out of his depth.
Since Kemba Walker was shorter than Chen Xiao,
his center of gravity was particularly low, coupled with the fact that his defensive strategy against Chen Xiao was to immediately go for the steal as soon as Chen Xiao dribbled past the half-court. It made Chen Xiao very uncomfortable. For several rounds, Chen Xiao was forced to stop the ball before he could get into range.
There was no other way. In order not to make a mistake, Chen Xiao could only pass the ball out after dribbling it across the half-court. Instead, he was left to run without the ball and draw the attention of the Bobcats' defense. Should not say,
Chen Xiao is now the most afraid of this kind of speed faster than him, and defense like a dogskin plaster cannot shake off the player.
Offhand, Kemba Walker is that kind of player. With Kemba Walker's targeted defense,
Chen Xiao was kind of a dud on the offensive end.
But the good thing is, the Knicks still have J.R. Smith on the court. JR with the ball,
and JR without the ball are two complete extremes.
With the ball in his hands, JR unsealed his body straight away and went into nerve knife mode. For the Bobcats, J.R. Smith was a demon at this point, scoring 5 points inside and out to help stabilize the Knicks. And for the Knicks, J.R. Smith was more of an angel at this point, lighting them up with a clutch 3. Only, J.R. Smith can't be in that mode forever.
For him to really be able to stay in that position for the entire game,
he wouldn't be J.R. Smith. He'd have to be Michael Jordan, Kobe Bryant.
Therefore, when the Bobcats began to change their defensive strategy,
focusing on J.R.,
Chen Xiao's side of the pressure is relatively small.
J.R. breaks through and then attracts the defense and distributes the ball to Chen Xiao on the outside.
But Kemba Walker reacted quickly and appeared in front of Chen Xiao with a sliding step.
Kemba Walker did not defend Chen Xiao's breakthrough,
but chose to directly post up.
Obviously he was defending Chen Xiao's shot.
The key is that Kemba Walker has not jumped on this ball. Chen Xiao, even if he wants to make a false move, there is no space.
At this time,
Chen Xiao only had the two options of forcing a shot and passing the ball.
However, there is not much time left on the offensive clock.
No matter what choice Chen Xiao makes, this round is probably going to be defended by the Bobcats. Chen Xiao was making quick choices in his head.
Pass it to a teammate? The fear is that as soon as the ball is in the hands of a teammate, it's time for the offense to run out the clock. Force the shot in odds or it won't go in either. After contemplating for a moment, Chen Xiao decided to put up a fight. It's possible to force a shot yourself and not score, but it's also possible to put the ball in. But it's certainly too late to make a shot if you pass it to a teammate. Thinking about this, Chen Xiao felt like trusting himself for once. It's just as well to take this opportunity to validate his three-point ability.
Chen Xiao takes the ball and fakes a shot first,
trying to shake Kemba Walker. But alas, Kemba Walker's legs were as motionless as tree roots stuck in the dirt. At this point, there was not much time left for Chen Xiao. He could not make a second move in time and could only force a jump shot. Seeing Chen Xiao take a shot, Kemba Walker was smart enough not to jump up and block, but to reach out and interfere. He posted Chen Xiao very close to the ground. If he also jumped to cover the ball is likely to be blown foul. Even if Chen Xiao didn't make the shot, he still had 3 free throws, so the loss was more than worth it. This three-pointer of Chen Xiao's, just as soon as he made it, he felt a completely different experience from the past. Though his shot has been refined 1,000 times and has long since developed muscle memory, but the shot felt more relaxed than that, as if it was all natural. Chen Xiao could feel the stretching of every muscle and the flow of every cell in his body. At this moment, it was clear to him that the goal would definitely go in, but the shot was just too hard for anyone else. Kemba Walker immediately looked back to his teammates under the basket the moment Chen Xiao took a shot and shouted, "Rebound." Then, without looking back, he charged toward the Knicks basket. In his perception, this kind of ball is absolutely impossible to score, unless it's a fairy ball. But where are there so many of them? The probability of this is just too low. As the crowd watched, the basketball arced through the air and hit the basket with a thud. The corners of Kemba Walker's mouth, who was already almost to the center line, turned up slightly, just as he had expected. How could the ball have gone in? However, before he could be happy for too long, a mountainous roar of cheers erupted from the entire room. What's going on? Kemba Walker stopped and looked back.
seeing only the moment the basketball hit the floor. He immediately looked up at the big screen, which was now showing a replay of the shot he had just taken. The basketball did hit the rim after Chen Xiao threw the shot, but the basketball bounced off the rim, rebounded and crashed back into the rim, rebounded again and eventually turned into the net. The ball actually did go in. At this moment, one word flashed through Kemba Walker's mind. Fairy ball. Chapter 69. Knicks suffer fourth straight loss. Hard. This ball is just too hard. Inside the Penguin Sports broadcast room, Kovan and Yang Yi both marveled at the difficulty of the shot. It's simply too hard for Chen Xiao to throw this ball in. At the same time, the pop-ups in the live stream had exploded. I'll be damned. Chen Xiao's ball is really hard. It's just luck. The next goal won't necessarily go in. Luck is also part of strength. This shot has proven Chen Xiao's three-point ability. On the field, Chen Xiao looked at his right hand and felt the beating of his heart. He could feel the changes in his body, and if anything, it was the system that gave him the ability to shoot threes. Then after this goal, he has completely turned that ability into his skill set. In the future, if he is in this situation again, he is confident that he will still be able to put the ball in. That's how confident he is as a player. Scoring the goal, the crowd on the Knicks bench got into the funk again, and even D'Antoni couldn't help but wave his fist. Chen Xiao's three-point shooting gave him a surprise, and if Chen Xiao's point can also be opened, perhaps it can really make up for the lack of Melon's firepower. The game continues, with Chen Xiao scoring this incredible three. Kemba Walker knew he couldn't underestimate the Dragon Nation native and was even more inseparable from him afterward. Under Kemba Walker's key care, Chen Xiao attempted a few more shots, but unfortunately always came up just short. Seeing Chen Xiao frequently hitting the iron, the blacks in the country can be energized. What did I say? It was just luck to get the ball before. And now that the defense is coming up in intensity, Chen Xiao can't shoot. Chen Xiao's kind of playing style can only play garbage time at best, and D'Antoni still puts him in the starting lineup. It's just brain dead. Chen Xiao still has to thank Brother Gua for being able to start. If it wasn't for Brother Gua's injury, he wouldn't have had the chance to start. After several attempts failed to throw in, Chen Xiao is no longer forced to attack, but focus on the defensive end. The offensive end will just act as a receiver, giving more rights to the ball to teammates. When the outsiders were dumbing down, Junior stepped up with back-to-back inside singles to help the Knicks bite the bullet. Soon, there were just over 3 minutes left in the first half. Seeing that it was about to enter the last official timeout of the first half, Chen Xiao controlled the time and carefully dribbled the ball across the half-court. Perhaps it was the fact that Chen Xiao had failed to put the ball in on several consecutive attacks before that had made Kemba Walker's guard down against Chen Xiao. This time he didn't pounce on Chen Xiao as soon as he crossed the half-court as he did before. Instead he stepped on the three-point line and waited for Chen Xiao. Seeing that Kemba Walker did not pounce on him, Chen Xiao's heart was happy, but his face expression was very calm. He pretended to direct his teammates to run their routes, but in reality he slowly approached the three-point line. When he came within a step of the three-point line, he stopped. It so happened that JR pedaled out from the bottom line. Just when anyone thought Chen Xiao would pass the ball to JR, he came out of nowhere with a surprise cold shot. Kemba Walker didn't even react and could only watch as Chen Xiao threw the ball. Unguarded situations like this one, Chen Xiao's hit rate is still very high. That goal also went in without question. Chen Xiao also chipped in his 16th point of the game. Seeing Chen Xiao score another three-pointer, Kemba Walker just wanted to give himself a big mouthful. But he also was not expecting Chen Xiao to actually dare to take a shot at this kind of position, and it turned out to be a real shot for him. In fact, Chen Xiao is betting that Kemba Walker thinks he won't throw. After all, this spot is not a regular three-point shooting spot for the NBA League these days, and very few people are going to take a shot from this spot. In a few more years, if it's a few more years, as Curry, Harden, Lillard and a host of other super shooters grow up, even the center logo is in their range, not to mention 1 or 2 steps from the three-point line. After seeing Chen Xiao's three-point ability, Kemba Walker had to defend again while the Bobcats expanded their defense. But again, with that superb three from Chen Xiao, the Knicks' momentum was up. In the final less than 3 minutes of the first half, the Knicks went on a mini 8-0 run to take the lead back in the process. The first half ended with the teams tied 58-54, with the Knicks leading by 4, and Chen Xiao was by far the Knicks' highest scorer with 16 points, 4 assists and 2 rebounds. After a halftime break, the game continued after the two teams swapped venues. At the beginning of the second half, Chen Xiao sat up on the bench and the court was filled with Jeremy Lin at point guard. Lin's height is shorter than Chen Xiao. The official height is 191. The actual height is actually less than 190. So DJ Augustine had it easy when it came to facing Lin. That led to him finally finding his touch in the second half. Again, this is something that Dio has been a bit of a problem that the Knicks haven't been able to solve very well. Chandler doesn't have the quick feet to Dio if he defends him, and Dio takes the ball and bursts through Chandler. Also Junior, on defense would be able to keep up with Dio,
but not on defense. Dio could have backed up Junior and utilized his footwork around the basket to make scoring easier instead.
During the time Chen Xiao went off the court to rest,
the Knicks seemed to be without a backbone. The offensive side of the ball was like a scattershot, all individual 1-2 punches. You hit one, if it doesn't go in then someone else hits it. If someone else hits it and it still doesn't go in then another one. The defensive end was also leaking everywhere, with the two guys, Gerald Henderson and DJ Augustine, firing off the outside as often as two Italian cannons. Once the Knicks clamped down for those two, the stage was set for D to perform inside. Chen Xiao led the team to get the score back before the end of the first half, but the second half started only 5 minutes later, and the score was reversed by the Bobcats again, and a 10-point lead all at once. When the game reached the 6:30 mark of the third quarter, Chen Xiao was subbed in again, but Chen Xiao is not a player who can save the day in terms of his current strength, so even if D'Antoni subbed him in at this point, it already wouldn't help. Although in the latter part of the third quarter, Chen Xiao led his team to a small offensive surge, but the Bobcats' hands had opened up, and the Knicks still couldn't close it out. Eventually, with just over 8 minutes to go in the fourth quarter, D'Antoni opted to forfeit the game. When the referee blew the whistle for the end of the game, the score between the two teams was also fixed at 110 to 118. The Knicks lost another game at home by 8 points and suffered 4 consecutive losses, and Chen Xiao did his best in this game, getting 18 points, 7 assists, 2 rebounds and 1 steal. Chapter 70. Chen Xiao is in poor form and the team's morale is low. Suffering back-to-back losses, the Knicks generals are in a very low mood. After returning to the locker room, the crowd packed up their own things without a word, and the atmosphere of the whole locker room was depressing to the extreme. Although the team lost the game, the only thing that made Chen Xiao happy was that the system still rewarded him with 4 attribute points. Less is less, but a mosquito is still meat. For the current Chen Xiao, even if there was only 1 attribute point, it would be incomparably precious. Moreover, he would receive a huge one-time bonus of 10 attribute points as long as he was able to collect a triple-double statistic once in the game. Thinking of this, Chen Xiao was filled with energy again. However, the team suffered back-to-back losses. The whole team has no momentum, and soon they will start the road trip. If they do not make timely adjustments, I am afraid the losing streak will continue. The first 2 games of the road trip are back-to-backs, but the good thing is that neither team is very good. They will travel to Washington, D.C., to face the Washington Wizards on the road on November 25 before hoofing it to Detroit to face the Detroit Pistons on the road on the night of November 26. Both of these opponents are not very good, and they will have to fight to end their losing streak at both of these teams. The days off are always short. Originally Chen Xiao thought that D'Antoni would give them a vacation, who had thought that only yesterday ended the game with the Bobcats, and today left to fly to Washington. When the Knicks arrived in Washington it was already 7 p.m. Yet even at night D'Antoni still had no intention of letting the crowd off the hook and added an impromptu tactical drill. This practice was 3 hours long. From the time he arrived at the dugout at 8 a.m., he practiced until 11 a.m. Before finishing. They say it's tactical training, but after 3 hours, the crowd is tired and out of breath. Originally, Junior and others thought to wait for the end of training to go to the nightclub to relax, but the result is that the brothers are really tired, back to the room and fell asleep. The next day, the game with the Wizards. After starting the last game, Chen Xiao was back on the bench. In Chen Xiao's opinion at this stage it was not really important whether or not he could play in the starting lineup. What mattered was whether or not he could complete the tasks issued by the system and gain more attribute points. For that matter, it's actually easier to play the bench to get the system done. After all, playing on the bench, he was facing the opposing team's bench as well. But what he didn't expect was that today he came off the bench to face the opposing team's starting point guard, John Wall. Chen Xiao didn't get a chance to play in the first quarter and didn't take the court until the game was more than 10 minutes into the second quarter. But by this time, Wall had played the entire first quarter and remained on the floor to this point. Wall is last year's first-round pick. Although the Wizards' record during his time with the team is not excellent, but his individual ability is unquestionable. Wall is extremely talented point guard, a combination of height, arm length, speed and bounce, but also good at foul shooting, but also has a very good sense of the big picture. The defense is also very good, can steal and block. The only drawback may be that the shooting is not very stable. Against him, Chen Xiao appeared to have a very difficult time. After playing 3 minutes on the court, Chen Xiao did not score a single point, but instead contributed 2 turnovers and 1 foul, with the lowest plus-minus value on the team. Courtside, Knicks bench. D'Antoni immediately replaced Chen Xiao when he saw how bad he was today. After Chen Xiao came off the court, D'Antoni replaced Old Bibi. Old Bibi is still experienced in dealing with such young players. With him leading the way, the Knicks quickly went on a 10-0 run and the Knicks were instantly pumped up. Seeing that his team was ahead, D'Antoni sat back in his seat with a sense of relief. However, At the moment, Penguin Sports is live in the studio.
Seeing that Chen Xiao was not in good shape,
those darkies jumped out again.
I've long said Chen Xiao can't play in the NBA. Before, it's just that the opponents are too weak, so it's just a fluke to let him play a few games. Now a lot of teams have studied him, and won't be able to play after the problem is exposed. There's no way a point guard who can only shoot and can't break through can get a foothold in the NBA unless you have a Kobe or a James by your side. And it's clear that Chen Xiao doesn't have such a top player by his side.
I didn't expect never expected
Chen Xiao's rookie wall would come so quickly.
Alas, scatter it.
This game, even if the Knicks won with Chen Xiao, is not half a penny relationship. If the second half of D'Antoni still send Chen Xiao on the court,
maybe the Knicks may still lose.
There are a lot of Jets, but there are also a lot of fans of Chen Xiao.
Chen Xiao's previous opponents were weak? Are you saying Kobe is weak?
Chen Xiao was the one who took 20 plus 10 against the Lakers.
That's right. In the last game, Chen Xiao also cut down 18 plus 7, the second highest scoring of the Knicks.
A few of Chen Xiao's fans couldn't stand to watch and jumped out to defend Chen Xiao, but they were quickly mobbed by these spammers.
20 plus 10.
It's just Chen Xiao's luck. Besides that game, Kobe only defended Chen Xiao for a period of time.
The last game was even more ridiculous.
The Bobcats were in bad shape in the first half before letting Chen Xiao take 16 points.
And the Bobcats recovered in the second half. Chen Xiao only took 2 points. Isn't that enough to say something? The hackers hacked with justification,
making Chen Xiao's fans unable to find a point to refute for a while.
In fact,
Chen Xiao himself was very clear about his shortcomings, but for a while he was unable to make up for them.
Just like that,
Chen Xiao sat on the bench until the fourth quarter. Although Chen Xiao was not in good shape today,
he wasn't going to be as worried as he was before. After all,
he has now signed with the Knicks,
and the Knicks won't give up on him just because he's not in good shape for a game or two. And D'Antoni will be even less likely to abandon Chen Xiao because of it.
Chen Xiao was also a human being,
and as a human being,
there were times when his state rose and fell. Even as strong as Jordan and Kobe like this cannot guarantee that every game is the best state. At this point the score between the two teams was 72-69,
with the Knicks still leading by 3.
The 3-point lead wasn't safe for the Knicks, and the Wizards needed just one turn to tie the game.
Honestly, D'Antoni is under a lot of pressure at this point. The Knicks have lost 4 in a row, and if they lose this game today again, it will be 5 in a row. Moreover, there's a back-to-back game to be played tomorrow, so if we fight too hard today and get too physical, then tomorrow's game is probably up in the air. If they lose both of those back-to-backs, that's 6 straight losses for the Knicks.
D'Antoni paced back and forth on the sidelines with his hands in his pockets.
His face blue. Anyone can see his mood at this time.
Although at this point the Knicks management has not yet spoken,
but if the team keeps losing, management will certainly intervene, perhaps even fired him. So this was a game he was going to take no matter what, but only if the starters are not overexhausted and if they are left fit for tomorrow's game. At this point, he had to seek a change and send out cavalry. D'Antoni's eye swept back and forth across the Knicks bench, eventually resting on Chen Xiao. Chen, you're on. D'Antoni was torn for half a day,
but finally decided to trust Chen Xiao one more time. He always felt that Chen Xiao had an indefinable magical ability in him,
and perhaps he was able to create miracles. Chapter 71. He's as strong as he can be. Old Nick Young. Originally,
Chen Xiao thought that he had no chance to play again today, but he did not expect that in such an important fourth quarter.
D'Antoni was willing to believe in himself. Chen Xiao was surprised and elated,
but the pressure was equally great. D'Antoni let him on the court as his trust in him, but if he did not lead the Knicks to the final victory,
he will not live up to D'Antoni's trust in him,
and thus will also make his weight in D'Antoni's heart decline.
On the contrary,
if he can play blood in this last quarter and lead the Knicks to win,
his weight in D'Antoni's heart will rise dramatically. It is a test and an opportunity, so to speak. Moreover, the situation on the court right now was actually still in favor of the Knicks and Chen Xiao himself. It started with the Knicks still up by 3 and in possession of the ball. Secondly, the Wizards are in a 9-man rotation today. Wall has already been on the court for 30 minutes and odds are he'll play the entire fourth quarter. As far as physical fitness was concerned, it was definitely Chen Xiao who was more energized, but Wall is not without any advantage. After all, he has been playing on the field for so long. The state may be to be a little better than Chen Xiao.
Chen Xiao pondered in his mind for a moment, thinking about how he could take this match.
His own strengths are in defense and 3-point shooting,
and his weaknesses are that he's not fast enough to break away with the ball. It also meant that after the Knicks stalled on the offensive end,
he couldn't tear up the Wizards' defense on the break to create shots for his teammates.
So Chen Xiao felt that in order to take this game,
he should go to play the no-2 position and let Lin, who had the ability to break through, play the no-1 position. Thinking of this,
Chen Xiao suggested to D'Antoni,
"Coach, I think I should go to the 2 position, let Lin go to the 1 position,
and then put JR on the court to serve as a holding point on the outside."
Soon, Chen Xiao elaborated on his idea. and after hearing it, D'Antoni felt that this method was good, so he quickly drew up the tactics on the tactical board.
The intermission ended and the Knicks-Wizards game resumed.
At the moment,
the lineups of the two teams on the field have changed a bit.
On the Knicks side, Chandler and Jr. continue to sit inside, with Jair playing the 3, Chen Xiao playing the 2, and Lin playing the 1. On the Wizards side, it was a continuation of the starting lineup, with Wall and Nick Young partnering in the backcourt, Lewis and Andre Blatch on the front line, and McGee at the basket. Upon re-entry, the system quests were updated. Single game mission, hosts are requested to lead their teams to victory and receive a grade of A or above. In the previous few matches, the tasks given by the system were just enough for Chen Xiao to get the appropriate rating, but this time, the system added an extra condition, which was to lead the team to victory. That's different. If the team wins and Chen Xiao's individual performance does not earn a grade of A or higher, the task is not considered complete. By the same token, in turn, even if Chen Xiao's individual performance reaches the system's rating, the team's final loss is not considered a mission accomplished. Although the mission requirements had become harder, Chen Xiao did not feel any pressure. If the Knicks can't even win against the Wizards, what's the point of talking about championship contention? Besides, he and Lin have been paired together not once or twice, and a certain tacit understanding has been formed between the two. The two can also complement each other somewhat in their playing styles. The fourth quarter is officially underway. After Lin brought the ball across half-court, Lin called for a block to break into the lane, and the Wizards chose to contract their defense. Lin's afterglow glanced at Chen Xiao in the 45-degree corner on the left side, and without any hesitation, directly passed the ball over. Chen Xiao received the ball and threw it away before Nick Young could pounce on him. The basketball went into the net in response after making a perfect arc in the air. 75-69. The Knicks were up by 6. The goal was also Chen Xiao's first of the game. Nice. Courtside, Knicks bench. Seeing that Chen Xiao had scored a three-pointer as soon as he stepped onto the court, D'Antoni instantly clenched his fist and waved it hard in the air. Chen Xiao's goal proved that he hadn't been wrong about the substitution. Granted, Chen Xiao still has such and such shortcomings on the court, but as long as he has that three-point hand in place, he'll be able to sit in the Knicks rotation. Nice pitch. After the ball scored, Lin and Jr. and others went forward to celebrate with Chen Xiao with high fives. Even JR, who was usually a tugger, came up and patted Chen Xiao's shoulder. Boy, you can do it. The 3 points are getting better and better. JR is also a shooter by nature, so he sees Chen Xiao shoot more thoroughly than others. From the very beginning when Chen Xiao came to the team, his shooting was very poor and could even be described as miserable. But by now, Chen Xiao's hit rate had gotten higher and higher, even more stable than even him in terms of consistency. This is progress that is visible to the naked eye. Thanks. Chen Xiao smiled and responded to JR. It wasn't easy to be recognized by JR. This guy is usually a look of the sky boss. The Earth is the oldest. He is the oldest. The whole team in addition to Melon. He does not serve anyone. It's rare to get a compliment from him. The ball is back in the Wizards' hands. Wall brought the ball across the half-court, and he was just thinking about organizing his offense when Nick Young suddenly ran over and dribbled the ball. If J.R. Smith is the league's one godlike knife, Nick Young is definitely the league's two-nerve knife. He's as strong as he can be. Old Nick Young. Kobe's not as crazy as me. I'm the king of singles. Young is a presence that even Kobe could ignore when he's mad, let alone Wall. And Wall is only in second grade this year. While this is already Young's fourth year in the league, counting Young as Wall's senior, so he offered the ball and Wall had no reason to refuse. Seeing Nick Young take the ball, Chen Xiao inexplicably thought of the classic famous scene of Young turning back early to celebrate a three-point shot, except that was the famous scene he contributed to years later, when he moved to the Lakers. In the past, when watching on TV, Chen Xiao thought Nick Young was a funny guy, but it was only when he actually took on Nick Young that he realized that Nick Young exuded confidence all the time. It even caused Chen Xiao to create an illusion. He saw in Nick Young an air of dominance that was the only one in heaven and on earth. Chen Xiao recognizes that Nick Young is strong and confident, but that also happens to be his weakness. Nick Young plays so alone that the ball is basically going nowhere when it gets to him. Not to mention, Young is so young these days and knows even less about how to share the ball. So, when Chen Xiao saw Nick Young take the ball, he knew that this guy would 100% return a three-pointer in front of him. Chapter 72 The Lamb to the Slaughter and the Butcher with the Knife. As it turned out, Chen Xiao had guessed correctly. After the basketball reached Nick Young's hands, he showed off his dazzling fancy dribble in front of Chen Xiao. What crotch dribble? What behind the back dribble? But Chen Xiao was just unmoved. This was because Chen Xiao knew that all of this was nothing more than smoke and mirrors. Seeing that his dribble failed to fool Chen Xiao, Yang Xiaoman changed his strategy and idly dribbled towards the center. However, Chen Xiao did not let his guard down, and became more alert after seeing Nick Young dribbling with his hips while walking. In his previous life, He couldn't watch more than a few of Nick Young's classic famous scenes. One of them was a Nick Young over-the-top trick. Push the ball to change direction plus turn and cross. At this moment,
Nick Young's movements were exactly the same as the starting style in the video that Chen Xiao had seen in his previous life. Chen Xiao immediately reacted to the fact that Nick Young's walk toward the center was a fake, and his purpose was to pass him. Thus, Chen Xiao immediately adjusted his center of gravity, turning from a two-legged occupation to a small mincing leap. In the next second, Nick Young did kill a shot back. A push ball changes direction and then immediately lends his back to turn and cross. However, what he did not expect was that Chen Xiao was still blocking in front of him. Although there was so much surprise in his heart, Nick Young did not panic, but took another back dribble plus turn, and then took a step back to get back to the three-point line. The turn and the step back were done at the same time, so Nick Young didn't see Chen Xiao's position either. Moreover, according to his conception, with 3 consecutive plus moves of his own, there would always be one that would be able to fool Chen Xiao. So, Nick Young quite instinctively collects the ball and rises to shoot. But, stories often just don't follow the script. Some people also tend to be unconventional. After seeing Nick Young's first fake move, Chen Xiao guessed a series of fake moves behind him. So stay close to Nick Young. Until the moment he took a shot, Chen Xiao immediately jumped and a big hand mercilessly blocked Nick Young's shot. What? Nick Young's brain buzzed a little confused. Didn't I shake him off? Where did he come from? Even if Nick Young thought about it, he couldn't guess how Chen Xiao saw his fake move. But this back and forth comparison has been able to show the gap between the two. Although Nick Young entered the league a few years earlier than Chen Xiao, but just from the one attack and one defense can see that the matchup between Chen Xiao and Nick Young is Chen Xiao more advantageous. In fact, Nick Young is good to defend and hard to defend. The good point of defense is that Nick Young isn't much of a passer, so just defend his breaks and shots. Hard to defend is that Nick Young fakes so much and dribbles so fancy that it's hard to figure out his fakes. But Chen Xiao is different. Chen Xiao has watched Nick Young episodes and knows the way he plays, which is why he is a little better at defense. The ball was blocked by Chen Xiao, but it also went out of the sideline and remained in the Wizards' possession. The Wizards served the sideline ball, and this time Wall caught the ball and instead of passing it to Nick Young again, he chose to take his own breakaway sharpshooting mid-range for 2 points. 75-71. The ball is back in the Knicks' hands again, still dribbled across half court by Jeremy Lin. Chen Xiao was not far behind Lin, ready to receive Lin at any time. But what Chen Xiao did not expect is that Nick Young has been following him around. How to get rid of cannot get rid of. From that three-pointer that Chen Xiao just made, Nick Young kind of realized that Chen Xiao is a very powerful shooter, and the way to deal with a pitcher is to pester him and not let him catch. Chen Xiao is also depressed. He just made a three-pointer. As for this, Lin's side saw that Chen Xiao didn't have much of a chance for the moment, so he looked for JR. JR took the ball and then shook his defender with consecutive changes of direction to kill the inside and hit a pull-up layup. 77-71. For the next few rounds, Nick Young didn't care about anyone else, still taking a death rap on Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao was really confused by Nick Young. At this rate, even if the Knicks won in the end, he would still fail the mission because he didn't get the A grade as stipulated by the system. So, he must seek change. Chen Xiao started running more without the ball, using the double coverage of Junior and Chandler to drive out of the bottom corner. Lin's side is also a man to the ball. Timely passed the ball to Chen Xiao. However, as soon as Chen Xiao got the ball, Nick Young pounced on him. Chen Xiao judged that the ball did not have the space to shoot, immediately a crotch dribble to avoid Nick Young, and then followed the trend of an acceleration from the right side of Nick Young breakthrough. Nick Young had no time to react because he lunged too hard. By the time he turned around and was ready to go after Chen Xiao had already rushed into the interior. Luckily, Lewis came over in time to fill in and block Chen Xiao's attack route. At this point Chen Xiao had two choices. 1. Is a straight mid-range shot. 2. It's a smooth pass to Junior. However, in a flash of lightning, Chen Xiao did not choose between these two options, but instead chose the third option. That was to pass the ball into the hands of Lin at the top of the arc position, while he himself used Junior as a wall, bypassing Junior and going back out to the three-point line again. Junior smoothly blocked Nick Young, giving Chen Xiao an open shot. Lin immediately passed the ball and Chen Xiao caught it and threw it. Swish! 3 more points scored. 80-73. Chen Xiao gets 3 more points. On this shot, it would have been more prudent for him to distribute the ball to Junior. But even if Junior had put the ball in play, it would have been 2 points. That's why he risked the ball to Lin on the outside. At that time Lin Xiaohao actually can directly throw himself. Only Chen Xiao did not grasp the strength of the pass. So Lin Xiaohao received the ball, spent a little time, which is the time for the Wizards to make up for the co-defense players. Then, there was the one he pedaled out with the help of Junior. Cover. At that time, Chen Xiao was really afraid that Xiao Si didn't read his eyes, but fortunately, Xiao Si read it and blocked Nick Young behind him. That's what led to that last open three by Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao hit 2 consecutive three-pointers that made the Wizards realize something was wrong. Wizards head coach Philip Saunders immediately called for a timeout. Passing through the audience on his way back to the bench, Chen Xiao clearly heard the greetings from the home fans. Damn Rokoku, that's pretty accurate. And that's all he's got. As long as you defend his threes, he's not a threat. Watch, the Wizards will definitely send Wall on his defense in a few minutes, and then he'll be a lamb to the slaughter. Chen Xiao ignored these fans and instead, the corners of his mouth smiled slightly. Lamb to the slaughter? I'd like to see who's the butcher with the knife. Chapter 73, Chen Zhao's Divine Ball. Scored 3+1. Chan, good job. Keep it up. Back to the bench. D'Antoni took the initiative to high-five the players and encouraged Chen Xiao. Then, he focused on setting up three-point plays for Chen Xiao and J.R. Smith. It's obvious that he has a lot of trust in Chen Xiao and J.R.'s threes. On the other side, the Wizards bench. The Wizards looked at the bench to try and figure out who could replace Nick Young, but looked around and realized there wasn't anyone who could replace Nick Young. The Wizards have very few guys available at the moment, which is one of the reasons why they haven't won a single game so far in the new season. Finally, Philip sighed and said, John, later on, you go to defend that Longwa kid. Remember to never let him shoot 3 points. His 3 points are not simple. Val nodded and said, yes, coach. Then Philip looked back to Nick Young and organized his words. Nick, you've got to put more energy into your offense. With the Wizards' current roster depth, he'll have to count on Wall and Nick Young on the offensive end. Wall he doesn't need to worry about. Even though Wall is only a second year, he's shown a level of maturity that far exceeds that of Nick Young, who's been in the league for 4 years. So Philip is more worried about Nick Young. After all, after this guy crazy after whether it is a chance or not he dares to throw a. The timeout ended quickly and it was back to play. Wizards offense. After Wall controlled the ball past half-court, he played a block with McGee and assisted on a successful McGee feed for the first 2 points. 80:75. Possession is once again back on the Knicks side. Chen Xiao just ran through the half-court, after seeing the defense in front of him into the wall, first slightly stunned, followed by a bitter smile. Wasn't it just 2 3-pointers himself that made the Wizards so jealous? Actually, no. The Wizards are currently trailing and are at the stage where they need to get up and chase points. But it was Chen Xiao's 2 3-pointers that instantly opened the gap. If we don't care about Chen Xiao at this point, if he scores 2 more threes, there's no need to play this game. Despite the change of defenders, 2 consecutive 3-pointers made Chen Xiao's confidence soar. Lin dribbled the ball and Chen Xiao dropped to the corner to ambush. After the change of defenders, Lin instead became more relaxed. A direct crossover step shakes Nick Young and impacts the inside in one smooth motion, followed by a split to JR on the outside. Because Lin's breakthrough attracted the Wizards' contraction, so that the original defense of J.R. Lewis had to go to assist the defense. JR's side is now wide open. Wall hesitated or went over to fill in the defense. JR saw Wall pounce and immediately split the ball to Chen Xiao in the bottom corner. Chen Xiao received the ball and made a shot. When McGee under the basket rushed out to make up for the defense, Chen Xiao made a fake move to point up McGee, followed by an acceleration to the inside. Despite McGee filling in, the Wizards have a lot of height inside. Andre Blatch at the no. For spot also has a 2'11" frame. When he blocked in front of Chen Xiao felt like a wall had been erected in front of him. Well, at this time, Chen Xiao saw Xiao Ci's empty cut. Chen Xiao immediately threw the ball up into the air, and Xiao Ci leaped high into the air. Clunk! Finished the airborne foul. 82:75. Chen Xiao picks up an assist. Seeing another great pass delivered by Chen Xiao, Wizards head coach Philip Saunders on the sidelines was in a hurry to curse. John the First told you to defend that Rokoku kid. What do you care about the others? John Wall says he's innocent. Just now that ball. If he does not go to fill in the defense JR is a wide open 3-point opportunity. Is it just watch him shoot 3 regardless? The Wall was all over the place. Who let Philip Saunders be the coach? There was nothing to do but raise his hand to show that he understood. Coming back, Wall can only make up for the mistake he just made on the offensive end. But sadly, it's a goal he couldn't score. But the front court rebound went to Nick Young. Wall signaled Nick Young to pass from the 3-point line to reorganize the drive. However, I don't know whether Nick Young really didn't see it or didn't fake it. In any case, he just didn't pass the ball, but dribbled to the 3-point line by himself and suddenly made a dry run. Bang! The basketball hit the rim and bounced behind the rim and the ball went out of bounds. The Knicks have the ball and they have a chance to continue to extend their lead. Wall couldn't complain about Nick Young in time to get back on defense. Lin and Chandler continued to mount a block, trying to force the Wizards to shrink their defense. This time, however, the Wizards opted to switch defenses. Lin saw the Wizards change their defensive formation and was decisive in getting the ball to Chandler to make him play big. But when Chandler got the ball, the Wizards immediately sacked him. Chandler doesn't handle the ball very well and can only barely get it out. After several passes, The basketball was once again in Chen Zhao's hands. However, by this time the offense was also running out of time. Val was inching in front of him again. As long as Chen Zhao is not allowed to take a shot before the 24-second offensive clock runs out, this Wizards defense is a success. Even if Chen Zhao forced the shot, the probability was that the ball would not go in. That's why Wall didn't hesitate to stick up and didn't give Chen Zhao the slightest bit of space to make a move. Wall's oppressive defense not only let Chen Zhao did not have any shooting angle, because in the bottom corner of the relationship even the angle of the pass is also completely blocked by Wall. The offense has 5 seconds left on the clock. At this moment, Chen Zhao's brain was racing. The passes seemed to be going nowhere, so we'll just have to put up a fight. Chen Zhao's first thought was to make a foul, and it seems that the only optimal solution at this time is to make a foul. However, as if Wall had seen through Chen Zhao's heart, his hands were straight, just not touching Chen Zhao's hands. But does he think it's going to be okay? Chen Zhao looked down at his feet and determined the position of the sideline and the three-point line, and then immediately took a small pad step to directly dry draw. At the same time, his hand bumped right into Wall's handwriting. The referee immediately blew the whistle in his mouth. This is the kind of ball that, if you put it in the usual way, is blowable. Especially since this is still the Wizards' home court. There's a greater probability that the refs will favor the Wizards and turn a blind eye and pretend not to see it. But the game went into the fourth quarter and the two teams were still so tied. Any misses and miscues could have affected the final outcome of the game. So the referee is definitely strict and strict again at this point. As the referee's whistle sounded, Chen Zhao threw the ball away. The Wall was whistled for the foul. He kept his eyes firmly fixed on the basketball flying through the air. I don't think this ball is going to go in, is it? However, it's a shame Wall guessed wrong. The basketball flew through the air for some time before crashing directly into the net. Chen Zhao makes it 3+1. In an instant, the Knicks bench was abuzz. Contrast that with the Wizards bench and the entire Wizards home court. Many fans held their heads in their hands and couldn't believe what was happening in front of them. How could they not have thought that Chen Zhao could even score this ball? It was simply too divine. Chapter 74, The Ubiquitous Chen Zhao. Not only all the people on the scene and the fans watching the game feel incredible, even Chen Zhao himself feels that this goal is a bit unbelievable. However, after scoring this shot, Chen Zhao felt as if his three-point ability had improved. Taking advantage of the effort of walking towards the free throw line, Chen Zhao tapped on his personal data panel. Sure enough, I saw the 3 points grow a bit, from the original 62 to 63. Don't look at it as just an increase of 1 point, but if he only relied on training, Chen Zhao would have to shoot at least a few hundred, if not a few thousand three-pointers to increase that much. Now, he was able to increase his attribute points by 1 point just by scoring a difficult three-pointer in the middle of a game, which was simply not too profitable. What's more, with this shot, Chen Zhao has hit 3 consecutive three-pointers since he came up. The Knicks' momentum was instantly through the roof. Looking at Chen Zhao standing at the free throw line, Wizards head coach Philip Saunders on the sidelines called Wall to his side with a furrowed brow. Even though that Rokoku kid put the ball in, don't care that it was just his luck. You just did a great job of defending, so keep doing that later. Val thought at first that Philip had called him to give him a stinking scolding, but it did turn out to be encouraging. This caused Wall to be slightly relieved, and his eyes changed as he looked at Chen Zhao. I'll defend you on the next shot. Chen Zhao also made free throws and scored 10 straight points individually. As of now the evaluation given by the system had reached grade B, and was not far from the grade A of completing the mission. After the exchange of possessions, the Wizards attacked. At this point the Wizards were down by 11 points, and they desperately needed to score a field goal to stabilize the situation. So on this shot, Wall chose to force his way inside, but the Knicks' interior is guarded by Tyson Chandler, and with Drew's nimble feet filling in instantly didn't give Wall a chance to make a shot. There was nothing for Wall to do but back away from the lane again. This is the time of year when the shortcomings of the Wizards lineup are on display. There isn't a single ballplayer in the lineup with the ability to make hard tackles. Wall actually has that kind of hard dissolve ability late in the year, but at the moment Wall is just a sophomore, not mature enough and not at the peak of his skill set in all areas. Then, Nick Young actually has some hard solving ability, only Young is not too stable. God up super god, when reckless is also really reckless. It also dooms the Wizards, who fear it will take many more years to complete their rebuild. A team like the Wizards would have a hard time breaking into the playoffs even in the weak East. Even if they are allowed to squeak into the playoffs, it will only be a round robin. The playoffs are a stage for superstars, and it's hard for a team without one to emerge from it. The average player might blow up a game or two, but not every game, and the playoffs are going to be at least 4 games in each round, 7 if it goes to a steal. Usually by the time the series reaches game 4 and 5, there are no secrets left on either side for a long time, and at that point it's time to spell out the Stars' success. So the Wizards have a long way to go to turn into a real powerhouse, at least until Wall is fully grown. On the flip side, the Knicks side, with the absence of Mellon Anthony, They are also missing such a star in their lineup that has the ability to be a hard solver. But the Knicks have such a variable as Chen Xiao. It wasn't that Chen Xiao's ability was so strong, but rather that Chen Xiao dared to make a move and wasn't afraid to take the blame. Another thing is, I'm afraid that even Chen Xiao himself did not realize that he has the potential to become a team leader. In fact, Chen Xiao was not originally like this. When he was just reborn to the NBA, he was more uneasy, afraid and panicked. However, after obtaining the system, Chen Xiao was subconsciously transforming. He is building confidence with game after game. Back to the game. Wall retreated to the three-point line and continued to organize the offense. But under Chen Xiao's motivation, the Knicks' defense also became active, and the intensity of the defense instantly increased, making it very difficult for the Wizards. After Wall failed another breakaway attempt, Nick Young suddenly ran over for the ball. Seeing that he had no chance, Wall passed the ball. Nick Young caught the ball and fired straight up without saying a word. Wall tightened up inside, but it was good to see Nick Young take advantage of the opportunity this time and shoot a three. 86-78. Once again, the basketball is back in the hands of the Knicks. After 3 consecutive three-pointers, Chen Xiao was keyed on by Wall. Wall was almost inches away from Chen Xiao, leaving him no way to catch the ball. Even with Junior giving him a no-huddle cover, he still couldn't shake Wall. Seeing no chance on Chen Xiao's side, Lin could only play a block with Chandler and then burst into the interior for a throw. Unfortunately, it was a little less forceful, and the basketball hit the front of the rim and didn't make it in. The Wizards protected the backcourt rebound and Wall stepped up for the ball, signaling the crowd to hold on. After successfully defending this shot, the Wizards had a chance to close the gap, and this was a time to never get impatient and ensure success. On the Knicks side, they were quick to get back on defense. The 3 points he just made boosted Young's confidence, and just as Wall brought the ball across midcourt, he rushed forward for the ball. However, Wall didn't pass to Young, however waved him off to the end zone. The reason why Wall didn't pass the ball to Young was that he was afraid that he would just give it a direct throw and a hot head. Nick Young had to curse and run to the corner when he saw Wall not passing him the ball. Wall signaled McGee to come out on the block, which in turn moved Chandler out from under the basket. Wall is not afraid of Chandler on the outside a dozen times. He's afraid of Chandler nestled under the basket waiting to cover him. McGee hung a cover on Wall and immediately ran toward the basket. Chandler hesitates or chooses to clinch Wall. Wall fakes a shot and then hits a ground pass to McGee on his way down. However, as soon as he made the pass, he screamed. Chen Xiao unexpectedly appeared in the route of his pass. This ball is not so much a pass to McGee but rather a pass to Chen Xiao. Wall's face suddenly changed at this moment, but it was too late. After Chen Xiao broke the ball, he directly threw the ball upfield. Junior has darted upfield. After receiving a pass from Chen Xiao, Junior flew in for a foul shot that wreaked havoc on the basket. 88-78. The Knicks bench was once again a crowd pleaser of excitement, and Chen Xiao added an assist and a steal to his personal stats. So far, Chen Xiao has already chipped in 10 points, 2 assists, 1 steal and 1 cap in a single quarter. The numbers are pretty dynamite. Chen, well done. Junior made it a point to seek out Chen Xiao for a high-five celebration when he returned. He knew he was able to finish the dunk so comfortably thanks to Chen Xiao. Where? It's your dunk, that's wonderful. Chen Xiao also complimented Xiao Xi's dunk as a courtesy. Chapter 75 Wizards implode. Knicks and losing streak. Damn it, why is this Dragon Kingdom kid here? Until this moment, Wall still couldn't figure out why Chen Xiao had appeared in this location. Wasn't he defending Nick Young? Speaking of Nick Young, he's looking for Wall too. Hey, John, I said give me the ball. Why don't you pass the ball? Now well, it was a successful steal. Here outside is 4 points it. The difference is all of a sudden pulled to double digits again. My previous 3 points is considered to be in vain. Nick Young chattered and grumbled at Wall. Wall didn't even bother with Nick Young. He complained first. Enough. Wasn't the Dragon Nation kid defending you? Why did he suddenly run over and break the ball? And why didn't you warn me when he came over? Wall yelled at Nick Young with a mouthful of fennel. Fark. Nick Young wiped a handful of spit off his face and spewed angrily toward Wall. Boy, who are you talking to? You rookie, who are you? The Knicks were on offense on their side of the ball and these two actually ended up arguing right there on the court. Philip Saunders took one look at the wrong thing and immediately called a timeout. What's wrong with you two? Philip asked. Coach, how dare this brat question me? Nick Young couldn't figure out the situation and still tattled there. Philip slapped his head and looked at Nick Young speechlessly. Does this young master really not understand or fake not understand? Doesn't he realize that the team is interested in making Wall the centerpiece of the team? You're a role player who isn't even the team's second in command, actually having a blatant conflict on the field with the team's future leader. Philip can already predict that Nick Young is not far from being traded. I'm afraid, with the game on the line and the team imploding, it's safe to say the Wizards have no hope of turning it around. Philip thought about it and eventually decided to give up on the fight. So,
After coming back from the timeout, the Wizards went straight to the bench on their side. When Chen Xiao returned to the field, he was suddenly confused. What's going on? That's surrender? He hasn't even scrubbed his rating to an A yet. Sure enough, after another 2 minutes of play, and taking advantage of a dead ball, D'Antonia's side was ready to make a substitution as well. Chen Xiao immediately ran to D'Antoni and said, "Coach, let me play a little longer." D'Antoni was slightly stunned, and although he didn't know what Chen Xiao was thinking, he still agreed to Chen Xiao's request. In the end, Chen Xiao finally got his rating up to an A with an assist before the full game, and the Knicks won the game, 104-96, and ended their 4-game losing streak. In this campaign, Chen Xiao, after playing only 3 minutes and not scoring a single point in the first half, got 12 points, 6 assists, 1 steal and 1 block after re-entering the game in the last quarter. Although Chen Xiao's score is not the team's highest, the data is not the most eye-catching, but the Knicks were able to win. The game's biggest contributor is not Chen Xiao. If he did not hit 3 consecutive three-pointers in the first half of the fourth quarter, instantly pulled the score. I'm afraid that the game will have to play until the last moment to see the difference, so who wins and who loses is really not certain. The team finally won the game. The Knicks Generals are also a sweep of the previous losing streak of the Haze. The mood is much better. Back in the locker room, the atmosphere was no longer depressing, and everyone was laughing and discussing where to go for a snack later. "Hey Chen, will you join us for a snack later?" Xiao Si asked at Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao froze and asked in confusion, "Aren't we going to fly to Detroit overnight? Because tomorrow there is a back-to-back game and the Pistons, so they have to overnight rush to Detroit. Wait until Detroit are already 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning, which still have time to eat a snack." Yeah, but let's eat when we get to Detroit. We can't sleep without eating something after such a consuming night, Junior said with a smile. The crowd didn't go to the post-game press conference either because they had a flight to catch, and D'Antoni was the only one who went to the press conference. By the time D'Antoni returned, the crowd was pretty much packed, and they then took a bus to the airport for an overnight flight to Detroit. On the airplane, everyone was so tired that they all fell asleep, but Chen Xiao was the only one who couldn't sleep. At some point, after every game, he would do a self-review. Recall in your mind the mistakes and shortcomings made during the race and what could have been done better there too. First there was that brief 3-minute stretch in the first half. In those 3 minutes, it could be said that Chen Xiao played the worst 3 minutes of the game. Chen Xiao felt that the main reason why he had fought poorly was because he had underestimated his opponent. The belief that the Wizards were the bottom team in the league had contempt in their hearts, making them ill-prepared, and by the time the second half rolled around, Chen Xiao was watching the first 3 quarters of the Wizards game, and he had some knowledge of the Wizards' style of play, which led to an explosion in the fourth quarter. Of course, there is some luck involved, like that 3+1. If it wasn't for luck, that goal wouldn't have gone in at all. After reviewing pretty much everything, Chen Xiao checked up on tonight's harvest. With the Knicks winning the game and his personal rating reaching an A grade, the system ended up giving Chen Xiao 7 attribute points. Finishing with an A rating is 5 points, and the Knicks winning the game added an additional 2 points. After seeing the system's rewards, Chen Xiao frowned. He hadn't been able to figure out what the system's criteria for rewarding attribute points was until now. Remember, he got 10 attribute points a game in the opener. However, the same team won and he got another A grade but only 7 points. Does it have to do with the strength of the opponent as well? Chen Xiao think about what difference between the 2 games. If you have to find the difference, that is, the Wizards and the Celtics have a very obvious strength gap. Forget it, don't want to think about this, it's better to get the attribute points first. After these few matches, Chen Xiao increasingly felt that his speed was clearly unable to keep up with his opponents, so this time, he put all 7 attribute points on the speed column. After adding these 7 points, Chen Xiao's speed had also increased to 57. That number isn't quite the average for NBA players, but it's close. Wait until the end of tomorrow's game and then point up a bit to break the 60 average. After adding points, Chen Xiao estimated that there was still an hour or 2 before he could arrive in Detroit, and thought to squint for a while as well. As a result of this sleep, when I woke up again the plane had landed at the airport in Detroit. After getting off the plane, the group took a bus directly to the hotel. After checking in, Xiao Si and the others also thought to call Chen Xiao to go out to eat a little together, but Chen Xiao has been too sleepy to give a polite refusal. Still, Chen Xiao was happy that Xiao Si and the others would call him along. It means this group of teammates has accepted him. Chapter 76 The Pistons, Forever Rebuilding. Returning to his room, Chen Xiao thought that he would be able to quickly enter dreamland, but after he really laid down on the bed, he realized how he couldn't sleep. Maybe it's because I just slept on the plane and I'm refreshed now. Since he couldn't sleep, Chen Xiao simply swiped through the forums to see what the fans were saying about him. In recent times, Chen Xiao has become more and more interested in surfing the internet and brushing up on forums as the fans of both countries have shifted their opinion of him. Just ask, who doesn't like this feeling of being praised?
Chen Xiao first boarded the Yahoo Sports portal, and the headline on the front page was the report that they had just beaten the Wizards. The Dragon Nation boys do it again. Chen Xiao leads the team to end their losing streak at the end of the period. I have to say that Yahoo Sports understands traffic, but of course this is also because Chen Xiao himself played well. Otherwise, even if Chen Xiao's back was the dragon market, these media would not give a damn about him, precisely because Chen Xiao itself outstanding performance, and backed by the huge market in the dragon. Yahoo! This is to give enough row. Watching the first half I was skeptical that Chan was hitting the rookie wall until I saw the fourth quarter. Oh sorry it's me. I can't believe it was Chen who carried the team when Melon was out injured. It's just unimaginable. Oh, I tease. Crazy. In this game tonight, Chen's performance was impeccable, especially the 3 consecutive threes one after the other. I really can't figure out how a player like that is a second-round pick. Chen Xiao read the top few comments, all of which praised and complimented him. In his past experience, a few keyboard warrior comments would have appeared by this time. However, he scrolled down several pages in a row without seeing any comments from the keyboard warrior. What's going on here? Where are the keyboard warriors? Where's the black guy? In fact, it is not that the keyboard warrior does not want a black. The Jets do not want a spray. But this game Chen Xiao did not have any good spray point. Spraying him for his first half mistakes? It's true that Chen Xiao didn't play well in the first half, but Chen Xiao only played 3 minutes in the first half. If the keyboard warrior seizes on this and spews it, it will look particularly stupid. Not to mention Chen Xiao's performance in the fourth quarter was just impeccable. At a time when the team needed someone to step up and score, Chen Xiao instantly pulled away with 3 consecutive threes. After the team was sure of the win, Chen Xiao started to share the ball unselfishly again. That being said, what point is there to spray a player like that where he deserves to be blackballed? Then, Chen Xiao scrolled back through the comments. Chen Xiao today this play is really good, but he also has obvious weaknesses. I watched a few games of Chen Xiao's game to see, he holds the ball offensive ability is really too poor, especially speed and breakthrough is obviously his shortboard. If he cannot improve on these 2 items, I am afraid that his ceiling will not be as high as it should be. This brother upstairs is right. Chen Xiao's strengths are outstanding, but his weaknesses are equally outstanding. If Chen Xiao can make up for his shortcomings I believe. Is everyone being too harsh on Chen Xiao? He's only a first-year rookie. This is only his first season. And don't you forget that he's only a second-round pick. It's already amazing that a second-round pick can play like this. That is, you did not see the rookie rankings. The list of the top 10 only Chen Xiao a person is a second-round pick. The other people can be the lottery players. So Chen Xiao can still be stable in the rookie list of the top 3, which has been very remarkable. The fans on the Rice side are still relatively sensible and analyze the issues with reason. But it's not the same on the Dragon side. The number of white Chen Xiao and black Chen Xiao was almost the same. But Chen Xiao directly chose to turn off his cell phone after reading a round of fan comments on Penguin Sports. As for why you would turn off your cell phone, just one word: exasperated. If I'd known, I wouldn't have read it. Wouldn't I have slept well? Domestic keyboard warriors don't care if you play well or not. They just brainlessly spray. What Chen Xiao only deserves to play in garbage time. What Chen Xiao can only be a substitute for the rest of his life. Though he turned off his cell phone, he wasn't sleepy for a moment. Chen Xiao then thought in his mind that he had to enrich his offense a bit. The 3-point shot is now his killer, but as the game continues, this killer will soon be studied by his opponents. He's going to have to keep refining his arsenal if he wants to have consistent highlight reel performances down the stretch. It looks like the throws still need to be practiced, and then you have to learn the backside singles. There are a lot of guys in the entire league who can backspin, but there are only a few who are said to be practicing backspin to perfection. As it happens, the Knicks have one on their team. Melon has one of the best back-to-back singles skills in the league. Thinking of this, Chen Xiao decided that when he returned to New York, he would go and ask Melon to teach him the technique of back body singles. The next day, the day of the second game of the back-to-back, after last night's exhaustion, the crowd slept until noon today. Although Chen Xiao still woke up at 6 a.m. sharp, but when he finished his morning exercise he went back to catch up on his sleep and didn't wake up until 1 p.m. There was a game in the evening, and D'Antoni had no intention of drilling the crowd, but he did organize everyone to watch the Pistons game video, emphasizing the points that needed to be paid attention to in the evening game. The Pistons haven't gotten better every year since they beat the F4-owned Lakers for the title in the 03-04 season, and have stopped out of the Eastern Conference 3 years in a row. The Piston 5 were officially disbanded in the 08-09 season, which was the last time the Pistons made the playoffs, and since then they have not gone through the playoffs for 2 consecutive years. The Pistons, mired in a rebuilding period, haven't exactly made a splash in the draft market in the last couple years. In a big draft year in 09, the Pistons only received the 15th pick in the first round and ended up selecting the unheralded Austin Day, perfectly missing out on Drew Holiday. In 10 they got the No. 7 pick in the first round and drafted center Greg Monroe from Georgetown University.
again perfectly avoiding Gordon Hayward, the great General Joe Paul George. By 11, the Pistons, with the No. 8 pick in the first round in hand, were even more excessive, leaving Kemba Walker, Klay Thompson, Kawhi Leonard, and a host of other great players off the board, and choosing Braden Knight from the University of Kentucky. Admittedly, Knight did excel in college, but after entering the NBA, he didn't grow as much as one would expect. In Chen Zhao's memory, the Pistons after the Pistons' 5 Tigers seems to have been on the road of rebuilding never stopped. But it has to be said that the Pistons management has a really poor vision and hasn't drafted a proper centerpiece in all these years. It was hard to draw a first-round pick in 21 for the talented Cade Cunningham, but I'm afraid it's going to be another watered-down first-round pick in terms of what he's done since joining the NBA. Chapter 77, Melon's own tips for backside singles. The Knicks-Pistons game wasn't really much to watch. After all, the Pistons have won just 2 games so far to start the season, and both of them were close. The Pistons are also currently in the midst of a losing streak. The only difficulty for the Knicks in this game is the back-to-back and whether the players' fitness can sustain them for the whole game. But from the start of the game, the Knicks showed a strong offense. In the first quarter, Junior helped the Knicks build an early double-digit lead by shooting from the inside out. In the second quarter, Chen Zhao came on the court and then led the substitutes to a small 8 o'clock wave. By halftime, the Knicks had outscored the Pistons by as many as 21 points, 60-39. At the start of the second half, the Pistons had a comeback, but were again doused by 2 consecutive three-pointers by Chen Zhao to extinguish their comeback frenzy. By the fourth quarter, the game was completely reduced to garbage time, and Chen Zhao did not play again. Going into garbage time, although the Pistons were frantically trying to catch up on points, they fell behind too much due to the first 3 quarters. In the end, the Pistons lost to the Knicks at home by 23 points, 80-103. While gifting their opponents 2 consecutive wins, they themselves are happy to be on a 3-game losing streak. Back-to-back harvest 2 consecutive wins. Knicks team up and down are very happy. Only Chen Zhao a person moping. The Pistons collapsed so quickly that it led to Chen Zhao being replaced without even brushing up his rating. This also made it the first time he failed to complete a task issued by the system. It doesn't look good to play the underdogs. Chen Zhao sighed. It is very difficult to win by playing a strong team Knicks, and there is no opportunity to brush the rating by playing a weak team. It's really hard. After playing the Pistons, the Knicks will return home to face the Bobcats again after a day off. The day after returning to New York, D'Antoni gave everyone a half-day vacation, but Chen Zhao didn't give himself a vacation. After his morning workout, Chen Zhao counted the time to call him after asking old Bibi for Melon's phone number. Phone call connected. Hello brother Gua, I'm Chen Zhao. Chen, why are you calling me? The Melon on the other end of the phone was very misplaced, not expecting Chen Zhao to take the initiative to call him. It's like this brother Gua, I want to learn the backside singles technique. I wonder if you can teach me. Chen Zhao humbly asked. Of course I can teach you if you want to learn. Learning that Chen Zhao wanted to learn the technique of back body singles, Melon did not even hesitate for a second to directly agree. Melon so quick to agree made Chen Zhao feel very surprised. After all, his contact with the Melon is not much, and the social Melon is notorious. Chen Zhao made this phone call is also a long time to do a thought struggle. As a result, before he could even use some of the words he had prepared earlier, Melon agreed. Before Chen Zhao could thank him, Melon said again, I'm doing recovery training at the ballroom right now, so if you're free now, just come over. Okay Gua, I'll be right over. Half an hour later, when Chen Zhao rushed to the ballroom, Melon was receiving training from the rehabber. Chen Zhao watched from the sidelines for a while and realized that Melon was recovering quite well and should be able to return to the field soon. Chen, you're here. At this time, Melon noticed Chen Zhao on the side and asked, Brother Gua, judging by your appearance you should be back soon, right? Chen Zhao said with a smile. Who knows that Melon shook his head and said, which is not so fast. I can only do a little bit of simple movements now, and I'm still far away from getting on the field and playing. By the way, didn't you want to learn the back technique? Come on. Good. After briefly warming up, Chen Zhao stood across from Melon. Melon holding the ball back to Chen Zhao said, back body singles mainly look at the footsteps. Front turn back turn combined with different footsteps have different changes. This point you go to see Kobe's back body technology can be found. Actually, my back technique is more of a traditional technique, so you can try to defend me first. Good. Chen Zhao responded and assumed a defensive posture. Melon started dribbling and then slammed into Chen Zhao. Instantly, Chen Zhao felt a pain in his chest, which showed how powerful the Melon was. This is still the case when the Melon is injured. How horrible would it be if it was a fully healthy Melon? Just in the moment Chen Zhao froze, Melon suddenly made a forward turn and put the ball in with an easy jump shot. After the ball went in, Melon smiled and said, what did you realize about that shot just now? Chen Zhao did not answer directly, but instead recalled the actions that Melon had just made. After a moment's thought, he said, you just hit me hard. and then I felt myself bouncing off the floor, followed by a forward-turning jumper, and I tried to make up for it, but you finished the shot before I could follow you. Melon nodded and said, good analysis. Any idea why?
Chen Xiao shook his head in disbelief. It's because you're not strong enough to give me a chance to finish my jump shot.
Melon said, then what if my power is stronger than yours? Chen Xiao immediately asked.
Melon smiled and signaled the rehabber on the sidelines to pass the ball. After receiving the ball and continuing to turn his back to Chen Xiao,
he demonstrated and then explained.
Usually players with more strength than me don't have as fast feet as me,
so I would.
Melon did not finish his words, and then slammed toward Chen Xiao, and then turned forward to receive a big stride to complete the jump shot.
How about that? See any difference between my moves this time and the ones before?
Chen Xiao thought for a moment and said,
the first time I felt like I had a chance to cover you, but this time I feel like I can't cover you at all.
That's right, because after I confronted you, I made a big step toward the top line while turning forward,
which is to put distance between me and the defender, Melon said.
At this time, Chen Xiao opened his mouth again and asked,
Brother Gua, then what would you do if your opponent's strength is stronger than yours and his footwork is similar to yours? Facing Chen Xiao's question, Melon was not tired of speaking again. If that's the case, I'll add a fake move of shaking my shoulder toward the baseline before turning forward to induce the opponent to block the baseline before turning back to the top line to finish the shot. Hearing this, Chen Xiao sort of understood. There are so many variations in just one front turn, and if you add in a back turn,
there's ground he'll learn in just one backside single.
Then,
Melon passed the ball to Chen Xiao and said,
come on, you try to hit me on the back. Chen Xiao is not ambiguous. Take the ball and start back hitting Melon.
Chen Xiao learned the action of the melon just now and crashed backward, but after crashing a bit he found that the melon remained motionless. Instead he was almost bounced off. But Chen Xiao didn't care, but did a shoulder shake in the direction of the baseline as Melon had just taught him, then turned inside back to the top line to finish the jumper.
Not bad. You're learning fast, but you're not skilled enough. You need to practice harder and more often. Next, I'll talk you through the points of the back turn. With this practice, the two lost track of time and practiced until the afternoon assembly.
Chapter 78. The revolution has not yet succeeded,
and there is still work to be done. When Junior, Chandler, J.R.,
Old BB and others came to the training center, they happened to see the image of Chen Xiao and Melon in a single fight.
Chen Xiao back body singles Melon. A back turn false wobble points up Melon, and then calmly finished the shot. The basketball drilled down into the net. What is this? Chen and Cameron are going at it one-on-one? You ask me. Who do I ask? Then a few people hid and watched for a while longer, realizing that Chen had surprisingly blown up Melon with a backside solo. And of course they could see that Melon wasn't giving it his all. I go. Is Chen so bullish now? Even Cameron is not his opponent anymore. Junior said in surprise. You're stupid. Cameron obviously didn't give it his all. It looks like he hasn't fully recovered from his injuries. Chandler said. Old BB was the most senior of the few, and at the same time the most discerning. He could tell early on that Chen Xiao's back technique was vaguely Melon's shadow. It looked like these two weren't really fighting one-on-one. Instead it looked like Melon was instructing Chen Xiao in the technique of back body singles. Don't you two see? Cameron is pointing out Chen's back technique. With that, Old BB smiled and walked on. Cameron, you're not healed yet. Why don't you let me have a go at this kid? As Old BB came forward, Chen Xiao and Melon both realized that a few people had already arrived at the training hall at some point. Hearing Old BB say that, Melon also smiled slightly and said, okay, it just so happens that I'm a bit tired, so you can fight him. Come on, Chan, let's see how your back skills are. Old BB clapped his hands and stood across from Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao smiled and said, Mike, you'll see then. As soon as the words fell, Chen Xiao suddenly made a forward turn plus a big stride, instantly opening the distance between him and Old BB, and then finished the jump shot. Good job. I'm going to get serious down there. Come on then. Chen Xiao continued his back body singles. This time Chen Xiao slammed back hard, wanting to rely on his strength to knock out Old BB, but he misjudged Old BB's strength and didn't knock him off his feet. Chen Xiao then tried to use a fake move to fool Old BB, but Old BB was so refined that he completely saw through Chen Xiao's fake move. In the moment Chen Xiao turned around, he directly lunged up and gave it down before Chen Xiao could throw the ball out. How about it, kid? Convinced or not? Old BB asked with a smile as he looked at Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao didn't answer, but instead thought about what was wrong with his movements just now and why he was capped by Old BB. Seeing Chen Xiao's head bowed in deep thought, Old BB stepped forward and patted Chen Xiao's shoulder and said, in fact, there's no problem with your movements. It's just that I'm more experienced than you, and I've already thought of what you're going to do next while you were doing it. Chen Xiao looked up at Old BB, revealing a look of puzzlement. At this point, Old BB continued, Melon's back skills are indeed among the best in the league, but that doesn't mean it's right for you. You're not as tall as Melon, and you don't have the weight or strength of Melon.
so you're not going to be able to copy his back technique. You're going to have to learn to adapt it to make him your own. Of course, it's not something that can be melted down overnight. It takes time and constant refinement. If you really want to imitate, I suggest you learn Kobe's back technique. After all, you and Kobe are a little bit more similar in stature. As soon as old BB's words fell, Melon on the side also spoke up and said, Mike is right. Compared to my back technique, it's true that Kobe's back technique is more suitable for guards. Kobe's back technique? Yeah. Kobe's back technique is mainly in the use of footwork. You've learned my back technique now and already have the foundation to learn it will be quick. I'll take you to Kobe for advice when we're next in LA. Melon said, okay, thank you brother Gua, and thank you Mike. Chen Xiao thanked from the bottom of his heart. He could feel that both Melon and old BB were genuinely trying to help him. He himself must contend to grow up as quickly as possible. Well, why don't you get some rest? We're going to start team practice later. The afternoon team practice was just a simple tactical run, but D'Antoni designed a few separate plays for Chen Xiao. This can also be seen from the fact that Chen Xiao's position on the Knicks is becoming more and more important. After all, being able to have the head coach design tactics for him alone is usually something that only the core of the team and superstars get. After finishing the training, Chen Xiao wanted to continue practicing his back skills. Old Bibby, however, was pulling him into practicing his passing. At first Chen Xiao was puzzled. Does passing also need to be practiced? But according to old Bibby, a good point guard is only as good as the work in his hands. Same with point guards. Why are some called master passers while others are just point guards? There have been many great point guards throughout history, but few have been called master passers. Magic Johnson was one, Kidd was one, White Chocolate, Nash, Rondo, Paul, and the most dominant two-way guard since, James Harden. None of these guys are true pass rushers. Not to say that their passing is as god-awful as it could be, but it's absolutely breathtaking. Often seemingly impossible to complete the pass to their hands that is the 5 best ball level set. Chen, if you want to play the point guard well, then you have to improve your passing accuracy. Different passing maneuvers are needed at different times, and the same passing maneuvers used to pass to different people. Then, old BB demonstrated a few mistakes to Chen Xiao and explained, the easiest to master is the chest pass, but it's also the pass that's most susceptible to interference. Like our passes to the lineman, it's usually one of two types, the high-hanging pass and the grounding pass. That's when we have to judge the defender in front of us, and if the defender is shorter than us, we can use a high sling pass to the inside, or vice versa with a ground ball. When passing a strike, it is important to time and space the pass well, and especially to master the distance of the strike. You must have a ruler in your mind, and the point at which the ball hits the ground is very specific. This determines whether or not the receiver will be able to catch the ball comfortably. The only way a receiver can make a consistent play is if he's comfortable catching the ball, otherwise he needs time to adjust, and that way the opposing defense will react long before he does. Chen Xiao did not expect a pass to have so many doors. Seems like it's not that simple to be a good point guard. Trying to be a top two-way guard is even harder. The revolution has not yet succeeded. He still needs to work hard. Chapter 79, Fighting the Bobcats Again. I can't Mike. I'm so hungry, let's practice next time. From the end of the team's training, old BB pulled Chen Xiao into practicing until 9 o'clock in the evening. Chen Xiao, who hadn't eaten since noon and hadn't eaten at night, had long been starving. Being said so by Chen Xiao, old BB also felt a bit hungry and said, alright, let's stop here today. The two then went back to the locker room together to wash up before leaving the dugout together. Mike, why don't we go eat some together? Chen Xiao invited. To be honest, old BB was really nice to him, selflessly teaching Chen Xiao various techniques. Chen Xiao also wanted to give back to this cheap master of his, so he thought of taking him to eat authentic Dragon Country cuisine. Okay, what's for dinner? How's the Dragon Country food? Old BB laughed and agreed readily. When it comes to Longboa cuisine, it must be authentic to eat in Chinatown. So the two of them drove to Chinatown. Hiss, it's so hot and spicy. Old BB took a sharp gulp of water and said, Chen, are all your Dragon Country dishes this spicy? Chen Xiao smiled and explained, there are a total of 8 major cuisines in the Dragon Kingdom, which are Lu cuisine, Sichuan cuisine, Cantonese cuisine, Su cuisine, Min cuisine, Zhejiang cuisine, Hunan cuisine, and Hui cuisine. This hot pot we're eating now belongs to Sichuan cuisine, which is mainly spicy and sour. Chen Xiao's English is actually okay, but when it comes to this kind of terms unique to Longboa, he doesn't know how to translate, so he simply said it in Chinese, and he doesn't know if old BB understands it or not, but it looks like he doesn't understand it. But old BB was screaming about the spice, but he was eating it with gusto. After a hot pot meal, old BB fell in love with hot pot directly and said that next time he would also bring his family together to taste the Dragon cuisine. Back at the apartment, the night was silent. The next day, the Knicks hosted the Bobcats. The two teams just had a matchup at the same venue a few days ago, when the Knicks lost by a sorry 8 points. This time, the two teams meet again. The Knicks' whole team up and down the whole team are holding a breath, want to take the Bobcats at home with no shame. As it happens, the Knicks are currently in the midst of a winning streak, so there is a lot of momentum. Instead, the Bobcats are on a 2-game losing streak following their win over the Knicks. In another meeting, they want to end their losing streak at the Knicks. So, the game was very close at the start. Today, Chen Xiao was once again placed in the starting position by D'Antoni. The other 4 Knicks starters are Tyson Chandler, Jr., Shumpert and Bibby Sr. Shumpert was assigned to the small forward position, while Chen Xiao played the point guard position with Bibby Sr. as the primary point guard. Bibby, though cheap, still has a fighting chance against a young DJ Augustine. On the defensive end, Bibby really can't defend Augustine, but on the offensive end with Bibby's organization and tandem, the Knicks played very easily. Add to that the fact that the Knicks crowd had good hands today, and they quickly took control of the court. With just over 8 minutes to go in the first quarter, the Knicks had the ball. Bibby commanded Chen Xiao to come up for a block after he brought the ball across half-court. Under D'Antoni's tutelage, most of the Knicks' plays started on the block. Most often, though, it's a block between the 14s and 15s. A block between the 12s like this one is rarely used. This is because blocking between the 12s requires both guards to have strong three-point and ball-handling breakout skills. But this time Bibi did choose to let Chen Xiao come over to block. After Chen Xiao gave Bibi cover, he instinctively tried to make an air cut down the shun, but Bibi waved his hand at him and said, "Go back, don't come inside." By waving his hand like that, Bibi delayed his chance to pound the inside. The Bobcats' DJ Augustine and Gerald Henderson sacked Bibi. Faced with a double team, the old Bibi did not panic at all, and after seeing the opportunity, a background pass passed the ball into the hands of Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao didn't even react when he caught the ball and how it got to him. Being double-teamed, it's not easy to pass the ball out. Old Bibi actually played a background pass. The difficulty is not generally high. After Chen Xiao received the ball, there was no one in front of him, and he directly pulled up and threw. In the end, he didn't disappoint Bibi's trust in him. Chen Xiao's hand shot a three-point shot. As they retreated from the defense, the two celebrated with high fives. "Nice pitch. You're the one who made the good pass." The two men smiled grayly. Back to the Bobcats' offense. DJ Augustine has hit Bibi Sr. twice in a row before and succeeded both times. So this time, he still chose to single out old Bibi. Bibi knew he couldn't keep up with Augustine, so he deliberately took a small step back. It still didn't prevent Augustine from breaking through. After continuous crotch dribbling, Augustine suddenly took a step past Bibi and drove straight to the basket. Seeing that he was about to rush into the paint, Chen Xiao immediately abandoned his defender and charged towards Augustine. At the moment he jumped, Chen Xiao killed from the side and back. Directly a volley-style big hat slapped the ball out of the bottom line. The scene erupted into a chorus of gasps. "Chen, it's so cool, that's a dominating cover. Chen, handsome." Bibi also stepped forward and said, "Thanks." Chen Xiao knew what Bibi was thanking him for and said with a smile, "This is what I should do." The ball went out of the end zone and remained in Bobcats' possession. Except there were less than 6 seconds left before the 24-second offense ended. This means that plays are off the table and the Bobcats are likely for relying on individual players to finish off the offense. The Knicks are employing a man-to-man strategy. Inside, Chandler is the Knicks' big man inside, a defensive center in his own right, and this is the year he won Defensive Player of the Year. So there's no questioning his ability to protect the rim under the basket. Although Junior is a weak offensive guard, he is more nimble on his feet than a normal power forward, and his strength isn't bad either. So he does a pretty good job of assisting on this defense. Shumpert, needless to say, the typical 3D player. The Knicks initially chose him also because of his defense, and not to mention Chen Xiao, who relied on defense to get started. So, old Bibi becomes the biggest defensive hole of the 5 Knicks on the court. According to Chen Xiao's prediction, the probability is that the Bobcats will still give the ball to DJ Augustine to attack, and it will probably be fired from the outside. Chen Xiao had been watching DJ Augustine's movements when the Bobcats served the baseline ball. Sure enough, after using a teammate to cover him, he stayed to the bottom right side of the field. Chen Xiao once again abandoned his stare down on Gerald Henderson and lunged directly towards Augustine. When Augustine caught the ball and jumped up for a shot, a pair of big hands that covered the sky instantly sealed in front of his eyes. Chen Xiao finished off Augustine once again. At the sight of this scene, Madison Square Garden was instantly set ablaze. "Charge! Crush them! Chen! Good job!" After completing the cover, Chen Xiao grabbed the ball and saw that Junior had already darted toward the opponent's basket. Chen Xiao instinctively wanted to make a pass across the half-court, but thought of Bibi's instructions to him last night. Chen Xiao slightly turned around, using the inertia of the turn and the power of the waist to drive the arm and then drive the wrist and fingers.
the basketball instantly as if a cannonball with a strong rotation toward the front court. Holy, that pass. When Xiao Si saw Chen Zhao's pass, he couldn't help but spit out a sentence, and his feet accelerated once again, chasing after the basketball's landing spot. Chapter 80 Shocking the 5-win streak. Xiao Si and Chen Zhao have been teammates for some time now, and have an understanding of Chen Zhao's passing characteristics and passing routes. Generally speaking, this kind of wide range of passes across the half-court, Chen Zhao's passes did not have enough power. He always had to gather a little speed when he was coming off the fast break and wait until the ball flew over to him to receive it before he could impact the opposing team's basket. But this time is different. Chen Zhao passed this ball extremely fast, and the landing point is also very backward. Xiao Si accelerated the speed to catch up with the ball. By the time Junior received the ball, do not even need to dribble again. Directly pull up, complete the tomahawk split. Madison Square Garden Arena instantly lit up. There was a mountainous version of cheering. With the momentum up, the Knicks not only played at their own pace on the offensive end, they were more aggressive on the defensive end. Even Junior gave a couple of great blocks. On the flip side, the Bobcats couldn't defend on the defensive end and were in a scoring drought on the offensive end. Even though Bobcats head coach Paul Sellers called a timely timeout, nothing was happening. In the first quarter alone, the Bobcats trailed by 10 points. After coming into the second quarter, the Knicks went to the bench on their side, and the Bobcats, led by Kemba Walker, chipped away at the deficit little by little. But when the Knicks starters came back, the spread was once again wide open. By the second half, although the Bobcats kept mounting comebacks, the Knicks were playing like crazy. In the third quarter alone, the Knicks made 7 3-pointers in one quarter, and Chen Zhao contributed 4 3-pointers alone. After 3 quarters of play, the Knicks were up by as much as 22 points, 78-56. The team had a big lead and Chen Zhao's individual stats were quite impressive. 16 points, 8 assists, 2 rebounds, 2 steals and 1 block, 2 assists shy of a double-double. So in the fourth quarter, D'Antoni put Chen Zhao on the court for a few more minutes, letting Chen Zhao brush his stats up to a double-double before replacing him. In the end, Chen Zhao was off the court with 18 points, 10 assists, 2 rebounds, 2 steals and 1 block. When Chen Zhao came off the field, the fans at the scene all gave him the biggest standing ovation. After entering garbage time, the Bobcats instead played more reasonable on their side and the deficit was gradually reduced. Unfortunately, by this time it was too late. In the end, the Knicks picked up another home win, 91-87, and improved their winning streak to 3 straight games. From a 4-game losing streak to a 3-game winning streak, D'Antoni is kind of relieved. If the team keeps losing, he, as the head coach, is definitely to blame. After playing the Bobcats, the Knicks will have a day off and continue at home against the Philadelphia 76ers. Since Iverson left the 76ers, the 76ers' record has been deteriorating. No longer the glory of the year. Granted, they've made the playoffs on occasion, but they've all been playoff round-trippers. They tried desperately to develop Iguodala to be the new team centerpiece, but Iguodala's character is not suited to be a team leader. He's more suited to be the team's second or even third man. After several years of validation, 76ers management realized this, so this year they gave the team's coaching staff an ultimatum. If the team's results don't pick up this season, they will rebuild the team next summer. Under pressure from the team's brass, the 76ers started the new season with a 6-game winning streak and are currently second in the East with a 7-2 record, behind the Heat's 8-1 mark. By all rights, against such a strong team, this game should be very close. But when the game started, the 76ers players were noticeably off their game. Lack of mental focus, slow feet and short throws. Doesn't look like the second best team in the East by any stretch of the imagination. It also has a lot to do with the schedule arranged by the NBA League. Prior to this game between the 76ers and Knicks, the 76ers had played a back-to-back. This is a back-to-back game for them, which means that today's game is the third game on the third consecutive day for the 76ers. So it was a game that the Knicks took with little effort to win. After collecting 4 straight wins, the Knicks moved to 6-4 and moved into 5th place in the East. During the winning streak, the team has had a great atmosphere. Meanwhile, Chen Zhao was in a good mood. The team's winning streak has also rewarded him handsomely. Currently he had saved 15 attribute points and the system had once again issued a temporary quest. As long as he can lead his team to 5 consecutive wins, he will receive an additional 10 attribute points. It would be nice to get a triple-double in the next game while the team wins. Chen Zhao roughly calculated that by adding up all the attribute points, he would be able to gain at least 25 attribute points. And if he was lucky then it would be 30 points or even more. Together with the 15 points already in his hand, he had 40 to 50 attribute points at once. This could be a direct point to league superstar level if added directly to the same attribute. If you add in defense and shooting, you can even pull right up to a full 100 attribute points. Chen Zhao felt excited just thinking about it, and his heart was even more combative. But were things really as good as Chun Xiao thought? Rice time, December 1st. The Knicks welcome the Memphis Grizzlies for a back-to-back road game. Prior to the game, the Knicks officially announced that Carmelo Anthony will be back for this game. This is very exciting for Knicks fans, who have had some ups and downs in the time that Mellon has been out, but they just recently went on a 4-game winning streak. Now that Mellon is back, the Knicks are bound to take it to the next level. Moreover, today is still facing the Western Conference underdog Grizzlies, who seem to have been able to see the Knicks get their 5th straight win even though the game hasn't even started yet. Since Gasol was traded by the Grizzlies to the Lakers, the Grizzlies have been on a rebuilding path, but they were luckier than the Pistons and only took about 2 years to complete their rebuild. Last season, they even beat the Spurs with their GDP combo in the first round of the playoffs to advance to the Western Conference semifinals. They battled a young Thunder team for 7 games before falling to the Western Conference semifinals by a score of 3-4. Despite the series loss, the Grizzlies brass feel their rebuild is complete and they are bound to go further this season. But the reality of the start of the new season gave them a head start. Zach Randolph, the Black Bear of the Black and White, suffered a serious injury in the 4th game of the new season and was carted off on the spot. Because of Randolph's injury, the Grizzlies' record is in tatters, and they recently suffered a 3-game losing streak. Today we meet the Knicks, who have been on a hot streak lately, and it looks like the losing streak is about to add another game to the list. The good news, though, is that this game is the 2nd game of a back-to-back for the Knicks, and they have the advantage in terms of physicality. Chapter 81, Renewed Conflict. The game started at 8 p.m. Chen Xiao had to return to the bench again due to Mellon's return from injury. The starters D'Antoni sent out today were point guard, Mike Bibby, point guard, Iman Shumpert, small forward, Cameron Anthony, power forward, Amare Stoudemire, center, Tyson Chandler. The Grizzlies, on the other hand, are sending out their side. Point guard, Mike Conley, point guard, Tony Allen, small forward, Rudy, power forward, Maurice Spites, center, Marc Gasol. The game begins with a jump ball in the center circle. Marc Gasol powers Tyson Chandler to help the Grizzlies gain possession. Marc Gasol is the biological brother of Lakers Pau Gasol. Unlike his older brother, Pau Gasol, younger brother Marc Gasol is bigger and stronger and more dominant around the basket. After the Grizzlies got possession of the ball, Mike Conley dribbled the ball across half-court and was immediately greeted by Old Bibby. Born in 1978, Bibby has been 33 years old this year. This age in the league at best called a veteran. From the retirement is actually too early, but after going through 3 teams last season, Bibby actually entertained the idea of retiring. As for this man, once the heart grows old, the body follows. In the last few games, he could clearly feel that he was not as good as he used to be in every aspect, so it's easy to get by your opponent when you're facing a young Conley. If this was a few years ago, not to mention the breakaway, Bibby would never have let him have such an easy time. After passing Bibby, Conley drove straight to the basket and, after drawing a rebound, passed to assist Marc Gasol to help the Grizzlies open the scoring and pick up the first goal of the game. 2 o'clock. After the possession switch, Bibby controlled the ball past half-court before handing it off to Mellon. After receiving the ball, Mellon took a smooth back turn and accelerated past Rudy toward the basket. Marc Gasol saw this and sealed it right up. By this time, Chandler's side was empty, and as long as Mellon passed the ball over, Chandler could score an easy dunk, but Mellon chose to go hard on himself. After confronting Marc Gasol in the air, Mellon chose to hit the boards, but there was no control over the effort, and the ball bounced back to the basket and fell. Marc Gasol stepped back to grab the rebound in the backcourt and gave the ball to Conley. The Grizzlies are playing at a very slow pace on offense due to the presence of Marc Gasol, a big center. Unless there's one of those particularly good counter-attacking opportunities, they'll just play it safe and cross half-court and then move into position. Turn back. Marc Gasol hangs a cover on Conley, who breaks out and distributes to Rudy, who is buried at the baseline, and the latter takes a 3-point shot with a raised hand. 5 o'clock. The Grizzlies opened the game with a straight-up 5-0 run, but the Knicks didn't call a timeout on their end. After all, the game had only just begun, and D'Antoni decided to watch and observe again. The Knicks continued their offense. Still a single from Mellon. Mellon received the ball outside the 3-point line, and after the triple threat test, dribbled 2 steps and directly combined the ball for a 3-point shot. It's Mellon's signature move, only it's a snappy move that just doesn't get the ball in. Good thing Chandler grabbed the offensive rebound and scored on a second chance basket. 5:2. As evidenced by the fact that Mellon missed 2 consecutive one-timers on the offensive end of the floor, he's not quite back to form. This is definitely good news for the Grizzlies. Possession switched again. After the Grizzlies fell into position, Conley put the ball in Marc Gasol's hands. Marc Gasol scored a basket and a single on Chandler to make it 7-2. Back in the game, Mellon, who had missed 2 straight shots, continued to ask for the ball. Old Bibby passed the ball after a moment's hesitation. There's no way around it. Who made Mellon the team leader? Besides, Melon has just returned from injury and really needs to play more to find his touch. But sadly,
the ball remained out of the Sweetener's reach.
And Chandler couldn't grab a frontcourt rebound this time either. Grizzlies offense.
Marc Gasol continued to one-up Chandler before drawing a sack and dishing the ball out wide for Tony Allen to hit another three-pointer.
10:2. That's when D'Antoni finally sat down and hurriedly called a timeout.
After the crowd returned to the bench,
D'Antoni directly said to Melon,
"Cameron, you come off the court and rest for a while.
Chun, you go." Apparently D'Antoni was very unhappy with Melon's performance on the court. In fact,
the reason why the Knicks have been able to play better and better during the time that Melon has been injured is because the Knicks have found their way back to winning games before.
A great point guard anchors D'Antoni's running game. The starters let Mike Bibby carry the play for a while. And if Bibby doesn't play well, let Chen Xiao come in and play HC. Then let Lin play with the bench for a while, bridging the transition as it were. But when Melon came back, he completely disrupted D'Antoni's tactical system. For D'Antoni,
a great point guard is an important factor in maintaining his system. And without such an organizer, his running game will struggle to perform at a high level. Now that such a point guard has been found,
and there are two of them,
but these two are not compatible with the team's star,
which makes it very difficult for D'Antoni. But the idea of the Knicks brass is to pursue superstars and let them drive the Knicks market. That's what led to last season's trade for Anthony and Billups.
Plus they brought in Tyson Chandler this season,
which in itself is a very significant role in building a team-wide defense. It's safe to say that the Knicks brass did a great job with the draw, but they missed one thing. It's the players they think are good that aren't the right players for this Knicks team. Or in other words, the player they think is a good fit for the Knicks is not the player D'Antoni needs. This was a mistake in team-building philosophy by management and the head coach. Tyson Chandler can really help the Knicks on the defensive end,
but he doesn't offer much on the offensive end, which leads to the need for someone to step up on the backline. The Knicks have lost a couple of games before because of a lack of firepower on the backline, and the few games that were won were almost always taken because a couple of guards played well.
Back to this game.
Melon how did not expect. He just played only a few minutes only.
D'Antoni to replace himself. You know, he's the centerpiece of the team, the boss of this Knicks team. If he had an injury, was replaced. Even if
he is now a return from injury, do not let him on the field to find the state, but to hold him on the bench.
Melon on the spot will not do. But Melon also did not impulse to the spot and D'Antoni angry. After all, this is in the game site. So many fans and reporters watching.
It wouldn't look good for himself if he got caught on camera or something.
So, without looking back, Melon headed for the players' tunnel, leaving the crowd with an intriguing back. Chapter 82, Knicks suffer sixth straight loss. Internal turmoil. Where is Carmelo Anthony going with this?
As Melon made his way to the players' tunnel,
the live cameras quickly captured the footage.
The hearts of the fans at the venue suddenly tightened.
Had Melon not recovered from his injury?
The two commentators in the Penguin live room were also confused.
Here, what's Melon doing back in the locker room? It's not another injury, is it? Coven said. Didn't see Melon get injured. And it doesn't look like he's injured looking at the way he walks. Su Kun analyzed.
Just wait, maybe the injury report will come out in a little while.
Knicks bench.
Chen Xiao's heart thumped as he looked at Melon's distant back. He had thought the relationship between Melon and D'Antoni had eased as the team's record got better, but the clash of playing styles remains unresolved. It can't be said that anyone is right or wrong, only that the two people don't have the same philosophy. Melon is gone, but the game still goes on. Chen Xiao and JR replace Melon and BB on the court. Sure enough, once the two were on the field, the effect was immediate. The run-and-gun system that D'Antoni wanted played out, and even the score was quickly tied. But the Grizzlies adjusted in time, and they just played positional and inside. Let the two linemen, Marc Gasol and Maurice Spites,
play on the block. Then let Marc Gasol go and eat Jr. For this, despite his nimble footwork, Jr.
was no match at all for Marc Gasol in terms of strength and was hit with a couple of straights.
On the Knicks side,
they couldn't get inside and had to rely on their outside touch to barely keep the score alive.
But there's always a time when the hand thing doesn't work, and as the Grizzlies upped the intensity of their defense, the Knicks outsides began to fail to attack. Soon, the Grizzlies once again pulled away from the deficit. After the first quarter, the Grizzlies outscored the Knicks by 9 points, 28-19. In the second quarter, after both sides entered the rotation, the Grizzlies' side of the offensive firepower although dropped only 21 points, but their defensive intensity did not drop. Once again, they limited the Knicks to under 20 points throughout the second quarter, holding them to just 19 points. By the end of the first half, the Grizzlies had taken an 11-point lead, 49-38. The 38 points scored in the first half was completely unacceptable for the Knicks, who have a lot of offensive firepower. If there was any blame to be placed on Melon at the start, he was the one who destroyed the previous Knicks system. But with the Knicks still not being able to rebound after Melon was subbed out of the game, and instead losing more, It can no longer be Melon's responsibility. While they can still use the excuse that it's the second game of a back-to-back, the fans aren't buying it at all. The Knicks fans in the booth have begun to ask questions about why Melon isn't allowed to play, because Melon's injury report didn't come out, and combined with the footage of Melon leaving the field just now, it didn't look like an injury at all. Melon called the team's general manager and owner directly after returning to the locker room to indict D'Antoni to each of them. So, at halftime, back in the locker room, D'Antoni got a call from the team's owner and general manager. The only thing the two said was to put Melon in for the second half. Melon finally came back as the second half of the game began, just when Knicks fans thought Melon would lead the Knicks back to the lead. But once again the Knicks let the fans down. During the first quarter, Melon went 0 for 3 from the field, came back in the third quarter, though the hitting percentage improved, going 6 of 8, including a three-pointer. But in the entire third quarter, the Knicks only scored a total of 14 points as a team. That means that Melon alone scored 11 points in the third quarter, while everyone else combined scored only 3 points. Melon is playing cool, others are not, because on the offensive end, it's all about Melon getting the ball, and he only passes when he can't make a shot. This leads to others not having time to handle the ball at all, and often the offense is running out of time even after they receive the ball, and they have to rush their shots. The Grizzlies, on the other hand, had multiple points on their side, outscoring the Knicks 26-14 in a single quarter. By the end of the third quarter, the score had come to 75-52, a full 23-point lead. It's safe to say that the game is over, and indeed it was, as the entire fourth quarter was reduced to garbage time. In the fourth quarter, Chen Xiao was once again in the lineup and launched a comeback with Lin, but with so many losses in front of them, the Knicks ended up losing on the road, 83-94, ending their 4-game winning streak. The Knicks were exposed to a lot of problems after this game. Many critics and media outlets have also realized the problems the Knicks have. And, also starting with this game, the Knicks began a 6-game losing streak. The record also went from 6-4 to 6-10, and even the standings dropped from 4th in the East right down to 10th in the East. The fallout was not only unacceptable to the fans, but even to the Knicks brass. To make matters worse, Melon never got his form back, but he took up too many shots. That's a key factor in why the Knicks are on a 6-game losing streak. While there has been a lot of blaming of Melon on the internet, more fans feel that it is head coach D'Antoni who is to blame. After all, at this point, Melon was still the most recognized scoring player in the league. And D'Antoni? The most you can get out of it is only 1 coach of the year and 3 coach of the months. And, for the second year in a row since he's been coaching the Knicks, he hasn't led his team to the playoffs and has a negative record. It wasn't until last year, after the Knicks traded for Melon, that the team made the playoffs, but they were swept out of the playoffs in the first round by the Celtics 4-0. The Celtics are sitting on a trio of Kevin Garnett, Paul Pierce and Ray Allen, but the Knicks also have Melon, Jr., and Billups. They haven't won a single game in the entire series, which makes no sense. Plus the team is now in another 6-game losing streak period, counting the previous 4-game losing streak in the past. Calls for D'Antoni's ouster are getting louder, and the team star is pressuring management to trade the ball away from the team if D'Antoni doesn't step down. Chen Xiao of course knows that the Knicks are now facing a difficult situation, and he knows very well that this cannot be solved by changing the coach. Even with a new coach, they need to gel. By the time the grind is over, the season is fearfully coming to a close. Moreover, Chen Xiao is more worried about getting a new coach and whether he can still get the trust of the new coach. If the new coach doesn't matter to him, I'm afraid he won't get those bonuses in his contract. Of course, Chen Xiao then worried about useless. In the Knicks team he simply has little right to speak, but also cannot influence the decision of the team management. Chapter 83 Knicks refused to lose 7 in a row in 3 games against Bobcats. Just as the outside messages were roiling, the Knicks had their third meeting with the Bobcats. This is a crucial game for the Knicks, as a loss would put them on a 7-game losing streak. For D'Antoni personally, this game is also a win or a loss. Once he loses, then he might actually have to roll with the punches. Today, D'Antoni still fielded a more conventional starting lineup. Bibby, Shumpert, Melon, Jr., and Chandler. On the Bobcat side, the starting lineup has changed considerably from the previous 2 meetings. Kemba Walker was put in the starting lineup due to an injury to DJ Augustine. Likewise, Byron Mullins became the starting center in place of Daya. Both the Knicks and Bobcats are currently on losing streaks, and today's win will determine who can end the streak. So the game started off with both teams playing hard. After the opening kickoff, Chandler helped the Knicks gain possession of the ball on first down. After Bibby brought the ball across half-court, as usual, he looked for Melon, but the Bobcats side went straight up for the sack, and Melon hesitated or threw the ball away. Bibby got the ball and reorganized the offense. He had Chandler come up for a block and then burst into the lane to split the ball to Chandler down the line.
The latter received a great pass from Bibby and scored an easy dunk to help the Knicks score the first 2 points. Back came Kemba Walker to power Bibby mid-range as well. Knicks offense round. Bibby brought the ball across half-court before handing it off to Mellon once again. But the Bobcats today is determined to lock up Mellon this point. After all, the Knicks the first few games of the ball other people play is not good. Only Mellon a person can score. So in their opinion, if they can pinch Mellon at this point, then the probability is that they can take this game today. In fact, and just as they planned before the game, the Knicks tried to hit Mellon on this point after the opening tip, but because their defense made Mellon extremely uncomfortable. After a few missed shots, Mellon could only pass the ball. While Mellon had an off day, one of the Knicks starters blew up. That would be Tyson Chandler. This little outburst from Chandler was something the Bobcats never expected. After all, Chandler wasn't the strength of the Knicks offense in the previous 2 meetings. Plus, Chandler isn't a great offensive player himself, but he just exploded today. Chandler contributed 6 of the Knicks' first 10 points. This was caused not only by Chandler's great form today, but also by Bibby's ability to always get the ball to where Chandler was most comfortable at the perfect time. The main reason, of course, is because it wasn't Daya who was matched up against Chandler, but rather Bobcats' third-year junior Byron Mullins. Against Chandler, the 22-year-old was outplayed by Chandler on both offense and defense. Granted, Chandler had a vastly unexpected day, but he's not the type of player who can dominate a game. So the Bobcats didn't panic and played as they had prepared before the game. In the first quarter, it ended with the Knicks leading the Bobcats, 26-23. For the time being, the score was ahead, which would have been a happy thing, but the Knicks weren't happy at all. On the contrary, on the Bobcat side, even though the score was temporarily behind, the players had smiles on their faces one after another. It was all because Knicks star Carmelo Anthony didn't score a single point in the first quarter. Tactically today, D'Antoni has accommodated Mellon to play the position, but Mellon's performance made his accommodation pointless. During the intermission, without waiting for D'Antoni to change, Mellon volunteered to come off the court to rest for a while. If it was a normal day Mellon would never say that, but today was different. Not scoring a single point in the first quarter has left Mellon a bit down. Even begin to wonder if you're wrong about yourself? D'Antoni started the second quarter with a straight 5-on-5. Chen Xiao and Lin are paired in the backcourt with JR and Landry Fields on the front line and Jared Jeffries at center. Since this lineup had several ball handling points and offensive firepower from the outside as well, it only took 4 minutes of play for the Knicks to pull away from the deficit. The Bobcats had no choice but to switch to the starting lineup again. At this time, D'Antoni also shifted his troops, replacing Mellon, Jr., as well as Chandler, leaving Chen Xiao and JR behind. It's safe to say that this lineup is the Knicks' strongest one yet, with a very balanced offense and defense. The crowd had thought that Mellon had rested for a few minutes off the court and would soon find his touch when he returned to the court again, but they were wrong. Mellon came back with another iron streak, and the Bobcats went on an 8-0 run down the stretch to push the deficit to 5 points. D'Antoni took one look at the situation and immediately replaced Mellon again. Once Mellon was off the court, the Knicks were instantly better on the offensive end. When the game resumed, it was Knicks' possession. Chen Xiao carefully controlled the ball across the half-court, and Kemba Walker immediately defended. It wasn't the first time the two had fought, and Chen Xiao still had a certain understanding of Kemba Walker. Compared to the Wizards' wall, Kemba Walker is limited by his height, so he's more offensively oriented and limited defensively. That being said, Kemba Walker's entire career is also a history of tragedy. He gave his best years to the Bobcats, but the Bobcats, and later the Hornets, didn't offer him a decent max contract after his contract expired. Of course, Kemba Walker's later choice to leave the Hornets had something to do with the Hornets' record. It's safe to say that the Bobcats have been the underdogs in the league the vast majority of the time since the team was built. But after leaving the Hornets, Kemba Walker's career was in upheaval and he eventually had to fade out of the NBA to play in the EuroLeague. Seeing Chen Xiao dribbling over, Kemba Walker didn't make the first steal. Chen Xiao waved toward Chandler to come up and block. Chandler scored a lot of goals today, which made him very happy, so when Chen Xiao summoned him, he immediately ran over to block for him. After the block, Chandler immediately went down, but on Chen Xiao's side, he used this block from Chandler to immediately move a step across to the left, finish collecting the ball while moving across the field and then take a direct shot. What? That's a vote? Chandler thought to himself, to you to block, you do not pass the ball, even if, but also directly on the shot. I have not yet reached the basket. However, this was not a shot by Chen Xiao, but a pass. Indeed, Chen Xiao's shooting motion confused everyone, including Chandler, but this one was a great pass from a ball leader. After seeing Chen Xiao take a shot, everyone was ready to grab the rebound, but Chandler suddenly realized that the ball seemed like he could catch it with a slight reach. Chapter 84, Changes in Chen Xiao's passing. Clunk. After receiving a wonderful pass from Chen Xiao, Chandler completed a drop dunk. Nice shot.
that was a beautiful pass. Next bench, the old BB saw Chen Zhao's this pass. Directly after the excitement on the sidelines waved a towel. That shot fooled even him. But this ball is still a bit risky, and I have to say that Chen Zhao's guts are really big enough. Chen, you almost even fooled me with that pass. Immediately after Chandler's dunk, he ran over and extended his hand as he spoke. Chen Zhao smiled and reached out to give him a high five. How do you feel about the pass you just took? Fantastic, just fantastic. Chen, and pass me a few more balls like that, Chandler said with a smile. All centers like to play with a guard who can pass, and the same goes for Chandler. Before, the Knicks only had one guard who could pass the ball, Bibby, and now there was another one, Chen Zhao, and Chandler felt like he was going to pass out from happiness. Hearing Chandler's reply, Chen Zhao's expression froze, then revealed a bitter smile. One clearly wanted to ask him how the pass was going and if he needed to tweak it a bit more. This Chandler guy is good, and praises him all the time. Fine, Chen Zhao loves to hear this compliment anyway. Tyson, give me a few more cover blocks in a while, Chen Zhao said. No problem. Chandler obliged and ran back to his side of the basket. The ball was converted and the Bobcats immediately went on offense. Kemba Walkley used his own speed to break through Chen Zhao's defense before hitting a mid-range sharp stop jumper. It has to be said that Kemba Walker's offensive ability is really strong, and when he wants to score, Chen Zhao can't really defend him a little bit. But the Knicks are still ahead on the scoreboard, and getting a goal by Kemba Walker isn't much of a problem. The Knicks launched another offense. Chen Zhao dribbled across the half-court and again called for Chandler to come up and block. Currently, Chen Zhao's ability to break through one-on-one singles is not very strong, and he can only rely on his teammates blocking to break through head-on. However, this ball, Chen Zhao neither burst into the interior, nor chose to pass to Chandler, but directly dribbled a step outside the three-point line dry pull-out. Kemba Walker was firmly blocked by Chandler, simply cannot pounce on the layup. Can only watch Chen Zhao throw this shot. The basketball drew a parabola in the air before drilling directly into the net. For the current Chen Zhao, such a three-point shot is basically 9 out of 10, just like drinking water to take orders. After that shot, the score on the court came to 42-32, and the Bobcats had fallen behind by 10 points. This is not a good sign for the Bobcats. If Chandler alone can't beat the Bobcats, but if you add another Chen Zhao, that's not necessarily the case. After all, Chen Zhao had a record of hitting consecutive three-pointers before. That's a spread that could be opened up in a heartbeat if he's allowed to make a shot. With the basketball back in the Bobcats' hands, Kemba Walker would have liked to break through Chen Zhao once again to complete a mid-range shot, but the thought that even if the shot goes in, it's only 2 points, while Chen Zhao hitting a three-pointer is 3 points. It's not cost-effective in any way, so Kemba Walker tried to get a three back as well, but Chen Zhao is a whole lot taller than Kemba Walker, and defending him from shooting is just like playing. Kemba Walker abandoning the break for a shot is tantamount to self-defeating. So, after trying for a while without a good shot angle, Kemba Walker once again broke through Chen Zhao's defense and charged towards the free throw line. But by this time, the Knicks' co-defense had long since arrived, so Kemba Walker had to pass the ball to Henderson, who was receiving at the 45-degree corner on the left side. Henderson took a direct shot from the three-point line after the catch and returned the favor with a three-pointer from his hand. Henderson comes from Rice's top basketball school, Duke University, and has exceptional athleticism and arm strength, which makes him a good defensive player. But don't let that discount his scoring ability. The three is not his strong suit, but he has some three-point ability. The man wasn't exactly well known in the NBA, after all. He only played 8 seasons in the NBA before announcing his retirement due to injury. One thing about him, however, is very impressive. It was in the middle of a game with the Pacers when Henderson was playing for the 76ers. The game was late in the fourth quarter when Henderson suddenly raised his left arm and hit George hard in the jaw with his left elbow while breaking through George with the ball. George fell to the ground in response immediately after being hit. At that time, the referee called a second-degree malicious foul on Henderson, and because of that malicious foul, Henderson was also fined 25,000 meters by the league. The main reason why Chen Zhao remembers this is because Paul George, the victim, also ended up being fined 25,000 meters of knife. Henderson drained the three to bring the deficit back to single digits. Knicks offense. Chen Zhao dribbled to the front court. This time Kemba Walker directly posted up to not let Chen Zhao have the opportunity to block with Chandler. Kemba Walker went up for the ball very fiercely. Chen Zhao had no choice but to collect the ball. Chen Zhao didn't rush the ball, but observed his teammates run. At this time, Junior came over to receive the ball, and Chen Zhao passed the ball to Junior. He then immediately ran in the direction of Junior. Xiao saw this and immediately blocked Kemba Walker with his own body, and passed the ball back to Chen Zhao again with his hand. After Chen Zhao got the ball, he went straight towards the basket without saying a word. Chen Zhao's speed is not fast, but at this time he has already started speed. Kemba Walker was delayed by Junior, and then want to catch up is already too late. not to mention that if he went after Chen Xiao, the point of Xiao Si would be missed. Thus, Kemba Walker gave up on going after Chen Xiao. After Chen Xiao burst into the interior on his side, Byron Mullins and Derek Brown came over to pin him down one by one. Seeing this situation, Chen Xiao reacted quickly. Immediately a change of direction toward the upper line dribbled a step, and then his right hand threw the ball. Chandler, behind Byron Mullins, suddenly leapt high into the air to receive the pass and then dunked it hard to complete the aerial catch. Nice shot, good pass. Chen Xiao and Chandler both smiled and high-fived in celebration. On this one, the Bobcats' defense had done its job, but the Knicks' matchups were more subtle. From Xiaoxi being a man for Chen Xiao to Chen Xiao's pass to Chandler after the break, the matchups were just right. When Chen Xiao comes on, he not only scores individually, but also drives his teammates to score. The Knicks' entire offense has become incredibly fluid. Seeing how fluid the Knicks' offense was, the Bobcats had to call a timeout to respond. However, after coming back from the timeout, Chen Xiao was really held down at this point, but Chen Xiao started to give the ball to JR for singles. Chapter 85, JR out for season. Knicks add insult to injury. Just when JR was killing it, who knew that accidents just happen? JR was on a breakaway with the ball when he was suddenly fouled by Henderson in a vicious foul, and JR immediately fell to the ground. Chen Xiao just wanted to go up to help JR, but it turned out that JR was lying on the ground moaning in pain. Seeing this scene, Chen Xiao only had one thought in his mind. Bad. JR shouldn't be injured. However, that's when Junior shrugged it off and was about to go up and do battle with Henderson. It's a good thing Chandler had a hold of Junior to keep things from escalating further. The referees had already blown a foul on Henderson when JR went down, and seeing that JR was slow to get up, the three referees on the court immediately gathered at the technical table to check the replay. Meanwhile, the Knicks team doctor quickly came on the court and first checked JR's injury. Upon feeling JR's ribs, JR burst into another wail. At the same time, JR's face turned white at a speed visible to the naked eye. The team doctor frowned. It looks like a broken rib, but we don't know how many at this point. Hearing the team doctor's words, Chen Xiao's face suddenly changed as he thought in his mind. This Henderson's hand is really hard, even cracked JR's ribs. This time JR is estimated to be unable to come back without 3 or 4 months. With that, JR was carried off the field on a stretcher. At this point, the referee's side has come to a conclusion. After watching a replay of the game, it was clear that Henderson had a vicious elbow strike. The referee on the spot immediately upgraded this foul by Henderson to a second-degree malicious foul, and Henderson was immediately ejected from the game. With JR out with an injury, Mellon is back on the court. After the game resumed, Nichols executed 2 free throws. Mellon went to the free throw line. I have to say, Mellon's hand today is really bad. Even free throws can be missed. First penalty, missed. On the second free throw, Mellon adjusted his breathing and then took the shot. The basketball drew a parabola through the air before hitting the front of the rim and stumbling into the net. Mellon finally got his first points of the game. After 2 free throws, it was still Knicks' possession. Chen Xiao caught the ball and tried to give it to Mellon, but Mellon waved his hand signaling Chen Xiao to play by himself. Just off the court, Mellon also figured out that he didn't need to waste any more chances with his poor hand today. Seeing that Mellon does not want the ball, Chen Xiao let Chandler come out to play blocking. Chen Xiao used the block to impact the interior, attracting the Bobcats' defense, and then split the ball to Mellon. At this point, Mellon is located near the free throw line. Such a mid-range for Mellon is no difficulty. But today, Mellon doesn't know what kind of medicine he's taking. He just can't shoot. The rebound was collected by Byron Mullins and the Bobcats fought back. During the replay, Chen Xiao deliberately walked over to Mellon and said, "Mellon is fine. I'll return the ball to you in a while, but I think you have to play a little bit to the inside." Mellon nodded to show she understood. That's when Kemba Walker took advantage of the Knicks' lack of foothold and scored a backdoor driving layup. After coming back, Chen shouted what he said he would do and still passed the ball to Mellon. Mellon catches the ball and in one smooth backward turn shakes off the defender and heads for the lane. But today the Bobcats did really quite a good job of defending Mellon. And at the same time that Mellon turned around, Byron Mullins was already blocking Mellon's body, not giving him any room to take a shot at all. With no choice but to pass the ball to Chandler under the basket. Mellon had no choice but to pass the ball to Chandler under the basket. Chandler really played his ass off today, arguably the most painful game he's played since joining the Knicks. Chandler received an assist from Sugarloaf and made a foul shot at the basket. It is also from this ball. Mellon began to reduce their own shots. However, in the field as a blue collar, do his usual how to do the dirty work. What with the assists, rebounds, and steals, it's a snap. With the change in Mellon, the Knicks offense is flowing again. Chen Xiao in particular became more of a fish out of water. And after Mellon started organizing, he was under a lot less pressure. He can put more energy into the offense. After Mellon held the ball and attracted a sack, Mellon would split the ball to Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao didn't disappoint Melon's trust, and basically capitalized on the vast majority of open opportunities. The first half ended with the Knicks taking a 10-point lead, 52-42, into the second half of the game. Halftime.
The Knicks crowd had just returned to the locker room when they received news of J.R. Smith's latest injury report. J.R. has a broken third, fourth, fifth, and third rib on his left side. It's at least a 3-month hiatus, if not 4. The NBA regular season is just over 5 months full, and the new season is currently over a month old. That means by the time J.R. returns from his injury, the regular season will be almost over, maybe even in the playoffs. In that case, J.R. is really no different than being out for the season. Inside Penguin Lev, Kovan and Yang Yi also received news from the front. The two were also saddened to see J.R. Smith break 3 ribs. The Knicks have been in turmoil lately, and now they've injured a major player, which is like adding insult to injury for the Knicks. Yang Yi even said, "I'm afraid the Knicks this season is difficult, even if the fluke into the playoffs is estimated to be a round trip." A plate of Kofan heard this, immediately mentioned Yang Yi to find complimentary road. Yang Yi teacher, look at you say this. The new season has just started not long, although the Knicks' early record is not good, but who knows, the back can catch up it. Now say this will not be a little too early. Yang Yi shook his head and continued, "It's not early at all. In fact, some of the words are not me being alarmist. The Knicks aren't as strong as they are on paper, and why that's so is because their systems aren't compatible. I believe fans who have watched the Knicks games have noticed one thing. When Melon is not there, the Knicks are winning more and losing less, while when Melon is there instead, they are losing more and winning less. What does this reflect? Knicks star Carmelo Anthony and head coach Mike D'Antoni's playbook are not compatible. So you're saying you want to change coaches?" Kovan asked. Yang Yi nodded and said, "Change, definitely have to change. Not to change the coach, will have to change the Melon. But the Knicks are not likely to let go of the Melon, so D'Antoni is definitely to be fired." At this point, Kovan asked again, "Although the news is full of news out there, but D'Antoni has not been fired yet. You know the Knicks are now 6 consecutive losses." Yang Yi laughed and said, "Watch, D'Antoni will be fired by the Knicks this season." Chapter 86. Knicks end losing streak with big win over Bobcats. The Knicks crowd's concern right now isn't whether D'Antoni will be fired, but how to beat the Bobcats. "Tyson, you shouldn't have pulled me just now. You should have let me up that asshole." Upon hearing that J.R. was out for the season, Junior snarled at Chandler with an angry look on his face. The others, while each one of them was also filled with righteous indignation, were not as violent as Junior. D'Antoni took it all in, and he was pleased that the crowd reacted the way they did. It represents the fact that this Knicks are slowly becoming a real team. "Remember this emotion you're in right now, and play me dead in the second half," D'Antoni said. Then he began to set up the tactics for the second half. "Cameron, you had a bad hand today, but you played well in the second half of the second quarter, and you continue to play like that in the second half, and don't show any mercy if your hand warms up," D'Antoni said to Melon. Melon also knew that he was not in shape today, and that this was not the time to get into trouble with D'Antoni, so he nodded. After that, D'Antoni looked at Chun Xiao and Junior, and said, "In the second half, if Cameron's touch doesn't pick up, you two will have to take on the scoring load." "Don't worry, coach," Chen Xiao said seriously. Soon, the second half of the game began. The Knicks are holding their breath, and they have to beat up on the Bobcats. Junior, in particular, was relentless in his approach. Not only did they frequently wreak havoc on the Bobcats zone on the offensive end, but they also became more aggressive on the defensive end. But Melon's touch is still bad. Chen Xiao tried to give Melon a few passes, still did not put the ball into. During a return to defense, Melon took the initiative to say to Chen Xiao, "Chen, you don't need to pass me the ball in a while. You can just play by yourself." At those words, Chen Xiao looked at the Melon in a wrong way. Was this still the Melon he knew? But anyway, after Melon handed off the ball, the Knicks played a furious offense. It went on a straight 10-0 run to open the gap to over 20 points in one fell swoop. Only the Bobcats' comeback came quickly as well, led by Kemba Walker, and the Bobcats returned the favor by making it 5-0. The two teams then traded goals and the coaches of both teams made frequent substitutions and moves, but the Knicks always maintained a double-digit lead or more. By the end of the third quarter, the score on the court was 73-57, with the Knicks leading by more than 16 points. With a lead of so many points, the Knicks starters had plenty of time to rest, but the bench was missing Jair, a key scoring point, and the score was quickly eroded a little by the Bobcats. By the 8+ minute mark of the fourth quarter, the deficit was pushed back to single digits as the Bobcats' Derek Brown scored another 2+1. D'Antoni took a big swing and sent in the starting lineup again. Chen Xiao and the others rejoined the ring, ready to close the match. The Knicks exploded today, with the exception of Melon alone, but the Bobcats continued their defensive strategy from the first 3 quarters, sacking Melon, which allowed others to have more opportunities. Melon's hands are not working, but his breakout is still sharp. Melon had the ball at the top of the arc and burst into the 3-second zone, where he was immediately sacked by the Bobcats. As per the past, Melon might have topped the man and gone up. This time, however, he chose to distribute the ball to Chen Xiao, who was ambushed in the bottom corner. Chen Xiao caught the ball and then got his hands up for a 3-point play. The next turn, or Chen Xiao, with the help of Xiao's cover, from the bottom corner of the pocket out again to receive the Melon's assist, in the right bottom corner and scored a 3-pointer. 2 consecutive 3-pointers brought the lead back to double digits in an instant. Back in the game, Chen Xiao was once again instrumental on the defensive end, blocking Kemba Walker's shot and assisting Junior on the fast break to finish the rebound with a dunk. After the return of the main force, the Knicks instantly hit a wave of 8 o'clock offensive climax, completely doused the Bobcats' hopes of a comeback. After a few more minutes of play, when the deficit was once again back above 20 points, the Bobcats finally called a timeout to replace their starters. Seeing the Bobcats go down to their starters, D'Antoni's side followed suit. In the end, the Knicks outscored the Bobcats 111-78 on the road, ending their own 6-game losing streak while gifting the Bobcats a 5-game losing streak. For the campaign, Chen Xiao played all 38 minutes and had a comprehensive stat line of 20 points, 10 assists, 3 rebounds, 2 steals and 1 block. The game also marked the third career double-double for Chen Xiao. Melon played 30 minutes, going 0-for-10 from the field and scoring just 1 point on free throws, but he grabbed 11 rebounds and had 4 assists. Chandler was the biggest contributor to the Knicks' win today, scoring 20 points on 9 of 10 shooting from the field and grabbing 17 rebounds, including 8 from the front court alone. On the Bobcat side, Kemba Walker scored a game-high 22 points to go along with 5 rebounds and 2 assists and 2 caps, but again he had a game-high 4 turnovers. Derek Brown and Gerald Henderson both contributed 15 points. Despite ending a 6-game losing streak, the Knicks crowd didn't look happy. Aside from JR being out for the season, the main thing is that their next game is another back-to-back, and it was against the Cleveland Cavaliers, led by new first-round pick Kyrie Irving. Since LeBron James left the Cavaliers have been on a rebuilding path, but they were very lucky to get the first pick after only 1 season of swinging for the fences, and completed the initial rebuild by taking Kyrie Irving from basketball's top school, Duke, with the first pick in the first round. And it set the stage for James to return to the Cavaliers afterward. After finishing their game with the Bobcats, the entire Knicks team traveled overnight to Cleveland. After getting off the plane, D'Antoni suddenly received a call from the team's general manager, Glenn Ward. "Dear Coach Mike, first of all, congratulations on leading your team to a big win." D'Antoni was about to thank Glenn Ward, who knew that the other party suddenly changed his words and continued, "But I have to remind you of one thing. The owner is not happy with the team's current record. If you can't get your team's record up to the top 4 in the East by the All-Star break, then you're going to be resigned." "I see." With that, D'Antoni hung up. The people of Rice are more direct in the way they speak, and are not as subtle as the people of Dragonland. But there is an upside to this. At least D'Antoni knows he has a chance. For D'Antoni, the Knicks management is still more recognized, or else they wouldn't have hired him as the team's head coach in the first place. It's just that, given the choice between D'Antoni and Melon, they would choose the latter without hesitation. Chapter 87 Back-to-Back, Battle of the Knights, Cleveland, Quicken Loans Center Dome. The ballpark has been depressed for a season because of James' departure. The Quicken Loans Center has come back to life this season with the arrival of Irving. Fans were in the dugout early before the game even started. Many fans wore Irving's number 2 jersey. In their opinion, Irving will lead the Cavaliers to accomplish James' unfinished goal of winning the damn championship. This match is still quite interesting because of Owen and Chen Xiao. That's why both ESPN and TNT are carrying the game live in full meter. At the same time, the 2 CCTV and Penguin and the Dragon Kingdom also sent their own live broadcast teams. On the TNT side, it's still the golden pairing of Kenny Smith and Charles Barkley as the commentators. On the side of the Dragon's CCTV, director Zhang was invited to be the commentator, along with the host, Mr. Yu Jia. For Penguin Sports, fans are familiar with Kovan and Su Kun as commentators. Inside Penguin Live, after a wave of opening commercials, Kovan started the conversation first. "Mr. Suchuan, what do you think is the point of this game?" Su Kun smiled and said, "I think the only point of interest in this game is the battle between the 2 rookies, Owen and our Chen Xiao. Who is better? These 2 people are currently the existence of the top 2 rankings in this class of rookies. Owen first, Chen Xiao second, and these 2 people are also the same position or playing the no. 1 position. This one as long as Chen Xiao debut, then the 2 are bound to be able to face each other. Indeed, the head-to-head match between Chen Xiao and Owen is really interesting to watch, and we didn't think at the beginning of the season that Chen Xiao would be able to rank among the top 2 rookies." Co-fan said, "This is thanks to the Knicks and Coach D'Antoni. It is they who gave Chen Xiao enough playing time to play. Of course this is inseparable from Chen Xiao's own efforts. But this has good and bad. Although the Knicks gave Chen Xiao enough playing time to let him grow as soon as possible. But the Knicks this team are not very good. The recent gossip I believe we all know. D'Antoni definitely have to go. But once D'Antoni left to come a new coach, Chen Xiao can still be reused, this we do not know. And I think Chen Xiao is not suitable for the Knicks this team. Hearing Su Kun's words, Kevin immediately picked up. Oh, so Mr. Su Kun thinks Chen Xiao is suitable for that team? In fact, Chen Xiao can go to that team at this stage. But I think Chen Xiao must go to a team that can compete for the championship afterward. Not like Big Yao to end up on a team, Su Kun said. In fact, back then, Big Yao had the opportunity to join forces with Kobe, but Big Yao rejected Kobe and the Lakers, just because it was the Rockets who picked him, and he chose to stay with the Rockets in order to repay the favor. If he had chosen to join the Lakers that year, where would Paul Gasol have anything to do? Maybe the Lakers would have gotten another three-peat a long time ago. Instead of picking up on that topic, Kovan chatted back to the match. Actually, besides the matchup between Chen Xiao and Owen, there is another point of interest in this match, Kofan said. Oh, what to see? Su Kun asked curiously. I think everyone still remembers the last bet between Yang Yi and Barkley from Rice. Barkley hasn't honored it until now. I wonder if there's any possibility of honoring it tonight, Kofan said with a smile. Impossible, right? The scene lead donkey over. The Cavaliers also did not agree. Su Kun said with a smile. Just as the two were flirting with Barkley, the game on the floor had officially begun. Since Chen Xiao played well in the last game, D'Antoni put him in the starting position again this time. The remaining four starters are the same as always. Chandler, Jr., Mellon, and Shumpert. On the Cavaliers side, the starters were Irving, Anthony Parker, Anton Jameson, Omri Caspi and Anderson Vallejo. Both teams jumped on the ball in the center circle and Chandler helped the Knicks get the ball on first down. After Chen Xiao brought the ball across the half-court, he handed the ball to Anthony at the first time. Chen Xiao thought of the last Mellon in the offensive end performance slump. This one is not still so low. As it turned out, he was the one who took it for granted. Mellon gets the ball. Signature backside 1-2. The action is fluid. After the basketball traced a wonderful arc in the air, it flew straight through the basket and landed precisely in Vallejo's hands. When Chen Xiao saw this scene, he directly froze. What the hell? This one was simply even more outrageous than the last one, with Sugarplum throwing a straight up over the bridge. But Mellon was hitting the ball okay during pre-game warm-ups. It was too late to think about it, and the Knights were already on offense. Irving comes to the three-point line with the ball. Vallejo mentions the high post for a curl and Irving passes the ball to him. On the sidelines, the TNT commentary booth, Barkley's mind was filled with doubt when he saw Irving come up without offense. Irving actually passed the ball. It doesn't look like he has a strong desire to play offense today. In addition to the first debut, Irving's individual scores only single digits. After the game Irving's scores are all double digit, and even many games Irving's scores are the highest on the team. As you can see, Irving has become the number one scoring point on the Cavaliers. However, today Irving came out and passed the ball with no intention of trying to run his own offense at all. Chen Xiao does not attack even if, after all, the boss of the Knicks is Mellon. But Irving does not attack will not be able to say. To know that the Cavaliers are using him as the core of the team to develop. It's only the first round. Maybe the Cavaliers have some new tactics? Said Kenny Smith from the sidelines. Keep watching the game. Vallejo, a player known as the Brazilian movie star, played in the NBA for many years, practiced all the martial arts, which is most famous for the fall of the man, a touch on the lay of the exquisite technology. What Vallejo does best is not offense or defense, but foul shooting. He once made 99 offensive fouls in a single season and still holds the record for that. Although fans remember Vallejo because of his movie star level fake wrestling acting, but cannot be ignored is that Vallejo can be from the second round of the 30th place reverse into the team's first. His own strength is still there. On the offensive end, he can play the high post and eat pies at the basket, and on the defensive end, he can defend the rim. As it was, Vallejo took the ball in the high post and saw Omri Caspi make a reverse run and cut to the basket, where he immediately faked a shot and passed the ball to Caspi under the basket. The latter hit an easy shot under the basket to open the scoring for the Cavaliers. Granted, Vallejo plays dirty, but there is no denying that he plays with his head. That's why so many players and coaches love and hate him. Love him because he's a teammate. Hate him why he's not my teammate. Chapter 88, Against Irving. This is what the first place finisher is made of. Come the Knicks' offensive round. After Chen Xiao controlled the ball past the half-court, he thought about whether to pass the ball to Mellon for another try. But Mellon didn't even want the ball and ran straight to the end zone. With no other choice, Chen Xiao could only choose to fight on his own. Coming. Chen Xiao is preparing to attack on his own. This is the first head-to-head matchup between Chen Xiao and first-place finisher Owen.
Kovan screamed in excitement during the Penguin broadcast. This game means a lot to Chen Xiao. As long as he can be even with Owen, not only will his value increase dramatically, even his status within the team will also increase. Su Kun said, "It's true that a second-round pick is going to have a fight with a first-rounder in a game. And the point is that the first-rounder isn't a waterboy. In this way, Chen Xiao's popularity would absolutely skyrocket." At this moment, Chen Xiao on the field was thinking the same thing. While he admits that he's not as good as Irving at this stage, he still wants to challenge this year's first-round pick. Chen Xiao began to dribble the ball. Owen put up a defensive stance, but how to look at it is not very serious. Chen Xiao felt that he seemed to be belittled. Directly a crotch dribble to receive the body before the change of direction want to break through from the left side of the Irving. Chen Xiao's speed was not fast, so it was reasonable to say that Owen was fully capable of reacting in time. However, he did nothing and allowed Chen Xiao to pass him over so easily. This scene, not only the fans and commentators at the scene were dumbfounded, even Chen Xiao, the person involved, felt a little unbelievable. This is a little too easy. Just now, Chen Xiao had already thought about what to do next after being defended by Owen, but he didn't expect to actually come in so easily. In fact, it would have to be Owen himself who was most surprised. In his heart, he felt that Chen Xiao's offense wasn't very good, which was a preconceived idea. After all, Chen Xiao is a yellow man. To his knowledge there are not many yellow men who can play the ball well, and he also watched the Knicks' previous game video. Chen Xiao's way of scoring is mostly catching the ball after the outside shooting. Seldom see a scene of him holding the ball breakthrough. This caused him to create a cognitive misunderstanding of Chen Xiao. Of course, it can't be said that Owen is wrong to think this way. Chen Xiao did rarely break through in his previous games, and that's because his own breakthroughs aren't very strong. But, after the Knicks' big win over the Bobcats in the last game, Chen Xiao finally harvested an attribute point. Together with the attribute points he had saved from before, Chen Xiao brainstormed all of them on breakthrough, making his breakout a league average 65 points in one fell swoop. It's not quite as signature as his 3, but it's something to hold. With all the coincidences, Chen Xiao was able to break through Owen successfully. But, although Chen Xiao broke through Irving's defense, Vallejo's complementary defense was timely. Seeing Vallejo pouncing out, Chen Xiao would smile and take 2 points with a sharp stop jumper in front of Vallejo. The score came to a 2-2 tie. In this round, Owen was sort of teased by Chen Xiao in a small way. Irving felt furious that he had been ragged raw by a second-round pick and had taken points over his head. Turning back, he signaled the others to pull away as he was going to single-handedly beat Chen Xiao. At the sight of this, Barkley on the sidelines began to groan. Kyrie is serious. He's going to single Chan. I think Chan is going to be in danger. Kenny Smith gave Barkley a disgusted look and said, "Didn't you just lose a bet last time because of Chen? Why are you still so unmemorable? Speaking of bets, when are you going to kiss the donkey's ass?" Barkley's brow furrowed. It was a real pot calling the kettle black. Seeing Owen, though, Barkley had a heart attack and turned to Kenny Smith. "Kenny, why don't we make another bet?" "What's the bet?" "Let's just bet on which one of these two blows up this fight," Barkley said, pointing to Chen Xiao and Irving who were having a one-on-one match on the court. At that, Kenny Smith frowned. Although he was optimistic about Chen Xiao, he had to say that Owen's strength was stronger than Chen Xiao's, and this was a surefire losing game, so he wasn't going to fall for it. So Kenny Smith said with disdain, "To bet, it's okay, you have to finish the last unfulfilled bet first." Barkley did not expect Kenny Smith to say this, and immediately dared not speak. "What's wrong? Got a problem?" Kenny Smith said aggressively with a smirk on his face. "Humph, you wimped out." Barkley grunted and turned his head towards the match to stop talking to Kenny Smith. At this time, the players of the two teams on the court had all pulled away, leaving the space on the court for Chen Xiao and Owen. Owen's center of gravity lowered and the basketball rhythmically went back and forth in his hands while Owen's eyes held a murderous aura in them. Just as Chen Xiao looked into Owen's eyes, Owen suddenly started. Without waiting for Chen Xiao to react, the Owen in front of him had already disappeared. The next moment, there was a clunk behind him. Chen Xiao didn't need to turn around to know that Irving had burst into the lane to finish the dunk. Fast. It's just too fast. Owen's speed was off the charts, and in just a split second's time he was passed by Owen. If it wasn't for the slow-motion replay on the scene, I'm afraid Chen Xiao wouldn't even know how he was passed by Owen. Seeing the replay on the big screen at the scene, Chen Xiao realized that Owen was just a simple change of direction when he passed him, and then pranced over. Owen's first step was just too quick, and so was the subsequent acceleration. Is this the strength of the top student? Courtside, Barkley was instantly excited to see Owen cleanly pass Chen Xiao. "See, Kenny, did you see that? That's the power of a first-teamer. Against Kyrie, Chen, he's off the charts." When Owen returned to the defense, he passed by Chen Xiao, did not even look at Chen Xiao, and walked straight away. Originally, he thought Chen Xiao had some strength, but he didn't expect it to be just that. The wariness that had just been ignited was instantly doused again. Instead, it was Chen Xiao who ignited a fighting spirit. Nick's offense. Chen Xiao dribbled across the half-court and once again took on Irving. At the moment Owen's eyes changed back to their previous contemptuous look. Seeing how disdainful Irving looked, Chen Xiao directly raised his hand and shot from a distance of 1 step outside the three-point line without saying a word. "Chan, what's with the pitch? Is he out of his mind?" Barkley growled in displeasure. There were also many exclamations from the Dragon fans in the Penguin broadcast room. "It's over. Chen Xiao is being stimulated on by Owen. Chen Xiao, wake up. But don't throw blindly. Give the ball to Melon. Let him attack. Why do I feel like I'm going to lose this game?" "No need to feel. This game, the Knicks are going to lose." Chapter 89. Undeterred by the top scorer, Chen Xiao opens the game with 8 points in a row. Bang! Chen Xiao throws a confident shot and misses. Fans in the booth began to sputter. Chen Xiao threw this ball too casually. It's totally unreasonable for him to play like this. It looks like Chen Xiao is really on top of his game and is throwing it around again. In fact, at the moment of the shot, Chen Xiao himself already knew that the ball could not go in. After all, he's only a 63.3-point shooter, far from a 100-point shooter. Coupled with the fact that the strike was too far away, it was only natural for it to miss. But Chen Xiao did not take a hit because of it. The rebound was collected by the Cavaliers. Owen carried the ball to organize the attack, and Chen Xiao was dead in front of him. This time, though, instead of attacking himself, Irving passed the ball out. It's as if after that round just now, Owen has no desire to attack again. Vallejo missed a one-timer on Chandler under the basket and Jr. collected the rebound. The Knicks are back on offense. Chen Xiao once again controlled the ball across the half-court. Irving still stood inside the three-point line waiting for Chen Xiao. Maybe he thought Chen Xiao wouldn't dare to shoot another three after he just missed the three-point shot, but Chen Xiao went for it. In the same position, Chen Xiao made another super long three-point shot. If Chen Xiao's first throw could be explained by the fact that he wanted to play a surprise, but this second time was just head iron. What's the matter with Chen Xiao? Knowing that he can't throw it in, he still wants to throw it. He doesn't want to win. I feel like Chen Xiao is trying too hard to prove himself. No matter what, Chen Xiao just voted. At this moment, the fans at the scene as well as the fans in the live broadcast room were all gazing at the basketball flying in the air. The basketball traced a perfect arc in the air afterward. Swish, an arrow through the heart. The basketball should go into the net. 5:4. The same position, the same way. Chen Xiao told Owen with a no-nonsense super long three. "If you dare to put me, I can score to show you." This was Chen Xiao's letter of war to Owen. Owen feels it, so he's going to start getting serious. For Chen Xiao, who possessed memories of his latter days, this year was actually a very good opportunity. The first is that the Knicks will have a large number of injuries on the team and then will go through a coaching staff change. So, this year has been tumultuous for the Knicks, which has led to them not doing too well in their original history. If Chen Xiao could seize this opportunity, he might be able to gain favor with the management. Of course, the premise is to make the Knicks management see Chen Xiao's potential. This matchup against the Cavaliers is a great opportunity to perform against the first-place finisher, Irving. Irving's offensive ability is unquestionable. If Chen Xiao can play with Irving on the offensive end of the back and forth, this is a rare opportunity to make a name for himself. Previously, Chen Xiao positioned himself to start from defense, and then little by little to improve the three-point ability. First grow into an outstanding 3D player. At that time, Chen Xiao was faced with the problem of survival. Now that he's signed with the Knicks, it's time for him to think about how to sit in the starting lineup or even become the centerpiece of the team. Currently, the Knicks can only be considered monocore, which means there is only one core, the Melon. Once Melon is limited or has a bad hand, it's going to be very hard for the Knicks to win unless a lot of guys step up like they did in the last game. It was Chandler and Chen Xiao who stepped up last game, but you can't expect Chandler to play like that every game. Then he wouldn't be Chandler. Originally, the Knicks is the small C as the second core, but Chen Xiao is very clear that the small C has begun to go downhill, and then suffered injuries have been over the peak period. Unfortunately, he's not a superstar and doesn't have a voice on the team to change management's mind. The only way he can do that is to put up lights-out numbers on the field and show the fans and management that he has potential in him. Of course, as to whether or not it could be done, it all depended on Chen Xiao himself. After this goal was scored, Owen really took Chen Xiao as an opponent for the first time. The ball is back in the Cavaliers' hands. Irving dribbled to start the offense. This time Chen Xiao from the backcourt to lead the defense of Irving. He's going to show Owen with his actions that even if I can't defend you, you're not going to be able to get past me easily. Owen's ball handling skills are more than a notch better than Chen Xiao's. And even though Chen Xiao's defense is good, Owen dribbles across the half-court without any danger. As soon as he crossed the half-court, Owen immediately increased his speed and prepared to pass Chen Xiao.
Although Chen Zhao's speed was not as good as Owen's, Chen Zhao's defensive awareness was good enough to make up for the speed disadvantage. So in the face of Chen Zhao's dead busy winding, Irving could only choose to pass the ball after several unsuccessful attempts to break through. However, the movement of Owen's pass was accurately predicted by Chen Zhao, who directly sliced the ball. After Chen Zhao snatched the ball, Irving immediately in situ counterstrike, although did not break the ball successfully, but also prevented the Knicks launched a fast break. But even then, the ball remained in the hands of the Knicks. Although Owen is very powerful and is still this year's top pick, he is just a rookie just like Chen Zhao. Owen will need constant polishing before he can metamorphose into O'Shea. Chen Zhao dribbles the ball, controlling the pace. After crossing the halfway point, Chen Zhao stretched out his left hand to signal a play. The few rounds that were seen were all attacked by Chen Zhao, and it was time to pass the ball to his teammates for them to attack. It's not just a matter of being human, it's also that it's physically draining for him to keep attacking. Junior asked for position near the 3-second area, and Chen Zhao immediately hoisted the ball to Junior for a backhand. Although Junior made a back turn past his defender, he also crashed headfirst into Vallejo's arms. Vallejo goes down to the ground and the referee's whistle sounds. Junior was still there happy, thinking he had made a foul. Unbeknownst to him, the referee was about to blow an offensive foul on him. Perhaps Chen Zhao was the only one in the entire stadium who knew how the referee would blow the ball. Blue 1. Offensive foul. After the referee signaled an offensive foul on Junior, Junior was straight up happy. That's a foul on him? It's a good thing that the game has only just begun and Junior has only committed his first foul, plus offensive fouls are not counted in the team's cumulative fouls. Possession switched again. Irving continued to push with the ball, coming behind the 3 and pounding the lane for a score with the help of Vallejo's cover. 5:6. The Knights rallied to take the lead. Back in the game, Chen Zhao played a block with Melon, and then passed the ball to Melon with a hand pass. I also wonder if the Cavaliers studied the last Knicks Bobcats game, where the Cavaliers adopted the same sack strategy against Melon. The Cavaliers sacked Melon whenever he had the ball. This made Melon very upset, but that's exactly why he let Chen Zhao off the hook for this. Melon immediately returned the ball to the open Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao was about to make a jump shot immediately after receiving the ball. At that moment, Owen suddenly pounced from one side. Chen Zhao's 3-pointers he counted before he had learned. Such an open opportunity certainly cannot be given. However, just as he jumped together, he saw the smile on Chen Zhao's face. Crap! Owen knew he'd been tricked. Chen Zhao shook off Owen with a shooting fake, and didn't wait for Owen to land. Chen Zhao directly pulled up to make a jump shot. Swish! Another 3 points. 8:6. Just over a minute into the game, Chen Zhao scored 2 3-pointers to make it an 8-point game. Chapter 90. Pressure from the movie star. Nice shot, Chen. Well done. Knicks teammates came forward to celebrate with Chen Zhao with high fives, and at the same moment, there was a chorus of boos. Damn it, how is this Dragon Nation so accurate? Carey, bust him, he's nothing but a second-round pick. Carey, give him a break. Don't let this Dragon Nation get too cocky. The other side. Inside the Penguin Sports broadcast booth, the comments on the pop-up screen had changed from spitting on Chen Zhao to clear praise. Say nothing more. Chen Zhao, you're awesome. Chen Zhao is going against the odds. Although they were scored 8 points in a row by Chen Zhao, it was still acceptable for the Knights. The Cavaliers continued their offense, being scored 2 threes in a row by Chen Zhao over his head. Owen finally began to be a little bit unable to resist going to the head, only to see him left and right. All kinds of dazzling dribble. Began to constantly use all kinds of methods want to break through Chen Zhao. But Chen Zhao was not moved firmly in front of his body. But Vallejo's appearance made all of Chen Zhao's previous efforts come to naught. Irving, with the help of Vallejo's block, drifted out from the 3-point line after pulling away from Chen Zhao for a certain length. The difficulty of this 3 points was nothing less than Chen Zhao's previous super long 3 points. However, Irving is such that the more difficult the shot the more he is able to make it. 8:9. The Knights rallied to go up by 1. With Irving sinking this difficult 3-pointer, the fans at the scene burst into a mountain of cheers. You're not the only one who can shoot threes. When returning to defense, Owen deliberately passed by Chen Zhao's side and rushed him. Looking at Owen's distant back, Chen Zhao smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth, thinking that this is the Owen he knows. That's it. Almost 6+ minutes into the first quarter, the Knicks were 14-18, temporarily trailing the Cavaliers by 4 points. After Chen Zhao opened the game with 8 straight points, Chen Zhao put more energy into the organization. Similarly, after Chen Zhao didn't attack much, Owen's side lost the desire to attack and started to deliver shells for his teammates. Melon's touch was still poor today, but it was much better than it was in the last game against the Bobcats. After missing his first few shots, Melon also changed his strategy and instead of blindly shooting from the outside, he went inside more to create kills. But strangely enough, Junior went out of his mind today and fired off a lot of shots from the outside. Then,
the more he couldn't shoot, the more he wanted to shoot, wasting a lot of Chun Zhao's assists. Of course, the Cavaliers aren't much better. Aside from Irving, everyone else had average hands. So, the latter part of the first quarter became an irony show for both teams. The Knicks shot iron on their side of the court, and in return the Cavaliers hit iron once. A good matchup battle hardens into a defensive battle. The problem is that both teams are also average in terms of defensive intensity. Well, the game went into the second quarter and both teams sent out their substitutes. The fans on the scene thought that the substitutes should be better. That had thought that the substitutes of the two teams were even more ironic. At one point the field was so chaotic it looked like two elementary school teams were playing. The field looked lively, with players on both sides of the ball running around the field playfully. But in reality, both teams just purely and simply folded, not scoring a single goal. Although neither team was scoring, the Knights were the ones in the lead and they were in no hurry at all. Instead, D'Antoni called a timeout straight away on the Knicks side because they were the ones trailing. Knicks bench, looking at the crowd sweating like a pig and looking exhausted. D'Antoni also knows very well that this kind of back-to-back matches require a lot of physical fitness from the players. But the atmosphere in the team has not been a good one lately, accumulating a winning streak to stabilize the team's atmosphere. The Knicks themselves aren't very good. They're only middle of the pack in the league, I guess. And the Cavaliers aren't nearly as strong as the Knicks because they just completed a rebuild. So if the Knicks can't even win against this kind of opponent, who else can they win against? Listen everyone, you guys are doing a great job on defense, but our problem right now is that we can't score on our own, so try to play inside, D'Antoni said to the crowd. The closer you get to the basket, the easier it is to score, and that's been true for ages. When you don't have the touch from the outside, you have to take a shot inside instead of just shooting from the outside and waiting for the touch to come back. When the game resumed, the Knicks switched to partnering Chandler with Chen Xiao and Lin in an attempt to get the two of them to pass the ball inside. Sure enough, this change worked very well. Chandler, who didn't score in the first quarter, scored 8 points in a row in the lane to make the score 32-29 and managed to overtake the score after Chen Xiao and Lin took turns to feed the cake. However, that's when Cavaliers head coach Byron Scott perfectly neutralized the Knicks' comeback with just one substitution. After Vallejo again on the field, facing Chandler's offense, as soon as Chandler touched him, he immediately fell down. The referee blew Chandler 3 times in a row with the ball collision. Directly to Chandler will not be whole. The offensive fouls are not counted in the team-wide accumulation of fouls, but he will be counted in the personal fouls. Once the number of personal fouls reaches 6, the player is immediately ejected from the game. Now Chandler has accumulated 4 fouls on him before the second quarter is even over. D'Antoni took one look at what was going on and immediately benched Chandler as a way to protect him. It's safe to say that Chandler, who carries 4 fouls, definitely won't be back in the first half, or even the third quarter for that matter. See Chandler off the court. This time Chen Xiao reacted to why today's game shows will always float in the outside shooting. Dead not into the interior. The original he was afraid of this Chen Xiao had to sigh. It was still Xiao Si who was smart, but it's not good for the Knicks if he floats outside and doesn't play inside. This in turn will allow the Cavaliers to keep expanding their defense. And if you're not coming in anyway, then I'll just punt outside and be done with it. Besides, the Knicks' main offense is the outside three-pointer. The ball is back in the Cavaliers' hands. Owen controlled the ball across the half-court. Chen Xiao spread his hands wide and kept a step or so away from Owen. He's more wary of Irving's breaks and not so much of Irving's outside shooting instead. He himself was a little taller than Irving, and at this distance Irving was confident he could pounce in time if he were to shoot a 3. Also at this distance, if Irving were to break through, he'd be able to react in time. Unfortunately, instead of attacking the ball himself, Irving passed it inside to Vallejo. Now that Chandler is going down and the Knicks have Junior, all alone inside, he's even more reckless. A small hook under the basket scored, 32-31. The Knights are down by just 1 point. The Knicks were still ahead on the scoreboard, but a 1-point deficit equaled nothing. Not to mention, with the Cavaliers starting back, the momentum has come to the Cavaliers' side. Chapter 91, the Knicks' third scoring point. At this point, the Knicks have to have someone step up and score, and that person, without a doubt, is Mellon. As the team leader, Mellon has to step up at this point. The Knicks are well aware of this, and Mellon understands that he has to step up. Again, the Cavaliers are well aware that the Knicks will definitely give the ball to Mellon. So, their defense against Mellon has gone up another notch. Even when Mellon doesn't have the ball in his hands, he always has 2 Cavaliers players around him. And once Mellon got the ball, he was instantly surrounded by 3 Cavs players. It's too hard. The Knicks are going to lose at this rate. Inside the CCTV broadcast room, Yu Jia couldn't help but shake his head and sigh when he saw the scene. A side of Zhang Gai hurriedly said, "This time the whole world knows that the Knicks need someone to come forward to score, that this person is 100% Mellon." So the Cavaliers at this time on the Mellon to do a targeted defense, coupled with Mellon today's poor hand, can only say that now the Knicks are very passive. Meanwhile, inside the Penguin Sports broadcast room, the two of them, Kofan and Sukun, were discussing the same topic. What does Mr. Sugarman think the Knicks are going to do at the moment? Kovan asked. Sukun organized the language and said, there is no doubt that the Knicks need someone to stand out to score. According to the theory that this is the team leader should do the work, but Melon is currently subjected to the Cavaliers' strict defense, coupled with the fact that he would have had a poor hand, so he cannot count on it. Here, Sukun paused and continued, the team boss can't count on it, so you have to count on the second in command. So who is the second in command for the Knicks? I think it's Junior, so I think Junior should step up and share the burden on Melon. The game continues on the field. Melon's side didn't have a good chance for a couple of rounds, and instead the Cavaliers capitalized on the counterattack. The Knights rallied with 2 straight fast breaks to instantly put the game out of reach. 32-36. The Knicks were down by another 4 points. The ball came into the hands of the Knicks. Lin dribbled the ball across half-court, and this time Lin didn't pass the ball to Melon, but instead passed it to Junior. However, what Lin and the crowd didn't expect was for Junior to receive the ball and then draw directly from mid-range without saying a word. Of course, Junior's choice of shot made sense. After all, he didn't have any Cavaliers defenders in front of him, but the thing is, he'd given up 5 straight pitches before that. Moreover, the Cavaliers only have Vallejo under the basket. Junior, if he impacts the interior, even if he doesn't hit it, he can still make a foul. However, Junior just chose to shoot, clearly intimidated by Vallejo and not wanting to repeat Chandler's mistake. The results are also obvious. Drew's shot went off the rim and was collected by Vallejo for the rebound. It was his 9th rebound of the game. Hey, Junior didn't capitalize on that shot. Seeing Junior miss his shot, Kovan said with a long sigh, that's all the more reason for Junior to play to the basket at this point, but it looks like Junior is afraid to go up against Vallejo. At this time, a side of Sukun said, it looks like the Knicks cannot count on the small C. Now the Knicks must have other people to come forward to score to do. Otherwise I am afraid that this game will have to come to an end. D'Antoni on the sidelines is well aware of this. With both Melon and Junior unable to score, there has to be a third scoring option. In the past this third scoring point has been JR. However, JR is out for the season. Back on the floor, the Cavaliers' Crosby received an assist from Irving and hit another 3. 32-39. The spread was stretched to 7 points. Next round, Lin controlled the ball across the half-court, and he didn't make any more easy passes. At this point, Lin played the no-1 position, and Chen Xiao went to play the no-2 position. Therefore, the defender in front of Chen Xiao is no longer Irving, but Anthony Parker of the Cavaliers. Anthony Parker was not well known in the NBA and at one point had to travel to the EuroLeague to play until 2006 when he returned to the NBA as a free agent. Moreover, he is already 36 years old this year, and his ability to decline very seriously. So when facing Anthony Parker's defense, Chen Xiao didn't have as much pressure. Chen Xiao desperately made a ball less run down the field. When Anthony suddenly gave Chen Xiao a ball less cover, the Cavaliers defenders thought that Melon was trying to use the cover to sneak to the bottom line. So they put all their attention on Melon, and no one noticed Chen Xiao's movement. Chen Xiao drove to the three-point line with the help of Melon's cover, and in order to completely get rid of Anthony Parker, Chen Xiao also shifted another step across to the left side. Lin's passing sense was excellent, and after seeing an opportunity on Chen Xiao's side, he didn't hesitate and passed the ball over. Chen Xiao received the pass and likewise instantly struck without hesitation. As long as that shot goes in, the Knicks can bite the bullet. Instead, the Cavaliers will likely be able to extend their deficit to more than double digits. Once the Cavaliers went into the second half with a double-digit lead, it was going to be tough for the Knicks to get back into the game. At this moment, fans all over the world who are watching this game are focusing on this goal by Chen Xiao. When no one stepped up to score for the Knicks, it was Chen Xiao who stepped up. Regardless of whether or not the ball would go in, Chen Xiao had at least shown his courage to the crowd. Collect the ball, jump and take a shot. The action is all in one go. Under Cannon Baker's special training, Chen Xiao's shooting stance has been dramatically adjusted. At this point, Chen Xiao's shooting movements were as beautiful as a textbook. After arcing through the air, the basketball went straight to the basket. However, bang! The basketball hit the back rim of the basket and bounced high. At this time, all the Knicks fans watching this game, including Chen Xiao himself, has been half cold. It's a shame the goal didn't go in. Chen Xiao is still too hasty. There's no one in front of him to defend. If he could have adjusted a little bit, maybe the shot would have gone in. Courtside, the Knicks bench, the Knicks crowd was already up and ready to cheer. But after seeing the ball hit the neck of the basket, there was no long sigh. Even D'Antoni couldn't help but lower his head regretfully. But the ball wasn't finished. Just as the two teams were about to fight for the rebound, The basketball bounced up and fell back into the net. Luck ball. Goal. I can't believe it went in. That's fine. Chen Xiao's luck is too good. The Knicks bench has gone completely crazy. Who would have thought there would be a big turnaround on this shot? D'Antoni was looking down and struggling to figure out what to do about the team's offense, only to hear cheers coming from behind him the next second. What the hell? He looked up and the score on the field became 35-39. That's a goal? How did you get in? At this point, the replay on the big screen on the floor told D'Antoni the answer. Chapter 92. Knicks injure another man. Lose big. It was Chen Xiao again, who stepped up at the crucial moment to help his team bite the bullet. The score on the field also came to 35-39. Inside the live broadcast room, after seeing this miraculous goal by Chen Xiao, the pop-up screen was instantly filled with subtitles such as "Good goal." Everyone became dumbfounded after Chen Xiao threw in this goal. Holy, this can even get in. Does this Rokoku kid know magic? No, I think it's a mysterious force from the east. On the sidelines, Cavaliers fans were talking. Owen doesn't believe in any mysterious power from the east. If Chen Xiao has mysterious power, then he also has it. He is a descendant of the Lian Su tribe. The Knights did not call a timeout. After all, Chen Xiao just that three-point shot has a lot of luck in it. The game continues with possession for the Knights. This time, instead of passing to his teammates, Irving was ready to attack on his own. On the defensive end, Chen Xiao is still defending Irving. Facing Chen Xiao's defense, Owen continuously dribbled the ball in his hips, and Chen Xiao didn't dare to take the risk of stealing on the ground. With that, Irving suddenly and without warning took a crossover to collect the ball and made a dry three. Chen Xiao was simply too late to react, and by the time he pounced, Owen had already completed his shot. The orange-colored basketball was like a precise guided missile, drilling straight into the net. The audience at the scene instantly erupted into a mountainous roar of cheers after a brief moment of silence. The excited chants of the fans seemed as if they were going to tip the top of the Quicken Loans Center over. That was a really hard shot by Owen. Didn't you make a fantastic three-pointer? So I'll return the favor with a high-flying three-pointer. The commentators at the scene were so surprised that they didn't know what words to use and could only let out strange screams. And the Knicks bench, which was celebrating wildly a second ago, is now silent, each one holding his head dumbly and sighing. Irving crushed the Knicks' comeback with that three-pointer himself. Back in the game, Chen Xiao continued to play blocking with Melon. However, this time the Cavaliers changed their defensive strategy. They didn't pinch the melon again, they just delayed it a bit, which led to Chen Xiao's misjudgment in not passing the ball in the first place. In the end, the shot was rushed and missed just before the imminent 24-second violation. The Knights grabbed the rebound and began to fight back. Irving took a line in the post and drove right to the Knicks basket for a strong 2+1 against two defenders. The extra point was added. Owen scored 6 straight points in less than a minute. In a matter of moments, the score was changed to 35-45, and the Knicks were now 10 points behind the Cavaliers. The Knicks immediately called a timeout. Now the Knicks are not only having problems on offense, but even on defense. At this point, it was no longer possible for D'Antoni not to call a timeout. To the cheers of the fans in the stadium, Irving walked with his teammates toward the bench. There's no way around it. That's the disadvantage of playing away from home. Originally Chen Xiao thought it was hard enough to play back-to-back games on the road and the team was down by 10 points. But who would have thought that it wasn't even geographically difficult? After the timeout came back, D'Antoni sent Shumpert, wanting to let Chen Xiao and Shumpert two people clamped Irving, just like before against Kobe. However, what was not expected was that Shumpert had just been subbed in for just one round when he sprained his ankle on a drive. First JR is out for the season. Now Shumpert is injured. The Knicks backline was instantly unavailable. Before the season began, the Knicks had as many as 6 reserves on the backline, and despite cutting one man still had 5 available. But who would have thought that just over a month into the new season, 2 linebackers would be injured? The only guards left on the Knicks who can play today are Chen Xiao, Jeremy Lin, and Bibby Sr. D'Antoni looked at the old Bibby and finally decided to put Lin on the court. Old Bibby is not in the form he used to be, usually playing for 20 minutes or so at most before running into fitness issues. With Shumpert's injury, it added to the Knicks already trailing, and the pressure of defending Irving all came to Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao alone was definitely unable to completely lock down Irving, so by the end of the half, the score on the court had become 45-55. The original Ben fan and Sukun thought that after the halftime break, the second half of the Knicks' hands will warm up, but to the second half of the Knicks' hands more and more cold. The third quarter featured just 19 points in a single quarter, but the good news is that the Cavaliers' hand was down as well. Still, the Knights scored 21 points in the third quarter. By the end of the third quarter, the difference between the two hairs had come to 12 points. In the fourth quarter, D'Antoni simply switched to a smaller lineup in an attempt to speed up the pace of play on the court and fight back. This change did work wonders. Lin Shaheo and Xiao's after the block, split the ball to the outside of the Melon. Melon after receiving the ball did not throw himself. wait until the Cavaliers' defenders pounced on the ball,
and then split the ball to the bottom corner of the hands of Chen Xiao.
In the first half,
it was from this position that Chen Xiao scored that amazing three-pointer.
This time,
Chen Xiao was still decisive.
1 arrow through the heart. 3 hits. 70:79.
The deficit is down to 9 points.
The Cavaliers immediately called timeout.
Chen Xiao has already shot 4 out of 5 from the three-point line today,
an 80% shooting percentage that's simply frighteningly high.
Cavaliers head coach Byron Scott felt the need to give the kid from the Dragon Nation a little special attention. "Alonzo, you go up and defend that Longwa kid. Get him down without fouling him if you have to,"
Byron Scott said to Alonzo Key on the bench. Alonzo Key entered the league as an undrafted player,
bouncing between the Wizards and Spurs in his first 2 seasons before getting consistent playing time after coming to the Cavaliers last season. He knows he has to hustle if he wants to stay in the NBA, so every time he takes the court he cherishes it extraordinarily.
Hearing his coach ask him to defend Chen Xiao, Alonzo immediately nodded his head and responded, "Don't worry, coach, I won't let him score even one more three-point shot." The game resumes after a timeout. Knights possession.
Irving took the ball across half court,
waved Vallejo out to cover, and burst into the lane to be keyed on by the Knicks. Irving was forced to split the ball to Antoine Jamison on the outside. Jamison caught the ball and threw it away and hit a 3. 70:82.
The Knights once again extended their deficit to double digits.
After the possession switch, the Knicks attacked. After dribbling the ball across the half-court, Lin continued to pass the ball to Mellon,
while Chen Xiao ran without the ball to find open opportunities. But Alonzo kept sticking to him like a piece of dogpile, and he couldn't shake it off. Chen Xiao had no chance on his side,
so Mellon could only attack on his own.
But his hands were just too icy and the shot still didn't go in.
The Cavaliers countered with another great pass from Irving to Anthony Parker.
The latter fired another three-pointer from the three-point line. That goal was like the last straw that broke the camel's back and killed the game for good.
The Knicks trailed by 15 points with the final 3 minutes left until the end of the entire game.
Seeing that there was no hope for a turnaround, D'Antoni called a timeout and replaced all the starters to abandon the game.
In the end, the Knicks, playing on a back-to-back, defeated the Cavaliers on the road. 81:91. Chapter 93, back to Houston again. For the Knicks, however,
the loss was just the beginning of the bad news.
After the game, back in the locker room, Shumpert's injury report came out.
A sprained left ankle will require about 6 weeks out of action.
This is just too big of a blow for the Knicks. JR season reimbursement
already let the Knicks guard line some tight, and now Shumpert is injured.
The Knicks guard line directly no one available. Inevitably,
Knicks GM Glenn Ward had to rush to strike gold in the free agent market.
Good thing that Tony Douglas, who they previously cut, is still staying home.
Glenn Ward reached out to him immediately and offered him a base salary contract.
After receiving the contract, Tony Douglas backed up the Knicks with fire. After finishing their game with the Cavaliers,
the Knicks have a day off before they head to Miami to take on the Miami Heat,
who have the Big Three on the road. Immediately following the next day they will travel to Houston to face the Rockets on the road. That's right, after just finishing back-to-back games, they will be playing another back-to-back. I don't know, either. What the hell is going on with this schedule?
Chen Xiao always felt that the Knicks are either playing back-to-back or on the way to play back-to-back.
As if there are endless back-to-back.
Playing back-to-back consecutive games is a great physical test for the players. The decline in fitness is so great that it also tends to lead to injuries.
Now, the Knicks already have 2 starters injured,
and it hasn't been long since the star of the show,
Mellon, returned from injury.
Combined with an irrational schedule and a team in the midst of a break-in period,
it's a lot of internal and external problems. Rice time, December 16th, American Airlines Center Arena. The Knicks are on the road to face the Heat.
Considering the fact that the game with the Heat will be followed by back-to-back games against the Rockets, and after combining the strengths of the two teams,
D'Antoni has made strategic adjustments.
Rotate the starters,
forfeit this game, and prepare fully for the next game against the Rockets.
So the showdown between the Banana Boat brothers turned into a very tame match.
Neither Mellon nor Jr. played in this game.
Even Chen Xiao only played half a game.
Eventually the Knicks were defeated by the Heat on the road, 89:99, and once again suffered 2 consecutive losses.
Because this was a strategic rotation, it made sense to lose the game.
So Knicks fans understood. In this campaign,
Chen Xiao played 20 minutes, shooting 6 of 8 from the field, including 3 of 5 from three-point range and 3 of 3 from the free throw line,
cutting down 18 points, in addition to contributing 5 assists, 2 rebounds and 1 steal.
Lin played 38 minutes and chipped in a team-high 24 points,
8 assists,
3 rebounds and 2 steals.
Chandler also chipped in with 10 points and 11 rebounds.
It is worth mentioning that Tony Douglas, who rushed to support the game, came off the bench and also chipped in 12 points,
5 assists, 1 steal and 1 cap.
Although a few people played well, but made the Heat's Big Three combined for 72 points. LeBron James even exploded for 31 points.
The next day, that's December 17th, Rice time,
Chen Xiao returns to Rocket City with the team. This is where he started his NBA journey in the first place. Except he didn't stick around long before being traded by the Rockets to the Knicks.
Returning here once more, Chen Xiao's identity had changed. When he left before, he was just a dispensable second-round pick. But at this point, he's become an important rotation player for the Knicks, arguably even holding down a starting spot.
Inside the visitors' locker room before the start of the game.
Chen, if I remember correctly, you were drafted by the Rockets in the first place, right?
Old Bibi asked as he tied the bandage.
Today their opponent is none other than the Rockets.
And Chen Xiao was drafted by the Rockets.
So it seems like there's a melon to be found in listening to old Bibi.
The crowd then stopped what they were doing and looked at Chen Xiao with a curious expression.
Chen Xiao revealed a bitter smile and nodded. Yes,
it was the Rockets who drafted me, but I was traded to New York after only playing a few summer league and preseason games for them.
In that case, Team Rocket is also considered your old boss, so don't let go of the water today.
Old Bibi said with a smile.
Letting off steam? Doesn't exist. I'm going to blow them away today,
Chen Xiao suddenly said in a murderous manner. Seeing Chen Xiao in this state, the crowd instantly knew that there was a beef between Chen Xiao and Team Rocket.
Just as to what the beef was,
Chen Xiao didn't say and they were too embarrassed to ask.
At this time, Melon got up and said, "Everyone, listen to me. Since our Chen wants to blow up the opposite side, we have to pass the ball to him more often." Chen Xiao froze. He did not expect Melon to say this. Soon the race begins.
The Rockets have entered a rebuilding period since the departure of Big Yao and Matty.
But their path to rebuilding is different than the average team.
Typically teams in a rebuild will stockpile draft picks through trades and then eat up expiring garbage contracts to free up payroll space in an attempt to sign big names in free agency.
The Rockets, on the other hand, have worked hard to develop their players, letting them hit their stride and then trading them for more promising players.
There is a saying circulating in the NBA that the Rockets are the best of the best. This statement is a compliment to the Rocket and a mockery in equal measure.
The praise is because, with the Rockets, you can really work out. But the mockery is also because Rockets are really stingy.
Players that they have struggled to develop and have given away because they can't afford to pay for them.
It's also because Rockets owner Alexander is a very savvy guy.
According to valid statistics, the Rockets have only paid the luxury tax twice in the 20-plus long years since the league introduced the luxury tax rule in '01, totaling less than $6 million mil.
Of course, both luxury taxes were paid during Alexander's tenure as Rockets owner.
And both times the luxury tax was paid not because the Rockets actively wanted to pay it,
but under duress.
The first time was in the 10-11 season.
The Big Yao retired, but his $17 million plus contract is still in effect.
Plus the trade of Matty for Kevin Martin is also a $10 million level of big contracts.
The Rockets which tearfully paid $76 million luxury tax.
The second time was the 15-16 season.
The Rockets,
who had a big contract with Magic Deng plus Lawson's 3 points,
gave Motai Junas to the Pistons in order to avoid the tax,
but at the last moment,
because Motai failed to pass the medical examination and was returned, the Rockets had to pay a luxury tax of $4.9 million.
It's safe to say that Alexander is the stingiest owner of any of the NBA's 30 teams,
bar none. In the period of Yao Mai,
the Rockets' annual salary is controlled in about $60 million.
Until 9 years,
Arteas came to the team's salary only for the first time exceeded $70 million. Keep in mind that the Dallas Mavericks,
who are in the same state of Texas as the Rockets, had a lineup payroll of $91 million back in '05. In 5 years of the Yao-Mac combo,
the biggest player ever signed was Swift for 5 years and $28 million.
Alexander's stinginess isn't just about not spending money on reinforcements. It's a kind of short-sightedness in his team-building strategy.
That's one of the big reasons why it was so hard to break through the first round in the playoffs during the Yao-Mac era.
2. As a fan of Yao,
Chen Xiao is not only hostile to Mo-Dog,
but also to Alexander, the owner of the Rockets. Chapter 94 starting off behind. The game is officially on. Both teams jump ball in the center circle.
Today D'Antoni fielded a 2-guard starting lineup.
Chen Xiao, Lin, Melon, Jr.,
and Chandler started the game.
On the Rockets side, the starters are Kyle Lowry, Courtney Lee, Chandler Parsons, Luis Scola, and Samuel DeLembert. It's worth noting that the Rockets are also playing the second game of a back-to-back today. Also, Kevin Martin, the Rockets' current No. 1 player, continues to miss time due to injury, so it's not too hard for the Knicks to take down this Rockets team.
The only difficulty lies in the melon cannot explode. If he is still as cold as the first few games,
the Knicks want to win or have some difficulty. Chandler overpowered Samuel to help the Knicks get the ball on their first possession. First round, Lin brought the ball across half court and looked for Melon as always. However,
I do not know whether it is because the melon's hands did not recover,
or because of the impact of the injury. Today is still the same iron.
Back to the small steel gun Lowry accurate guidance.
High Rich Parsons outside firing. 3 hits. 0:3. Also a second-round pick this year. Parsons came up with a lift. The entire Toyota Center cheered. After the possession switch, the Knicks continued their offense. This round of Chen Xiao in the low position to the ball. This recent period of time he has been diligently practicing the back of the one-person technique, and now it is also considered a small success on the thought of trying in this game. Lin passed the ball to Chen Xiao, who sat down to play Courtney Lee. Courtney Lee's height is slightly shorter than Chen Xiao's, and his weight is not as heavy as Chen Xiao's, so after leaning back and having a confrontation with Courtney Lee, he immediately turned forward. However, to make sure he didn't give Courtney Lee interference, Chen Xiao also deliberately moved a step sideways before jumping up and taking a shot. But unfortunately, Chen Xiao's first back-to-back 1-2 on the court ended with the basketball hitting the rim. Samuel collected the rebound to Lowry and the Rockets countered with 2 more points. 0:5. The Rockets got off to a fantastic 5-0 start, and the atmosphere at the Toyota Center was instantly pushed up. In return, Junior tries and misses with a takedown attempt. Instead, the Rockets capitalized on another fast break counterattack. On the rebound, Lowry hit a clutch 3 to make it 0-10 moments later. Just a minute and a half into the game, the Rockets went on a 10-0 run that forced D'Antoni to call a timeout. After coming back from the timeout, the Knicks' main control became Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao took the ball and Mellon for blocking. Then he passed the ball to Mellon, and the Rockets immediately changed. Facing Courtney Lee's defense, Mellon triple threat after bursting into the interior to attract the defense to share the ball to the outside of the Chen Xiao. At this moment, Chen Xiao was empty in front of him, so he directly raised his hand and shot. This time, Chen Xiao seized the open opportunity and scored a 3-point play. 3-10. Seeing Chen Xiao score a goal, many local Chinese and international students in the audience immediately erupted into a burst of cheers. There are a lot of Chinese and international students in Houston because of Big Yao. Knowing that there was a game between the Rockets and the Knicks today, these Chinese and international students were there to support Chen Xiao. As these people cheered, many of the fans at the scene also recognized Chen Xiao. Isn't this Dragon Country kid the rookie who was previously drafted by the Rockets? It's still true. I didn't realize he was starting for the Knicks now. Just now, watching him shoot that shot, it was kind of plausible. The ball is back in the Rockets' hands again. With the absence of Kevin Martin, the Rockets' offense has been skewed more towards Scola inside. Scala received a pass from a teammate in the 3-second zone and leaned on Junior to score a basket using nimble footwork. 3-12. The Knicks continued their offense. This time it was still Chen Xiao dribbling the ball across the half-court, and then came with Lin for a block between the 12 spots. Naming Lowry, Chen Xiao then waved his hand to signal the crowd to pull away. Lowry is the shortest player on the court, a full 15 centimeters away from Chen Xiao. This made it very difficult when he was defending Chen Xiao's shot, so he stuck very close to Chen Xiao. This gave Chen Xiao the opportunity to make a breakthrough. This kid is trying to burst inside. It's kind of interesting, but the Rockets' interior isn't that easy to break down. The fans on the scene do not look favorably on Chen Xiao. After all, the Rockets have Samuel sitting on the inside. After the previous 2 matches, the system had rewarded Chen Xiao with another 10 attribute points. Chen Xiao had put all of those 10 attribute points on speed, and now his speed had reached 67 points, reaching above average NBA levels. Therefore, Chen Xiao's startup speed and first step at breakthrough were now much faster than before. Together with Chen Xiao's height was originally much higher than Lowry. He directly a test step from Lowry's left side to force a breakthrough, and then used his left hand to block Lowry, and then accelerated his feet to break through Lowry's defense. Lowry simply did not expect that Chen Xiao, who was so much taller than him, would still have such speed. Holy, this Rokoku kid got past Kyle in one step? Amidst the shouts of the fans at the scene, Chen Xiao came near the free throw line with the ball. By this time, Scola had already replenished his defense and blocked in front of Chen Xiao. Facing Scola's complementary defense, Chen Xiao subconsciously collected the ball and took a big step towards Scola's right side. Then he raised the ball with both hands and at the same time took a big step towards Scola's other side and erased Scola to make a European step to the basket, and succeeded in scoring the ball. 5-12. The Dragon fans at the scene once again erupted into loud cheers. Although there were not many Dragon Nation people on the scene, their cheers made Chen Xiao feel as if he was in the main arena. After scoring this goal, Chen Xiao waved at the Dragon fans on the field. When returning to defense, Xiaoxi asked with a smile as he passed by Chen Xiao, "Chen, when did you practice this European step?" To be honest, Chen Xiao has not practiced the European step at all. After all, his ability to hold the ball offensively is not good. Just now is completely subconscious action. But Chen Xiao wouldn't tell the truth. Instead, he said in a mysterious manner, "Heaven's secrets cannot be divulged." What? Xiaoxi obviously didn't understand the meaning of this sentence and just wanted to find Chen Xiao to ask for a clear answer. But at this time the Rockets' counterattack also came. Rockets' offense. Once again, Scola received a pass from a teammate in the low post and back one up Junior. After his last experience, Junior wasn't fooled by Scala's fakes, but Scala had already used nimble footwork to find a split-second shot with a pick and roll. 5-14. Although the Knicks solved their offensive problems, they still couldn't defend the Rockets, which didn't allow the deficit to be further reduced. Chapter 95. 3 consecutive threes to announce his return. Although the Big Yao retired the Rocket into the post-Yao era, but at this time the Dragon Country still has a lot of Rocket fans, and because of Chen Zhao's joining, it made the Knicks' popularity in the Dragon Nation increase rapidly. The collision of these two teams with deep ties to the Dragon Nation naturally drew a lot of attention from fans. Meanwhile, TNT had a full-meter broadcast of this. On the sidelines, the TNT commentary booth, Charles Barkley saw the beginning of the game. The Knicks fell behind by a large margin. Could not help but spit out, "This year's Knicks is really disappointing. With his current lineup this season is certainly to impact the playoffs, but they previously suffered a wave after wave of consecutive defeats, not to mention the impact of the playoffs. I see a great probability of the impact of the lotto area." Instead, the Rockets have managed to maintain a winning percentage of over 50% after losing Big Yao and Matty, and will likely return to the playoffs this season. Barkley's comment speaks to the vast majority of people, from the preseason crowd being hopeful for the Knicks, to the disappointment after the Knicks suffered a losing streak, to the renewed hope after a winning streak, to the final 6-game losing streak. Knicks fans have been on a roller coaster ride of ups and downs. A side of Kenny Smith also laughed. "In fact, I think there is no problem with the Knicks lineup configuration. Their biggest problem is in the playing style. If they can solve this problem, I believe they are still very competitive in the East." Just as the two were discussing the match, fans who were watching the game were also voicing their opinions online. If the Knicks want to win this game today, Mellon has to explode. And besides Mellon, the play of Junior is also important. I agree with the comments upstairs. But of course, if the Knicks' outside touch can open up, the game will be played with relative ease. You all think too ideal. Do not see now is the Knicks' big score behind. This is played almost 4 minutes. The Knicks only Chen Zhao a person scored. I see today this game the Knicks will again big score will lose. The game on the field continues. Chen Zhao controlled the ball to the front court and passed it to Mellon. Chen Zhao is also very clear that whether the Knicks can win depends largely on the play of Mellon. If Mellon can't play, the others won't help even if they overachieve. Chen Zhao started running without the ball after passing the ball to Mellon, while Courtney Lee stayed close to Chen Zhao. Having been scored 2 goals in a row by Chen Zhao before, Courtney Lee recognized Chen Zhao's power and didn't dare to slack off. However, Chen Zhao didn't care about Courtney Lee's defense. A reverse run followed by a no-huddle cover with Junior, and a pocket from the end zone. Bang! Chen Zhao had just run to the three-point line when Mellon's pass came in. Originally Mellon is to play by himself, but the Rockets contracted the defense, so that he did not have the opportunity to shoot. Just at this time he saw the Chen Zhao side of the opportunity to immediately pass the ball over. After Chen Zhao received the ball, he didn't have any hesitation and directly took a dry shot. It was only then that Courtney Lee managed to run in front of Chen Zhao. The basketball sliced through Courtney Lee's fingertips toward the basket. Swish! A crisp sound into the net rang out as Chen Zhao hit another three-point shot. 8-14. Chen Zhao opened the game with 8 straight points. Who would have thought Chen Zhao would bag all of the Knicks' opening points? I'm afraid that even Chen Zhao himself didn't expect it. Kenny Smith on the sidelines was also shocked by this three-point shot by Chen Zhao. The strikes are bold. The movements are standard. The posture is beautiful. He reminds me of someone. Who? Barkley asked. Ray Allen. What? You're telling me this kid can be compared to Ray Allen, one of the greatest shooters of all time? Barkley said in surprise. Kenny Smith is also a guard outstanding. He also has a handful of good outside shooting ability in the player era, although his shooting is not as good as Ray Allen. Reggie Miller, such as the top of the shooter. But he did. The commentator for so many years has long practiced a pair of eyes of fire. Combined with what he had learned during his own playing days, he was able to sense that Chen Zhao already had all the ingredients to become a top scorer. There is a growing love for the player from the mysterious East, Kenny Smith, but Barkley was just the opposite. I'll admit there's something about the kid's threes, but that's all they are. Back to the Rockets' offense. Scola continued to chisel inside, only to be blocked by Champ Chandler. Chen Zhao grabbed the rebound from the chaotic army and passed the ball to Lin to launch a counterattack. Mellon and Junior flew on both wings, and Chen Zhao, whose speed was slightly slower than the two, followed behind. But the Rockets' retreat was also timely, as there were already 2 Rockets under the basket at the moment. Lin has Lowry in front of him on the left side of the court, followed by Junior in the middle and Mellon on the right. In a flash of lightning, Lin flashed several images in his mind. Passing to Drew. Drew's impact on the basket will likely be interfered with by Rockets defenders. A pass to Mellon, halfway across the court, had too high a risk factor, and even if the ball had been passed, the Rockets defense would have already been in position. If you throw yourself, Lowry is right in front of you. Just then, he saw Chen Xiao who was following up in the middle. As soon as he thought that Chen Xiao had scored 2 3-pointers in a row before, it was the time when his hand was hot, so he immediately passed the ball over. Wow! Lin passed the ball to Chen Xiao. This position is Chen Xiao's range. Chen Xiao is catching the ball and posing for a shot. Penguin Live Broadcast Room. Kofan saw Chen Xiao once again in the 3-point line to get the ball. The whole person is excited. If Chen Xiao scores again on this one, that's 3 threes in a row. You know this is a comeback 3, and the score will be 11-14 when it's made. On the sidelines, the TNT commentary booth, Kenny Smith and Charles Barkley were equally shocked. It's so messed up that this kid is going to shoot from a meter outside the 3-point line when the shot should be going to the basket, Barkley said in exasperation. Although Kenny Smith didn't say anything, he agreed that he felt Chen Xiao was a bit too disorganized. It's fine to shoot a 3 on this shot, but you don't take a shot from this far out. Chen Xiao on the field didn't care what others thought. He just felt he should follow his heart, and his heart told him that the shot would go in now. Collect the ball, jump and take a shot. The movements are in one fluid motion and the poses are picturesque. Swish, the basketball went into the net after a beautiful arc in the air, rebounding for 3 and hitting again. Chen Xiao scored 3 consecutive 3-pointers and opened the game with 11 points to help the Knicks tie the game at 11-14. Back at the Toyota Center again, Chen Xiao announced his return with an arrowed 3-pointer. Chapter 96. Changing the defense is useless. The Rockets also called a timeout in a hurry after the rebound 3-pointer. The entire Toyota Center also became silent, with only those local Longwa people and international students frantically shouting Chen Xiao's name. Chen Xiao! Chen Xiao! Unbelievable! This Rukoku kid really threw the ball in from that position. At the moment, Kenny Smith was somewhat incoherent. On the other hand, Charles Barkley on the sidelines had a blackened face. No doubt he was once again punched in the face by Chen Xiao. He had just said that Chen Xiao's shot was a mess. But what happened? Chen Xiao not only threw, but also scored. Knicks bench. The crowd went up to Chen Xiao and high-fived him to celebrate. And even D'Antoni had a rare hug with Chen Xiao. Nice job, Chen. But the Rockets will definitely focus on you after that. Chen Xiao nodded in understanding. That performance he had just made was enough for the Rockets to focus on. After that, D'Antoni looked to Mellon and Jr. and said, Cameron, Amare, you two are going to play on the block. Cameron, you try to play inside if you have a bad hand, and then distribute to the outside if you don't have a chance to make a shot. D'Antoni really doesn't have much to say about Mellon's poor condition. On the other side of the court, on the Rockets bench, head coach McHale, his face sullen, yelled at Courtney Lee. Courtney, what are you doing on defense? I can't believe you let a first-year rookie make so many 3-pointers over your head. McHale put Courtney Lee in the starting lineup because of his talent on defense, but instead, the guy turned out to be the Rockets' defensive hole on the court. Next, Chase, you're on, McHale said, pointing to Chase Budinger beside him. This is McHale's first year coaching the Rockets, and he is still in the process of getting to know the players on the team. Thinking that Budinger was taller and stronger than Courtney Lee, and that Budinger could run and jump, he naturally felt that Budinger was better able to defend than Courtney Lee. The main thing is that Budinger has shown in training that he is superhumanly good on the ball and knows exactly what he is going to do on the field. And Budinger is also very versatile, scoring, rebounding, and assisting on everything, plus he has a good outside shot. In the middle of a fast break, he was able to follow up in a timely manner and also pass the ball with very few turnovers. He's also very flexible in his positioning, always being in the perfect place. All of the performances have given McHale high hopes for the young white kid. After a timeout, the game resumed. Oh, and coming back from the timeout, we see the Rockets have Chase Budinger on their side. And apparently the Rockets are trying to get Chase Budinger to go against Chen. On the Knicks side, by contrast, no lineup changes were made. I wonder, after the timeout, will Chen Xiao, this amazing Oriental kid, be able to put on another great performance? Let's watch the game together. Budinger is superior to Chen Xiao in height and weight, and his speed is not much slower than Chen Xiao's. In addition, Budinger has a good hand of outside shooting ability. It can be said that this substitution by McHale was completely aimed at Chen Xiao. The match had just begun when Budinger approached Chen Xiao and said, "Kid, ready to be abused by me to the dregs?" Chen Xiao looked at Budinger with cold eyes and said disdainfully, "Just by you?" It is said that the Rockets will lose the fine products, but not every player from the Rockets can be called fine products, and occasionally there will be some residual products. Unfortunately, Chase Budinger is one of those scraps. According to Chen Xiao's understanding, the first 3 years of Buidinger's career in the Rockets played okay, but after the expiration of his rookie contract he moved to the Timberwolves, and after that it seems like you rarely hear from him. Not a great player by any stretch of the imagination. Rockets offense. Lowry burst into the lane with the ball and passed to Scola, who hit a mid-range shot to help the Rockets stabilize the situation. Possessions are exchanged, and the Knicks offense rounds. Mellon backed Parsons with the ball. trying to bully the rookie. But Parsons is a little taller than Melon and plays aggressive defense, so Melon doesn't have the advantage. Bang bang!
Melon disliked the ball twice as hard and had to pass it out after realizing there was no chance. After Lin received the ball, he saw an opportunity on Chen Xiao's side and immediately passed the ball over.
As a result, as soon as Chen Xiao received the ball, Badinger immediately posted up. With no room to strike in the first instance, Chen Xiao quickly pulled away from Badinger with a horizontal shift, because he knew that Badinger's crossover speed was slower. Plus he had just lunged forward, just when the old power had just gone and the new power had not yet been born. Relying on the horizontal shift, Chen Xiao found the opportunity to make a shot for a moment, so Chen Xiao quickly raised his arm to complete the jumping shot in a smooth manner. It was a scene that went straight to Barkley on the sidelines. Crazy, this kid is crazy. Does he really think he's Ray Allen? It wasn't just Barkley who had this thought, but many in the audience also exclaimed their surprise. But Chen Xiao just completed the shot in front of Badinger. Badinger himself did not expect Chen Xiao's shot so decisive, but he was too late to cover at the moment. But he did not believe that after the pause Chen Xiao's hand is still so hot. However, it turns out that it was Badinger who overthought it. The basketball went straight into the net like a precise missile. The entire Toyota Center fell horribly silent, and even those Longbo spectators opened their mouths wide in surprise. Courtside, Rockets bench, Mikhail was initially satisfied with Badinger's defense, but when Chen Xiao shot a basketball that pierced the net, he instantly turned around and cursed angrily. Although many people didn't hear what he was cursing, the cameraman on the set skillfully captured this one shot. After the ball was scored, Chen Xiao put his hand to his ear in a listening position. At this point there was a burst of cheers. That's a cheer from the Dragons fans, and the local Houston fans let out a sigh of relief. Oh my god, even this goal can be scored. This Rokoku kid is simply too god. It's hard to believe that this Dragon Nation kid was supposed to be a Rockets player. He was supposed to be playing on the court in a Rockets jersey. I don't understand how the Rockets management could let a player like that go. Are the Rockets management blind? They actually gave away such a good prospect to the Knicks. I would assert that the Rockets management will regret this. After throwing in this ball, Chen Xiao looked back to see Badinger's chagrin and said with a smile, "Didn't you want to abuse me into a slag? How come you got beaten up by me instead?" Chapter 97, Melon is hurt again and again and again. Asterisk. Badinger's face was red with anger and he wanted to say something about the scene, but he didn't know what to say. Saying anything more at a time like this would only show his incompetence. Possession change, Rockets offense. After being pigeonholed by Chen Xiao, Badinger wanted to return the favor and prove himself, so he ran aggressively to get open. However, Chen Xiao did not give him this opportunity at all. At the beginning, Chen Xiao is based on defense in the NBA. Defense Badinger such role players that is not easy. Lowry saw no chance on Badinger's side and passed the ball to Parsons. Parsons, despite being a rookie, has been better on the field than Badinger by a long shot. Early in the season, the Rockets' starting small forward was still Badinger, but Parsons replaced Badinger as the Rockets' starting small forward after only 6 games off the bench. This shows that he is still very strong. Parsons received a pass from Lowry and hit a layup after bluffing and nudging Melon into the lane. Possession was once again returned to the Knicks, with Jeremy Lin carrying the ball across half-court. On Chen Xiao's side, he wobbled across the half-court, ready to receive Lin at any time. But what he didn't expect was for Badinger to close in on him just as soon as he crossed half-court. Apparently that ball just stirred up Badinger's fighting spirit. He was also proving with his actions that Chen Xiao would not be able to score another goal on his head. Chen Xiao didn't care. Hitting 4 threes in a row had proved his scoring ability, and now it was time for others to score. Lin passed the ball to Melon, who received the ball and then smoothly made a back turn over Parsons to impact the basket. Facing Scola, who was filling in on defense, Melon opted for a buzzer-beating throw, but the shot didn't go in due to the angle of the shot. But Melon also has rebounding. But just then, the accident suddenly happened. Melon even jumped up to fight for the rebound. Suddenly his feet went weak, followed by a sharp pain from his calf, and then collapsed to the ground. Seeing this scene, all the Knicks players, as well as the coaching staff, suddenly clenched their hearts. Underneath their hearts, they had only one thought: it's bad. Melon can't be hurt again. The referee made an emergency stoppage. Chen Xiao hurriedly went forward and asked, "Brother Gua, how are you?" Melon covered the position of her calf and gritted her teeth. "No, I can't stand up. Help me." Chen Xiao and Xiao Si both immediately pulled Melon up from the ground with one hand each. As soon as the injured left leg touched the ground, a sharp pain shot through it. There was nothing for D'Antoni to do but to be forced to call a timeout. It's only halfway through the first quarter and the star of the game is injured, and it looks like it's a bad injury. Plus the score is still down. It's really hard for the Knicks. Inside Penguin Lev, Kofan said with a worried face, "Look at Melon's expression, seems to be hurt quite seriously. But do not be what a big injury, the Knicks JR has been reimbursed for the season. Shumpert will be more than a month to come back. If Mellon and then injured, the Knicks can be really no one can play the ball. Just as Coben was saying this, Mellon was being racked off the set by the staff. A side of Sukun said, Mellon back to the locker room. It seems to be not a general injury. I do not know if this game can still come back. If you cannot come back, that the Knicks is a little dangerous. And even more than just this game. After the game, the Knicks are not too good to play. Mellon leaving the game with an injury had a big impact for the Knicks. But D'Antoni is not exactly lost. Because with Mellon out of the picture, he can finally play a run and gun system. With that, he began to count his troops with a wave of his hand. Tyson, you come off the bench and Amare you play the 5. As soon as Chen Xiao heard this arrangement from D'Antoni, he immediately guessed that he wanted to play the running game. Sure enough, the next second he looked at Tony Douglas again. Tony, you'll play the 2. Lin, you're still the 1. And Chen, you'll play the 3. Finally, D'Antoni turned his attention to Landry Fields. Landry, you play the 4. It's an extremely small lineup that's not very high, but it's fast. The running game is all about getting more shots with a quick offense and defense. But again, on the defensive end, because of the absolute lack of height, it can be targeted infinitely by opponents. This requires players on the field to be able to better coordinate and switch defenses. That's one of the reasons why the 18 Rockets were so horrible. At the time, the Rockets' Death 5 was the presence that swept the league and was the only team that could compete with Cosmic Brave. At the same time, it's also the Rockets' most promising year for a championship run. But unfortunately, the final Steel 7 battle, if not Paul in the last moment hamstring strain, perhaps the Rockets really can resist the courage to succeed. Speaking of the Warriors, Dream Green, one of the centerpieces of the Warriors dynasty, is coming into the league next season. If the Knicks can get halfway through the draft, I wonder if they can fundamentally break the Warriors dynasty. In response, Chen Xiao just smiled. With his current status, cannot have the right to influence the team's management decisions. After coming back from the timeout, the Knicks lineup had been turned upside down. Center, Amare Stoudemire. Power forward, Landry Fields. Small forward, Chen Xiao. Point guard, Tony Douglas. Point guard, Jeremy Lin. The Rockets, on the other hand, continued the lineup they had before the timeout. After the game resumed, it was Knicks' possession. Because of the reduced height inside, the Knicks focused their offense on the outside. At this point, all 5 Knicks on the court have the ability to shoot from the outside. Junior took the ball at the 3-point line at the top of the arc and moved Samuel out of the lane, while Landry buried himself in a position in the bottom left corner and Scola had to follow. With that, the Rockets have no one inside. Chen Xiao a reverse run air cut toward the basket. Badinger did not react. Was Chen Xiao slipped into the interior. A side of the Parsons had to go to assist in defense of Chen Xiao, which gave Tony Douglas the opportunity. Junior passed the ball to Tony, who ran toward the line, and Chen Xiao came to the position under the basket with his body as a bait at this time. The Rockets' attention was all on Chen Xiao and no one noticed Tony outside the 3-point line. Tony went straight for the 3-point shot. The Knicks pushed the score to 17-18, still down by 1. Back to the Rockets' offense. Because of the positional change, Chen Xiao started defending Parsons. Parsons was nearly 10 centimeters or so taller than Chen Xiao, so he was still under pressure to defend. This ball, however, was cut off head-on by Chen Xiao. The Knicks instantly launched a counterattack. Lin, Tony, Landry, and even Junior immediately flew up and down the court. Chen Xiao control of the ball immediately after a long dump to the fast Tony. Tony again second pass to follow up the small C. The latter completed the two-handed explosive buckle. 1918. The Knicks completed the comeback. Meanwhile, Rocket center Samuel had just run across half-court. However, after the Knicks finished the fast break, he was again not allowed to run toward the frontcourt. Chapter 98. How is this kid so accurate? Needless to say, the situation on the court was instantly reversed after the Knicks switched to the running game. Before Samuel, the Rockets' big center, could even drop back on defense, the Knicks side of the court was already done, and he could only run toward the front court. But by the time he had just run up court, the Knicks had completed another steal on their side and launched another fast break counterattack. After a few rounds of play, instead of touching the ball, he had expended a lot of energy. Mikhail took one look at the situation and immediately replaced Samuel with Dragic, deciding to fight the Knicks for speed. That's right up D'Antoni's alley. All of a sudden, the rhythm of offense and defense on the field became fast. Originally only 1 to 2 rounds a minute, now froze 3 to 4 rounds. As the pace of the game picked up, the score went up for both teams. This can be the spectators on the sidelines to see happy, to know the past when the Rocket played so fast offense and defense transition. Back then, the Rockets during the Yaumak era, that were all about falling into position and playing steadily. But a couple of the commentators were frowning. Kenny Smith even asserted, if the Rockets play like that, this game is gone. Although Barkley usually likes to raise hell with Kenny Smith, His opinion is surprisingly in line with Kenny Smith's in this case. Indeed, playing running game with Mike D'Antoni, Kevin McHale is not digging his own grave. He is the master of running game. Don't look at the Rockets can still bite the score now. If they still play like this in the second quarter, not more than half a game their players are bound to run first. Also, in the Penguin live room, Kovan and Soo Koon were of the same opinion. However, Soo did analyze the Rockets' chances. The horror of the running game is completing the offense in a very short period of time and getting more plays in a limited amount of time, but only if there are enough hits to back it up. And once you don't have hits, the run game doesn't break down. The Rockets are just waiting now, waiting for the Knicks' hand to come down. And if the Knicks' hand is still so hot after that, then the Rockets basically have no chance. Back on the field, with the Rockets' Dragic missing his final shot, the two teams battled to a 3-point Knicks lead at 34-31 in the first quarter. The Rockets got off to a dreamy start with a 10-3 run at the start of the first quarter. Then it was Chen Xiao who scored 11 straight points to push the deficit to 11-14. Chen Xiao then hit back-to-back shots to help the Knicks complete the comeback. But the real turnaround had to come after Mellon went down with an injury. Mellon off the court. The Knicks seemed to be unsealed, seemingly all over the court playing very irrational. In fact, it is precisely this will be the rhythm of the game in their own hands, forcing the Rockets, on their side, to sub out big center Samuel and follow the Knicks into the running game. Of course, both teams slashed 30-plus points in the first quarter, and in addition to the game's quick offensive and defensive transitions, both teams shot a fairly high percentage from the field in the first quarter. The Knicks alone made 8 3-pointers in the first quarter, with Chen Xiao hitting 4 of them alone. The Rockets, on the other hand, hit 5 3-pointers on their side. Soon after a short intermission, the second quarter began. Once the second quarter rolled around, both teams made uncharacteristic substitutions. At this time, Chen Xiao was sitting on the bench watching the ball. After replacing the substitutes, the pace of offense and defense of the two teams still did not slow down, but the situation on the field became more and more chaotic. But D'Antoni didn't seem at all anxious about it, and didn't even call a timeout when the score was reversed by the Rockets. Instead, McHale kept his brow furrowed until he woke up and called a timeout near the end of the second quarter. At this point, there were just over 3 minutes left until the end of the half. After this timeout, both teams went back to their starters again. Chen Xiao also reappeared, but Chen Xiao came back this time. Not much how to score only 2 points by free throws. The rest of the time are feeding shells to teammates. It also bumped him up to 5 assists. Soon the half ended with the game tied at 64. Taking advantage of the halftime break, the commentators were also analyzing the performance of the two teams in the first half. Soo Koon said, although the two teams played a tie in the first half, but from the score it can be seen that the Rockets are currently completely led by the Knicks. If they cannot find their own rhythm of the game in the second half, then the third quarter is likely to collapse. Sharing the same thoughts as Soo was Kenny Smith. The third quarter is critical. Depends on how the Knicks' second half of the hand. If their second half of the hand is still similar to the first half, then the Rockets will be dangerous. Kenny Smith said, at the start of the second half, it was Rockets' possession. In the second half, McHale put Samuel back on the floor to try and get him to give the Knicks more kills inside. Lowry dribbled the ball across half-court and hoisted it to Samuel in the lane. However, as soon as Samuel received the ball, 3 Knicks players in blue jerseys instantly came up around him. While they didn't switch to Tyson Chandler, they contracted their defensive camp and put up a 2-3 defense. Samuel isn't the type of lineman who has the ability to handle the ball, and lost the ball quickly after being pinned. After completing the steal, the Knicks immediately pushed the pace to launch a counterattack. It was exactly as it was in the first half. Lin found Chen Xiao in the fast break, and after Chen Xiao received the ball, everyone on the scene was shocked. Chen Xiao shot 4 for 4 from the 3-point line in the first half. Now that he's once again receiving the ball at the 3-point line, the crowd is expecting him to continue his hot hand from the first half. Chen Xiao took the ball without making any adjustments and directly made a dry run from outside the 3-point line. Swish! The basketball made a perfect arc in the air and hit the center of the basket. Oh my god, he actually scored again. I've lost count of how many threes he's scored. Geez, how come this Rokoku kid can be so accurate? Fark, who the hell traded him away? Obviously, the Rockets fans had been overwhelmed by Chen Xiao's 3-pointer. But unfortunately, Chen Xiao is now wearing a Knicks jersey, not a Rockets jersey. Back in the game, Lowry didn't dare to pass the ball inside again, but the Knicks put up a 2-3 defense that made it hard for him to break through either, so he could only pour the ball outside. But against a combined defense, this kind of reverse ball is ineffective. Seeing that the 24-second offense was about to expire, Parsons could only force a shot. Clunk! The Knicks collected the rebound and launched another fast break with another 3 by Jeremy Lin. Obviously, at this point, the Rockets were confused, not just because of the Knicks' joint defense, but the sudden rain of threes. Chapter 99 6 consecutive threes. Chen Xiao kills like crazy. With just over a minute to go in the third quarter, Mikhail hastily called a timeout. Chandler, what are you doing? How could you let him get off so easy? And you Kyle, you're an old player too. Don't you know how to break a joint defense? On the Rockets bench, Mikhail growled angrily at the two men. Curses be damned. But Mikhail still didn't sub the two out. After all, there aren't too many guys available for this Rockets team. After cursing for a while, Mikhail started to lay out how to break the Knicks' joint defense on the tactical board. As we all know, there are two very basic elements to breaking a joint defense. The first is to have a big man on the team with the ability to play the high post, preferably with the ability to hold the ball on offense as well as a good hand in the mid-range. The second is that the team's outside shooters have to have baskets or the other team will defend the outside indefinitely. Once these two basic elements are met, there are many tactics to crack the joint defense. Of course, if the team outside the player's shooting ability is very outstanding, there is no need for any tactics. Directly up to throw as usual can break the opponent's joint defense. But sadly, the Rockets simply don't have that kind of player on their team. And Samuel on the floor doesn't have the talent to play the high post. Scola was fine with the high post pivot, but Samuel was taking up so much space on the floor that it was hard for the Rockets to run plays. So Mikhail had to sub him out again for the more athletic Jordan Hill. At the same time, he benched Scola for Budinger and Dragic. So much for the Rockets lineup. Center, Jordan Hill. Power forward, Chandler Parsons. Small forward, Chase Budinger. Point guard, Goran Dragic. Point guard, Kyle Lowry. All 5 guys except Jordan Hill. The remaining 4 guys have outside shooting ability. After coming back from a timeout and seeing the Rockets lineup, Kenny Smith lamented, "The Rockets are trying to spell shooting with the Knicks." On the sidelines, Barkley said, "Want to quickly and effectively break the joint defense? On more shooters is indeed a good choice. But the question is, the Rockets this group of shooters their hands really can?" Rockets ball possession. As soon as Lowry received the ball, Lin immediately posted up. The Knicks have switched to a full court press again. Seeing this scene, Kenny Smith cried out in direct surprise. It's obvious that it's Mike D'Antoni who's going to be better at the coaching game. Kenny Smith was right. In the locker room at halftime, D'Antoni expected Mikhail to make a change in the second half. That's why he purposely set up a 2-3 defense, forcing Mikhail to switch to more shooters to crack the joint defense. And Mikhail fell into D'Antoni's trap once he switched to pitching. In doing so, the Knicks can again play their favorite run-and-gun system on the floor. Lowry took the ball and just tried to push forward with it, but Lin immediately went up for it and grabbed it aggressively, forcing Lowry to take the ball out. At this time, Chen Xiao seized the opportunity to break the ball from behind Badginger, directly forming a localized 2-on-2. However, Chen Xiao was not greedy, but waited a little bit and waited until Tony Douglas came over and then split the ball to Tony Douglas. The latter received the ball and killed into the interior, attracting the Rockets defenders before passing back again to Chen Xiao in the bottom corner. Chen Xiao caught the ball and shot, hitting another 6th three-pointer of the game. Chen Xiao hit his 6th three-pointer of the game. And the key is that Chen Xiao hasn't missed a shot from the three-point line so far, which is scary. In fact, even Chen Xiao himself didn't expect his hands to be so good today, just like the shot just now. As soon as he took the shot, he felt it was there. Inside Penguin Lev, fans who followed Chen Xiao's stats realized that Chen Xiao started to swipe wildly directly after hitting 6 out of 6 three-pointers. Chen Xiao is awesome. Chen Xiao is a god. Chen Xiao is going to break the single-game three-point personal record if he keeps shooting like this. Yeah. With 6 more, Chen Xiao will tie Kobe and Marshall's record. At this point, Kenny Smith in the live commentary booth also paid attention to this point. Said, "Chen has made 6 consecutive three-pointers in this game. 6 three-pointers short of the record of 12 three-pointers hit in a single game held by Kobe and Marshall. And if Chen can keep up this superb touch, he has a great probability to tie or even break this record. Perhaps we can have the honor of witnessing the birth of another great NBA record tonight." However, Buckley, who was on the sidelines, didn't think so. "I recognize Chen's three-point ability, but it's still a challenge to break 12 three-pointers in a single game, and I don't think Chen will be able to do it. Not to mention that the Rockets won't let him get out of the gate so easily." Barkley is right. Mikhail won't let Chen Xiao throw like that again. "Sack, get me on the sack." Mikhail stood on the sidelines and yelled at the Rockets players on the court. However, this round was the Rockets' offense, because the Knicks went to a full court press. This time Dragic didn't run directly to the front court, but instead picked up Lowry in the backcourt. After passing the ball through a couple of passes, Dragic managed to bring the ball across half-court. That's when the Knicks defense switched back to man-to-man. Chen Xiao is once again paired up with Badinger. "Don't get too cocky, Rokoku boy. I'll make it so you can't throw a single ball later." Chen Xiao squinted at Badinger and said with a smile, "Really? I'll see what happens then." Dragic singled out Lin and missed a step-back three-pointer. Possession is once again back in the hands of the Knicks. Before the timeout, when Mikhail deliberately emphasized the retreat speed,
So Dragic, this ball did not go in the field after the Rockets' 5 players directly gave up the fight for the front court rebounds quickly back to the defense. Lin stopped at the 3-point line after bringing the ball across half-court. Ringo, pass the ball. This time, Chen Xiao took the initiative to go up for the ball. Seeing Chen Xiao asking for the ball, Lin passed it over without saying a word. However, as soon as Chen Xiao received the ball, Parsons wrapped up. Badinger said with a smug smile, "Boy, didn't expect that, did you?" Chen Xiao really didn't expect the Rockets to get on the bag on him, but what's the point of getting on the sacks? But he's got a passer's hand? Chen Xiao made a direct base pass and sent the ball out from under the crotch of Badinger's ground. After the ball, the two have not reacted, thinking that the ball is still in the hands of Chen Xiao, still there to clip Chen Xiao, but did not know that the other side of the small C has completed the attack on the basket. It wasn't until there was a clunk behind them that the two of them reacted. Budinger looked at Parsons on the sideline and asked, "When did he pass the ball?" Parsons returned with a bemused look on his face. "If you ask me, who am I asking?" Chapter 100, Cutting 40 plus 10, Beating the Old Boss. The biggest problem for the Rockets right now is scoring, and the Rockets have started the second half without a point so far. The defense can't defend, but you've got to score on offense, or the score will just get bigger and bigger for the Knicks, Buckley said anxiously from the sidelines. That's right, Kenny Smith, who was on the sidelines, nodded in agreement. Both have played for the Rockets, and Kenny Smith was one of the men credited with the Rockets' championship run, so both are worried about the trailing Rockets. Well, on the next turn, the Rockets finally scored. Parsons drove to the basket and slammed the ball over Landry's defense to help stop the Rockets' run, but even scoring those 2 points still didn't quench the thirst for the Rockets. The score on the court is now 75-66, with the Rockets still trailing by 9 points. Back to the Rockets still focusing their defense on Chen Xiao, which allowed the rest of the Knicks to get more shots. Lin breaks through and splits the ball to Junior, who makes a foul shot at the basket. 77-66. In the following rounds, Chen Xiao didn't touch the ball much on the offensive end. Even when Lin passed the ball to him, he quickly passed it out. Seeing Chen Xiao flame out on the offensive end, Badinger thought it was his defense that had worked, instantly skyrocketing his confidence. It also makes him aggressive on the offensive end as well. Although Chen Xiao didn't take any more shots on the offensive end, he continued to contribute on the defensive end. With this current Knicks lineup, the defense is on the weak side, and the only two who can defend are him and Landry, so the two would often go to assist in defending someone their teammates missed. And while the vast majority of the time they would miss their defender and thus get scored on by the Rockets, they did manage to defend a few shots. Once successfully defended, the Knicks would quickly push back to extend their lead. But as the game wore on and the players became less physical, the Knicks' shooting percentage came down. The Rockets took advantage of the situation and went on a 10-4 run to close the gap to 88-82. Seeing that the third quarter was coming to an end, this time D'Antoni took the initiative to replace the main force, so that they could recover their strength off the field. Inside Penguin Lev, "Hey, how did Chen Xiao go down there? There's still a section that looks like it can't break the record. If you can't break it, you can't break it. Anyway, this year is only Chen Xiao's first year. As long as he continues to play like this, he will be able to break the record one day." That's right. Although Chen Xiao can't break the record of hitting 3-pointers in a single game tonight, he can break the record of scoring in his career. It's still true. Chen Xiao has scored 20 points so far. Just 2 more points will break his personal scoring record. Taking advantage of the Knicks starters coming off the bench to rest, the Rockets seized the opportunity to further cut the deficit to 4 points. By the fourth quarter, the Knicks were back on the court and the final showdown would take place once again. At this point, the Knicks switched to their regular lineup. Center, Tyson Chandler. Power forward, Amare Stoudemire. Small forward, Landry Fields. Scoring guard, Chen Xiao. Point guard, Jeremy Lin. On the Rockets side, they had Lowry and Scola with 3 subs, Dragic, Budinger and Jordan Hill. Knicks possession. Lin dribbled across the half-court, made a cover between the 12 and Chen Xiao, and then passed the ball to Chen Xiao. At this time, the defense in front of Chen Xiao became the shortest Lowry on the field. Facing Lowry's defense, Chen Xiao directly ignored his defense in front of him and directly dry-drew his hand. Here it comes. Here comes Chen Xiao's 3-pointer. Seeing Chen Xiao dry-drawing directly after taking the ball, the Dragon fans who were watching the game on the livestream were all excited, and Chen Xiao did not fail them. The basketball drew a perfect arc in the air before going straight through the net with a pleasant sound. Swish, 23 points. Chen Xiao scored his career-high 23 points. Everyone knew that this was not Chen Xiao's limit though, as the fourth quarter had just begun. Possession change, Rockets offense. After a burst of conduction, the basketball came to Dragic. Dragic took the ball and then directly forced Chen Xiao. However, he was over, but the ball wasn't. Pop. Chen Xiao broke the ball off with one hand. Besides shooting, Chen Xiao is the strongest in defense. It can be said that with Chen Xiao's current defensive ability, He can defend against the vast majority of the league's wideouts. Unfortunately, Dragic is one of that vast majority of wideouts. It's so messed up. Golan is just so messed up. This is the time of year when you should be giving the ball to the inside to make plays. Barkley was back on the sidelines with hindsight. In fact, Goran, there is nothing wrong with this ball. Can only say that Chen's single defense ability is really too good. Today Chen's 3 points are too bright will be his defensive ability to cover over. In fact, Chen's defensive ability is absolutely able to rank in the league's top 10. Kenny Smith said. Barkley, who was on the sidelines, opened his mouth wide in surprise after hearing this conclusion from Kenny Smith. Chen Zhao's defense can be ranked in the top 10 in the league? Come on. Back on the field. After Chen Zhao's successful break, the Knicks quickly pushed for a counterattack, but the Rockets were quick to return the favor. Chen Zhao saw that there was no opportunity for a fast break and immediately pressed down the tempo, then passed the ball to Lin Shohei to organize the attack, while he himself began to run without the ball. At this point, both Knicks players and Rockets players knew Chen Zhao's hand was hot as hell. Everyone on the Knicks side was covering Chen Zhao and creating space for him to shoot. Team Rocket, on the other hand, had everyone hounding Chen Zhao as much as possible. Nay, Chen Zhao was like a loach at the moment, constantly wandering around the field. With the help of the teammates' coverage, it really did allow him to find a fleeting opportunity to catch the ball. Lin seized the opportunity and immediately passed the ball over. Unfortunately, when the ball arrived, so did the Rockets' defense. However, Dragic is afraid of Chen Zhao's three-point shot, so pounced very forward. Chen Zhao suddenly made a shot. Dragic really fell for it. After spotting Dragic, Chen Zhao immediately impacted the interior. Oops, why isn't Chen Zhao shooting threes anymore? I think that's what shows that Chen Zhao is really playing with his head. Not the kind of player who blindly shoots threes when his head is hot. Support upstairs. It doesn't matter if it's 2 or 3 points, as long as you can score. After pounding the inside, Chen Zhao was met by Scola's assisted defense. At that moment, he saw Junior, behind Scola, and the two of them had a look in their eyes, and then they threw the ball up in the air by Hart. Junior leaps high into the air to complete the airborne slam dunk. 93-84. As soon as Chen Zhao stepped onto the court, it took just under a minute to pull the score back up again. Although Mikhail called an emergency timeout, Chen Zhao had entered a state where he was unstoppable. After the timeout came back, the Rockets were able to score, but they still couldn't limit Chen Zhao on the defensive end. The Knicks, led by Chen Zhao, were always able to get the ball into the opposite basket. This continued until the last minute of the game. In the end, Chen Zhao scored 40 points and 10 assists to lead his team on the road to 115-108, beating the Rockets and ending their losing streak. It can be said that Chen Zhao played a phenomenal game in this match. Also, this game will be another classic battle since he entered the NBA. Chapter 101, Popularity Soars. After the game, the Rockets players walked quickly into the players' tunnel. On the contrary, the Knicks side of the players, they rushed on the court, rushed to Chen Zhao, surrounded him, madly ravaged Chen Zhao's black hair. Although his hair was messed up, Chen Zhao was still in a good mood, because the team won and he had a 40+10 night. Chen Zhao, congratulations on winning the competition. Can I ask you to do a brief interview? On the scene, Luna approached Chen Zhao with a Penguin sports photographer wanting to give him an interview. Seeing Luna wink at him, Chen Zhao gladly accepted. Chen Zhao, you set a new personal scoring record in the NBA today. May I ask, what is your mood now? The mood is naturally happy, but not because of how many points I scored, but because the team won. Chen Zhao said truthfully, you've got a great touch today, making all 6 of your first 6 shots from the 3-point line. May I ask what got you fired up tonight? Luna asked again. Chen Zhao said after a moment of silence. I'm sure you all saw that Cameron left the game with an injury in the first quarter. He's our team's top scorer and his departure has a very big impact on our team. We had to have someone step up and take over his scoring. It's just that I had a little bit better touch today and that's why I scored so many points. It had to be said that Chen Zhao's reply was still very humble. After the interview with Penguin Sports, Chen Zhao left the stadium straight away. Those reporters who were not able to interview Chen Zhao first time could only go to the site of the press conference to wait for Chen Zhao's appearance. Chen Zhao's performance today brought him to the press conference for the second time. At the scene, many reporters' questions also centered around Chen Zhao. Of course, most of their questions were directed at D'Antoni. In response, D'Antoni answered all of them. This game is over, and the Knicks will finally get 2 days off. They'll then return home to meet the Pistons. Just as Chen Zhao was on the airplane returning to New York with the team, the outside world had blown up about him. The first is the domestic Penguin Sports, which has ceded all of its headboards to Chen Zhao. On the front page is a poster of Chen Zhao as he shoots a basketball. The caption below reads, 40+10. Chen Zhao leads the team to knock down the Rockets. Not only Penguin Sports, even CCTV Sports is giving Chen Zhao a full row. Chen Zhao explodes to 40+10. Beat up Big Yao's old boss. Chen Zhao is now more and more popular in the country. although it cannot be compared to the NBA superstars, but it is not much different. If Chen Zhao's popularity soared domestically because of his identity as a Dragon Nation native, then his popularity soaring in his native rice country was purely due to his personal strength.
After the game, TNT, ESPN, Yahoo, The New York Times, and a host of other media outlets also immediately reported on today's game. First up is TNT. Cameron's out with an injury, and the Dragon Nation kid shoots down the Rockets with a 40-point explosion. Then came ESPN, the biggest dark horse of the year, a man from the mysterious East. It was early in the morning when we got back to New York. As soon as the plane landed, the crowd went their separate ways. Ben played a close game and flew back overnight. Even professional athletes cannot carry it. Chen Zhao fell asleep after arriving home. By the time he woke up again it was the afternoon of the next day. Good thing there was no training today. Everyone's bodies are tired from the consecutive road games, so D'Antoni was also very humane in giving the crowd a day off. After getting up, Chen Zhao instantly felt a wave of hunger hit him and hurriedly ran to the kitchen to find something to eat. After half a day of searching, I only found a packet of instant noodles that was about to expire in the cupboard. Forget it, instant noodles are instant noodles, it's just better than nothing. Saying that, Chen Zhao then proceeded to cook the instant noodles. When he first came to rice, he kinda liked the food here, but as time went on, he realized that it was still better to eat dragon cuisine. In a short while, the instant noodles were cooked, and Chen Zhao also deliberately fried a poached egg for himself. He then swiped his cell phone while eating his noodles. Soon enough, Chen Zhao saw the major media reports on him. He casually clicked on one and gave it a quick look. To be honest, although these reporters were good writers and their articles were quite well written, Chen Zhao still liked to read the messages from the fans to him. I'm amazed by Chen Zhao's performance tonight. Is he really a second round pick? I think he should be in the lottery for first rounders. Chen Zhao is just so cool and awesome. This is still just his first year. It's hard for me to imagine what he'll be like in a few more years when he grows up. Hey bro, I'm already envisioning a future where Melon and Chan team up. Yeah, is the Heat Big Three great? We've got a Big Three in New York too. The Knicks are really making a lot of money. On the contrary, I think the Rockets are afraid to cry in the toilet. They even personally gave a potential star to the Knicks. Thanks to the Houston Rockets for sending the assist. In the comments section, the vast majority of people were praising and complimenting Chen Zhao. Of course there are hacks and keyboard warriors wherever you go. It's no different in Rice. Aren't you guys blowing it a little too much? He just had one good game. Maybe he'll get knocked back the next one. It's not because Cameron is out of hand. If Cameron was healthy, would it be his turn? Now Chen Zhao's mentality had long changed, and he was almost immune to this kind of keyboard warrior's remarks. For such people, he just needs to play every game and reality will naturally smack them in the face. After closing the webpage, Chen Zhao boarded his Facebook page. He hadn't boarded the thing once to look at it since registering it. I thought about it today and stopped up to check it out. But as soon as he boarded, the message stuttered and popped, and it went on for a good 10 minutes before it was over. Chen Zhao looked at it and there were many fans who had sent him private messages. He wanted to reply, but there were just too many to reply to at all. So he just didn't reply to any of them and deleted them with one click. Then he looked at his fan count. At this point, he hadn't posted a single dynamic, yet he had gained more than 3 million followers. Afterwards, Chen Zhao looked for a video in his cell phone that he had taken during his previous training and passed it on. Who knows? Just after it showed a successful upload, someone gave him a like, and then, the number of likes is growing at a rate visible to the naked eye. There was comment after comment at the bottom as well. Chen, yesterday's game was simply awesome. Chen, go for it. You're the best. Ha 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 ha. I snagged tickets to the Knicks' next home game against the Pistons and I get to go see Chan play live. I'm jealous of upstairs. I didn't even get tickets. Envy +1. Envy +1. Envy +1. Seeing the comments from the crowd, Chen Zhao selectively picked a few replies. As Chen Zhao appeared, the comments section once again boiled over. Chapter 102, the trajectory of history changes and Murray is fired. One day later, when Chen Zhao's heat had dropped a bit, a piece of news broke out and pushed Chen Zhao's heat up again. December 18th. It was also the day after the Knicks-Rockets game. Suddenly a local Houston reporter broke the news that Rockets owner Alexander was very unhappy with general manager Mori trading away Chen Zhao and decided to sack Mori. When this news broke, it was a sensation throughout the NBA. The reason it's blowing up the entire NBA isn't because Murray was resigned. After all, it's not surprising that a team owner fires a general manager. What's strange is that this time the Rockets fired Mori for a second-round pick, and it does seem a little puzzling that the Rockets would resign their GM after the second-round pick overachieved for just one game. Of course, the most puzzled is also Chen Zhao himself. It's almost as if people are sitting at home and the hot searches are coming from the sky. Chen Zhao is aware that Mori will eventually leave the Rocket, but not this year. And Mori left the Rocket is automatic departure. Not fired.
It was thought that it was because one's rebirth had changed some of the development of history, so history had changed as a result. Just what he didn't expect was that the first one to be affected by him would be Murray. To think that afterward, because of his personal comments, it led to a total NBA blackout in the Dragon Kingdom, making the entire Rockets team pay for his personal comments. Now, he's helped the Rockets by forcing out Maury first. Then again, since Maury was able to be influenced by him to get fired by the Rockets, and will his Knicks team be affected? In accordance with the course of history, Melon injury after the Knicks is not too good, until Jeremy Lin staged Lin crazy moments to be able to save the marquee. But when the Melon returned from injury, the Knicks record once again fell. The Knicks team's senior management, which had to fire D'Antoni. More than that, the Knicks as a team are extraordinarily volatile. Chen Xiao had read a report in China that was comparing the Spurs to the Knicks. The last time the Spurs changed their head coach was in 1996, in the middle of the 96-97 season, when Popovich, who was the general manager of the Spurs, fired then head coach Bob Hill because he was dissatisfied with the team's record, and then personally took over as head coach of the Spurs, and as a result, he has been doing it up to this day. During that time, Popovich led the Spurs to 6 finals appearances and 5 championships, and he himself was voted Coach of the Year 3 times. On the flip side, what about the Knicks? Counting from the beginning of Popovich's tenure, the Knicks have changed a staggering 14 head coaches: Jeff Van Gundy, Don Chaney, Herb Williams, Lenny Wilkins, Larry Brown, smiling assassin Isaiah Thomas, Mike D'Antoni, Mike Woodson, Derek Fisher, the Old Fish, Kurt Rambis, the Deadlight Gun Jeff Hornacek, David Fizdali, Mike Miller, and Tom Thibodeau, the coach the players least wanted to play for. Truth be told, the Knicks' failure to return to their former glory has a lot to do with the constant turmoil on the team. Truthfully, he couldn't change that outcome even if he knew what the problem was. The ideal thing to do would be to play out the season and jump out of your contract to find a reliable next family, but only if he can put up numbers and prove himself. It's a good opportunity for him now that the team's starter is injured. After making up his mind, Chen Xiao decided to go out and practice for a while. The result was that as soon as she opened the door to her apartment, she ran into Luna head-on. "Hello, big star." Luna smiled and greeted Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao smiled awkwardly and said, "Where am I a big star? It's just the two of us here, so you don't need to be modest anymore. You don't know how hot you are right now in the country and in the MIB." Luna said. This Chen Xiao knew, but he didn't think it was a big star. He always felt that a true star is one who leads by example, like Kobe, and can influence a generation or even generations. He's nowhere near Kobe's height. "Are you going to practice?" Luna asked, pointing at the basketball in Chen Xiao's hand. Chen Xiao nodded and said, "Well, there's nothing to do anyway, so it's idle. Just as well, I'm planning a trip to Madison Square Garden, so I'll join you." Immediately afterward, Chen Xiao took Luna's limousine to Madison Square Garden. Luna drove a white BMW 3 Series. BMWs are only considered ordinary cars in Rice, not like they are called luxury sedans in this country. With the handy car, it's just easier to go out. A trip that would have taken over an hour took only half an hour. After getting out of the car, Chen Xiao couldn't help but lament, "It looks like I'll have to buy a car as well. Going out without a car is just inconvenient." Once they reached the dugout, the two separated. Chen Xiao came to the training hall alone to practice. Just after practicing for a while, his cell phone suddenly rang. Not many people knew his Rice number, and not many people usually called him. Chen Xiao picked up his cell phone and saw that it was his agent Jeff Schwartz calling. Phone call connected. "Hey Chan, congratulations on a perfect game." As soon as he came up, Jeff Schwartz patted Chen Xiao on the back. "It's just that isn't this ass coming a little late? It's been a day since the game ended. Is it too late for him to think about congratulations?" Of course, Chen Xiao did not say what was in his heart. "Thank you. What did Mr. Jeff want to see me about?" Chen Xiao asked. "Sure, that's a godsend." On the phone, Jeff Schwartz said excitedly, "Chen, do you know that because of your wonderful performance, many sports brands are looking for your endorsement?" Endorsements? Chen Xiao froze for a moment. He knew very well that he would definitely endorse a sports brand afterward. He just didn't expect it to come so quickly. "What are all the sports brands?" Chen Xiao asked again. "That's a lot." At this point, Jeff Schwartz paused deliberately and then said, "I received 10 letters of intent for my total purchase, and I picked a few of them. The first one is Li Ning from your dragon country. They want to sign you for 5 million rice cutter per year for 3 years, but I think it's too little to offer, so I don't recommend you to take it. The reason why I'm quoting it to you is because he's from your home country." Then Jeff Schwartz continued, "The second, also from your home country, and Terry's, is signed for $7 million, again for 3 years. The last one, Chen, you'll never guess. Nike, they want to sign you for $6 million a year on a 5-year deal. Chen, I suggest you sign Nike."
Nike's stars are who I think do not need me to say more.
And according to the gossip revealed that Nike will become the NBA's next exclusive jersey sponsor.
As long as you sign Nike, your rookie burst this year will be stable, Jeff Schwartz said at length. Chapter 103. One of the biggest big bets Antares has ever made. What Jeff Schwartz said.
Chen Xiao knows better than anyone.
Nike has stars Jordan, Kobe, James, Durant, etc.
All of whom are clearly at the top of their game in the NBA.
And like Jeff Schwartz said,
in a few years Nike will replace Adidas as the league's exclusive jersey sponsor.
At that time,
if Chen Xiao is Nike's contracted player in the evaluation of the award definitely has an inherent advantage. Imagine if the judges would choose a non-Nike player or a Nike player when judging the awards when both have similar stats.
The answer is definitely the latter. So, Jeff Schwartz was not wrong, but Chen Xiao wasn't very keen on signing with Nike. For one thing, Nike is offering the longest contract years, which may seem like a good offer, but on second thought,
if Chen Xiao hits his stride in the last couple of years,
because the contract was there in the first place, wouldn't he be making a lot less money?
It's in this way that the other home offers seem more sincere. Chen Xiao's second reason for refusing to sign with Nike is that Nike is a local brand. He as a Dragon Country people naturally want to sign the brand of the Dragon Country. Even if he wants to become a spokesman, he will only choose the brand of the Dragon Country to endorse.
As for Nike's influence on the league, just let it go to hell. He didn't believe that anyone would be open-minded enough not to vote for him when he put up unbelievable numbers. If it did, he believed that the eyes of the public were shining. When the time comes, he won't even have to personally step in.
Just a mouthful of spittle from the fans alone can drown those voters.
Thinking about this,
Chen Xiao decided to make a choice among several domestic brands.
Li Ning, Anta, Pico, 361 degrees. Which one should I choose?
There is no doubt that Li Ning has been sitting firmly on the throne of the domestic sports brand in the past few years, but it will soon be caught up by several other brands after a few years.
As a person born again,
Chen Xiao is well aware that Li Ning's reputation in the latter part of the world is decreasing year by year.
Besides,
the endorsement fee offered by Li Ning is not the highest.
Therefore, Chen Xiao quickly dispatched Li Ning. That leaves only 3. All 3 are given the same amount, but among them, Antares is the most recognizable.
Chen Xiao already had an answer in his mind.
Jeff,
get back to the people in charge of Anta and Pico 316 degrees. If they're willing to reduce the contract term to 1 year,
I'll sign with them, Chen Xiao said. Chen Xiao feels that 1 year is enough, and after a season of baptism,
his strength will surely rise to the next level. When the time comes to sign another big contract,
you'll definitely make more money than you do now.
After listening to Chen Xiao's choices as well as his requirements,
Jeff Schwartz had only one thought. That is, Chen Xiao must be crazy. How is it possible that he turned down a Nike endorsement and had the luxury of signing for only 1 year? He absolutely did not believe that the enterprises in the Dragon Kingdom would be foolish enough to agree to Chen Xiao's unreasonable request. He wanted to persuade Chen Xiao,
but before he could open his mouth, Chen Xiao on the other end of the phone had already hung up.
Fark, hearing the busy signal coming from his cell phone, Jeff Schwartz couldn't help but explode.
But that was all he said behind his back. He didn't dare to scold Chen Xiao in front of him, not to mention the fact that Chen Xiao was his client.
Based on Chen Xiao's burgeoning popularity nowadays,
as long as Chen Xiao was able to have a consistent performance in his subsequent matches, he definitely had hopes of making it to the All-Stars.
Failing to convince Chen Xiao,
Jeff Schwartz could only write back to the heads of each sports brand one by one as Chen Xiao wanted. He first rejected the heads of many sports brands such as Nike, then he called the heads of Anta, Pico and 361 degrees and informed the other side of Chen Xiao's request. Antares headquarters,
Minnan Province, Dragon Kingdom, Mr. Ding, Chen Xiao's agent Jeff Schwartz wrote back, Office of the President of Antares. The female secretary immediately knocked on the door of the president's office and Anta President Ding would report it after receiving the news from the meter side. Oh, how so? Chen Xiao agreed to sign with us? Ding Wormwood looked up at the female secretary and asked.
The female secretary shook her head and said, the right side just called to say that Chen Xiao is only willing to sign with us for 1 year.
And if we don't agree he will consider the other 2. The other 2? Which 2? Ding Wormwood pursued. Pico and 361 degrees.
As soon as Ding Wormwood heard this, the corners of his mouth lifted, and then he fell into deep thought. From the secretary's words he heard a few key pieces of information. Chen Xiao might end up choosing one of the 3 of them to sign. The fact that Chen Xiao is only willing to sign for 1 year shows that he has confidence in himself. If he really signed for only 1 year as Chen Xiao wished, then he would appear insincere and might not be able to stand out from the 3. Mr. Ding, are we going to agree to Chen Xiao's request? The female secretary's voice pulled Ding Washchek back to reality. Ding Wugi got up and walked over to the floor-to-ceiling window and looked out. It has been 20 years since he founded Anta, and he has made countless choices during these 20 years. all of which have helped Anta move to the next level without exception. Now he will face another choice. Choose whether or not you believe in Chen Xiao and whether or not you are willing to gamble with Chen Xiao. If the bet is won, Anta will not only be able to become the No. 1 in the Dragon Kingdom, but is even expected to be among the top in the world. Gambling lost, although it will not destroy the accumulation of Anta for many years, but also will be hurt. I'm afraid not a few years is unable to recover. Is it a gamble or not? Seeing Din Wormwood come to the window, the female secretary didn't make a sound again. She had been with Ding Wamu for many years, and had long since gotten to know Ding Wamu's habits. Whenever Din Wormwood came to the window, it meant he was making a choice. After a long time, Ding Wamu finally turned to look at the female secretary and said, "Give the person in charge on the right side a call back. We don't agree with Chen Zhao's request." The female secretary was just about to reply, but Ding Wamu spoke again. "Tell them we're increasing the contract term to 5 years. The words came out of his mouth and straight away the female secretary was confused. People are asking for the contract period to be lowered to 1 year. How come we are raising the contract period instead of lowering it? Just as the female secretary was feeling puzzled, Ding Wamu gave the answer. In addition to bumping up the term of the contract to 5 years, give me an endorsement fee of 200 million rice dollars. How much? 200 million meter knife. The female secretary wondered if she had heard wrong. 200 million dollars to sign a rookie, and a second round pick at that. Wouldn't this be a bit too presumptuous? The female secretary tried to open her mouth several times to persuade her, but in the end, she did not say anything. After waving his hand for the female secretary to go out and make a call, Ding Wamu then pulled out a cigarette from the cigarette case on his desk and lit it. After taking a deep breath, he exhaled a smoke ring. With 200 million rice cuttings to sign Chen Xiao, this will be the biggest big gamble Anta has ever made. Still, winning the bet will put Antares in the international top tier. If you lose the bet, I'm afraid Anta will be silent for many years. Chapter 104. Chen Xiao is pleased to be awarded Rookie of the Week. Evening. After finishing his training, Chen Xiao returned to his apartment and was studying how to add points. Jeff Schwartz's call came back. "Mr. Jeff, is there good news?" Chen Xiao asked with a smile. "There is indeed good news," Jeff Schwartz said on the phone. "Both Pico and 361 degrees agreed to your request and reduced the signing period to 1 year. But Antares sighed. Antares they don't want?" Chen Xiao hurriedly opened his mouth to interrupt Jeff Schwartz and asked. Jeff Schwartz on the other end of the phone was silent for a while before he said to Chen Xiao, "It's not like they're rejecting it, but they're resending a new letter of intent over. In the new letter of intent, they have increased the term of the signing to 5 years and have also increased the endorsement fee to 200 million dollars. To be honest, after hearing that Anta had raised both the signing period and the endorsement fee, Chen Xiao was indeed shocked. He originally wanted to wait until he hit his stride next year before re-signing a new endorsement deal, but he never expected that Anta actually did the opposite. Not only increased the signing period, also increased the endorsement fee. At 200 million rice cuttings, the price is already high, totally beyond what he has achieved so far. It can be said that neither Chen Zhao's current popularity nor his achievements in the NBA can match this endorsement contract. Yet Anta still gave this endorsement contract, proving that they are optimistic about Chen Zhao's future. Since this was the case, what reason did Chen Xiao have to refuse? "Jeff, I've decided to sign with Anta," Chen Xiao said solemnly. To be honest, Jeff Schwartz didn't favor a few brands from the Dragon Kingdom at first either, but this time the conditions offered by Anta really didn't make it reasonable for him to refuse. After all, the more Chen Xiao earned, the more he earned. Moreover, once Chen Xiao completes his signing with Anta, Chen Xiao will be the first player among this class of rookies to sign a sports brand, and he will also be the first player to have his own signature sneakers. This is very significant. "Okay, I understand. I'll arrange the signing ceremony as soon as possible." With that, Jeff Schwartz hung up. After ending the call with Jeff Schwartz, Chen Xiao didn't feel any happiness or excitement because of the big contract given by Anta. Instead, he felt more pressure. It also feels a sense of responsibility. He had to work harder to be worthy of the trust Antares had in him. Although he didn't get a triple-double in the last game, he broke his own personal scoring record, so the system rewarded Chen Xiao with an additional 5 attribute points. Together with the attribute points gained from the single-game quest, Chen Xiao had gained a total of 15 attribute points from his last game. 15 attribute points seem like a lot, but if you spread it out evenly across the attributes it wouldn't add 1 point. According to Chen Zhao's past style, he would normally add points to his attributes the first time after the system had issued the rewards, but this time he didn't. Instead he kept thinking about where he should add. At the moment he has several directions. The first thing is to improve his threes, which were only 62 before, but after the last game he upped them to 64. Generally speaking, boosting attributes in the middle of a race would be rare, and it's even rarer to get a direct 2-point boost in one game. Chen Xiao guessed that it was inseparable from the fact that he shot 6 for 6 from 3-point range in the game. And, at this stage, he still relies heavily on outside shooting for his scoring. So he was wondering whether to raise the 3-point item a little more and add all 15 attribute points to 3 points. That would put him at 79 points from 3.
Just 1 point shy of NBA starting level. Don't underestimate the 79 points of 3-point ability.
A value that is beyond the level of most NBA players.
Anyone who can reach 80 or more is called a marksman.
And those who have reached a 90 rating are among the most amazing group of people in NBA history. Such as Reggie Miller,
Ray Allen, and Curry.
So 79 points for 3-point ability is definitely enough. But the one thing Chen Xiao is worried about now is that after the last time, I believe a few other teams in the league will be afraid of his 3 points.
Maybe make a defense against his threes starting in the next game. Even if he points his 3-point ability to 79, he probably won't perform like he did in the last game. Last time out, the 6-for-6 3-point shooting was more than a little bit of luck on his side. After thinking about this,
Chen Xiao felt that he should perhaps add his attribute points elsewhere, such as speed or breakthrough. After all, in the less melon after the Knicks changed to play the run and gun system, speed this piece is still very important.
Thinking of this,
Chen Xiao had already made a decision. Put 15 attribute points on speed and breakthrough respectively.
8 points for speed, 7 points for breakout. After adding the points,
Chen Xiao's speed came to 75 points and his breakthrough came to 72 points.
At that point,
he can use the break to score even if he's heavily guarded by the Pistons down the stretch.
The next day,
it's also the day of the Knicks-Pistons game.
The NBA League has announced last week's East and West Weekly Bests, as well as the East and West Rookies of the Week. Chen Xiao, the best of the week in the East and West, is not even thinking about it. Since the start of the new season, the East and West Division's weekly honorees and the first month's monthly honorees have been swept by 2 men. Those 2 are Kobe in the West and James in the East. As for the best rookies in the East and West, the East has been firmly dominated by Irving. Instead, the competition on the Western side has been fierce, with the duo of Clay and Leonard alternating awards. But the latest edition of the Weekly Best came out with a surprising result. First up, the best players in the East and West divisions. On the Western side, Durant was honored as last week's Western Conference Player of the Week. In the last week, Durant led the Thunder to 4 wins. In addition to the team's record of winning all the games, his individual statistics are quite magnificent. Last week, he was able to average 29, 8 points, 4, 7 rebounds, 3, 6 assists, 1 steals and 8 caps. On the Eastern side, Rose edged out James for last week's Eastern Conference Player of the Week. Similarly, Rose led the Bulls to a 4-game winning streak last week, and personally, he was able to churn out 27, 9 points, 4 rebounds and 7, 6 assists per game, along with 5 steals and 8 caps. After looking at the best of the week in the East and West divisions, next up is the Rookie of the Week in the East and West divisions. Over in the West, Klay Thompson was once again honored as the West's Rookie Player of the Week. In the last week, he averaged 11, 5 points, 2 rebounds and 6 assists per game. On the Eastern side, the person who won the Rookie Player of the Week was no other than Chen Xiao, who played superbly. This is also Chen Xiao's first career Rookie of the Week honor. Although, the Knicks had a bad record last week, Chen Xiao's individual stats were truly impeccable. He was able to contribute 23, 7 points, 1 rebounds and 8 assists per game to go along with 4 steals and 5 blocks. Such well-rounded numbers were a big factor in him edging out Irving for Rookie of the Week.